Welcome to Comicstorian Supercuts, where we combine complete stories and full stories into a massive omnibus-style video. Today, we are doing probably one of our most anticipated supercuts and one of Benny's favorite stories, Injustice. We're going to be doing this in chronological order, going with years 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, which all takes place before the first Injustice game. We'll then go into Injustice Ground Zero, which is Harley's viewpoint during the first game, and then we'll end with Injustice 2, which takes place right before the second game. But that's enough of that. Let's enjoy this amazing 7-hour story.
Blackgate Penitentiary. The doctor looks up at Andre Chavard. The diagnosis is not good. How long do I have? Andre asks. A month, maybe 2. I'll let the warden know he's agreed to have a parole hearing on compassionate grounds, the doctor tells him. But later, Andre sits before the parole board, only hearing that they have denied him his parole. Please don't. I have a grandson. I just want to meet him, Andre begs them, but the warden shakes his head. It is a decision of this board that your crimes have not been paid for. Parole is denied. That night, Andre is pushing his library cart through the prison halls as he stops at the man named Brick's cell, asking him if he can get a message out to the world. To who? Brick asks. To whoever can get me out of here, Andre tells him. Brick smiles, though, leaning against the bars to his cell. We all want to get out of here. He smirks and Andre nods. Yeah, but you can't offer what I can. Power to control a god. Gotham City. Superman floats down, watching as Batman and his family continue to deal with Black Mask's goons. Can I help? No, Batman says, punching another masked foe. Sure, Nightwing shouts as he flips over another. Nightwing quickly fills Superman in on the situation, and the Man of Steel quickly speeds away, gathering up the thugs. Moments later, the fight is over. We didn't need your help, Damian tells the Man of Steel. I know, but I was happy to. Superman nods and the others come over to thank him, but Batman stands next to Damian, both of their arms crossed. I know why you're here, to make sure I attend, Batman tells him. Superman smiles, admitting that he was afraid that Batman would find some reason not to show up. Batman turns away. It's not over, but Nightwing smiles, shaking his head. It's totally over. Go to the party, he tells his mentor and his friend. So later, at the Justice League Watchtower, the Justice Society of America is gathered for a group photo under a thank you banner. Superman steps forward, a glass of champagne in his hands. We are here today to honor those who came first, those who have paved the way, and we are here to say thank you. Without your example, your heroism, your sacrifice, none of us would be standing here today. Also, without you saving the world 17 times before most of us were even born, literally none of us would be standing here today, he says, holding his glass up for everyone to toast. Batman stands to the side while Wildcat is coming up to him. Not toasting? He asks, and Batman shakes his head. It's a work night and my hydration levels are at their optimum, Wildcat, he says, and Wildcat grins, shaking his head. How is it that I've been alive since the 1920s and you're the grumpy old man? He asks him. He steps forward, smiling at the Dark Knight. You don't want to drink? Did you want to fight? I'm not gonna fight you, Wildcat, Batman tells him. I get it, you're scared. Then I'll make you look bad in front of your work friends. Wildcat nods, and moments later the two of them are squaring off. Now before we get started, this is some friendly sparring, just hand to hand. I don't want to see any smoke bombs or trained attack bats. Trained attack bats? I don't keep up with what you're into, Wildcat says, and the two heroes begin to trade blows, both blocking and dodging each other's attacks, when suddenly Batman lashes out with a quick strike to Wildcat's nerves. Really? A nerve strike? Wildcat asks, holding his useless left arm. They were your rules. I only used my hands, Batman tells him as he dodges away. He moves in for another strike, but Wildcat backhands him across the face, sending the Dark Knight flying. Barry Allen watches on, his eyes growing wide as Batman gets hit, and in a blur he's gone, moving through the Watchtower as fast as he can. Jay, bring popcorn! Come quick! Batman's going down! He shouts to Jay Garrick when he finds him. In mere seconds, both of the Flashes are watching Batman tumble through the air. This is amazing, pure entertainment, Jay whispers as they both shovel popcorn into their mouths. Been telling you to keep your right elbow up for 20 years. You okay, son? Wildcat asks as he helps Batman to his feet. Spectre suddenly appears, telling the group, "I must leave." They thank him for coming, surprised that he would make time for a photo. "I would be welcome," he admits. "Jim, the world may not know what you did, but we'll never forget what we owe you." Wonder Woman tells the spirit of vengeance. Batman crosses the room, stepping in front of Barry and Jay. "I smelled popcorn," he growls at them before turning and walking out of the room. "The man's a freak," Jay whispers. Superman follows him, telling the Dark Knight to stay and relax for once. "I just got punched in the face." "You got punched in the face by Wildcat. You're telling me that you didn't enjoy that a little?" Batman grins. "Maybe a little." But Superman tells Bruce that he should still stay, that Gotham can go on without him for a little while longer. Meanwhile, back at Blackgate, the guards try to run, but the rounds catch them in the back and they fall in a pool of their own blood. Andre turns, watching the death. "Andre! Andre, is that you?" a voice calls from the end of the hall. "Yes," Andre answers. "Good. Be a bit embarrassed if I massacred all the way to the wrong cell." The Joker cackles as he steps from the shadows, surrounded by his men. "I hear you have something for me." Batman and Superman look down on the world from the Watchtower's viewport. Batman points out that he thinks it's dangerous for them to be so far away, that the people shouldn't see them like this. Superman disagrees, liking being able to look down on the world and see no borders, no us versus them. "I wish everyone could see the planet like this," he tells his friend, as Superman tells Batman that he's been thinking about the legacy, about what comes next. Batman turns to him, telling him, "You already have a legacy, but I don't think that's what this really is about. Have you and Lois started talking?" Bruce asks, and Clark nods, telling him that he and Lois both want the same things, but there are some concerns. "Of course, but there's people that you can talk to." The two are interrupted as Alan Scott and the Amazing Man enter the room, smiling, asking the world's finest what they're talking about. "Legacies," Superman tells them. Batman smiles, pointing at Clark. Superman, of all people, doesn't think that he has one. Amazing Man laughs, asking how Superman can't see it with all of his power. Alan and Will explain that Superman inspired his entire generation of heroes, and the newest generation. "Your legacy is alive in every hero on the planet," Amazing Man tells him. Meanwhile, the Joker pulls the van up outside of Andre's grandson's house. "If you go, remember, you can try to run, but I'll break both your legs and another surprise body part." "Good luck, Andre!" Harley yells as they smile as she leans out back. Andre walks up to the door, knocking even though it is late, and his grandson, Stefan, answers. Andre asks if he knows him. Stefan knows him, but has no interest in speaking with his grandfather. His eyes go wide as he looks at the van parked in the street. "Is that the Joker?" Stefan asks, worried in his voice. "Well, hello, kid!" The Joker yells, waving from the driver's seat. Stefan turns to his grandfather, angry. "You show up out of nowhere in the middle of the night to apologize and bring a homicidal maniac to my home?" "I'm with the kid, Andre! This is very poorly thought out." Andre agrees, apologizing once more and walking away from Stefan's home. "It was good to meet you, even if I messed it up. I'm glad our name goes on and is made better." Meanwhile, Batman finally arrives at Blackgate Prison, greeted by James Gordon on the scene. He leads him through the prison, finding Andre's cell with Nightwing and Huntress. "I should have been here," Batman growls, but Nightwing shakes his head, telling Bruce that there is nothing that he could have done. "Nightwing and I were here 3 minutes and 45 seconds after the alarm sounded. By then, the Joker was gone, Batman," Huntress tells him. And they tell Batman that only one person was broken out. Gordon tells him that it was Andre Chavard, that he's 88 and denied compassionate parole for his sickness. Batman pauses, the name stirring something in his memories. Meanwhile, in the city, the Joker is careening down the street. "It was beautiful, Andre. We should do more family reunions, Mr. J." Harley yells in joy, and the Joker nods, turning to Andre. "Let's talk about that power of God." Andre shakes his head, and Joker turns, running over someone trying to cross the street. "Are you trying to double-cross me?" "I don't care. I'm 86 and a dead man already. I have nothing. I am nothing. There's nothing you can take away," Andre tells him. But the Joker suddenly pulls a sharp U-turn, heading back towards Stefan's house. "Oh, but Andre, you just showed me where the only person that you care about lives," he says with a wicked smile. They pull up to Stefan's house, and the Joker gets out pulling a knife. "You can't!" Andre yells, but the Joker shakes his head. "Of course I can! Just a really short-sighted act of resistance there, Andre." The Joker kicks in the door, grabbing Stefan, throwing him to the floor. Andre rushes in, trying to stop the maniac as he begins to cut the fingers off of Stefan. "Please, I'm sorry, I'll tell you everything!" Andre shouts, sinking to the floor. They begin to walk out, with Harley leaning over the fallen Stefan. "Okay, Stefan, what you want to do is collect up all these fingers and put them on ice and get to the hospital. Of course, it would be easier to pick up your fingers if you had more fingers attached to your hand. What a conundrum." Back at the van, the Joker turns back to the old man. "Planning any other stupid things I have to punish you for, Andre?" he asks, and the old man shakes his head, telling him no. "Good, because I'm ready to be a god." In 1945, Hitler put a gun in his mouth and pulled the trigger, but only a few people know this. It wasn't his choice. Andre begins leaning forward in his chair. Joker looks at him, bored, as his other henchmen stand around. "Oh hey, I didn't realize this was a whole story time thing," he says as he points to the two henchmen, telling one of them to get a cozy rug and the other to start a fire. "How big do you want it, boss?" the goon asks. "What?" Joker asks, causing Harley to lean in. "Ned's an arsonist," she tells him. Joker nods, turning to the other and telling him that he is in charge of the fire. "Ned, you're in charge of the rug." "Do you want the rug on fire?" Ned asks. "Why would I want the rug on fire? Everything's better on fire," Ned tells him, and Joker nods, turning to the other goon. "Gary, kill Ned," he orders. Gary shoots Ned, and the Joker turns back to Andre. "Sorry about that, Andre. You were talking about Hitler?" Andre begins his story, which starts in Egypt, 1942. Carter Hall is with his guide, trying to find the tomb of an ancient queen. "Carter, we have some stonework," Shiara calls from further in the tunnel. She falls through the floor, forcing Carter and the guide to run after her. But she calls out that she's okay, and Carter follows her down, finding a sealed door at the bottom. "It doesn't look quite like a queen's tomb," Shiara tells him. Carter agrees, pointing out that it looks like someone didn't want them to open it. "Of course we're opening it, right?" "Of course we're opening it," Shiara tells him. She reaches out, taking his hand. "I love you, Carter Hall," she tells him, and Carter looks at her for a second. "Are you saying nice things in case there's an ancient curse in here?" "Well, I don't know if I'll ever get a chance if I'm cursed for all eternity. You see?" she answers with a smile. The two swing their pickaxes, breaking the seal and opening the door, revealing a corpse pinned to the wall wearing strange armor. "Egyptian god of chaos?" Shiara wonders, looking at the symbols on the armor. Carter nods, telling her that he thinks for once they should just ignore what they found and head home, but she isn't listening. "Can you hear that, Carter?" she asks, reaching out for the helmet of the corpse. She reaches out, taking the helmet and putting it on her head. "Yes, I can hear it. All the voices!" she shouts, her voice not her own. She turns, backhanding Carter across the tomb, and she pulls on the rest of the armor, the Ankh symbol glowing on her chest. "I know what they want me to do," she shouts as the energy cascades off of her. Flying away, Carter reaches into his bag, pulling out his Hawkman helmet and weapon. He leaps into the air, following after his love. He catches up to her 150 miles away, over the second battle of El Alamein. He tries to reason with Shiara, but her words are not her own. The Nazis open fire on the two strange beings in the middle of the war zone, but the creature has overtaken Shiara, deflecting the bullets, sending them into Carter's chest. He falls, reaching out for her. "Carter, what did I do?" she gasps, anger and energy flashing through the helmet as she turns on the Nazis, hitting them with energy and killing them. Carter uses this moment to pull the helmet off of Shiara's head, bringing her back to reality. "There you are," he gasps, looking at her face. "Lucky we said nice things before." He begins, but his voice begins to fade away. Shiara looks at him, tears in her eyes as she begs him not to go, her wings sprouting as she screams his name, leaping into the sky. In the aftermath, the Australian and British forces move through the battlefield. A young soldier finding a German still alive. Dick Strauser rolls over, grinning as he holds up the stone from the god's armor. "You should take me to your staff sergeant," he whispers to the young man, who nods and complies. The soldier helps Strauser move through the destruction, calling for his sergeant. The stone glows again. "You should go ahead and shoot yourself in the face now," Strauser tells the young man, who shoots himself in the face as he gets into the truck with the sergeant. He smiles as the sergeant's eyes begin to glow under the control of the stone. "Let's drive, Sergeant Woolley. This should be fun." Strauser smirks. Andre, who's currently captured by the Joker, looks up. "In 1944, I was fighting alongside the boy commandos," he says. Wait, Joker tells him. He and Harley laying on the floor, their head in their hands as they listen to Andre's story. Behind them, Gary pulls Ned Corpse out of the room. Boy commandos? Harley asks, shocked. Kids with guns? Fighting in a war? That sounds recklessly irresponsible. That's a level of child endangerment that even Batman would raise an eyebrow to, Joker tells him, but Joker waves his hand telling Andre to continue and get to the Nazi killing part. Andre looks surprised. I thought you'd like him. I'm an American. I hate freaking Nazis. I'm a homicidal maniac, not a traitorous bigot, the Joker snaps at him. Andre continues his story, explaining how Dirk Strasser used the Amulet of Chaos to control the Allied generals to order their men to charge into enemy fire. The boy commandos found themselves trapped during one of these doomed battles, with Andre himself having taken the bullet. But suddenly the battle went silent around them as they were washed in green light, and above them, Green Lantern Alan Scott floats down, protecting them with his constructs. The Flash moved as a blur through the battlefield, disarming the Nazi soldiers, and Black Canary arrived, her scream incapacitating them. Dr. Midnight walked down the trench, saving Andre's life, when suddenly the rest of the Justice Society was there, demanding to know who ordered the suicidal charge. They find the 4-star general, who demands to know who they are. But that's when the Spectre stepped forward. I am Jim Corrigan, a soldier in the United States military, and I am the Spectre, a spirit of vengeance. You are marching your men directly into a slaughter, he tells him, his eyes burning with mystic power. The general starts to explain, but he isn't making sense, when suddenly his eyes begin to glow and he smiles. This isn't going to work, is it? Oh well, it's probably time to have some fun. He smiles, and Dr. Fate stops, sensing chaos within the man's mind. The heroes try to react, but the general shoots himself too quickly. It was at that moment that Strasser realized that he was thinking too small. He sought out the easiest mark in the Justice Society, and he took control of Johnny Thunder, and with him, his controlled genie, YZ. So an all-powerful genie controlled by a hero enslaved by a Nazi working for Hitler. That's like the world's most messed up Russian nesting doll. In the final months of the war, the Justice Society fought a war against one of their own. They won, but they lost their friend. And they finally caught up to Strasser. The Nazi looked up with a smile, remembering Hawkgirl. I shot your boyfriend, he smiles, and Hawkgirl's mace comes down with a sickening crunch, ending Strasser forever. Alan, as Spectre turned, seeing Jay Garrick holding on to the Amulet of Chaos. The spirit of vengeance flies forward, taking the magical item from his friend. Give it to me, Jay Garrick, he whispers, and the hero leaps into the air and begins to fly away. What are you going to do? Green Lantern yells. I'm going to end this war, Spectre hissed back. The Spectre used the amulet to end a great evil, but it cost Jim Corrigan deeply. He returned to his friends, telling Alan that the spirit of vengeance shouldn't have this level of power. The Green Lantern wraps the amulet up in a green bubble. No one should have this power. You have to hide it. Hide it where no one will find it, Corrigan tells him. Green Lantern promises, flying over the deepest part of the ocean. It was only later, when Andre was in the hospital for his wounds, did he overhear the Green Lantern talking to Dr. Midnight. I need to tell someone else where it's hidden, Alan whispered to his friend. I buried it in a chest in the deepest part of the ocean. Back in the present, Harley leans over at the end of the story. Really? Challenger Deep in the Mariana Trench? But I suppose the deepest part of the ocean where the pressure would crush a human instantly was a pretty safe place in the 1940s. But now it's a day trip when you make friends in low places. People who value their limbs enough to not say no to me. Joker finishes for her. He turns around with a smile. Harley, fetch my swimsuit. We're journeying to the bottom of the ocean. Meanwhile, over in Metropolis, Superman stares outside of his apartment window out into the city, and Lois asks if everything's okay. He tells her that everything is fine, and Lois says, really? Because you're hovering. You tend to forget about gravity when you're thinking too hard. It's a little disconcerting. So let's talk about what's going on in that gorgeous head of yours. Superman sits down and says that he was with the Justice Society tonight. He saw generations of heroes together. He saw the past and the future all in one room. And Batman said something about my legacy. Lois sighs, grabbing her phone, asking, did Batman get in your head again? It's about time that I and Bruce had a little chat. One where he says nothing and I eviscerate that superiority complex of his. Superman laughs. Actually, Batman was quite kind. And Lois asks, Are we talking about the same Batman? Pointy ears, broody, hides all of his problems in body armor and violence? Superman goes on stating that they all said that he had a legacy already, but he realized he wasn't thinking about a hero to follow in his footsteps. Lois asks him, "Are you talking about a family?" Lois reaches for his hand and says that there is nothing that would make her happier, but they don't know if it's safe. So Superman tells her that maybe they should see a doctor about it. Meanwhile, back over in the sea, Manta says that they'll be heading into the Midnight Zone, a place where the sun cannot penetrate, where the only visible light is made by the creatures themselves. Harley looks out the windows at the glowing jellyfish, asking, "Can we get a sub? I'll name it and feed it every day." And Joker tells her, "No!" A short while later, Manta swims out onto the ocean floor, stating that he has found something. After blasting a hole into the ground and uncovering the sealed chest that Alan left, Manta asks, how did this get here? Back over in the Scott home, Alan's ring lights up, and as he turns the light on, Jimmy asks, what is it? Alan says that it's an old failsafe. Hopefully, it's a false alarm. Jimmy says that it's the middle of the night, and Alan says that he knows. The forces of evil could be more considerate. Jimmy lays back down, asking if he can get milk on the way home, and Alan kisses Jimmy on the forehead, telling him, "Sure, I'll be home soon." Back at the sub, Manta pulls the amulet out of the chest, asking, "What is this? Maybe something so well hidden is valuable?" Joker takes it, telling him, "Sure, maybe one day you'll be deep under the sea, and when you least expect it, you'll discover tiny holes in that breathing equipment." But as Joker takes the amulet, Andre lunges forward with Joker quickly punching him back. He holds up the amulet, asking, "Did you plan on taking this for yourself? Have a little fun with the short time you have left? So naughty, Andre! That time just got a whole lot shorter." Joker places the amulet around his neck and suddenly transforms into a little superhero-like costume, yelling, "Yes! The energy that I'm connected to! The awesome abilities at my fingertips!" Harley looks at him, telling him, "Uh-huh, I really like what it did with your hair." And Joker pats it. "Right? It has like a lot of bounce." Andre quickly grabs a nearby rifle, stating that he never had a chance to use it. He's not afraid to die. "Sorry to take you with us, Miss Quinn, but this is goodbye." And he pulls the trigger with nothing happening. Andre says that it's not working, and Joker tells him, "Yes, it is, but you're not. Already inside of your little empty head I am. Now, be a good boy and climb into the airlock." Harley says that he doesn't have to, but Joker turns to her, yelling, "Close your damn mouth! You don't tell me how to exact retribution, Quinn!" As Andre climbs into the airlock and closes the latch behind him, Manta ejects him, letting the pressure of the ocean crush him to death. Just then, a green light shines as Alan Scott floats outside of the sub, and Joker says, "Oh, this is perfect! What a great first toy to play with!" And suddenly, the bubble protecting Alan disappears, and he begins to get crushed. A short while later, back at the Joker's hideout, Harley asks, "What is it like?" And the Joker says that he's flying over New York. "It's terrifying, and I love it!" Joker then flies Alan to the Justice Society headquarters and begins to look around when a computer scans him, stating, "Please hold. Welcome, Green Lantern." Joker looks around, stating that he sees a photo of the Justice Society along with the Justice League. But when he takes a closer look, Joker notices Wildcat close to Batman, and Batman has a particular expression on his face. Joker's curious, because it looks like respect. "Yes, we will definitely be torturing this one first." As Joker moves to the computer, Sandman asks if everything's all right, Alan. He thought that our man was scheduled for the morning. Joker tries to think of something and says, "Can we talk? Outside? It's not safe in here." Soon the two walk through the dark alleyway, and Sandman asks what is going on. Why isn't the Justice Society headquarters safe? And Joker says that he thinks that someone infiltrated the Justice Society. Sandman stops. How? And Joker forces a construct knife into him, burying it into his stomach, stating, "Like this!" He slams Sandman's head into the ground, telling him, "We should look what's under your mask." And the Joker pulls off his mask as Sandman says, "Alan?" Joker grabs him. "Who is Alan? Am I Alan? Are you Alan? Hello?" Harley asks what's going on, and Joker says that he has a body to dump. As he takes off, he says that he's starting to get the hang of this. "Oh yes, this is going to be a lot of fun." But as he visualizes all the twisted constructs he will be able to use, they suddenly vanish, along with his mask. Joker panics. What the hell? And Alan begins to fall out of the sky. As Joker screams, Harley grabs him asking what's wrong, and Joker says, I think the Green Lantern's power has a limit. Inside the medical bay, which is inside the Justice Society headquarters, Alan's partner Jim patiently waits by the Green Lantern's bed, hoping for a swift recovery. But then a voice calls out to him asking if he has a moment, and Jim looks back, and he says, "Oh, it's you." As Jim begins to stand up, Superman tells him to please sit. And Jim then says that he's already answered Batman's questions. Superman pulls up a chair, telling him that he actually isn't here asking anything. He just wanted to see if they're okay. Jim sighs, telling him that Batman said that there was evidence that Alan stabbed Wesley. He wouldn't! But Superman stops him, telling him, I know, and I'm really not here for questions. Jim turns back and he tells him, I had black coffee this morning. Alan was supposed to get milk. He headed out to save the world and he was supposed to get milk on his way back. But when you're with someone like Alan, being able to do the things that he does, it means that you'd also have to share him with the world. It means that he might not always be home when he wants to be. You have someone to bring milk home to, Superman? Superman responds, I do, and I don't always get to come home when I want to. Jim asks, does she keep you grounded? The Superman answers, she does. Jim laughs, that's good. I couldn't imagine what would happen to all the super people without good, honest, mere mortals pulling them back to Earth. I'm Jim. Superman laughs with him. I know. Alan has talked about you before, Jim. A lot. All good things, though. Jim smiles, stating that he thought that Superman doesn't lie. And Superman finishes. Mostly good things, Jim. Jim then turns back, stating that he would like to thank him. The moment that he showed up, it lessened the burden on Alan. Alan didn't feel like he had to do it all anymore, that he could give time to them. Superman stands up, holding his hand, telling him, my name is Clark Kent. Jim shakes his hand, telling him that he didn't have to, but Superman tells him that he would like to think that Alan would have wanted them to know each other. Alan will wake up, and when he does, we'll have more time together, Jim. As Superman leaves, Batman asks, what did you learn? Superman says that he didn't go in there to interrogate him. So Batman tells him that he could have heard Jim's heartbeat. See his eyes. Was he nervous? Was he lying? Superman tells him no, and Hourman says that they are missing something then. Security footage shows Alan and Sandman talking here. Alan has accessed classified information. Superman asks what information did he access, and Superman tells him names, addresses of the entire Justice Society. Meanwhile, in the home of the amazing man Will Everett, Will hears his doorbell ring and hurries to answer. The postman holds out a clipboard telling him that he just needs a signature, and Will takes it, telling him sure. But that's when the postman's face twists into a leering smile as he reaches into the package, telling him, thank you, amazing man. Will asks what did he just call him? And the postman pulls out a gun, firing it. The bullet bounces off Will's brass forehead, and the postman asks, how? Don't you have to? Oh, the doorknob. Will lunges, grabbing the postman, asking, who are you? Who sent you? But the postman laughs, telling him, oh, I'm not going to make it that easy. And he turns the gun on himself. And at this time, over in the Joker's hideout, he yells out, damn it! I should have just grabbed one of their mines instead of resorting to a nobody off the street. But I want them to see it coming. Harley says, sure, but you can't have everything. It's like the old saying says, sometimes you just have to be content with being able to control the minds of our enemies. Joker pauses for a moment, turns to her, and then says, that's it! I know what I'm missing! As the Joker drags Harley up the stairs, she asks, what is he doing? And the Joker says, I am finessing! Finding the sweet spot of control and awareness. It'll be far funnier if the heroes know what they're doing while I make them do it. Appreciate the help, doll. Harley asks, what is he? And then the Joker whispers, jump. With no control over her actions, Harley jumps. Later, after bandaging herself up, Harley lays in bed, curled up in a frightened ball, as she rereads a note stating, in case of a moment of clarity, break glass. Joker knocks on the door, telling her that it's not that bad. Just open up the door! I could just make you do it if I want! As the Joker jiggles the handle of the locked door, he hears a crash, and he shouts, asking, what was that? Harley! But outside, gripping her bat, Harley is walking away in the rain. Later, at the Arkham Asylum, a woman wearing a large coat walks in, and the security guard asks if they can help them. Harley tips her hat as she leans against the counter, stating that she is here to see a patient. The guard looks up, asking what happened to her face, that he is too kind and too inept at his job. She holds out a bat, telling him that this can go one of two ways, and the guard leans back, stating that he'd prefer whichever option is the least painful. So a few moments later, in the holding cells, Poison Ivy hears one of the guards scream and a loud thunk. Before Ivy could even ask, Harley swings, shattering the glass cell, and Ivy asks if there was more to this plan or are they just kind of winging it. Harley opens up her coat with a bouquet of flowers, stating, "I always have a plan." And within seconds, Ivy is walking through the front gates as her vines rip the metal frame apart, and Harley smiles as she smells one of the roses. Ivy begins to ask, where are they going? And then she sees the cut on the side of her face. Before she can ask where it came from, Harley says that they can go to her sister's. There is actually someone she'd like her to meet. Later, as the two look down into a crib, Harley says that this is Lucy. Ivy says that she isn't a huge fan of humans. Making them smaller does not make them any more endearing. She is sure that her niece is nice and all, but Harley reaches down and says that she's not. Lucy is her daughter. This might be a lot to ask, but can she look out for Lucy? Just, the usual things. Make sure she doesn't grow up too normal. Shower her with everything that she could ever want and punish anyone who hurts her. Ivy's face turns to a serious one, stating that she can do that. And Harley tells her that she has more lucid moments. And she's stuck on this path, and one day she's going to be standing next to Mr. J when things go wrong and she'll be gone. Ivy storms out of the house, and a short while later, back at Joker's hideout, he hears the door suddenly slam open. Joker asks if it's Harley, and Ivy walks in telling him no. Joker quickly reaches for the amulet, but Ivy uses her vines to pick the Joker up and strangle him, telling him that this is his only warning. If he ever hurts Harley again, she will plant thorns that will grow slowly through all of his internal organs. Joker struggles, asking if she really thinks that she can threaten him. And Ivy leans in, telling him of course she can. He isn't special. He isn't exceptional. He is like every other pathetic troll, lashing out, hoping someone who's actually worth the damn will pay attention. He wants Batman to notice him, and Batman does. And not because he's worthy, not because Batman needs him. It's because Batman feels sorry for him. He is an object of pity. And what's worse, Harley feels the most pity for him. She looks at him and sees a sad, broken man who needs fixing. Joker coughs. Harley will still come crawling back. And Ivy says maybe, but every time that she leaves, she gets further away, and every time his gaslighting bullshit gets a little less effective. Harley is special. She managed to grow despite the rot surrounding her, and he knows it, and she'll realize it one day as well. Joker says that if she thinks that she's going to get away with this, the vines slam Joker's face into the wall, and Ivy shouts that he is not in control here. He will wake up tomorrow because she allowed it, and because Harley would never forgive her. He isn't powerful. He's nothing more than a freaking joke. The next morning, as Harley eats her breakfast, she hears a car honking outside as she sees Ivy sitting in it. Harley asks, she came back? And Ivy says, of course. Do you want to get out of here? Where do you want to go? Harley jumps into the car shouting, Vegas! And after 4 hours of driving, they decide that driving is probably the worst way to travel and decide to steal a plane. Once there, Harley sits at a slot machine putting money in, stating that this thing is taking her money. And the old woman says that that's what it does most of the time. She needs to get 4 of a kind. See here? She has 3 jokers. One more, and Harley narrows her gaze, telling the old woman that she's going to want to step back. She's got to take out some frustration. So a few moments later, she's looking at Ivy, telling her that she won all this money just by smashing open a machine and running faster than the security guards. Wait, what the hell is this? Ivy turns around in a dress, telling her that they don't have to stay in their paths. They can step off together. They can break the glass. They can beat each other's exit strategy. Dr. Harleen Quinzel, will you marry me? And Ivy opens up a flower with a ring inside as Harley jumps up shouting, oh, heck yes! The Joker sits at the end of his bed, stating, be quiet. No, it's not going to happen, because I don't want it to. Shut up! You're an inanimate object! Stop telling me what to do! The clown Gary asks if everything's okay. Who are you talking to, boss? The Joker says Harley, but Gary tells him that she isn't here. So the Joker holds up a costume, stating, wear this! And Gary looks at it, telling him that he isn't so sure that he could pull this one off. The Joker turns his head. Wear this! After Gary gets into Harley's old costume, he says that it's a bit snug. Joker laughs, stating, "This is not working at all for me. You look utterly ridiculous, Gary. It's perfect. Now, I've been thinking of what to do next with this wonderful little toy. It's time that we had a little fun." The next morning, outside of the Justice Society headquarters, Jay Garrick sits on the steps and the Flash asks if he's okay. It's been 2 days since they left. Might be time to get some proper rest. Jay gets up asking, "Did you hear about the attack on Amazing Man? Someone's gunning for us. We all know too much. We can't leave Alan alone." Flash tells him that they won't. He'll cover things from here. Besides, Joan called. She's worried about you, Jay. Jay laughs, stating that he'll get home, but he'll be back. He's just gonna take a power nap. A few seconds later, Jay comes speeding into his home with Joan asking, "How is Alan?" Jay skids to a stop, stating that it's too early to tell, and Joan then asks, "Did you give my love to Jimmy?" Jay hugs her, telling her yes, and gave him a pie too. But all of this, we need to leave, Joan. And Joan tells him that she's already had their suitcases packed. Basement secure, exterior defenses are active. It's been a while since they had to disappear, but it's like riding a bike. You'll never forget how. Just then, there's an explosion down the street with Jay racing over to the burning building. As he goes inside, he heads towards the source of the voice, and then he sees Gary and pauses. He asks what's going on, and the Joker creeps out. "He came! Oh, thank you! You're my hero! Did you hear me? Do you still know what you're doing?" Frozen in place, Jay says yes, and Joker tells him, "Wonderful. Now we just need to." Big Gary stops him, stating that the guy is on fire. Joker looks at the flames crawling up Jay's leg, stating, "Well, that's awkward. This fire wasn't supposed to get out of hand. As much fun as it would be to watch your skin melt, there are some other things I'd like you to do." A short while later, at Wildcat's gym, Wildcat is training a boxer, telling him to stop holding back. "Show me what you got, Nick." Nick punches into the glove and Wildcat tells him, "There it is." But as Jay runs in asking if they have a minute, Wildcat asks what they can do for him. Jay crawls in asking, "What's so special about you? What does he see in you? What are you to Batman?" As Jay lunges and grabs Wildcat by the neck, Nick runs to his bag, grabbing a gun, telling Jay to let him go. Wildcat says to just put the gun down and walk out of here. And that goes for everyone. He and the Flash need to have a private chat. Nick aims the gun, telling him, "No, I ain't leaving." Jay turns, telling him, "You are such a stupid child. Haven't you heard that the Flash can outrun a speeding bullet?" As the gun goes off, the Joker snaps back to himself for a moment, stating, "Oh, whoops." Gary asks what happened. Did the old Flash die? And Joker says, "No, I just sort of practiced running first. I kind of ran through the kid." Moments later, Superman asks where is he needed, and the Flash tells him that they aren't sure yet. All he knows is that the situation involves a metahuman and someone died. As the report comes over the radio, it mentions a situation at 600 at Common Paw. Unconfirmed reports that the Flash just murdered someone. Back over at the gym, Jay says, "This is gross. I have bits of the kid in my teeth. Ha!" Wildcat yells for everyone to get back, and Jay looks at him. "Let them run. It'll be fun to chase." Wildcat says that he isn't running, and Jay tells him, "Right, you're a boxer. Well, let's box. Put up your dukes and..." Wildcat delivers a punch, shaking Jay to the core, sending him to the ground. Jay laughs, telling him, "Nice one. If I could feel anything, I'd say you broke my nose. Way to permanently damage a friend." Wildcat walks up, stating, "Whatever's gotten into you, I'm gonna get it out." Jay stands up, fixing his jaw, telling him, "Nah, you're not." And Wildcat starts to swing, telling Jay that if he's in there, fight this. For a moment, Jay hesitates, telling him, "You need to get away. You need to get away." Joker scoffs, telling him, "Ha! That's self-awareness. Give him an inch, and they take a mile. Time to take complete control over this puppet." Joker regains control, punching Wildcat, telling him, "I don't know what Batman sees in you." Not that there's going to be much left after this. But before Jay could crush Wildcat's head, the Flash grabs his arm and Jay asks, "Where did you come from?" Flash shouts, asking, "What is he doing? Who are you?" And Jay pulls the knife, telling him, "I'm not giving up that easily." Jay slams the knife into the Joker's leg, telling him, "Tag, you're it!" As Jay runs off, Flash grabs the wound, asking Wildcat if he's okay. Wildcat wheezes, telling him to go get Jay, so the Flash runs after, calling out for Superman. Superman tells him, "Don't worry, I'm coming up on Jay now. He is..." Oh God. From up in the sky, Superman sees Jay running through the streets, slitting the throats of everyone he comes across. Superman focuses his heat vision, cutting Jay off, allowing the Flash to catch up, and Jay asks if the Flash is running with a pierced artery. "Are you speed hobbling? That should be an Olympic sport." As Jay takes off again, Flash calls for him to stop, but Jay asks him, "You want me to stop? Okay, I'll stop." As Jay runs straight into a brick wall, causing a massive explosion. Superman and Flash stop, but Flash walks up asking, "Jay! Flash picks up his helmet, stating that he wasn't fast enough. Later, Jones sits up, stating that she packed for both of them, and Flash says that he's sorry. But Jones smiles, telling him that he needs to listen carefully. This is not on him. Jay has the same problem, the same idea that he was to blame every time that he wasn't fast enough. If he was there, he'd remind you that you can't save everyone. Flash asks if she's trying to look after him, and Jones says that she can do what she pleases. Jay thought of him like a son. He thought the world of him. She appreciates him being here to offer comfort. But what she truly needs for him to do is find whoever took Jay from her. Flash tells her that he will, and he'll have help. So a few seconds later in the Batcave, the Flash comes to a screeching halt with Alfred asking if he could please come to a stop with a bit more consideration, Master Allen. You left burnt rubber on the floor again. Flash apologizes as he speed cleans the marks, and Batman says that he knows why they are here, and he's already on the trail of Jay's killer. Flash asks if he's sure that he was killed, and Batman says, "I'm certain of it. 3 days ago, a man named Andre Chivard was broken out of Blackgate by the Joker. An inmate says that Chivard promised power in exchange for his escape. Whatever power he promised, it would seem that the Joker now has it. Through careful questioning of his associates, we were able to track the Joker's movements. He recently hired Black Manta. The trail led to the bottom of the sea in a hole where once there was, well, something. The Joker is somehow controlling Jay, and we believe that he was also controlling Alan Scott and the delivery man who tried to shoot Amazing Man." Later, at the Justice Society headquarters, Batman calls a meeting going over his findings, stating that given that the Justice Society came in contact with Andre Chivard during World War II, do they have any idea how the Joker is doing this? Liberty Bell says that that's impossible. They destroyed it after the war, and Dr. Midnight says no. "Libby, we didn't. Even together, the Green Lantern Inspector couldn't break it." Wonder Woman asks why they would lie about something like that, and Midnight says that they needed people to believe that it didn't exist to guarantee no one would go looking for it. Wonder Woman scoffs. "Well, they found it." Batman asks, what did they find? What was buried in the Mariana Trench? She goes on telling him, "It was an amulet. It allows the user to take over the mind of anyone that they are near." Batman stands back up. "Clearly the Joker decided to target the Justice Society with this." An Amazing Man asks why would he even do that. Flash says because he wants to hurt them. He knows that the Justice Society are their heroes. Superman then says, "We need to get the Justice Society to safety." And Our Man tells everyone that they do not need anyone protecting them. They can fight their own fight. He is just one man. Batman says, "The Joker is not just a man. He's something else. You should never underestimate him. There's nowhere on Earth that he can't reach." Wonder Woman asks, "So what? We need to be off Earth?" And Batman says, "Bring everyone in, but no one moves by themselves." Later, Dinah Drake opens her door, stating, "Hello, Oliver." And Green Arrow says hi. Dinah asks, are they going to make sure that she does as she's told? Green Arrow says no, but Batman insisted that they travel in pairs. He promises that he didn't want to be anywhere near the two of them for this bit. Dinah laughs, stating that he is so sensible. And Black Canary says, "Look, Mom," but Dinah stops, stating that she's not running away. Black Canary says that they're not suggesting that. They're just getting her out of immediate danger, all of them. They're headed to the Watchtower. Dinah says fine, but she's going to bring the cat. Green Arrow asks if she's bringing their cat to space, and Dinah says, "Do you know when we'll be back? If not, then yes, I will bring the cat to space." But as Dinah heads into the room to get Mr. Mittens, Joker holds the cat up, stating, This worked better than I'd ever hoped for. I can see right in there. I can see what she's thinking, and oh, Dinah Drake, what an unseemly and violent thought. A short while later, up in the watchtower, Green Arrow, Black Canary, and Dinah all teleport in with Hawkgirl welcoming them, stating that she had no idea that Mr. Mittens was joining them today. Dr. Fate flies in, but as she does, she notices that there is someone else inside of Dinah's mind. Dinah sighs, stating that it would seem that they are moving the schedule forward, Mr. Mittens. And as Black Canary asks what does she mean, Dinah screams, sending a shockwave, shattering all of the protective glass, sucking everyone not rooted out into the void. Down on Earth, Superman enters his Metropolis apartment and says that he overheard the meeting. Sorry that he's not with her. Lois tells him that it's okay. She heard what happened to Jay. Is he all right? Superman says, yeah, it's hard enough knowing that he'd be leaving her if something goes wrong, but he doesn't know if she can look after a child and the world at the same time. Lois says that they already have a good life. She's content. He's enough. More than. And Superman laughs, telling her, that's not what I meant. What I'm saying is, I might have to take some time off. Just as Lois asks, really? Batman yells over the communicator, stating that they have been attacked. The watchtower's damaged. Fate managed to protect some of them. But there are people in space. I'm going after them. Batman then leaves Fate's barrier with a protective mask, gathering those floating in space as Superman reaches out, stating that he is here. Superman heads for the barrier and Hawkgirl yells, wait, they can't let Dinah in. And Black Canary states, please, for them to be careful. Her mom isn't herself. Fate says that is incorrect. Dinah is herself now. The Joker has left her mind. And Dinah begins to cry, stating that he could see in her head. He knows so much of what she knows. And down on Earth, Joker kicks inside of his van, stating, damn it! Yes, I know they're going to be coming for me. I'm not an idiot, right? How? Huh? As Joker is talking to the amulet, Gary asks what is he doing, and the amulet says, and Joker says, you were not supposed to hear that. Oh well, Gary, step into traffic. As Gary gets out into the freeway, right in front of a speeding semi, Joker sits in the van stating, fine, I'll find you. Where are you? Seriously? That is a long way away. Later, as the heroes all return to the Hall of Justice, Green Arrow says that this place has a lot of perks over the Watchtower. His favorite being that you can open a window and not get sucked out into the cold vacuum of space. Starman says that they cannot just sit and wait for the Joker's next attack. When it comes to corrupt madmen full of power, action is required. It's something that they used to be good at. But the next day, while everyone goes out on the hunt, Joker is sipping his drink under an umbrella in the hot Egypt sun when he hears a thunk. Joker stands up asking, did you hear a thunk? Perfect. That's the sound we were looking for. You can rest now. As the digger falls face first in the ground, Joker says that he should rest, not drop dead. Are basic instructions so hard? Joker looks down into the hole asking if this is where they live, and the helmet tells him that this is not where they live. It is how they communicate, and through this object through which they can gift their powers to him. Joker picks up the helmet, dusting it off, stating, that's a little extreme. Kind of like you're trying too hard, you know. Not the first ancient evil to need a makeover. As Joker draws on the helmet, it shouts, asking, what are you doing? This helmet is older than the stars. But Joker tells it, shut up! You are the Lords of Chaos. You can deal with a little defacing. After he's done drawing a smile on the helmet, the Joker says, okay. Before he fully commits to this, what level of chaos are we talking about? Pets talking and revealing their owner's personal information, people walking around with their insides out, both, by the way, are not deal breakers. The helmet says that the chaos will be his to determine. He will be their champion. His enemies shall tremble. And the Joker begins to laugh. Okay, I'm in. Once the helmet is set, the Joker is struck with uncontrollable power as he flies off, stating, this is going to be fun! The Lords of Chaos ask what is their first objective, and the Joker says that destroying Batman's heroes sounds really like a great time right now. Now they can do it with a little more style, and all they need to do is find them. The Joker says that they know where the Lords of Order are. Order has always been the enemy of chaos. And back at the Hall of Justice, Fate senses the newfound power, stating that something is coming. Batman asks what is it, and Fate tells him that it's chaos. And up above in the sky, the Joker floats down, stating, knock, knock! And he blows up the Hall of Justice. As the smoldering wreckage of what was once the Hall of Justice is pushed to the side, Batman stands up, calling out that they have a priority one. The Hall of Justice is under attack. He's here! The Joker is here! Joker floats above the fire, stating that he should have gotten an ancient chaotic power ages ago. This is a hoot! As the onlookers start to gather, Joker flies down asking if anyone here is a reporter, and one person says yes. So the Joker yells out, "Great! Make sure that you're broadcasting this to everyone. It's going to be one hell of an exclusive. The fall of the gods." At that exact moment, Alan Scott awakens from his coma, seeing the news and the reports of the Joker's attack on the League. He begins to pull off the tubes that he's hooked up to, and Jimmy tells him to lie back down. He almost died, but Alan rises to his feet. "No, I have to go." And Jimmy tells him, "But I just got you back." Alan changes into his costume and Jimmy tells him, "Please, just please come back. Promise me that." Alan kisses him, telling him, "I promise." Back at the Hall of Justice, Superman calls out to the Joker and the Joker asks, "Are you really going to waste your time up here? I'm pretty sure everyone down there is dying." Superman clenches his fist and flies back down to help the debris off of the trapped people, asking everyone if they're okay. Starman stands up telling him, "No, I'm angry." And Liberty Bell says that she's with Starman. Let's kick his associates. Starman leads the charge forward, calling out to the Joker, with the Joker asking, "Oh, is this the final standoff? How exciting!" Starman lunges, telling him, "You're about to find out how exciting it can be with my fist in your..." But suddenly the Joker releases a blast of energy and Starman disappears. Everyone else starts to run around asking where did he just go, but just then the Justice Society members all disappear. Batman stops asking, Where did they go?" And Joker says, "I have no idea! Chaos and all! Ha!" Just then, Wonder Woman rockets in, punching Joker into the ground, but as she follows up with a second punch, the Joker catches her fist, throwing her to the side. But before he can finish her off, something hits him in the back of the head. As he looks back, he sees, asking, "What the hell is this? A boxing glove arrow?" Oh, actually, that makes sense for when you want to punch someone who's really far away. That's actually very practical. With Joker distracted, Batman jumps in, kicking him, telling Superman to go for the helmet. But as Batman and Black Canary hold the Joker, Superman tries to pull the helmet off, but the Joker screams in pain, shouting that he needs his head. Superman quickly lets go, stating, "I didn't mean to." But Joker spins back, using the amulet on him, stating, "Oh, you're so caring, so trusting, so stupid. You have no idea how much power I'm connected to. It's all so tingly." As Joker grabs Batman by the head, he tells him that he could crush him like a bug, but he has something far more fun in mind. He was just simply saving the best for last. Superman groans as he stands back up, and Green Arrow says, oh crap! Joker continues telling them, "Yes, I have Superman's mind, and ew, he's just as earnest on the inside. I'm going to make sure that Superman feels all of this. Superman, kill everyone here, slowly, turn them to mush, and leave Batman for last. I want him to watch." Amazing Man begins to get back up, ticking some of the broken stone, calling out to the Joker, but Joker asks, "Really? You're turning yourself into concrete? What a terrible idea." Joker turns back, blasting away, shattering Amazing Man's right arm, and then tells Superman to turn this guy to dust. But before Superman can even move, a voice calls out for him to stop, and a green barrier forms around him. As Joker looks back, he sees Alan Scott, asking, "Didn't I accidentally drop you out of the sky? Shouldn't you be dead?" And Alan flies down, telling Superman that he is better than this. He is better than this pathetic maniac. Joker looks at him, "Rude!" And Batman follows up, telling him, "Alan's right. I've seen you move a moon, fly into the heart of a star. These old gods and their psychotic powers are nothing. You're the best of us. Fight it, Superman." Well, it's a little sweet if I'm being honest. Time for some extreme violence. Within the barrier, Superman groans as Superman asks, "What are you groaning about? I'm in your head. You belong to me. Now do as I say. Mess them up." Superman screams as he breaks the confinements, with Joker cheering him on, but Superman looks back, telling him, "No." Joker steps back. "Wait, what is happening? What is this?" The Lords of Chaos tell Joker that they have never seen anything like this before. Superman is fighting them. He is incorruptible. Joker yells, "That's impossible!" And Batman laughs. That's not impossible. Superman is just better than any of us can possibly understand. Just then, a red flash streaks across the battlefield as Superman holds the amulet, and Batman points, telling him, "He's Superman." And as Superman looks down at the red jewel, he crushes it with one hand. The release of the Lords of Chaos amulet sends a shockwave out, throwing Joker back violently and into a wall. Wonder Woman starts to walk up, stating that she will end him. No more protecting this monster. But Batman stands in her way, telling her, I'm not protecting him. I'm protecting you. I'm protecting the Justice League. The world is watching. We do not kill Diana. Wonder Woman tells him that if they let him live, he will be responsible for everyone that he hurts after this. Everyone, Bruce. Superman arrives. Batman is right. We have to be stronger than this. We have to be better than this. Black Canary says that they don't have to be that much better, and then stomps on the Joker's face. But during the broadcast of the fight, Harley is watching and immediately gets up, stating that she needs to go help Puddin'. And Ivy tells her no, she doesn't. Harley says that he's really hurt, and Ivy says that he's always really hurt. Harley hesitates. You could stop me. And Ivy says that she said before that that will never happen. One day she'll see through the Joker's crap, and she'll realize that he's just a toxic, attention-seeking edgelord, and that she will walk out on him for the last time. And when that happens, Ivy will be here. So the next day at the Gotham hospital, the Joker groans, telling the nurse that his teeth are too loud. And Harley turns to him, stating that that sounds like a problem, and the Joker asks if it's really her. She came. He's so happy to see her. The only thing preventing him from smiling is his severely broken face, and he is so sorry for what happened. There was an ancient evil in his head. He wasn't in control. She knows that he would never hurt her like that. So he wanted to thank her for being here in his time of need. He's one lucky clown. Harley insists on asking if he's okay, and Joker says honestly he's been better. Punctured organs, broken bones, even Batman has never broken before. But he has something to look forward to now. Harley says that it's nice to hear, but the Joker stops her, stating, what? Oh, I didn't mean you. Batman thinks that Superman's incorruptible. Incorruptible! Let's put that to the test. I saw something while in Superman's head. Harley asks what did he see, and the Joker tells her. Lois. A few days later, at Superman's Fortress of Solitude, Jimmy sits with Lois asking, does he hover when he's distracted too? And Lois yells yes, it's so annoying. Jimmy laughs, telling him, ha! Alan complains about me biting my nails, but as far as bad habits go. And Lois says at least he has the common decency to obey the laws of gravity. But as the two laugh about the relationships, Alan and Superman return, and Alan says that it's time. The Spectre is ready. Once the remaining heroes gather, Spectre asks if everyone's ready. Alan takes Jimmy's hand, stating that they are. Let's go explore the infinite multiverses and find where the Joker sent our friends. Batman tells Jimmy that he can stay here. He will be looked after. Jimmy says that he appreciates it, but he just got Alan back, and he's not going to let him run off through other dimensions without him. As the others begin to walk through the portal, Alan tells Batman and Superman that there is no pressure, but look after the world while we're gone. And as Lois leans into Superman, Superman tells him, don't worry, we will. We'll make sure that nothing goes wrong with this world, Alan. Our story begins on a rooftop, no different than any other. But on this rooftop, Batman and Superman, two of the greatest friends in superhero history, are sitting. Superman looks at Batman and tells him, we want you to be the Godfather. Bruce looks surprised, and Clark smiles. Hey look, the world's greatest detective is surprised. And Bruce smiles. You see, in this universe, Superman is married to Lois Lane. Gotham is relatively calm, and the superheroes are revered among the people. They are the heroes of this world, and no one questions that. This is a perfect world that the Joker is about to ruin as he shoots and kills Jimmy Olsen and kidnaps Lois Lane. Things ramp up quickly because Superman can't find her, and panicked, he grabs Batman by the shoulders. Please, help me find her. So Batman calls up the entire Justice League. This is an all-points bulletin. We need everyone to look for Lois Lane. The Flash arrives instantly in Metropolis, and Batman has him run throughout the entire city looking. While he doesn't find Lois, he finds something that Batman needs to see. He carries Batman to Star Labs, where they find the Scarecrow dead from Joker's toxin. Wonder Woman then calls up Batman to let him know that they got a lead. The Joker is apparently in a submarine beneath Metropolis, and that's why no one can find him. So Superman flies over the bay and he finds the submarine, and he tears it open with his bare hands. Inside, he finds Lois being operated on by the Joker and Harley Quinn. But before Superman can stop them, the Joker hits him with fear toxin. And when he looks up, he sees Doomsday. He has no idea what's going on, but he doesn't have any time to fight with Doomsday, so he grabs him and he rockets top speed straight up into the atmosphere, while the Joker is watching. Both the Joker and Harley Quinn jump out of the submarine and they begin to leave, with Harley saying goodbye to the first submarine that she's ever owned, and named, "Goodbye, Gunter!" Gunter is a terrible name for a submarine, Hal tells them as he arrives. "What did you do, Joker?" Batman demands to know. "Simple, I put a warhead in Metropolis, and I wired the detonator to Miss Lane's heartbeat. Once it stops, the bomb will go boom!" Why would her heart stop? Batman then thinks about it, and he puts it together. The fear toxin was mixed in with kryptonite so that it could get into Superman's bloodstream. "Superman, stop what you're doing! Whatever you are seeing is not real!" Joker leans in. "Did you know that she was pregnant, Bats? It's Lois, Superman!" The gas finally begins to wear off, and Superman realizes exactly what he's done, and he looks in horror, with tears welling up in his eyes, at Lois drifting off into space. But with her death also comes the detonation of a nuclear warhead in Metropolis. The Justice League goes into crisis mode, saving as many people as they can from the fallout, while Batman brings the Joker to the police station. Superman is locked in grief though as he holds Lois. He can't believe what he's been forced to do. He hands the body of Lois to Wonder Woman. "Can you hold them for me? Keep them safe. I'll be back." He then takes off at top speed, with Wonder Woman questioning, where's he going? In flight, the Green Lantern gets in his path. "Superman, where is he? The Joker, where did Batman take him?" Batman took him to Gotham Prison, as Superman continues on. At Gotham Prison, Batman is trying to interrogate the Joker, when suddenly the wall is torn out, and Superman walks in, throwing the table to the side, and then he puts his hand through Joker's chest. Superman retreated to the Fortress of Solitude following the events where he tried to grieve to the best of his ability, but he can't do it. All around him the news is telling him about the disasters happening in the world. "No more," he says to himself, and he takes off. There's a war happening in the Middle East that he doesn't think needs to happen any longer, and after getting in the way of the incoming rockets, he tells the people he's gonna stop this. He walks right into the presidential palace and he grabs the president by his shirt, and then he carries him down to the people that he has been killing, and he strips him down to his underwear. Wonder Woman lands and sees what he's doing. "There are cameras here, Superman. I know, and I have something to say. Don't do it here, looking like this," she tells him, implying his tired and rough look. "Let me call a press conference for you." And it happens at the United Nations. With Wonder Woman behind him, Superman tells the world, "My name is Clark Kent, and I was a reporter for the Daily Planet. And I am tired of all of these hostilities and all of this fighting. I don't care about your land or your beliefs, and I don't care if you're a madman or a terrorist, a king or a president. You have no right to take innocent lives. I am calling a worldwide ceasefire, and if you don't, I will stop you. It's over." Things ramp up quickly once again, with people challenging Superman and him blowing up their missiles and preventing anything. So the US government decides to make its largest mistake that they have ever made, and they kidnap Clark Kent's parents, and they have Mirror Master throw them into the mirror world. Superman arrives to a burning house that was once his childhood home, and he gets a warning from Mirror Master. "Stop what you're doing, or we will kill your parents. I have them in a place that not even you can get to. Now go back to fighting giant space robots or something." Most of the Justice League goes to the Watchtower to discuss these events, and Wonder Woman tells them, "We've all been affected by last week's tragedy, but Superman is trying to make the entire world a better place. But someone in this world is trying to tell us what our place is by kidnapping Superman's parents. I am Princess Diana, and I know my place. Will you stand with us?" The Justice League thinks about it, and Cyborg steps forward. "Superman has saved this world 10 times over. I'll stand with you." So they all move fast, teleporting around the Earth, searching for Superman's parents, and it doesn't take long to find Mirror Master himself and get him to talk. While they're all assisting Superman, Batman figures out who is behind this entire plot, and he breaks into the White House to have a chat with the president. "Your plan failed, Mr. President, and it failed in a way that will strengthen them. It will unite them all behind him." And the president looks at Batman. "You said them, not us." Things once again ramp up as the Justice League travels around the world trying to stop all war, everywhere that they can. And eventually, Superman realizes that Batman isn't helping him, so he decides to pay a visit to the Batcave. Once he arrives, Damian takes time to thank Superman for getting rid of the Joker, and Nightwing asks if he's okay. But Superman smiles, and he walks to the Bat computer. My parents were taken, Bruce. Where were you? I was doing what needed to be done. My parents, you of all people. You have to stop what you're doing. I have to stop? Stop saving lives? Stop bringing dictators to justice? You're scaring them. And Superman rips Batman's mask off of his face. Good! They should be scared. Too scared to press the button. Too scared to pull the trigger. You taught me that. You would do the exact same thing if you were me. You killed a man, Clark. Every time that you let that madman live, how many more people did you condemn? Did you even feel guilty? Every time. But we don't get to choose who dies. One death to save millions. Meanwhile, the Justice League is getting started in a war against Atlantis. It started as a disagreement between Wonder Woman and Aquaman, but it doesn't matter now as people are fighting. Back in the Batcave though, their argument is heating up. Why did you let him do this to me, Bruce? You can't possibly understand what he took. He stole the life that Lois and I would have had together. I would have loved that child more than anything. I already did. And look at you, sitting in the dark ignoring Damian and Dick. How many friends did they have in Metropolis? Have you even consoled them? Held them? What's your excuse for not being a father? But Batman has had enough and he throws a punch at Superman, completely unfazing him. At that moment, the alarms in the Batcave begin to go off as the battle with Atlantis starts raging on, and Superman turns to Batman. Bruce, come with me. And they look at each other, and Bruce lowers his head. I can't, Clark. I'm sorry. Meanwhile, off in the middle of the ocean, Aquaman has called upon his ultimate weapon, the Kraken, to battle against the Justice League. But Superman arrives, injuring the Kraken and grabbing Aquaman by the throat. Stop this now. I called for a ceasefire. Even your voice doesn't reach down into the deep, Superman. The sea is mine alone to command. Around the world, the Atlanteans begin to rise from the oceans to invade various parts of it. Consider this a show of strength, Superman. Now get the hell out of my ocean. But Superman isn't listening to this ultimatum, and he takes all of the strongest in the Justice League and they fly underneath Atlantis so that they can tear it out of the ground. They lift the entire city out of the ocean and they carry it to the Sahara Desert. Aquaman decides that he can't fight against Superman, and he submits. And as he retreats back into the ocean, he relays a message through Wonder Woman. I've ruled peacefully for years. When Superman is ready for my advice, tell him I am here for him. And Diana, I'm sorry about Lois. But Wonder Woman doesn't relay that message. Superman's reign continues to grow, and after putting down a superpowered individual that thought he could stand up to Superman, upsetting the Flash and making the Flash rethink this entire course of actions, and then preventing Two-Face from killing a news reporter, Superman has made his next decision. Live on the air, he informs the world that the twisted individuals of Gotham City deserve nothing. The people of Gotham deserve to know that those deranged individuals can never threaten them again. My God, they're gonna go after Arkham, Nightwing exclaims as he runs to the Batmobile with Batman. But Damian stands there. So what? Have you even considered for a second that maybe you are wrong? And on that note, Nightwing and Batman leave Damian there because there isn't any time to waste. As Superman and the Justice League arrive at Arkham, there stands Batman and Nightwing ready to stop them. But the shocker is that Damian is now standing with Superman and his side. What are you doing, Robin? Nightwing asks him. What am I doing? I'm bringing criminals to justice. I'm standing with Superman and Cyborg and Wonder Woman, and you're standing with Killer Croc. The Justice League begins to open the doors to the cells, and the Flash shows up, picking up the criminals and carrying them away instantly. So Batman activates a virus in Cyborg, forcing him to the ground in pain. The Justice League looks at Batman. What did you do? What the hell is wrong with you? Okay, that's enough, Nightwing says as he turns off Batman's gadget. Everyone just calm down. We don't want to look bad in front of the psychopaths. But that's when things get worse, because right at that moment, Green Arrow was dropping off Harley Quinn, and then he left her with one of the random guards there. Well, that didn't go well as she's now opening up every cell door. All hell begins to break loose as villains go free, and Grundy breaks up from the floor below, grabbing Robin by the head and then carrying him off into the basement. Superman dives into the basement and begins to dismantle the undead monster that is Grundy, while Nightwing works his hardest to get Robin out of the monster's grip. Batman then leaps down with them and onto Grundy, at that point blowing up Grundy's head. Superman looks at Batman. Good job. They all get back up to the top floor in the main fight, and Robin loses control. I'm sick of all of you! Why do you think you deserve help after all you've done, he yells as he clubs Riddler across the jaw. "Robin, that's enough," Nightwing yells. "Stop telling me what to do," Damian says as he throws his baton at Nightwing. It was just a child's rage and nothing more. He's done it so many times to Nightwing before and he's caught it. But this one time, Nightwing wasn't ready for it and it hit him in the head, throwing him off his balance. Nightwing fell over and he landed on a rock, cracking his neck. Just like that, it was over. Damian looked at the man that he treated as his brother, and he realized what had happened. Batman came out of the hole in the ground and he was with Superman, and he looks over to see Nightwing on the ground. I'm sorry," Damian tries to say through tears, but Bruce couldn't hear it. "What did you do?" he screams as he puts his hands on his head in shock and disbelief. I didn't mean to," Damian tried to say, but Bruce pushed him away. "Get off of him!" Everyone in Arkham stopped their fighting as Bruce picked up Nightwing, and he carried him out of the building. This is only the beginning though, because so many more heroes and villains will perish in this conflict. Batman grieved, and then he enacted his own plan, to build a group of superheroes that are willing to stand against Superman. He would build his own fighting force, his own team, to stop his former friend. This story takes place during the events of issue 1, year 1. Superboy was flying through Metropolis with Gar, Beast Boy, in his arms, as they were off to get the Titans some meatball subs from the best place ever. Kid Flash is running ahead of them, trying to beat them to the spot, but both Superboy and Gar decided that they would beat him. Superboy drops Gar, and Gar changes into a bird while Superboy hits top speed. But that's when they see it, the nuclear explosion set off by the Joker. Kid Flash is running so fast that he was taken out right away without even any time to react. And seeing that explosion coming, Superboy tried to grab Gar. He tried to save his friend. He really did. He tried to shield him from the blast. But in the aftermath, we saw Superboy on his knees holding Gar in his arms. The rest of the Titans saw the news and Starfire crashed through the windows getting to Metropolis at top speed where she and the rest of the Titans saw the aftermath. Superboy holding their dear friend. And he explained that Bart was taken by the blast. They all went back to the Titans Tower where they sat around listening to the news until Dick Grayson returned. He had recently left the Titans and he left Red Robin in charge, so he returned to tell his old friends what had happened. He explained that the Joker set off the bomb and then Superman killed the Joker. This news sent tears down Superboy's face as the hero that he was aspiring to be had just crossed the line and Superboy left. Starfire then asked Dick Grayson to return as the leader of the Titans, but he explained that he was needed at Batman's side for this, and he'll keep her posted. Then he simply asked her to keep the Titans out of anything that Superman was going to do. Superboy went to the Fortress of Solitude where Superman was grieving, and he asked him why he did it. He understands grief. He lost his own family in Bart and Gar, but why did Superman have to kill over it? He asks, how could he wear the S on his chest if Superman was willing to kill, and he leaves Superman there? Then at the funeral, Superman announced that there would be a worldwide ceasefire, and things started down the path that would show up for the rest of the Injustice series while Superboy watched on. Then at dinner that night, Ma Kent told Superboy that he would need to learn how to forgive Clark. Clark isn't perfect, and Superboy told them that he couldn't as he flew off into the night. The Titans saw his grief, and they knew that he would do something that he would regret, so they sent Wonder Girl after him. She found him in the Fortress of Solitude, digging around Superman's things, and even though she told them that they should go, it was too late. Superman had arrived. Superman returned holding the Phantom Zone projector, which makes a portal to the Phantom Zone, asking Superboy if this is what he was looking for. He knew that Connor was going to try and send him into the Phantom Zone to try and stop all of this. So Superboy launched straight away, shoving Superman into a wall as he tried to wind up to punch him, but Superman easily slapped him away. Then with a single breath, he threw Wonder Girl aside, only to have Starfire burn him on his back. Everyone jumped into battle against the Man of Steel, but regardless of their efforts, Superman outmatched them at every turn. Tim ran over to try and move the Phantom Zone portal generator, but once he realized that he couldn't move it, Superman asked him, what's the plan here? Batman always has a plan. But while he was talking to Tim, Superboy jumped up from behind, so Superman turned around, cracking Superboy's sternum. Superboy hit the ground, spitting up blood, and Superman informed the Titans that Superboy was going to die. His sternum was cracked, and a rib had punctured his heart. The only way that they could save him was if they brought him to the Phantom Zone, because if he went there, he would no longer be tied to his physical body. But Superman would only allow them to do that if all of the Titans went. He didn't want to hurt them, and he didn't want them messing up his plans. Once he's done with everything, he'll free them. Without any other option in front of them, the Titans had to take the offer, and they entered the Phantom Zone, where they were locked away until Superman wins. I'm alive. Those two words came across the radio. Heard by the world. The Justice League got the message, and they take off to the remnants of Metropolis, destroyed by a twisted and deranged madman. After digging around the rubble, Superman and the Justice League find a hidden bunker in which Lex Luthor has survived the blast, one of Superman's friends in this world. They take off for the Watchtower and they explain to Lex what has happened and why he needed to hide in that bunker. The Joker has set off a nuclear weapon in Metropolis and murdered Lois Lane, Superman's only connection to his humanity. He has gone on a rampage with the Justice League since then, wanting to ensure that no one would ever be harmed in the world again. But has he gone too far? Batman thinks so, as he is now taking a stand against Superman following the death of Nightwing at the hands of Damian Wayne and a mistake that will haunt the Bat family forever. Superman's mission presses forward with battles all over, but certain ones cause the Justice League members to question if what they are doing is the right thing. Like when Black Adam was just defending his country. Superman, Wonder Woman, and Shazam subdued him and forced him to say the magical words granting him his powers. This forced him to turn back into a mortal man, something that he hasn't been in centuries, and he ages rapidly. And the change had a chance to kill him. So Shazam didn't think that it would be best for them to do it for fear that the rapid aging would kill the elderly man. Superman and Wonder Woman didn't care, and they forced him to change back and age. They then kept him from saying the magical words of power once again. He didn't die, but Shazam does wonder, is it right to possibly kill someone for your goal? But Shazam's just a child, isn't he? What does he know about what's right? Another time, Wonder Woman takes to a war-torn country, where the women are tortured by an evil ruler. She arrives, lassos up the ruler, and kills him right there in front of everyone. She then turns to the soldiers and takes their rifles and hands them to the women to protect themselves. But is it right to put the rifles in the hands of those that were tortured for so long? Wonder Woman thinks she knows the answer. Batman comes up with a plan to check on Superman's actions, and he has his team kidnap Hawkgirl so that he can replace her with a sleeper agent. The situation is about to get much worse though, as across the galaxy other individuals can see the changing of the tides with Superman and the Justice League. Calabec, one of Darkseid's followers, reports that Superman appears to have gone soft because he's calling an end to all of the fighting. So Darkseid sends his troops with Calabec at the helm. If the Kryptonian has softened, then that is his mistake. Superman decides to hold a press conference based upon what Lex is telling him, that he needs to tell the world what he is doing, because they only see Superman flying in and stopping warlords and thugs, and they are afraid. They don't know what his plans are. So Superman puts on a suit, and he stands in front of the world to let them know. He just wants the world to be safe. When suddenly, boom! A boom tube opens up onto the world, and out steps Calabec and his army, the Parademons. They blast Superman, and he lands right in front of Calabec. "What's wrong, Superman? Defeated so easily?" Calabec chuckles to himself. And then he realizes his mistake as Superman gets up. His eyes say it all. There is no truth. There is no justice. There is no mercy. And he hits Calabec so hard that he launches him into the atmosphere. The Justice League begins to get reports from all over the planet as the Parademons are boom-tubing into the heavily populated cities of the world, and they move quickly to try and save as many as they can. Even Batman and his people come together to battle against the demons assaulting Gotham. Their little battle against each other needs to be placed on hold for the sake of the world. Calabec gets picked up by Superman and thrown into the ground, where he lands on him, and he threatens for him to call off the attack. But Calabec sees his chance. "You really haven't changed, have you, Superman?" And he calls in more Parademons. Superman finds himself being buried underneath the weight of the Parademons, and he pushes out everything that he has to roast them all with his heat vision. He then walks towards Calabec. "Stand up and face me." Calabec sees the hate in Superman's eyes, and he tells him, "I yield, you win, Kryptonian." But Superman won't have that, and he shouts, "You don't get to yield! Fight me!" as he slams Calabec into the ground. "Daddy isn't going to save you this time, Calabec," Superman tells him as he cracks him across the face again, and then he buries him head first into the ground. Elsewhere, the Flash is running as fast as he can to save as many people, but Superman arrives in front of him at light speed. "I need to ask you something, Barry." "Can't this wait, Superman? I'm trying to save everyone I can." "No, this can't wait, Flash. You're the only one that I can talk to about this fast enough for it to matter." Do you see any other way for me to save as many lives as I can without killing all of the parademons in the sky? If you're asking for my permission to kill, I won't give it to you. But do you see any other way to save everyone? No. So Superman takes to space, and he realizes that what he's about to do, the line that he's about to cross, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't matter that these are parademons. He's about to take thousands of lives. And with that, he goes back to Earth at rocketing speeds and kills every parademon in the sky. As he lands on the stage where he planned to give his speech, with particles of destroyed beings in the sky, the world cheers for their savior, Superman. And Batman realizes that what Superman had to do, he realizes that there is no coming back from this. Superman has Lex Luthor begin development of a pill that will grant all of his allies his strength, while Batman tries to get his allies to agree with him and be on his side by revealing his identity after Huntress reveals it by mistake. Both sides meet on the battlefield, yet neither wants to fight because they were friends. They both want the same thing, don't they? Superman calls on Flash to have a friendly game of chess with him while he asks him a few questions. He needs his opinions, and the Flash can think very fast. So Superman begins to play the game, and he starts with his opening statement. I want to get rid of all of the guns. Checkmate. If you start with guns, then what? Smoking? Outlaw cigarettes? They kill far more than guns do, Superman. Checkmate. Then we can imprison everyone who speeds in a car. Checkmate. Then we can lock up everyone who leaves a dangerous dog unchained. Checkmate. Then we can kill everyone who doesn't recycle. Checkmate. But while Superman is thinking of the things that the Flash is saying, Ma and Pa Kent are currently being housed in the Fortress of Solitude after they were kidnapped a little while ago. And there with them is Lex Luthor trying to make this special pill. So they ask him to help their son, because Superman is as fallible as everyone else. Later that night, Damian decides to activate the Watchtower's teleportation system to bring himself back to the Batcave, where Alfred finds him. He hasn't returned ever since he accidentally killed Nightwing, and he doesn't know what to do. Batman pulls into the cave and he simply asks his son, "What are you doing here?" Damian takes the hint and he begins to head for the exit, but Alfred turns to Batman. "Your guilt-ridden son has just walked into your home seeking redemption and forgiveness. Please, don't be you, sir." So Batman stops him. "Wait, I want to talk." But Damian snaps at him. "You left me in Arkham! You are wrong and Superman is right. You're just too full of yourself to see it. This isn't about me." "Of course it's about you! It's always about you! Your crusade, your pain, your parents who died, your way, your rules, your legacy, your impossible standards!" And Alfred places a hand on the boy's shoulder. "Please, let your father talk." But Damian has taken one of the strength-granting pills, and he throws Alfred into the nearby Batcomputer by mistake. "No!" Damian says, shocked at what he's done. And Batman sees his oldest friend injured, and he shouts at Damian, "You!" But Damian has had enough, and he throws Batman into the trophy coin into the cave, causing it to begin to fall. And it would have landed on Alfred, but Hawkgirl arrives suddenly and catches it. Damian runs over to Alfred apologizing. He didn't know how strong he was. But Hawkgirl comes over and takes Damian, and the two of them begin to leave for the Watchtower, until Batman tells them to stop. That's when Damian puts it together. Since when did Hawkgirl listen to Batman and know where the Batcave was, or is even that strong? So Damian lights an incendiary grenade, forcing Martian Manhunter to turn back to normal. He was the sleeper agent that Batman planted, and then Damian runs through the portal leading back to the Watchtower. Damian informs Superman and the Justice League that Martian Manhunter has been disguised as Hawkgirl this whole time, and Batman still has the real Hawkgirl captive. So Superman has decided that Batman has gone too far this time, and he decides to take the one thing away from Batman that Batman still thinks he has: his secret identity. He takes to the airwaves to announce to the world that Batman has Hawkgirl captive, and he will take his anonymity. Batman's true name is... But Batman activates Protocol Icarus and shuts down the Watchtower. With life support off, everyone in the Watchtower begins to panic, and they decide that they need to get the Watchtower back to Earth. But Superman tells them, no. We need to figure out a way to get this message out, because we can't give Batman time to find another answer. So they use Cyborg's human computer to tap into social media. And they start #Batman is Bruce Wayne. The world is now aware of who Batman is, so the Justice League moves quickly to the site where Batman is. And as they land, Superman demands that they give Hawkgirl back. but Batman tells him that he already released her, after Lex and the Watchtower group verify that it's her. Wonder Woman then warns Batman to stop this, or they will respond in force. So, Batman flies away. Well, that was unexpected, Flash says in shock. It's Martian Manhunter, Green Lantern yells, and the Flyers all begin to chase him. Martian Manhunter might be fast, but he can't outrun Superman, Wonder Woman, and Green Lantern, so he goes invisible, one of his many powers. But Green Lantern pauses and tells his ring to scan for Martian Manhunter, only to be sucker punched by him. He then stands before Superman. Why are you working against me, John? Because of what you've become. I've watched my planet become overrun by a tyrant, and you are doing the same thing. But Wonder Woman has had enough of everyone talking to Superman about this, and she grabs Martian Manhunter by the head. He changes form, wrapping around her, and he goes inside of her body. He then begins to cut off the oxygen to her brain, slowly killing her. There's only one way, Clark, she says to him, and he knows it to be true. So he blasts Wonder Woman with his heat vision at full power. Martian Manhunter might be as powerful as Superman, but his one weakness is fire, and he burns alive, instantly dying. A few other incidents happen involving Lobo, Green Arrow, Harley Quinn, and Canary, but eventually, Batman calls this team to inform them that Superman has finally gone too far. He killed Martian Manhunter, and they only have one chance to stand against beings this powerful. They need the pill that Lex Luthor has made to make normal humans as strong as Superman, and to get that, they're going to need to break into the Fortress of Solitude. So while his team argues how far is too far, they do join him, and Batman, Catwoman, Captain Atom, Green Arrow, and Canary all go into the teleporter and arrive in front of the Fortress of Solitude. But Batman also has the President of the United States launch an attack on Korea to distract Superman. And that's when they make their move. While Catwoman breaks through the locks, Superman lands with a thud in front of the White House. Why would you do this, Mr. President? You know I would just stop you. Unless you're distracting me. And as Batman enters the Fortress of Solitude, he realizes his mistake. Clark was keeping his parents in the fortress. No, if he thinks even for a second that we came for his parents, I don't even want to know what he'll do. And Batman turns around to see Superman with his hand on Captain Atom's neck, holding him to the ground, and his eyes burning red. He's furious and he isn't thinking straight. Even his parents ask him to let Atom go and end this. But Atom isn't concerned. He isn't a pushover. He has literally 10 nuclear explosions contained in a containment suit, and he punches Superman off of him. The damage to the fortress as Superman went flying through it is massive, and everyone runs to get out of it as the entrance seals itself, but Green Arrow finds himself stuck inside with Superman's parents. While Batman and his group figure out a way that they can get Arrow out of the base, Captain Atom is burying Superman into the ground. Every punch from him is like a mini nuclear explosion, and Superman can't take it. But Wonder Woman takes a swing with her sword at Atom's neck, breaking the containment field in one swing. Atom pauses. Oh, you stupid! I can't hold it any longer. But I guess this is my opportunity. I have my orders, and I'm already dead. So I'm taking you with me! And he grabs Superman and takes off for space, with Wonder Woman following behind yelling out. As the explosion builds in power and energy pours out of Captain Atom, he allows himself to explode with the power of 10 nuclear blasts in space. The explosion is so great that it throws Wonder Woman back to the Earth and destroys every satellite around them. But he failed. Superman survived, and now he's pissed. They tried to kill him. He comes back to the planet to find where Wonder Woman landed, only to find her in a coma. The Flash arrives to pick her up and bring her for medical attention, as Superman returns to the fortress, burning a hole in the ceiling so that he can get inside. Green Arrow sees what's about to happen to him as he's the only member of Batman's group in the fortress of Superman's parents. He knows what he has to do, and he glances at the super pills. Superman burns the stand that the pills are on and tells Green Arrow not to touch them. So, he fires an arrow at Superman. That won't help you, but it'll make me feel better. The arrow bounces off of Superman and ricochets into Pa Kent's shoulder. Superman backhands Arrow, and he throws him through the wall because he hits him so hard. Scrambling on the floor, he tries to remember the longest distance an arrow has ever been fired. And he fires one last one at Superman, over his shoulder and out the hole in the ceiling. Superman then pummels Arrow over and over, blood flying into the air as his parents look in horror at what their son has become, begging him to stop, please. Arrow just closes his eyes.
apologizing to the pretty bird, Dinah the black canary. Prettiest girl in the whole damn world. He then closes his eyes for the last time. As Batman, Catwoman, and Canary all make it to the site of Arrow's last shot arrow, Canary sees his tracker on it, and she walks away slowly. Ollie's not coming back. But on that arrow, he managed to attach one of the super pills. Batman takes the arrow, and he goes to the Batcave to start analyzing the super pill by himself. He only has minutes before Superman will get there, and the only thing distracting Superman right now are both of his parents telling him how far he's gone, and the hologram of Jor-El telling him that he will receive no more help from the fortress, as he is killed. As Superman takes off for the Batcave, Jor-El turns to Superman's human parents. "I'm sorry, I unleashed this on your world." Superman comes crashing through the Batcave ceiling. "I've removed all of the crazies from Gotham, but I left the original," and he grabs Batman with anger burning in his eyes. Behind them, the Bat computer is trying to decipher what the super pill is. "Is that Ollie's blood that you're covered in? He was the most ethical and compassionate friend that we had." Superman pauses, and he turns. "Go on, justify his death. I'll call Black Canary and tell her you did it for the greater good." So Superman throws Batman across the cave. "Stop talking!" Batman runs to a computer and he presses a button that displays pictures of Clark's wedding to Lois Lane. "You swore to honor and protect her, Clark, but you failed to protect her. And honor her? How is this honoring her?" "I'm doing this for her!" Superman shouts. "You stopped doing this for her the moment that she died, when you lost your humanity." Batman then drops a sonic device to stun Superman, and he runs to the super pill with the computer at 96%. But Superman grabs him by the arm. "No." He picks up Batman and he holds him over his head. Batman screams, "Clark, don't!" But it falls on deaf ears as Superman slams Batman's back over his knee, breaking it. As Bruce lays there in agony, Superman begins to walk away. "I will not kill you, Bruce, but I can't have you in the way." And Bruce turns to him. "Wasn't trying to fight you. Was trying to distract you." Superman turns to the computer and he realizes that it has finished, and it uploaded the specs of the super pill somewhere else. "What did you do, Bruce?" "Gave us a fighting chance," Bruce says with a smile. Someone then places their hand on Superman's shoulder. "Clark Kent?" And there stands Alfred. Superman looks in shock as Alfred headbutts him so hard that he forces Superman to bleed. "I'm so disappointed in you. No more hurting my family." And Alfred pummels Superman over and over. He then walks over, picks up Batman, and he walks to the teleporter. In the aftermath, Superman called for a conference for the world to see, and he declared that Batman and his allies are now enemies of the Justice League. He intends to gather his forces and expose Batman and all of those that will aid him, because the last thing Lois got to say to him was, "Save the world," and he intends to. Oliver, Hal, and Dinah all walked down a street after the Blackest Night event. Hal just saved the world from hordes of Black Lantern zombies, and they all felt they deserved a beer or two. All three walked into a bar, and a group of bikers tried to hit on Dinah, and Ollie snickered. The biker turned to Ollie. "Did you say something behind that stupid little beard?" And Ollie, continuing to grin, says, "Nope, I didn't say anything. I just kinda snickered." But Dinah decided to step in. "You get one chance to let go of him and walk away." "Oh, you need a girl to protect you?" "I don't need her to," and then Dinah grabbed the man by the shirt. But I really enjoy it when she does. And then Dinah threw him across the bar. She dropped two other thugs while Ollie looked down at the bar peanuts, and then he flicked one into the biker's eye, so she broke his nose. "I had it, Ollie. It was just a peanut. I literally lifted one finger." Hal decided to chime in at this moment. "I saved the whole world." And Holly turned to him. "You did, and you deserve some acknowledgement. To Hal Jordan, savior of the world." Those were good times, weren't they? That was back when everyone was friends. Before Joker tricked Superman into killing Lois Lane, and then Superman put his fist through the Joker's chest. Before Batman built a rebellion against Superman's regime. Before Superman murdered Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. Both sides of the war stand at opposite sides of Ollie's grave. A temporary truce has been called so that they can lay the man down to rest. After Hal tried to apologize and Dinah told him to go away if he still stood with Superman, Superman himself tried to come over and apologize to Dinah. He tried to tell her that he didn't mean it. He didn't want to hurt Ollie. It was an accident. But she sonic screamed at him and saw the true anger and rage in his eyes. He turned to her, initially ready to harm her, but he stopped when he realized that Dinah was pregnant. Batman has been moved to a place between time and space by Zatanna. He had his back broken in his last fight with Superman, and it's going to take him some time to recover. This was the only place that Zatanna could hide him away from Superman, away from everything. Off in deep space, Kyle Rayner is one of the best Green Lanterns around, and he's been off of Earth for quite some time. He should be coming home to a world that he loves, but he's coming home to a different world. But just as he begins to get home with plans to call a girl that he met before leaving, his ring goes off on an alert, and he finds himself tied up by Sinestro and his Yellow Lanterns. There is a war coming. I look to Earth and I see future allies. He creeps right up to Kyle, and he uses his yellow ring to sever Kyle's ring finger and remove his Green Lantern ring. Fear finally begins to cross Kyle's face as he loses his uniform and his shield for space travel. And then, he suffocates in deep space. Over at Oa, Ganthet has sensed that something is off. He hasn't heard from Kyle Rayner, and they're getting reports that Superman is apparently trying to rule the world. Guy Gardner, another one of the Earthling Green Lanterns, laughs at the idea that Superman will be trying to conquer Earth, so he asks the Guardians to loan him some of the lanterns, and he'll go talk to Hal. He'll know what's going on. Back with Superman, he's sitting in the Watchtower by Wonder Woman's bedside, wondering if she'll ever come out of her coma, when a report comes across. Sinestro is here. Superman launches out into space with Sinestro telling him to wait, but Superman doesn't give him time as he grabs Sinestro by the throat and he slams him into the moon. Sinestro still refuses to fight back as he tells Superman, "I'm not here to fight, I'm here to warn you. They are coming." Meanwhile on Earth, Green Lantern and the Flash walk out of Congress after forcing them to pass a bill, and they find Ganthet and Guy Gardner waiting for them. "Take me to Superman, Hal Jordan," Ganthet demands. Ganthet advises Superman to stop this, stop trying to control the people of Earth, but Superman informs them that he's protecting the people of Earth. "I have watched civilizations rise and fall. We Guardians have been gifted with enormous power, and sometimes not using that power is the most difficult decision of them all." And that's when Sinestro speaks into Superman's ear. Ask him the question. "You say you watched civilizations rise and fall, Ganthet. Were you watching Krypton in its final moments? And in your infinite wisdom, did you choose to not use your power that day?" Ganthet lowers his head and says nothing. "You dare come to me today to lecture me on responsibility when you doomed my planet and people. No, they doomed themselves, and we will not allow you to rule over these people, Kal-El of Krypton. Is that a threat? No, a warning. Get the hell off my planet." So Ganthet leaves the Watchtower and he tells Lantern Jordan that he needs to accompany them back to Oa. As they leave the Watchtower, Sinestro floats in. Meanwhile in Gotham, Superman's soldiers begin to march on the city, and Gordon realizes that it's time for him to stop pretending that he doesn't know about Batman's operation. He's been informed by Superman that he has cancer, so he looks at one of the cameras and he tells Barbara, "Let me in. I know you're there and I know you're watching. I know everything." The Guardians begin to call in every Green Lantern from every sector. This is an all-points bulletin. They even pull Lantern John Stewart off of Riot that's being overrun by zombies. They need an entire army if they're going to stop Superman. While Superman's group debates if they should be siding with Sinestro, he's a villain, an evil ruler, and a tyrant. Sinestro explains that he's just concerned about the well-being of the galaxy. He went the route of fear because he got overzealous when a riot killed his wife. The reaction and punishment from the Corps was swift and vicious. "I will not lie to you, Superman. I want my revenge, but we have the same enemy." But Lex and Flash managed to convince Superman that they shouldn't trust Sinestro. So Sinestro asks them, "You fear me?" And Lex tells him, "Of course." So Sinestro hands him his yellow ring. "I give you your fear. You'll need me when the time comes, and together we will end them." Back on Oa, Hal tries to convince the Guardians that Superman is doing the right thing, that he's protecting the planet. But they don't see it that way. They see a man that has toppled governments and created super beings to make an army. Hal argues though, with Superman taking a more active role on Earth, countless lives have been saved, and not just through ending violence. They've been stopping hunger and creating a renewable energy source. The Guardians dismiss Hal, and he sees all of the lanterns being recalled, and then Kilowog comes down the steps. "I'm to bring a squad to Earth, and then we're gonna bring Superman here for trial." Hal is shocked. "If you think I'm gonna lie down and allow you to attack my planet, don't be stupid, Jordan. So Hal sends off a massive energy spike, pushing everyone away, and then he takes off for space trying to get to Earth. But the Guardians quickly put up a shield stopping Hal, and the rest of the Corps apprehends him. They take him to the Guardians, where his ring is removed and he's placed in a cell. As the rest of the Lanterns head to Earth, John sneaks into the cells and he frees Hal, and he gives him back his ring. I'm with you in Superman, Hal. Capturing you was an act. An act. You stood there while they beat me unconscious. I'm very convincing. On Earth, the Green Lantern Corps Strike Force arrives with Kilowog in the lead. Superman, the Guardians want to talk to you on Oa. Superman dials up Cyborg, and he orders it to start. And they blast the entire Strike Force with a space-to-ground laser. A crater is made where the Lantern Corps stood, and then Kilowog looks up, and he blasts off towards them. Superman dodges Kilowog, and he tells them, "This is stupid. You can't touch me with a thought-based weapon. I move faster than thought." Well then, it's a good thing that we already thought of that. And instantly, Superman reels back in pain, and he falls to the ground. It was the squirrel. Everyone underestimates the squirrel. He is thinking so small that he's stopping the synapses in Superman's brain and he's keeping him from moving. The Lanterns have won. But up at the Watchtower, Lex sees that the end is coming, so he opens Sinestro's cell and he hands him his ring. As the Lanterns prepare Superman for transport, Chip begins to feel blood running down his forehead, and he falls to the ground, freeing Superman. Sinestro has killed him. The fight begins again with the Lanterns battling against Superman, Hawkgirl, Shazam, and Sinestro. But just then, Hal and John arrive on Earth to see what a disaster this has become. John heads over to stop Sinestro, while Hal calls for Kilowog and Superman to stop fighting. Sinestro then hovers behind Superman with the entire Yellow Corps, an army at Superman's disposal. So Kilowog agrees to stand down and leave. They'll return to Oa. But Sinestro refuses. No, you can't let them leave. They'll report this and they'll return with more Green Lanterns. Hal looks to Superman to let the Lanterns go, but Superman looks away. Sinestro's right. The debate begins on whether or not they should exterminate the Green Lantern Strike Force, but Superman refuses. We're heroes. We don't kill. Detain them and take their rings. As he takes Kilowog's ring, Kilowog warns him. The Guardians are gonna come here and kick your butt, Poozer. Superman orders for Sinestro to stay. Without him, Superman would be halfway to Oa by now, but the Yellow Corps is told to head off-world and wait. Meanwhile, back in Gotham, Gordon has learned about everything from his daughter, and he wants to help. The entire GCPD wants to help. So they take the strength pills that Batman got back to the group, and they begin to build their own army of citizens in Gotham. Gotham will not let Superman and his army take control. A war on a second front is brewing now. We open on the Guardians of the Universe stumped. The Earth is vanished, and they don't know how. When Guy Gardner steps up, I could fill you in. I was on my way back here when the Sinestro Corps jumped me. Sinestro has joined forces with Superman. What of the Lanterns we left on Earth? I don't know. When I left, they were alive, but we've worked out that Kyle was killed by the Yellow Lanterns, and I think Hal and John are now with Superman. We won't act rashly and charge in. We will plan our attack, and until then, the Earthlings are on their own. Things have been ramping up rather quickly, but if you're just now joining us, the Joker forced Superman to kill Lois Lane, and then he blew up all of Metropolis. Superman then built an army and has taken over all of the government functions on Earth. Batman stood against him, but Superman broke his back. Then the Green Lanterns arrived to bring Superman to justice, but the Strike Force was defeated by Sinestro and the Yellow Lanterns, and then they were detained on Earth. Back on Earth, the GCPD has gotten their hands on Superman's super soldier creating pills, and they've started working with Batman's agents to remove Superman's army from Gotham. They won't stand by and let Superman take over. Harvey Bullock and Commissioner Gordon have both taken the pills, and they drop the invading army easily, and then Gordon says to round up the men. He's going to interrogate them. Back at their base of operations, Barbara is getting upset when she's going through old family photos when she comes across one of Nightwing, Dick Grayson. And he died not that long ago. But something catches both Barbara and Commissioner Gordon's eyes. Someone that looks like Barbara Gordon's mother has just appeared on their cameras. No one has seen her in 15 years, and while it's assumed that she was murdered, they never found a body. So Gordon pops another of the strength-granting pills, even with Barbara telling him not to because it's speeding up his cancer that he was recently diagnosed with. He decides to head off into town and sneak by Superman's army to the location where they saw her. But once he gets there, he discovers that it was all a trap, and it's actually Clayface. Gordon walks over and grabs him, but he begs Gordon to stop. He escaped to the Purge of Arkham, and if they find him, they will kill him. He just wants protection. But Gordon doesn't want to hear it. Give me one reason to help you. I'll give you closure. I can tell you where they buried your wife." So he explains that he was there that night, running with the gang that shot her, but he wasn't a part of it. And they didn't do it for any real reason. She was just in the wrong place, at the wrong time. So he follows Clayface to the pier, where he finally gets to see her body, and he says to himself, "I'll be seeing you again soon." And now he knows that she is waiting for him. So he takes Clayface back to the headquarters, where he tells the group that they're gonna put him in a cell until Barbara can verify that there isn't anything weird about his DNA. But that's when he somehow gets out of his cell and he walks past Barbara as Dick Grayson. Upon seeing that, she yells at him, "How dare you! You know what I found in your DNA? Kryptonian blood. You lied to us. You've met Superman." And that's when she puts it all together. "You were sent here to torment us." "That's right," Clayface says, as he begins to shift back into himself. "He told me to come down here and let them see they're dead, as I have had to every day." "Was that even my mother's body?" Barbara asks as she catches a punch that he tries to throw. "Oh, it was, but I wasn't standing pretty by the sidelines." And then the two of them begin a full-on battle in which Clayface knocks her out of her wheelchair. He then smashes down on Batwoman and Huntress as they come to Barbara's rescue, but after Black Canary Sonic screams him, disrupting him, Barbara throws the wheel of her wheelchair into him, knocking him out. As the next few days pass, Harley closes Clayface up into various jars, and Barbara takes some time to watch the family photos again. Jim Gordon then enters and apologizes to her. He didn't mean to interrupt. But Barbara tells him that she's just dealing with the fact that he has cancer, and in a month or a week or maybe even a day, she'll be alone, and these pictures are all that she has left of him. He then takes a knee and he apologizes. He wishes that he could stay longer, and Barbara reassures him, "I'll never be alone. I know you'll be waiting for me. You'll always be there." They then embrace to a photo of Jim and his wife. Some time passes and Dinah the Black Canary gives birth to her child, while Hal and Sinestro head off on a secret mission in Superman's name. Harley Quinn even becomes more of a good guy by dropping her trademark makeup at times and helping Black Canary. But the battle that we are all waiting for begins to ramp up as Guy Gardner finally returns to Earth with the Lantern Corps in tow. And I do mean the Lantern Corps, because they have the entire Corps, Mogo included, coming with them. They were gonna try and sneak in, but that's not gonna happen as they have an entire planet coming with them. Superman has a plan though, as he goes on national television to ask the entire world to come outdoors and fight against the Lantern Corps. He asks the entire world to become human shields. Black Canary leaves little Connor with Barbara, and then she warps to the Tower of Fate with Zatanna. It's time to see what Batman's condition is. He now has a robotic spine and some magic from Zatanna helping him walk again and speed up his recovery. He puts out an all-points bulletin asking everyone to get ready. This is their last chance to stop Superman. Everyone needs to get ready and say their goodbyes. To family, to friends, to partners, to their children, their wives, and their husbands. And their mustaches. Catwoman then helps him to his feet, and they get ready to say goodbye to Bruce. He's gonna stay here and heal. But once everyone leaves the tower, he grits his teeth. He isn't staying here. He's gonna make sure that Superman is stopped. So he goes to Oracle's base of operations to join her. Then, night begins to fall on Earth early as a planet blocks the sun. The Green Lanterns have arrived. Hal, John, and Superman all meet up with Guy Gardner while he makes one final plea. "Please, Superman, help us take down the Sinestro Corps, and then we'll take you for trial and we'll end this." But Superman doesn't budge. "No one dies if you leave." "Don't do this, Superman. Have some perspective. Look at your allies. That one is named Arkillo. He has Kill in his name." "For now, they are useful. The enemy of my enemy is sometimes a much worse enemy. We can stop this, Clark. You and me right now with words. Just words." "Guy, you were always an embarrassment to the Justice League. Now you're an embarrassment to your entire planet." So Guy throws a punch, and the fight begins with Superman catching it and breaking his arm. And then Superman grabs him. "I don't want you in this fight," and he throws him off into space. The Corps yells attack, and they get out of the way as Mogo blasts the entire group with willpower. On the planet, everyone can see the skies turn green, and they stand in shock. The war has begun. Superman survived, and he carried Sinestro and Hal out of the blast range, and they lost a quarter of the Sinestro Corps. On Earth, the signal went out, and they begin their ground assault by blowing up a bomb that Harley Quinn is strapped to her chest on the steps of the Hall of Justice, using it as a distraction so that Catwoman can knock Flash unconscious and capture him. Luckily, Harley Quinn had a strength pill because she survived, and then she grabbed her old costume while Catwoman knocked Robin out and took him captive also. Gordon walked into the Hall of Justice and he took Lex Luthor hostage. But that's when we learn who the inside man that was trying to help Batman's group is. It's Lex Luthor. He takes Gordon aside and he informs him that Cyborg is going to track their signal back to Barbara soon. And then, they'll capture all of them. But he knows how far Gordon's cancer has gone. And he can get Gordon up to the watchtower. So they walk over to the teleporter pad, and Lex asks him to make it look like he forced Lex to do this, as he teleports Gordon to the watchtower. Meanwhile, Guy Gardner puts his arm in a sling made out of willpower, and then he heads off to help the Resistance get moving. But Hal tries to prevent him from going by starting an argument between Guy and Hal. That's interrupted by Sinestro. Guy takes a blast of fear to the face, and then he gets back up to try and convince Hal that this is insane. You were the best of us, Hal. You're not supposed to be Superman's puppet. And Sinestro jumps in. Shut him up. End him. So the Yellow Corps bombards Guy Gardner. But once the smoke clears, he's still standing thanks to the willpower shield granted to him by Ganthet. I never stopped believing in you, Hal. But the Guardians, they gave up. And Ganthet blasts Hal Jordan. Guy Gardner grabs Carol Ferris and begins to get her out of the area as the Yellow Corps and Ganthet go crazy on each other. But Hal stops him. Guy, give her to me! Carol tries to jump in. It's okay, Hal. Guy was saving me. But Hal doesn't listen and he yells, give her to me! And he clubs Guy Gardner with a willpower mace. That's all it took. Ganthet turned around and told Hal, you broke your oath. And he took the green ring. Out in the middle of the sky, Hal loses his Green Lantern powers and he and Carol both begin to fall to the earth. But, seeing a chance, Sinestro flies up and he hands him a yellow ring. Hal takes the ring so that he can rescue Carol. And with that, Hal Jordan has entered the Sinestro Corps. Meanwhile, Batman can see that the battle is stretching out thinner and thinner from his seat in Oracle's headquarters. He can see that Superman and the Yellow Corps are just trying to stretch out the Green Lanterns and bring them to populated areas, knowing that they won't fight back. He wants her to warn everyone to come together, but that's when she pauses. She realizes that she's been traced. Up in the watchtower, Cyborg hears the teleporter confirm Lex Luthor, and he gets up. Lex, I found them, we need to go. But there stands Gordon with a gun trained on Cyborg. No, you won't. Cyborg puts his hand up. We're in a space station. You won't fire a bullet at me. And Gordon responds by shooting a shot at Cyborg's head, bouncing it off of his cyborg side. The next shot goes through the soft side of your head. Now turn off the trace. Cyborg scans Gordon and he realizes Gordon's dying. Gordon begins to feel the strain from the cancer and Cyborg takes this chance to blast Gordon in the chest. But he took another strength pill, allowing him to eat the blast and grab Cyborg. You won't touch her, he shouts as he clobbers Cyborg, and he tears off the Cyborg parts on his face. Lex arrives on the scene and he helps Gordon up. You knew taking those pills would make your cancer worse, didn't you? Yes. Can you take Cyborg down for collection while I have a moment alone with my daughter? So Lex leaves. Gordon dials up his daughter. He wants her to know how beautiful the Earth is from up here. You can't see any hatred or violence, just the calm. Superman can't be allowed to hold this world, Barb. We'll take care of him, Batman says, jumping in. It's good to hear your voice, Batman. It's Bruce. No, it isn't. It was never Bruce. I'm sorry, Barbara. And Barbara jumps in. Dad, please don't. Batman, I guess I get to despair on you for once. Back with Hal Jordan, Sinestro, and Ganthet. Ganthet took a look at Hal. He has fallen. And then looking at both Hal and Sinestro. You were both terrible mistakes. Ganthet turns to Guy. It's time to leave, Guy. There is someone more important than these two. And Sinestro screams at Ganthet, there is no one more important than I! So Ganthet turns to Sinestro and his core, and he disintegrates them in a single blast, leaving only Sinestro the survivor. You are a speck in history, Sinestro. I have no more time for you. And he leaves her space. He gets into space and he goes straight for Superman, blasting him with the power of willpower. Superman falls down to the earth, and just as he enters normal space, the Batjet comes by, hitting him with missiles. Looking at it, he thinks that Bruce is piloting it, and he blasts it with his heat vision, destroying it. But Batman wasn't flying it. It was Batwoman, and he's now killed her. So Black Canary swoops in using a glider, and she grabs Superman, and she sonic screams it right in his ears, shoving him down to the earth with a thoom! She then lands right in front of him, and he speeds over, grabbing her by the chest. So she shoots him with a gun, containing a kryptonite bullet. Then with a solid kick, she knocks him down, and she tells Superman, after everything you've done, Bruce still cares about you, and he asks for mercy. Back up in space, Ganthet uses a massive blast to kill every single Sinestro Corps member up there with him, and then he throws Shazam down to the ground. Without Superman, the Sinestro Corps and his soldiers are failing, and Batman's troops have managed to capture Cyborg, Flash, and Robin. With a win on the horizon, Guy gets ready to come down and carry Superman away. But with so many Sinestro Corps members dead, there's a lot of rings floating around, and one manages to find a new host. Kal-El of Krypton, you have the ability to instill great fear. Using his new ring, he pulls the bullet out of his chest and he fires a blast of heat vision right through Black Canary's stomach. Then, as he leaves her for dead, bleeding out, she reveals the true plan. She had contact lenses on that broadcasted everything that she saw to the world. Everyone saw the true Superman. Superman is furious, and he flies straight at Ganthet. Are you happy to see so many die? Look at all of this! While this is going on, Sinestro puts a blade through John Stewart's chest, ending him. And then he brings the body of John to Hal. Hal, we need to get your friend to medical attention. But just as his green ring leaves his hands, Hal Jordan becomes furious and turns to Sinestro. Who did this? Sinestro looks Hal dead in the eyes. It was Guy Gardner. Hal goes right for Guy. You did this! You brought them here! This is all your fault! And Guy takes a beating. Hal, I didn't want this! I won't fight you! So Hal rips off Guy's arm where he had his ring, and then Guy turns back to normal and falls to Earth, murdered by his friend. So Superman and Ganthet begin to stare each other down, and Batman realizes they've lost this fight. Superman is wearing a ring fueled by fear, and their broadcast just overpowered that ring. The entire world now fears Superman. Ganthet holds his hands up to end Superman, and then Superman takes all of that willpower to the face. He's unstoppable. He then grabs Ganthet by the throat, and he rockets into space with him, aiming for Mogo. Mogo fires a full beam through Superman and Ganthet, but it does nothing as Superman slams Ganthet into Mogo's surface, and then he pushes Mogo back with Ganthet pinned down. He's pushing them so hard that he shoves both Ganthet and Mogo into the sun. We don't need you, Guardian. And that ends it. The Green Lantern Corps has been annihilated. In the aftermath, everyone alive in Batman's forces went back into hiding. And Jim Gordon was never seen again, and Superman kept his yellow ring. Hal and Sinestro are now kind of friends, if you want to call them that. And Black Canary? She was left bleeding out in the crater that she made with Superman. Dr. Fate appeared before her and he took his helmet off. Fate. She woke up in another place, another universe, another Earth, with her child Connor there. Dr. Fate brought her to a world with an Oliver Queen, one that lived a quiet and quaint life, one that lost his Dinah 5 years ago. Dr. Fate tells her that she was gonna die, so he brought her here to try again. He can't promise that they'll be happy together, but he can at least give them each other. He then denies her request to go back and stop Superman, and he leaves, saying goodbye to Connor. Ollie looks at the child. Connor? Yes. I always liked that name. I know. And Ollie looks at her, and then he smiles. Hello, pretty bird.
Batman had an idea, so he sought out Dr. Occult. Dr. Occult is an individual deep in the mystical side of the DC universe and is actually two individuals sharing a body, Rose and Dr. Occult himself. Batman sought out Rose because she is Dr. Occult, and his plan is simple. Superman is vulnerable to magic, so why not use that against him? But in order for it to work, he'll need to remove two problems, Raven and Wonder Woman. Batman approached Rose and told her that he needs both Rose and Dr. Occult, and she turns around, instantly turning into Dr. Occult. Anything you say to me, you say to both of us, literally, Batman. We're at your service. I give you my word. So he sets off on his mission, going to Georgetown first, meeting with Baron Winters. While meeting with the Baron, another individual is standing in the back of the room, John Constantine. He overhears what Dr. Occult is planning, and once Baron Winters tries to convince the doctor not to go through with it, Constantine turns around. Let him do what he wants. He's a big boy and a big girl. I'd have half a mind to throw in with him and take down Old Blue. If only he'd ask nicely. But Dr. Occult informs Constantine, I would never ask for your help. You'd most likely leave me in a trance with my pockets picked. Constantine defends himself though. That was only once, mate. You'd think that I'd be fool enough to try that again? And so, Dr. Occult continued his journey. His trip brought him to Cairo to get the Blade of Durga, New Athens to get the living sphere from the Enchantress, to the Twilight Realm to trade the sphere to the Court of the Fairy, and eventually to Metropolis, where he began to draw ruins on the wall. He walks into the sanctum of Raven herself, surrounded by hellfire, and sensing that something is off, she begins to throw the hellfire at Dr. Occult. He begins to pull out a gem that hits her hard, but the hellfires burn Dr. Occult alive, separating him from Rose, throwing her to the ground.
But Constantine has been following behind this whole time, and as Raven prepares to finish off Rose, he grabs the gem and he hits her with it. With Raven unconscious, Rose looks over at the body of Dr. Occult and sees him dead, turned to bone. Constantine pulls out a cigarette. Rose, we both know you won't live long without him, so you can do one thing. You can finish the job. Go to Themyscira and finish off Wonder Woman. You need to fight like a proper mage, and keep your word. Rose agrees, and she begins to create a teleportation spell while Constantine gets back to his feet. I'll wrap up Raven and try to pull the doctor out from the other side. But if I save him, you owe me. If I survive, Constantine, Rose says, leaving. And then he flicks his cigarette to the ground. He then wraps up Raven in the center of a circle with another symbol on her, binding her in place. And in the home of Wonder Woman, Rose sneaks in, and as Wonder Woman wakes up, she throws dust into Wonder Woman's face, putting her to sleep. Then, as Rose begins to die finally, she knows that she needs to vanish. There needs to be no trace in Themyscira that she was there. Otherwise, they'll figure out what she did to Wonder Woman and they'll break the spell. So she warps herself to a random island out in the middle of nowhere, and using her last spell, she calls up Batman. Batman, the job is done. Raven is neutralized. Wonder Woman sleeps helplessly. And we won't survive. Don't trust. And then she dies. Batman just calls back. Doctor, who don't I trust? Who don't I trust? As she falls face first into the sand, Constantine appears behind her, rifles through her pockets, taking all of her trinkets, and then he stands up, lighting a cigarette. Your trinkets should be more than enough to hide me, and keep me from getting involved in this fight. Don't get me wrong, I think you were doing the right thing. The Kryptonian made a mess of this world, but I'm a family man now. Rest in peace, Doctor. We're both out of this war now. And that brings us to today, the end of the Green Lantern battle, with John Constantine looking at a Green Lantern sitting on what was once a house. A house that contained someone really close to him, Rose Constantine. You see, John's daughter was hidden from everyone to avoid the problems that came with his line of work. That is until Superman and Batman's battle brought it to her. And so begins the next chapter of this war. Dr. Fate can feel the very fabric of reality tearing as there's a loud knocking at the door to the Tower of Fate, Batman's team's hideout. Zatanna and Dr. Fate get ready, with their powers charging to face whatever was able to find the Tower of Fate. And when Zatanna opened the door, she found John Constantine there with his daughter. Hello, Z. Being the masters of magic that the three of them are, John explains that he was feeling something magically watching him in Liverpool, and Dr. Fate confirms that there is something going on, and he can feel that it has aligned itself with Superman, but none of them know who or what this is. So John asks Z to send him to the world's greatest detective, Detective Chimp. This is John Constantine though, and he has his own plans to put into action, so after recruiting Detective Chimp, he decides to make a stop in hell, to Trigon's domain, to ask him, do you still have that piece of my soul? Yes, little magician. I obtained the piece that you sold in hell. Well, I'm here to let you know, your daughter Raven was removed from battle by something big and nasty working for Superman. What is it? I don't know yet, but when I find out, will you be ready to act? I do not trust you, little magician. Why share this with me? Well, since you own a piece of my soul and plan to torture me for all eternity, maybe I can get some time off for good behavior. Trigon puts him down and closes the door to hell. Find my daughter, and do not bother me until you do. Meanwhile, over at the Hall of Justice, Superman, Hal Jordan, and Sinestro are trying to figure out what happened to the Flash, Robin, Cyborg, and Raven. They've all been taken by Batman's team and no one can seem to find them, which automatically leads Superman to believe that there is something new in play. Magic. Meanwhile, Batman is meeting with John so that John can introduce him to Detective Chimp and show both of them where he's keeping Raven, because if his plan goes south, he wants someone to know where she's bound, otherwise she'll be there for all of eternity. And he explains to Batman and Chimp that he is getting involved because he wants revenge. Superman took Rose's mother away, and while he can't bring her back in any form that you would want watching a child, he can do the revenge thing, because he's good at that. Back at the Hall of Justice, Sinestro brings in the last man to see the location of Batman's prisoners, and Superman threatens Officer Sprague's family if he doesn't help. While over at the home of Jason Blood, otherwise known as Etrigan, Batman's team and all of the magic users that will work with Constantine are preparing their plans. Almost everyone is on board with this new magical turn, except for Harvey Bullock. This is getting a bit too crazy for him, so he turns away from the group and he prepares to leave. As he opens the door, Detective Chimp comes over to tell him, "You can't think like that. Things will get crazy, but you should honor Commissioner Gordon after his sacrifice. He would have stayed. But with the door open, there isn't any magical protection on the home, and Clarion can feel it. Something's coming. Jason Blood shouts for them to shut the door, and he runs to it with Harvey pushing it as hard as he can. But it's too late, as it's blown off the hinges and turns Jason Blood into Harvey into mush, and it throws Detective Chimp to the ground. Spectre has arrived, and he isn't here to play nice. Clarion and Zatanna try to get the protection magic back up and running, while Harley Quinn is upset because Detective Chimp's little hat fell off. Batman looks to Batwoman and Huntress. Look for an exit. We need to get out of here now. And Constantine snaps at him. That's the spirit of vengeance out there. Do you really think he'll be fooled by hiding in another room? You think he can protect us from the Spectre? You could barely walk after your injury. You're bloody useless. So Batman punches Constantine in the nose, and he turns to Zatanna. As soon as you feel the attack stop, I want you to teleport everyone out of here. I'm going out there to talk to him. He is the spirit of vengeance, and he punishes criminals. We have something in common. Batman walks out the front door, and he calls out, Spectre! Back inside, Constantine snaps to, and he asks Clarion what's going on. Batman is talking to the Spectre. Jesus, the size of the coconuts on Batman. Zatanna turns to everyone and teleports them out of the house and back to the Tower of Fate, which doesn't fool the Spectre for even 1 second as he grabs Batman. Deceiver! Zatanna then reappears, grabs Batman, and warps away. He walks over to Constantine. You did that on purpose. Because you've been off your game, and if we're gonna have a chance to take down Superman, I'm gonna need Batman. Over on the other side of the tower, Harley is demanding that the Doctor come in right now. They need his help! But Dr. Fate has to explain, he isn't that kind of doctor. She demands to know what kind of doctor he is. It's complicated. Then lead me to my operating room, Mr. Fate. Meanwhile, back at the Hall of Justice, Sinestro is torturing Officer Sprague, and since he hasn't given up any information, Superman enters to tell him to stop the torture. It doesn't take much for Sinestro to convince Superman to let him continue though, as Superman walks out of the room as Officer Sprague continues to scream. Superman then enters the main hall, while Spectre appears to let him know there are new powers at work against him. Over in the tower, Constantine takes Batman with him to the one person that can tell them if their plans will work. At first, Madame Xanadu doesn't want to help Constantine. Everyone close to Constantine dies, and Constantine even gives Batman a chance to leave now. Walk away before someone gets hurt. But they've gone too far. So after she copes with the death of Jason Blood, she reveals the future to Constantine and Batman. The green will grow, hellfire will burn, a dead man will fall and a dead man will rise. The Empress awakens and the Emperor sleeps. Souls will be lost and traitors triumph. The Advisor vanishes and the Joker returns. Batman looks shocked. The Joker returns? That's impossible. And on that note, Constantine puts his plan into motion. Things begin with Clarion's cat knocking over one of the candles that binds Raven, freeing her astral spirit. The first thing she does is take off to tell Superman to come for her, warn him where she is now. But the cat knocking over the candle wasn't an accident. It was all a part of the plan. Superman takes off at top speeds, leaving behind Spectre and everyone, and he makes his way to a magical house, one so powerful that no matter how hard he hits the door, he can't get in. It literally hurts his hand. So plan B, he uses the yellow ring to make a construct and tears the building in half. And inside, he finds Raven lying there bound. He gives it a clap and the gust of wind destroys the circle holding her. Raven then gets up thanking him. But while Superman isn't paying attention, Raven becomes a series of rags that wrap around him. The being that is obviously not Raven tells Superman that he can feel his murdering soul. And Constantine steps out. I know, pretty dramatic, isn't it? This is obviously not Raven. It's Ragman, known as Rory to his friends. You don't get to call him Rory. The suit of rags absorbs corrupted souls and it traps them inside the cloak until they're atoned for their sins. But you literally murdered a planet. I guess you'll be trapped in there until the stars burn out. Superman then burns through the bindings with his heat vision and he shouts out, Spectre! Yeah, he's probably looking for you right now, but this place is pretty well hidden. You could only find it because we wanted you to. Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, the Spectre arrives to tell everyone that he's gone. Superman is missing and he can't sense him. So Lex Luthor gets on the computer and he tries to find the exact location of Superman's earpiece. At that moment, Constantine gets a little too cocky and he lets Superman continue to struggle. Superman reaches up and he hits his communicator yelling, Shazam! As he is a being of magical power, Shazam can hear his name being called and at the speeds of lightning, he appears next to Superman. Ragman, get him! Constantine yells out. I can't. Shazam is an innocent. So Shazam grabs Ragman and he holds him up and shouts, Shazam! And a bolt of magical lightning comes through the roof, burning Ragman and causing a massive explosion that reveals their location to the rest of the regime. Constantine looks in horror as Spectre appears and grabs Ragman. He then begins to tear the cloak apart, freeing the souls to be judged by him, not this Ragman. He then takes off Ragman's mask to tell him it is time for his vengeance. Rory calls down to Constantine asking him for help, but Constantine turns his back to Rory, telling him, "Sorry, mate." As Spectre kills Rory to the shock of Shazam, Superman gets up. "Now you die, you little shit." He grabs Constantine and he demands to know where Raven is, but Shazam asks him, "Stop, Superman, please." So Superman puts down Constantine and thanks Shazam for coming to his rescue. He knew he would be here. Shazam takes Constantine and the whole group begins to head back to the Hall of Justice, where Sinestro is offering to get information out of Constantine. But things take an eerie turn mid-flight, as Deadman is waiting for them to pass through. And when Shazam comes near him, he possesses Shazam, and then he drops Constantine. John falls farther and farther until a top hat catches him, and Zatanna is waiting for him. Superman then turns around to ask what's going on, as Shazam holds his head, confused as to why he did that. Inside, Deadman and the young boy that becomes Shazam are both inside of Shazam, and they're kind of arguing as to what is going on. Billy wants to know what this is, and Deadman says that this is odd. He's never shared the inside of a person before. But not to worry, he'll return Billy's body after he speaks to Spectre. Deadman would like to know why the Spectre is siding with anyone in this war. Billy stares him down. "I don't need all of my body." And in the real world, he calls out, "Shazam!" turning himself back into Billy Batson. Spectre catches the boy and he looks at him, and he can see that there are 3 minds inside of him. The Spectre reaches inside and he yanks Deadman out of Billy. So Deadman takes his chance. "I won't be speaking to you today, Spectre. I want to speak to the man inside, Jim Corrigan." The two of them stare at each other and Deadman asks, "Is he even in there?" The Spectre then gives an evil grin, and Deadman looks scared. "You're not Jim Corrigan, are you? Who are you?" The Spectre then sends Deadman on, because as he tells Superman, the only thing here is a spirit that forgot to fade on. He'll help him. He uses his sword of vengeance to cut Deadman in half, and his essence begins to leak out of him, so he begins to drift away. Meanwhile, at the Tower of Fate, Constantine is trying to decide what to do next, and Batman storms in telling him that he should have told him about this plan. So Constantine takes Batman with him for the next piece of it, to the first part of the prophecy: the green will grow. They then walk to the heart of the green, Swamp Thing's swamp. Back with Deadman, he drifts to the Himalayas, to Nana Parbat, to ask the goddess to fix him. Don't let him fade away. He has so much more to accomplish. And she tells him that she can't do that. It is time for the Deadman to move on, and for another one to replace him. So he asks her, "Can I pick my own successor then?" And she tells him she knows his choice. It's a wise one, and one that will return order. Back in the swamp, John asks his old friend Swamp Thing to aid them, but Swamp Thing tells him that he has already sided with Superman. Superman's cause will save the green, and that is his only concern. And John looks at him. "I don't want you as an enemy." "Nor I you, John." As John and Batman leave the swamp, John says to Batman, "We're going to have to kill Swamp Thing." Meanwhile, back in Nana Parbat, Deadman smiles as his replacement arrives. The man reaches down and he holds Deadman's hand as Deadman begins to fade off. "Thank you for choosing me. It's gonna be good to help again." And Deadman tells him, "You were the only choice, Dick Grayson. Find Jim Corrigan, Grayson. He is at the heart of this, and tell Batman, tell your dad, goodbye for me." With that, Deadman transfers his power to Dick Grayson, making him the new Deadman. Over in the Tower of Fate, Constantine gathers the group to explain the situation and the prophecy. The green will grow, the hellfire will burn. That Swamp Thing and the hellfire could be a number of things. A dead man will fall, and a dead man will rise. That's already happened as well. The Empress awakens, and the Emperor sleeps. And Catwoman chimes in. Who's the Empress? And that's when Detective Chimp walks back over. "That's Wonder Woman. My sources say that she's been asleep since this began. Did we do this?" Constantine rolls his eyes. "Yes. And she shouldn't be able to wake up, but those Amazons have some crazy gods on their side." Meanwhile, the Phantom Stranger takes Spectre into space to walk the rings of Saturn and figure out what's going on. It's not like the Spectre to side with anyone in a battle such as this. The Spectre explains that he's just keeping the balance. Superman has made things more balanced than it ever has been before, and the Stranger tells him that Superman is not the one that he serves. So Spectre grabs the Phantom Stranger and begins shoving him through the rings and into the planet. While the Spectre is occupied removing the Phantom Stranger as a threat, Superman realizes that his protection from magic is gone, and suddenly he hears a booming voice. "The smell of brimstone, the odor of death, the stench of hellfire, on Etrigan's breath!" Etrigan appears and he begins burning everyone with hellfire. Superman tries to put his hand over Etrigan's mouth, but it just burns him, and Etrigan cracks him over the head. Meanwhile, back in space, the Spectre can sense that Superman is in trouble, and he tries to leave, but the Phantom Stranger grabs him. "You think me powerless, Spectre? I am eternal." So the Spectre turns to him and stabs him through the stomach. "Nothing is. Rest, stranger. You have earned it." Back over at the Hall of Justice, Superman knocks Etrigan out the wall and into space. Why attack me, Etrigan? What do you want? It's nothing personal. A deal was done. Superman grabs Etrigan by the chest. What deal was done? What have you agreed to? Nothing crazy. Just to keep you close. Gone, oh Etrigan, rise instead the form of. And then he changes into Batman. Surprised, Superman asks, Bruce? He throws magical powder into Superman's face, and Superman begins to feel woozy and tired, and he turns back to Bruce. You made a deal with the demon? You refuse to stand beside me and fix the world, but you'll stand against me with hell? He then hits the ground, asleep, and Batman walks away. Dream of the man you should have been, and never wake to this nightmare again. While Batman and Constantine think that they've won, this isn't the end of their journey. Because Wonder Woman has also been placed in the same magical sleep ever since the day Green Arrow died, and she has just awoken, to her mother and Ares, the god of war, standing by her side. They explain that she has been in a magical sleep for months, and that it took a deal with Hera to wake her up. The first thing Diana wants to know is where is Superman, and Ares tells her, much has happened since you fell asleep. Over in the Tower of Fate, Batman's base of operations, he turns to his prisoners, Flash, Raven, Cyborg, and Robin, to tell them, Superman is down, and you can still undo the damage that you have done. We can be a team again. And Robin's response sums it up best for everyone. Screw you. Over in the Hall of Justice, Diana returns demanding to know what happened. Why is Hal Jordan a Yellow Lantern? And then she walks into the hall where they are keeping Superman with Ares. But that's when she notices that Superman is wearing a Yellow Lantern ring, and she turns to Sinestro demanding to know what he did. She jumps on him and she begins to strangle him. Sinestro takes to the sky, telling the Amazon that she will not touch him again. But Wonder Woman doesn't care. She smashes through his constructs and throws him out of the building. She then jumps on him and punches him over and over, scaring everyone because she's never been this angry. Until Superman stops her by catching her punch. Ares awoke him. What are you doing, Clark? Diana demands. And he explains that Sinestro is with him. And she tells him, nothing justifies him wearing a ring fueled by fear. Now give it to her. So, he does. And she crushes it before they take off to the skies to talk about what's been going on, what she's missed. He explains the Lantern War, Batman's actions, and the dream that was paradise. In the dream, he had Lois, he had the farm, he had a daughter. He had a daughter! He saw what could have been, and then it was taken from him again. Now, he is that much angrier knowing what he's missed. And Diana tells him, that this is their reality, and he needs to get over it. At that moment, Spectre fills Superman in on the location of Batman's prisoners. They are all located in the Tower of Fate. He can't go there himself, but he can get Superman there. Which leads to the walls of the Tower of Fate exploding as Superman's regime enters it. While this is going on, Dick Grayson as the new Deadman enters the Gotham prison to find Jim Corrigan, the true host of Spectre, to see if he can figure out why the Spectre is acting so weird. But what he finds scares him, as Jim is laughing maniacally, not hosting the Spectre. Back in the Tower of Fate, Superman punches Batman into the back wall. So Batman tells his team to pop the green pills that they stole from Superman's regime that will grant them super strength, and Dr. Fate flips the tower, mixing everything up. They all begin fighting it out with Batman versus Superman, Catwoman losing to Sinestro, and Diana defeating Batwoman. And then Harley Quinn blows up Shazam! Constantine has a plan though as he tells Clarion to get ready. But before Clarion can do anything, Sinestro blasts him from behind, killing him. So Constantine pulls his ace out of the hole, and he goes for one final summon. He calls on Trigon! You will burn for what you did, Kryptonian! Trigon shouts as he grabs Superman. We need to leave, Batman! You summon Trigon? No one summons Trigon. Then why is he here? Why is he attacking Superman? He's here because I sent out a magical beacon with his daughter's location. That and I had Etrigan spreading rumors in hell that Superman kidnapped Raven. He then tries to pull on Batman, pulling him out of the room. Meanwhile, Harley looks on Trigon. Oh my god, it's the guy from Legend! I love that movie! Are there gonna be unicorns too? Hal calls the Shazam to go find Raven now, and then Harley turns to see Shazam leaving. Shazzy, where are you going? You're gonna miss the unicorns! Dang it, kind of fallen in love with you a little bit. But while she's debating what she should do about Shazzy, Trigon guts the God of War. So Batman's whole team begins to leave with Harley saying goodbye to any potential unicorns, while Trigon smashes all of the heroes. But just as Bruce is leaving through the portal, Dick Grayson appears to him. Grayson explains that he now has the power of Deadman, and that he found Jim Corrigan in a straitjacket laughing, and that he was put there magically by whoever is in the Spectre. So Batman asks, then who is in the Spectre? Meanwhile, back in the Tower of Fate, the true identity of the Spectre finally reveals itself to save Superman from Trigon. It's Mr. Mxyzptlk, and he's been following Superman since the start, keeping him safe, because only he is allowed to mess with Superman, and no one else can kill and remove him from the multiverse. Simply put, as he explains it to the heroes, if Superman is killed, then this will be a very boring multiverse for him. And with that, their epic brawl with neither truly winning but their powers being so fast that no one else can get involved begins. But as their battle hits new levels of insanity, Wonder Woman throws out the idea that maybe they should get the heck out of the Tower of Fate because there are literally two guys tearing reality apart in here. So, Mr. Mxyzptlk says, that's a great idea, and he teleports everyone to the front of the House of Mystery, where Batman and crew are hiding. He then teleports Batman and Constantine outside with Superman, and he tells Constantine, "You have some explaining to do before going back and fighting Trigon once more." Realizing the superpowered heroes have been badly beaten, Batman's crew comes running out of the house getting ready to continue their fight. But just as they appear to be winning, as they are finally beating down Superman and friends, Swamp Thing gets involved. He grabs everyone up in plant and he tells Constantine that he doesn't want to hurt John, and he knows that John was already planning to kill him. So John teleports out of the hold the Swamp Thing has on him and into the House of Mystery. But in the House of Mystery, Dr. Fate tells Grayson just how bad this is. The green is not something you can win against. But let's say they actually do. Well, then they have Trigon eventually winning his fight, and he'll turn his 4 eyes onto the group to kill them. They can't win like this. And just then, John teleports into the house to inform them that this is horrible that Swamp Thing is involved. This is not what they wanted to fight. Grayson and Dr. Fate look at him. We already know how bad this is. Well, fine, give me some time, John tells them. And Grayson gets an idea. Meanwhile, back outside, the fight continues with Diana dropping Catwoman, Harley Quinn blowing kisses to Shazam before he shoves her into the ground, and Batwoman defeating Sinestro. Renee Montoya and Hal are fighting on the other side, and she's actually beating him until he gets tired of it and smashes her with a construct. Superman and Batman are still fighting it out though, and Superman tells him that he will never be as strong as him, no matter how many strength pills he takes. And Batman tells him that he isn't going to be like him. He has humanity. At that moment, Shazam knocks Batman out of the fight. Things would be lost if not for Grayson's plan. He went to possess Poison Ivy and he has her flying the Batplane to the fight right now. As he gets closer with Shazam standing over Batman, no one is sure what's gonna happen next. So Grayson leaps out of the Batplane and into Shazam, where he instantly calls down Shazam, turning him back into Billy Batson. Poison Ivy then leaps out of the plane and into the fight, confused as to why she's even here, but she does see that the forest is burning around her due to Trigon's hellfire. That's when Swamp Thing sees her, and the battle begins with green versus green. While this is happening, Batwoman and Helena jump in to fight against Superman, seeing that he's now weakened, but Wonder Woman jumps in their way and begins fighting against them on behalf of Superman. Back with Billy Batson and Bruce, Grayson, while possessing Billy's body, tells Bruce to forgive. Grayson tells him to let Grayson's death go. That Bruce was the greatest father that he ever knew, and his life would have been ruined if Bruce didn't adopt him. And now, his other son needs his help. Damian, don't turn your back on your son, Bruce. They then hug with Batman thanking him, and Grayson leaves Billy's body, and Bruce knocks him out. Meanwhile, Batwoman and Helena are putting up a good fight against Wonder Woman. They're at least keeping her at bay, until Wonder Woman throws her lasso out and wraps it around Helena's neck, breaking it. Both Diana and Batwoman stop, and then Batwoman jumps on her shouting, "Murderer!" But all of this is the least of their problems, because Trigon is done playing games, and he is bringing this whole place down to hell! All of reality begins to tear apart, and everyone can feel it. This fight is literally hitting its breaking point. It stops everyone in their tracks. Swamp Thing and Poison Ivy stop fighting, and they begin working together to fix the green, and Diana and Batwoman stop their brawl, and even Batman and Superman need to stop what they're doing. Inside the House of Mystery, John realizes everything is done. They've lost, and the heroes that are outside of the House of Mysteries will die when it gets pulled down to hell. So Flash tells him, "Let me go. I have enough speed force in me that I can still go out there and get everyone." John takes a drag off his cigarette and releases Flash. He saves everyone that he can, and almost everyone gets inside of the house until it comes to Swamp Thing. By the time he gets to Swamp Thing, it's too late, and Swamp Thing is pulled down into hell with everything. Flash was smart though. There are 2 magical houses out here, and he split them up, Batman's team and Superman's team. This is only a temporary fix though. Trigon and Mr. Mxyzptlk are going to destroy everything and bring it all to hell! Grayson suggests that he can try to possess either one of them, but John tells him that that won't work. Both are outside of his pay grade, and Batman figures it all out. He turns to John. "You planned this all along. You knew this was going to happen. You're hiding something." And John disappoints him. "No, sorry. There was no accounting for Mxyzptlk coming in here causing a titanic celestial overload. They'll go supernova magically speaking unless we can convince them to pack their toys and go elsewhere. Then that's what we'll do. We'll teleport them into the void, where they can never get back to us, Dr. Fate chimes in. Shazam's lightning can transport Billy to another dimension, and I have a mastery over lightning. I can control it. We're out of time, John says, as the windows explode with the power of the Titans. So Grayson decides that he'll do it, and he takes off out of the house. Meanwhile, in the House of Secrets, Diana can't think of any other answers, and she decides that she will bring Raven to her father. But just at that moment, Grayson gets into the house and he tells her to stop. Dr. Fate has a plan and it requires Billy Batson. As Grayson begins walking Billy outside, and Dr. Fate flies out of his house, Damian sees the ghost of Dick. Dick, it's okay, Damian. Billy walks outside and stands beneath two of the most powerful beings in the entire multiverse, terrified. But Dr. Fate stands out there with him in the middle of this mess of magic. At that moment, Raven finally wakes up and sees her father out there, and she flies out into the magical storm. So, standing beneath everything with all of reality tearing itself apart in front of them, Dr. Fate stands with Billy, and he shouts, Shazam! The lightning comes down to Billy, and Dr. Fate redirects it onto Trigon and Mr. Mxyzptlk, and he transports them both away, ending this entire mess. The magical explosion was so great that it knocked everyone onto their butts, and Zatanna had to show up and teleport Batman's team to the hidden base in Alaska that he built a long time ago. And then he turns to Batwoman. Where's Constantine? Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice, Superman apologizes to his team, admitting that he has made some questionable actions. If he hadn't been focused on Batman, he might have seen Trigon and Mxyzptlk coming. He then thanks them and goes into space to overlook Earth while Wonder Woman joins him and admits she was wrong. Sometimes, it's okay to dream. And Constantine? He's with his daughter Rose Constantine, the one that started all of this when Batman walks in. John! It's about time, Bats. I wish I could say it's been a pleasure. You've been playing all of us from the start, haven't you? Your whole endgame was this, to get rid of Trigon. Took you longer than the chimp to sort that one out, mate. The chimp wanted to talk about that weeks ago. This has always been about Rose. I would do anything to keep her safe ever since Superman's bloody war dropped an alien on Rose's mum. You said you wanted revenge against Superman for that. You both deserve a shot in the bullocks. Him for being a tyrannical wanker, and you for being so simple-minded. Now, it's time for me and Rose to leave. Consider this a magical relocation program. No one will ever put my daughter in jeopardy again. I trusted you, John. Your mistake, mate. I'm not a hero. I'm just a father with a kid to raise. And as Batman watched John vanish off of this plane of existence, he looked down to see a drawing that Rose had made of a potential happy family. Mom, Dad, and her. Olympus, a kingdom that few believe even exists, and even fewer have actually seen. Most accept the world that they are a part of, not even considering alternate timelines, magical dimensions, and places that exist outside of known reality. But Olympus is not merely folklore, nor is it myth meant to account for what could not be explained by primitive man. Olympus is real, and so are the gods that inhabit it. And the gods are discussing the situation on Earth, in which these beings referring to themselves as superheroes are taking over the planet. And Ares states that it's time to put mankind back in its place. While down on Earth in the Hall of Justice, Superman is sitting on his self-appointed throne, trying to figure out where Batman is. Ever since their battle that involved the magics of heaven and hell and the death of Huntress, he's been in hiding. And Superman tells Hal Jordan, the Yellow Lantern, that they need to do better at finding Batman. And Hal tells him not to speak to him like that. Just because he's in control of the Justice League does not make him better than the Justice League. They aren't his subjects, so don't talk to them like they are. Superman stands up and informs Hal that he doesn't have time for his delicate ego and to take his hurt feelings and go somewhere else. Hal begins to get his ring ready, and Superman begins to heat his eyes up when Wonder Woman walks in. She reminds Superman that they are his friends, and he shouldn't be trying to turn his friends into insurgents like Batman. Meanwhile, Batman is hiding in Alaska, in a lead-lined base trying to decide if he should accept the offer that he has been given. How far is too far for this war to go? Alfred walks over and gives him his dinner before asking him if he's thought about reaching out to Damian, and Bruce tells him that he has no idea where Damian is. So Alfred reminds him, the Joker is not your fault. Superman is not your fault. Dick Grayson's death is not your fault. None of this is your burden to carry alone. Batman takes the Batjet to a random mountaintop where Ares, the god of war, is standing, and he tells him, I'm in. Meanwhile, Renee Montoya is drinking herself into a stupor. This war between Superman and Batman has cost her Huntress, and she's about to get her revenge. So she decides that she's gonna get Superman's attention by attacking Cyborg and Robin. She drops Cyborg in a single hit, leaving just her and Robin. Damian throws a batarang at her and it breaks off her head, and she asks, "Are you done?" He runs in and tries to punch her, then kick her, then punch her right in the nose, and she doesn't even flinch. She then uppercuts him into the sky. As he bounces into the streets nearby, she walks up and grabs him by the head and yells into the nearby news chopper's cameras, "Superman, face me or Robin dies!" Superman is sitting with his parents asking if they are afraid of him when he can hear her shouting with his super hearing, and he asks them to turn the TV on. He then rockets off to face her. Meanwhile, Billy Batson is getting pulled out of school by a woman claiming to be his mother, Harley Quinn. She walks him out to her motorcycle, a Harley for Harley as she says, and asks him to turn into his better half. When he refuses, she knocks him out and takes him hostage. Back with Superman and Renee, Superman hits her from behind, forcing her to drop Robin. She gets back on her feet and we can see how she is so strong suddenly. She is popping every single one of the super strength wrenching pills that she can get her hands on. All at once, her muscles begin bulging and she begins screaming, "I'm gonna kill you, Superman!" She gets in a few hits, but then he hits her with everything that he has, throwing her through the nearby Washington Monument. So, she tears it out of the ground and hits Superman with it, sending him flying. Then she reels back in pain and hits the ground. Those pills give their users incredible amounts of strength, but they are a terrible strain on the human heart. And Renee just took a handful of them. Superman rockets back onto the scene, slamming her into the ground, demanding that she stop. He can see the strain on her heart, but it's too little, too late, as she falls to the ground, spewing the green liquid all over the place. Nearby, a Wayne helicopter lands and Bruce Wayne gets out, and he runs to catch Renee as she dies from her overdose. Superman looks at Bruce mourning over the loss of another friend, and he tells him, "Just go." Wonder Woman is in shock. "Clark, we've been searching all over for him for months, and he's right here." "No, this isn't Batman. This is Bruce Wayne, and he's here to take his friend home. This war has cost us too much. It's over. Say it, Bruce." With tears in his eyes, Bruce tells him, "It's over." He then takes Renee Montoya and he heads back to his hideout, where he dons the cowl and tells his friends, "This isn't over." While Bruce prepares for the next part of his mission, Barbara Gordon calls Lex Luthor their secret man on the inside for Batman's team. She tells him that she needs his help, and he tries an experimental procedure to repair her broken spine, because in this universe, Barbara Gordon is still crippled by the Joker, while Lex is working on his own experiment to save the day, a clone of Superman. Meanwhile, Billy Batson wakes up to Harley Quinn standing in front of him while he's tied to a chair. She welcomes him to her secret hideout, the Quiver. Yes, she knows that this looks like Green Arrow's old hideout, but he's not around anymore. But that's when she gets a call to return to Batman's hideout, and it's time to move. So she gasses Billy and leaves him tied to that chair. Batman prepares his team for the big move that is coming, and Barbara surprises everyone by walking in as Batgirl. When Batman tries to stop her, she tells him that it's her choice, not his, and she's going to help in this fight. Harley backs her up too. "True dat, son!" And with that, Batman's latest plan begins, as the Amazons march on the Hall of Justice, with Hermes demanding that by the decree of Zeus, Superman leave Earth, or suffer the wrath of the Amazon army. Wonder Woman is in shock. "What is this?" And she walks up to Artemis, demanding to know who ordered this attack. Well, as it turns out, the deal that was struck to wake Wonder Woman from her magical sleep was that Hera was owed a favor, and that favor was to have Wonder Woman's mother march the Amazons on Superman for daring to treat himself as a god. Her mother did refuse, but Hera just imprisoned her. Upon hearing this, Wonder Woman grabs Hermes. "My mother better not be hurt," and then she attempts to order the Amazons to stand down. But as she's told, she holds no dominion over them right now. This leaves Superman and his team wondering how this even got started, and that's when Batman arrives, landing the Batplane. Superman demands to know if Batman has forgotten the last time that they spoke. "No, you are wrong, Clark. It's not over," Batman simply says as he walks over. "And I had nothing to do with this. It was your mother, Diana. But we'll benefit from them being on the right side," he says with a smile. Hermes is growing tired of this, though. "What is your answer, Superman?" Superman looks at Wonder Woman. "Is there anything we can do?" "Yes. I demand that we settle this with judgment by combat. One champion from each side to the death." And Hermes accepts. Superman steps forward. "I will be my own champion. Now choose yours." And Harley Quinn jumps in. I volunteer as tribute!" Everyone turns to look at her weird. Harness Everqueen? Anyone? Luckily, everyone ignores her and Batman turns back to Superman. On behalf of the gods, we choose Wonder Woman. She jumps on Batman. How dare you! But Hermes throws her off. I will not allow this. This drives Superman to jump on Hermes, and the battle begins with Harley Quinn shouting, "It's on, District 12!" At that moment, a bolt of lightning hits the ground. Enough! And Zeus stands before everyone. I will not have this divine challenge ignored by my daughter or anyone else. Hal, Flash, and Cyborg all look at each other. Did you know her dad was? Nope. Wonder Woman takes this chance. How can this be? My mother would never have agreed to this. And Zeus explains that due to her awakening, she must fight in the side of Hera, and if she refuses, her mother will die. So, she apologizes to Clark, and they begin their battle! Wonder Woman comes in with a swing of her sword, and Superman blocks it with his forearm, shattering her sword. He then gets in a right hook, causing her to bleed. She then kicks him, so he punches her in the gut, and then across the jaw. And when she comes in for a punch, he headbutts her, busting her nose, inciting the rage of an Amazon! She elbows him in the knee, gouges out his eyes, and breaks his arm. He then looks up at her and bombards her with his heat vision. Wonder Woman holds her shield up and walks into it. You know this won't stop me, Clark. It'll hurt, but it won't stop me. She then cracks him over the face with her shield, and he lunges at her with the full strength of his abilities, punching her in the jaw. I will kill you if I have to! And they both step back, and Wonder Woman asks him to yield. She doesn't want to kill him, and he jumps back in. Want has nothing to do with it! They both jump back into it, Wonder Woman getting in multiple shots, and Hal Jordan looking on and realizing this isn't the Superman that he knew. Superman was fearful. He feared for humanity because he was linked to humanity through Lois, and now he isn't. The yellow ring can sense somebody's fear, and he can sense none in Superman. He is now beyond caring about himself or anyone else. Wonder Woman then pummels Clark into the ground and then holds him up by his symbol. It's over. She then winds up prepared to take his life, and she gets blasted by yellow energy! Sinestro has returned, and he isn't about to let Superman lose. Zeus shouts out, "Who dares?" And everyone turns to Sinestro. Why did you do that? Isn't it obvious? The traitor was about to kill Superman, and you were all standing there. Superman hits Sinestro with everything he has, throwing him across the planet. No more from you. Zeus then turns to the army. You know the task that is before you, Hermes. Understood, Allfather. Army of Zeus, attack! Everyone jumps in to continue this fight. The army of Zeus, Superman's regime, Batman's insurgency, but one fight takes precedence over all of this. Damian stands before Bruce. I've waited a long time for this one, Dad. And he tells him, and you won't mind waiting longer. And Batgirl knocks out Damian. Hermes runs at his full speed, laughing at the idea of another speedster, and he drops Flash while Artemis drops Hal Jordan. Then Superman shouts, enough, and he uses his super breath to push everyone down. But it's not really the end, is it? As the gods arrive, Superman, Apollo shouts, you have incurred the wrath of the gods, surrender or die. And he was surrounded by his fellow gods, Atlas, Eros, Hercules, and Athena. So Cyborg puts a call out to the rest of the Justice League. They're gonna need everyone. Raven hears the call but refuses to come as she's mourning the loss of her father Trigon. Billy is still unconscious in the quiver, with Ares the god of war looking over him. Lex sees the beacon go off but chooses to ignore it so he can continue his work on a Superman clone. So Superman stands there, silent, with no reinforcements. Hermes can see that Superman is defeated, so he gives him one day to abdicate his false throne and leave the Hall of Justice. He then orders Artemis to pull back and make camp. Batman can't believe it! They have Superman on the run! Why are they pulling back? We can't give them time to fortify their position. And Hercules corrects him. There is no we, mortal. There is only the will of my father. Tell your caped friends to stand down or I will. So Superman and his regime begin to walk back into the hall, picking up their injured. But Hermes tells Diana to stop and come with him, as she now stands with Zeus. She turns furious. I will not! And she jumps on Hermes, punching him. Diana, stop, Superman shouts, and Hal wonders if they should be joining her. But Hercules comes in and hits Wonder Woman over the head so hard that she bleeds. Damian then asks, we're jumping in now, right? And Superman replies with, leave the big one to me. So Cyborg amplifies the sun's rays to repair Superman's arms, and they begin battling the gods again. Hal Jordan tries to take on Hercules, but Hercules shatters his constructs and knocks him to the ground, where Harley takes a cheap shot and kicks him. Hercules then lifts her off the ground, telling her that this is his fight, and she can go. He then continues to approach Hal, so Hal hits him with a blast of fear. But Hercules ignores it, telling Hal, your fear-mongering days are over. And then he goes in for a punch that could crush a mere mortal. Luckily, Superman catches it, and Wonder Woman jumps in so they both begin battling with Hercules. Hercules is a demigod though, and he uppercuts Superman into space before grabbing Diana by the throat. Batman's team looks on in horror as they realize that this is a massacre. Is this really what they wanted? Meanwhile, in the quiver, Ares approaches Billy Batson and removes the tape over his mouth. It's time. Superman needs you. So Billy shouts, Shazam! And the superhero with the power of the gods prepares to enter the battlefield. Shazam is coming in hot, ready to fight this. He was tied up in Harley Quinn's base, but now Ares has released him to come to Superman's aid. Superman is about to lose his fight against the old gods, but Shazam has the wisdom of Solomon, the strength of Hercules, the stamina of Atlas, the power of Zeus, the courage of Achilles, and the speed of Mercury. Superman might be having problems with a single god, but Shazam has the power of 6 gods, and he is on Superman's side. Standing in front of the Hall of Justice, Hercules is currently holding Wonder Woman by the throat, ready to end the life of his own sister, when Shazam slams him from behind. Kick his ass, Shazzy, Harley shouts. And Hercules begins fighting it out with Shazam by punching him in the face, but Shazam uses everything he has to slam Hercules in the gut. Meanwhile, Wonder Woman is struggling to regain her breath when 3 of Huntress's friends walk up behind her. Wonder Woman murdered Huntress by mistake when they all fought against Trigon in year 3. Batwoman kicks Wonder Woman while she's down, and using her own lasso, she wraps it around Wonder Woman's neck. She begins to strangle her as Batgirl tries to stop her, but Batwoman lets her go. You aren't worth it, Diana. Over with Shazam and Hercules, the power of 2 gods can be heard with every punch. The ground is literally being pushed back by their force. So Shazam changes it up, and he thunderclaps Hercules' ears, and then he headbutts him and double slams him on the back. Let's change your name to Hercules, because you don't deserve my H. Meanwhile, Superman is in space from the uppercut that Hercules gave him last time, and he's finally coming to realize that this is the end. So he comes rocketing back to Earth at unbelievable speeds, using all of the force of entering orbit to finish off Hercules, burying him into the ground. Everyone stops because Superman just killed the demigod. So Apollo shoots him in the shoulder and curses him with a plague. Shazam tears the arrow out and then he punches Apollo with his strength, leading the rest of the gods to jump in and fight. But over on the other side of the battlefield, Batman gets hit in the head with a baton, and Damian stands there. I'm gonna enjoy kicking your ass. Batman and Damian have been at odds ever since Damian accidentally killed Nightwing, with Damian joining Superman's regime and Batman leading the insurgency. Damian jumps in and Batman blocks it. Batman tries to calm his own son down, telling him that he's the most skilled fighter to ever wear the Robin costume. But Damian screams, "Don't say it too loud, your favorite son might hear you." This isn't about Dick, Damian. It's always been about Dick! I'm really sorry, Damian, Batman says into Damian's eyes, for blaming you for what happened. It wasn't your fault. And then Batman throws Damian to the ground. But Damian gets up and punches him. I don't believe you! Come back to me, Damian. We can be Batman and Robin again. So Damian tears the R off his chest. I will never be your Robin again. I'd rather die first. He leaps in and Batman knees him in the stomach, knocking him out. While back with Shazam, he takes off into the sky to break Eros' wings, and then he's struck by lightning, turning him back into Billy Batson. He falls to the ground and standing in front of him is Zeus. He stares at him and shouts the word that brings back his powers, Shazam! But nothing happens. Zeus stares at him. I am the All-Father, and you only have your powers because I granted them. No more will you hurt my children. Superman, abdicate your throne or I will punish you all, starting with this boy. Harley runs at Zeus. Let him go! So Zeus hits her with a lightning bolt, killing her. I need an answer, Superman. Realizing he doesn't have an option, Superman sends his team back to their home cities to wait for word from him, and they all disperse. Once the battle has ended, the world asks the question, what's next? Are the ancient gods going to rule the earth now? Where is Superman going to go? And the old leaders question, can they do something to get their power back from Superman? Over at the Hall of Justice, Ares the God of War approaches Superman to continue their plans. Ares has been playing both sides. He convinced Batman to join the fight while at the same time has secretly been working with Superman, after we learn that he hasn't always been the God of War, but was actually a thing turned into the God of War because of his love for war by Zeus. He informs Superman that if he wants to stop Zeus, he'll need to get Zeus's brothers involved, Poseidon and Hades. Ares does love war. But who is Ares really working for? Meanwhile, over at Themyscira, the home of the Amazons, and Zeus's army's location, Wonder Woman barges into Batman's tent as she's being forced to be on Zeus and Batman's side because her father is Zeus. She demands to know how he dare go to her father for support. Look at what he's done! And he tells her he only wanted Superman to surrender. He isn't the one who called for trial by combat. That was her who demanded that she get to fight against Superman. At that moment, both of them begin to feel the ground shaking beneath them, and they run outside to see a monstrous wave approaching them. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Harley Quinn is on a boat with Billy Batson and Wonder Woman's mother, being sent to the Dungeon of the Damned. Back on Themyscira, everyone is heading outside to see the giant wall of water coming their way, but Batman realizes the water has paused and it's waiting. It's Poseidon, and he's holding the wall up, so Wonder Woman jumps up there to ask what the meaning of this is. He demands that Zeus abandon this pointless pursuit and return to Olympus. And then a blast of heat vision takes down Hermes and his flyer, allowing Poseidon to declare that he stands with the Kryptonian. So Batman tries to call Aquaman for help, but Aquaman tells him that he won't be getting involved with this, and he hangs up on Batman. That's when Mara gives him a look, the look that says they need to get involved. Wonder Woman jumps up and punches Superman for getting more gods involved in this, and then an arrow from the Amazon army flies and it hits Poseidon in the shoulder. So Poseidon lets the wave come down on the island, just as it gets inches from crushing everyone. Mara stops it. Poseidon swipes his trident at Wonder Woman, throwing her into the water, and Aquaman tackles him. Batgirl, Catwoman, and Batwoman decide that they can't fight against a wall of water, so they're gonna work on getting everyone to safety before it falls. And back on the wall of water, Poseidon hits Aquaman in the junk and stabs him. You're just a man fighting a god. Superman breaks from the fight to go get Diana in the water, and Poseidon begins pummeling Mara, trying to get her to break her concentration so that his wall of water can fall. So Aquaman pulls Poseidon down into the water, and then he hits Poseidon with a right hook and then a left hook, while a squid brings him his trident and he runs Poseidon through the back. He then holds him up and feeds him to a shark. When Aquaman goes back to the surface, he can see that Mara can't hold the water anymore, and the entire wall of water crashes down at Themyscira. Meanwhile, back in the underworld, Harley is popping green pills that grant strength and wrecking anyone in her path to try and get the three of them out of here. That is until she causes so many problems in the underworld that Ares appears down below to stop her. She gives him a kick and steals his mother box? They then boom tube to another place, a place that they don't want to be. Back on Themyscira, the waves are crashing down on the Amazon city, and everyone is trying to evacuate beyond a couple of cliffs so that Batman can bomb the cliffs and seal the water off. While Batman does manage to seal the water and save the civilians, he is left on the wrong side of the wave with the Amazon army and Batwoman, until Flash runs in to save everyone. He runs up to the cliff. Oh man, too close, too close! Zeus then appears and tells his brother to stop this right this second and pull the ocean back. Why do you side with the Kryptonian? Are your strings that easily pulled? No, I do this on my own accord. Then you defy my choice? No, Allfather. And Poseidon retreats, leaving only Superman to stand before Zeus. Superman, you have lost your right to inhabit this planet. Leave right now or die. So Superman swings at Zeus! His punches literally go through thin air, and Zeus smacks him aside. But that's when Batman runs over to Clark. We've all been played! Zeus then hits them all with lightning, and Clark struggles to get out the words. What do you know? More than I'm about to say. I got word that Harley has a mother box. Realizing that this can only mean one thing, Superman leaves Earth. Meanwhile, we see where Harley, Billy, and Wonder Woman's mother have all boom-tubed to. Apocalypse. Darkseid is behind all of this, and that's when Superman hits him at top speed. He flew all the way here. Your scheming with Ares ends now, he shouts, hitting Darkseid again, and then with his heat vision, he cuts all of the chains holding everyone.
I've been waiting for you, Kryptonian. I want my revenge for what you did to my son.
For those of you only joining us now, all the way back in the first year of Injustice, Superman killed Kalibek, Darkseid's son. Superman jumps on Darkseid. You will never touch Earth again, hitting him with everything, and then Darkseid throws Superman back. Billy gets himself, Harley, and Diana's mother back to Earth, where Zeus is attacking the planet and destroying all of the other religions to show that he is the one true religion. While back on Apokolips, Superman and Darkseid are using everything, and their power is so tremendous that it may destroy the planet of Apokolips. Neither of them can win because Superman cutting loose is more power than Darkseid can handle. But Darkseid is also a new god, a being of tremendous power in his own right. Darkseid is amused.
So we fight to the death then, Kryptonian.
Back with Harley and Billy, Batman and Wonder Woman show up, and Batman tells Harley to give him the mother box. He has a plan. He always has a plan. He boom tubes the new Genesis, the home of the High Father, the new god All-Father. Back with Superman and Darkseid, Darkseid begins taunting Superman.
You are dark, darker than normal. Is this due to the death of your wife?
No, you don't get to talk about her! And he hits him even harder. Superman is beyond angry. They both punch with such force that the very concussion of the impact throws everyone down. One of Darkseid's followers runs over. Master, you must stop, the core will rupture! So Darkseid kills him!
You dare command Darkseid!
Superman then uses his heat vision to throw Darkseid back again, through the walls and into the very planet itself. That's when Orion shows up, another of the new gods. Kal-El, you must stop! Darkseid gets up and looks at Orion.
You dare interrupt us? When I finish with him, you will feel my wrath.
But Orion tells him that he comes with a message from the Source. If they continue this fight, Darkseid will die along with millions. Darkseid grits his teeth.
And the Kryptonian?
The Source was not clear. So Superman looks at Darkseid. Let me make this clear. Stay away from Earth. Back on New Genesis, Batman explains the situation to the High Father, but the High Father doesn't want to get involved until Batman explains the old gods and the new gods are now working together. Ares and Darkseid have caused this latest conflict. Back on Earth, the world's leaders decide to take action against the gods on Olympus, at the exact same time that the remaining members of the Justice League are marching on their throne on Earth. As the League and the gods fight it out, the world's leaders fired nukes, and they're coming in threatening to kill everyone. Hal Jordan told them all not to worry, he has it this time, until Arrow shoots him in the back with an arrow. So Wonder Woman decides that she'll sacrifice herself. She flies up and catches both nukes, and then she flies into space, throwing them up there until Superman, on his way back from Apocalypse, grabs them and brings them even further into space. As Wonder Woman falls down to Earth, Superman catches her this time. He then lands in the throne room of the gods, and he calls for Zeus. It's time to end this, and Zeus appears. You dare invoke my name! Zeus raises his staff and he condemns Superman to death, but the High Father then appears in front of Zeus. No, I cannot permit this folly to continue. You dare give me permission? I will lay waste to this entire island. Then, the High Father freezes time to speak to Zeus alone. You were manipulated, Zeus. They toyed with you to destroy Superman and you ultimately. You chose the survival of Olympus over Earth a long time ago, and the Source has told me that your time on Earth is at an end. The Source? Then the High Father unfreezes time, and Zeus tells Hera, it's time to go. He then gives Billy back the power of Shazam. Superman leaves and he grabs Ares by the throat and he drops him off with Darkseid. He's yours now, Darkseid. I don't ever want to see him on Earth again. And Darkseid's left to torture Ares forever. Superman then goes to the world's leaders to tell them that he's going to remove their nukes again. This will not happen a third time. Meanwhile, Lex and Batman are talking about how they can't think of a way to stop Superman. They are running out of options. Lex suggests that maybe now, Batman will consider that there are others out there, powerful individuals with a stake in Earth who could be convinced to join the fight. That's when Lex's alarms go off, as his clone of Superman that he's been working on behind the scenes has broken free. There was a time when one who could soar overhead chose to walk among us. But then, things changed. He lost his wife, his unborn child, and the man that he thought was his friend started a war against him. In his place no longer stood a symbol of hope, but a symbol of fear and control. As the old saying goes, you'll either die a hero, or you'll live long enough to see yourself turn into a tyrannical, despotic monster. In the center of Metropolis, someone blew up a statue of Superman, and he arrives there with the Flash. Superman tells him to round up the terrorists, and in an instant he grabs all 4 of them. But then they all receive word that there is actually 5 terrorists. Superman asks these people who they are, and one brave woman tells him they are the ordinary people against the rule of Superman. Superman and Flash then run off to find the 5th person, not realizing that the 5th person is right there. You see, he's the bench. He's actually a shapeshifter, and at this exact moment, he is the bench right next to where they tied up all of his friends. He gets up and he begins to untie them, but they tell him to stay hidden, and he tells them, shh, we don't have a lot of time. But that's when the Flash shows up standing next to them. You actually have less than a minute. The shapeshifter turns into a massive monster, but before he can do anything, Superman knocks him out cold, and they take him to the Hall of Justice. This boy is a problem, because his name is Luke, and he's actually the son of Patrick O'Brien. or as you may better know him as, Plastic Man. Like what you done with the place? What do you want, Plastic Man? For you to stop pretending you don't know that I'm here for my son? We can't release your son. Of course you can. What's the point of being a despot if you can't abuse your power for your friends? All the best dictatorships have a healthy sprinkling of nepotism. Am I right? Up top. He then holds his hand up for Superman to give him a high five, and of course, Superman ignores it. Wonder Woman chimes in. Superman is no despot. He is literally sitting on a throne. It's a chair. Well, it's a very big chair. Oh, come on. Do you guys really think you're still the good guys here? Look at you. You don't even have to look in the mirror. Look at your teammate Sinestro. He has an actual bad guy mustache. I bet he even twirls it when you're not looking. Whatever you have to say, Plastic Man, it won't change our minds. What the hell is wrong with you? Considering this all started with your own child, I figured you'd have a bit more empathy. Superman leaps out of the chair, ready to slam Plastic Man into the ground, and the Flash stomps him. Plas, it's time to go. Flash and Plas both walk out, and Flash tries to talk him down, telling him that he's sorry, but it's time for Plas to go with Plan B. And he wraps up and incapacitates the Flash, so that he can take the Flash's shape. He quickly works his way all the way back to the Hall of Justice, where as the Flash, he tricks Cyborg into showing him the prison's weaknesses, and then he stops by their armory on the way out for a few Green Lantern rings. Then, with his plan all laid out, he gets to work by having a chopper drop him off above the underwater prison, and he turns himself into some dead weight to float to the bottom without worrying about the pressure. While he was a deadbeat father who was never around, even he won't leave his son in the prison. So he gets down to one of the weaknesses and he oozes his way through, and then he knocks out one of the guards, taking his identity. Then, as the guard, he makes his way into the cafeteria where he sees the infamous Green Lantern, Kilowog. I'm not who you think I am, friend. I'm here to get you out, but I need to find a shapeshifter that was just brought in. Kilowog continues to munch on his sandwich. You'd be down with the other superpowered individuals. All right, I'll be back to get you out, but I'll need your help. I need all of the attention on this room. Ha! Easy. So Kilowog stands up and he walks over to Bane. Hey Bane, I don't know how to properly insult your mother in your language, so he headbutts him, starting a prison riot. Plas then walks his way down to the superpowered cells and he sees a massive lock. The voice in the intercom begins to talk to him. There you are, Plas. I was told to watch for you. You won't be able to get past the lock. It's the most advanced in the world. So Plas shoves his entire hand into the lock, fiddles around, and then pulls out his middle finger in the shape of a key. Hey, look, I found the key. He opens up every cell, freeing all of the villains like Killer Croc, Livewire, and Gorilla Grodd. And that's when the rest of the league gets the alert, and they begin to move quickly to the prison. Plas runs into the cafeteria and yells for Kilowog. Hey, stop fighting! And just then, the warden appears from the vents. It's Metamorpho. Oh, hi, Rex! Every conflict is instantly stopped as Superman is knocking on the glass dome over their heads. All a part of Plas's plan though, as he yells, Kilowog, catch! And he throws all of the Green Lantern rings to the imprisoned Green Lanterns. Sinestro panics from the other side of the dome, and he fires a beam through the glass, breaking it and killing Kilowog before he can put his ring on. Kilowog looks down at the wound on his chest, and he falls to the ground around all of the Green Lanterns getting their powers back. Plas stretches himself out to cover the ceiling and keep the water from getting in. We need this glass! Take this belt, Luke! And he throws a belt down for Luke to put on. But Captain Cold is the one who realizes that that is actually Mira Master's belt. Luke opens a portal on the glass, and Plas stretches himself to his limits to keep the water out. Stretch out now, Luke! Get everyone out of here! And eventually, there is only Plas stretching so thin that he's literally tearing himself apart. Luke stretches his neck out to talk to his father. Dad, come on! I can't move, Luke! Go on without me! Of course you can! But you know what I think? I think you like the drama. I think a screwed up part of you would actually rather sacrifice yourself here than escape and hang out with me. Plas thinks about it. That's actually pretty insightful. He smiles and he takes Luke's hand, allowing the both of them to get out of the prison. And with that, all of the villains, the Green Lanterns, and Plas are all in Mirror World, ready to leave, free from the Justice League's underwater prison. I know some of you are criminals, it's kind of what you do, and I know some of you are truly nightmarishly evil. I'm trying my best to ignore my responsibilities and let you run around continue being little shits. But my son was locked up for standing up against Superman. So let's make a deal. Focus most of your evil on Superman and make his life a living hell. And I'll let you all walk free. Croc's the one that looks up. Sure. And everyone leaves, going back to the real world, leading us to year 5. The villains are free. So what's gonna happen next? The villains have been freed upon the entire world, and Superman's regime now needs to get all of the villains back. Cyborg is tracking the reports while Flash is running around the world getting them for him. Eventually, Flash ends up in Metropolis where he finds a bunch of villains and he asks Cyborg to send in some help. The Cyborg tells him most of the team is preoccupied, such as Hal facing off against Parasite as he's eating Hal's yellow energy, and Diana dealing with the aftermath of alienating her entire Olympian family. But the villains on the loose aren't the only ones looking at this as a chance. The Rogues have been rounded up by Batman because the Rogues are the only villains with a code of no killing. While they are villains, Batman can at least trust them not to murder, more than he can say about Superman right now. Flash finds himself being overwhelmed by the number of enemies he's trying to solo until Superman arrives. His reputation has far exceeded him at this point, and every villain puts their hands up, telling him that they quit. But up in space is one villain that won't give up. One villain built to dispose of Superman. Doomsday, and he is rocketing down to the planet ready to show Superman that he is nothing. He lands with a crack, breaking the ground beneath his feet, and the Flash is back as he lands on him from space. Meanwhile, across the world, Bruce and Selina are having a meal at a diner, where Selina asks what the plan is. He is crazy. This is too much, even with the villains on his side. How is he going to fight against the Justice League? It's the League. Back with Superman, he walks up to Doomsday standing on the Flash and uses everything to crush Doomsday's face. Doomsday is launched into a nearby building, and then Superman turns to the villains. Don't even think about trying to escape. Wouldn't even dream of it, love. Then he takes off into the sky to continue the battle, but Doomsday returns the hit by jumping back on him, elbowing Superman in the jaw. He grabs Superman by the throat, and Superman responds by throwing Doomsday back. I'm tired of these games. Who sent you here? Did Batman put you up to this? As he charges in for answers, Doomsday hits him again, throwing him into space, and then back down into orbit where he lands in Gotham. Superman grabs a chunk of a bridge, lifts it up, and crushes Doomsday with it. It's still not enough as they are throwing blows back and forth, and in the distance, Bane comments how he's late to the party. At the same time, Wonder Woman sees the fight on the news, and she flies to Superman's rescue, only to arrive as Bane is leaping into the middle of it. Panicked that Superman might not be able to take them both on, she shockingly sees Bane land on Doomsday's back, hitting him, and then holding him so that Superman can finish him off. Superman is confused, but he knows that this is his chance, and he hits Doomsday so hard that he knocks him out. Then Wonder Woman grabs Bane by the back of the neck and holds him up. What's your plan, Bane? I want to prove that I can be a better friend than an enemy. We both hate the Bat. I don't hate Batman, but we'll talk about this later. With that, Superman leaves instantly to remove the threat of Parasite that is hounding both Cyborg and Hal Jordan at this time. He takes Parasite into space and then he launches him into the sun. No more Parasite. And then when asked what he did, he simply told everyone it was handled. The League had differing opinions on how to handle the Bane situation with him on their side now, but Superman told them that he was there. This wasn't a democracy. Meanwhile, in Germany, a pale-faced, confused man is wandering around saying, me, me, me. The next day, Superman and Cyborg go over the records to see who they have in prison. 60% of the villains are still at large, but during the discussion, Wonder Woman takes Superman into the sky to ask him about himself. He is shutting down and trying to carry this burden alone. She explains that they have all been in this fight for 5 years. All of them, not just Superman, and he needs to remember this. She is against employing dangerous criminals, and Superman watches her flying away. Duly noted. Our mysterious pale man keeps wandering until an elderly man finds him. He questions the confused boy and he wraps him in a red towel, and at that moment the man recognizes him. I know you! You're Superman! Meanwhile, Catwoman meets with Penguin to see where he stands in this whole fight, only to see Bane and figure out that Penguin's with the regime. Bane is strong, but Catwoman is fast and she manages to dodge him, leaping out of the boat that they are on and onto a frozen bay. It's Frost, and she has managed to freeze the bay, giving Bane the chance that he needs to catch up. Then he breaks the ice and catches Catwoman since Frost froze her legs. He hauls her off and chains her up as a prisoner of the regime's new villains. Bane will find out the location of the Bat. Back with the man who is obviously a clone of Superman, the old man sews him a Superman suit. The clone then looks in the mirror and sees the symbol is backwards and he tears it off. Fix, please. So the man sews it on backwards and the clone smiles. Perfect. While Batman is getting word that Superman has turned to recruiting villains because they are having a shortage of the strength-granting green pills, this whole thing is about to turn into an arms race to see who can get the biggest and the baddest of the villains on their side. Meanwhile, all of the heroes are beginning to blur the line, such as Damian murdering all of the ninjas chasing him because they wanted him to join back up with Ra's al Ghul. While this is going on, Wonder Woman confronts Superman about Catwoman going missing. Everyone knows Bane captured her, so why isn't she here? There's only one reason, and that's because he's torturing her. But Bane's freezing torture isn't working, so his new plan is to call out Batman. He makes a YouTube video calling Batman out in a direct challenge, and if he doesn't show up to the Old Wayne Manor for this fight, Bane will kill Catwoman. Of course, Batman arrives with Harley Quinn and Batwoman at his side, and a whole bunch of people there to film and take pictures. Batman starts off by charging at Bane and then leaping over his head. The crowd boos as they realize Batman isn't actually fighting, he's dodging, and Batwoman realizes that this isn't going to go on for very long. Just when Bane hits Batman in the chest, and Batman fades away. It was all a trick, and Frost isn't happy as she fires a blast of cold power in Harley's direction, starting an all-out fight between Frost, Bane, Batwoman, and Harley. Suddenly, Superman appears with glowing red eyes of determination. Where is Catwoman? Luckily, this was all a part of their plans as Batgirl has tracked down Catwoman.
Except Catwoman is being guarded by Killer Croc.
Which means they're gonna need more time. So Batman joins in the fight for real, having the Batmobile run over Bane and Frost. You looking for me? They begin slugging it out with Batman on a super strength pill while Wonder Woman tangles with Harley and Batwoman, while Batgirl is fighting it out with Croc, trying her best to drop him quickly. But as Batgirl is getting thrown around the room, she has a better idea, and she shoves a green pill into Catwoman's mouth. While Batgirl is trying to dodge everything Croc is throwing at her, Catwoman, now with super strength, breaks free and hits Croc over the head with a chair. Batman and Superman begin going at it at Wayne Manor, trading blows back and forth. How long are you gonna keep this up, Bruce? As long as it takes. Why don't you just stop as soon as you turn yourself in for your crimes? Joker deserved to die! What about Ollie and Montoya? Superman hits Batman so hard that he throws him over the lawn, and then Batman gets the message over the radio. Catwoman is free. He pops a smoke pellet laced with lead, and they all flee from the area using their new friend, Mirror Master. But once they are all safe, Catwoman asks to speak to Bruce alone. They step aside and she explains she can't do this anymore. She was almost murdered, frozen to death. And then she walks off. A short time later, Smallville, Kansas is celebrating Clark Kent Day, a new local holiday that once they unveil the statue gets hit by a storm from Weather Wizard. The Rogues are here in force. Across the globe, Cyborg begins getting reports of terrorist attacks all around the globe. Superman isn't happy about that. Add fuel to the fire, Cyborg reports that Superman's armies are vulnerable because Lex has stopped production of the green pills that grant super strength. Batman isn't going to get away with this. Meanwhile, the clone of Superman is watching the news report on the terrorist attacks and decides that this is a job for Superman. Superman flies to Lex to ask him why he stopped, and he explained that the factory was contaminated and corrupted. It'll take weeks to make another one. And the Flash, who was also in the room, asks Superman, why even bother with the pills? You have supervillains now. You have a problem with that, Barry? You bet I do. And since we're all expressing our displeasure here, I figured I'd let you know that it's a terrible decision. Meanwhile, back with the Rogues, they are continuing their plans. Spectacles and the like so that the regime can't claim it's a natural disaster when the wall behind them all crumbles and there stands Superman? He tells them, "Me am Superman!" Outside the regime building, Trickster is riding up on his four-wheeler and he sees the red blur and he knew that this wasn't good for his rogue friends. He looked through the hole that the clone made and he could see them destroying the Rogues. Mirror Master is already unconscious and that keeps the Rogues from escaping through Mirrorland. Batman and his team are getting reports that the Rogues are getting demolished, but without Mirror Master, they can't get there and help them out. But it doesn't matter as reports are coming in that the real Superman is on his way to find out what's going on. They are already losing, but Weather Wizard makes a mistake of calling him the fake Superman, and the clone freaks out. Fake? Me am Superman! And he hits them with his heat vision at full blast, literally melting the flesh off of Weather Wizard and Heatwave. Golden Glider only survived by making herself intangible and holding on to the unconscious Mirror Master. Trickster is in shock, but he has an idea. He steps inside to tell the fake that he is friend. They've known each other for a while, and while who he is isn't important, what is important is that he's Superman. The clone is confused. Me am. You know Superman? He then steps forward and takes Trickster and he rockets off in the sky, giving Golden Glider and the now conscious Mirror Master a chance to escape. Superman, the real Superman, arrives in the scene, only to find two skeletons, and he wants to know what is going on. Meanwhile, back at Batman's headquarters with the remaining members of the Rogues, Catwoman pulls Batman aside to tell him that she's done. This is the end of it. She's not going to risk her life for this. Superman is prepared to murder everyone, and it doesn't matter if that was a fake Superman. We are losing people. Trickster and the clone fly around, first somewhere far too cold for Trickster, then way too hot. But the clone wants to know about Superman. Trickster explains that he is Superman. No one can beat him in a fight. He is the leader of the regime, so the entire world fears him. He is basically king. And the clone thinks about this. Why me king? Because you want to protect everyone from the bad guys. Where's Superman's throne? And that's when Trickster explains that there is a fake Superman that took his throne, and he needs to get rid of him. So using his super hearing, he can listen for his own voice. Back at the Hall of Justice, the Justice League is trying to figure out what the red and blue blurs were that they were picking up. Is it actually Superman? Is Superman Superman realizes that this is obviously an imposter, and he puts out an all-points bulletin to the entire Justice League. They are needed. He then goes to Lex Luthor to demand to know what he did, and Lex is appalled that Superman would even think that he was involved. But Superman isn't playing games, and he wants to know, so Lex lies to him and passes Superman's heartbeat test, because Lex is the one that made the clone. Meanwhile, over on the interstate, they have pulled over a truck that Harley is driving in hopes that it's Batman's team in the back. They open fire on it only to discover that it's Solomon Grundy. He comes out demolishing everyone, so Superman comes in to get involved, and just as he throws a punch, he sees another man throwing a punch. The clone arrived to stop Grundy. He shouts, "You am fake Superman!" And Superman is obviously confused and tells him, "I am?" "Yes, stop right now!" The clone shouts as he hits Grundy again. Superman asks, "Are you from another dimension, a genetic experiment? Where did you come from?" And the clone hits Superman with the full force of his heat vision, shouting, "Stop asking stupid questions!" "All right, fraud, we'll do it this way," Superman says, hitting the clone hard across the face and throwing him into the sky. But now Grundy is slightly annoyed that he's being ignored, and he hits Superman in the stomach. The clone comes back, hitting Grundy hard. "Leave not me alone!" The clone then grabs a car with a person in it and tries to throw it at Grundy, but Superman catches it and puts it back down, just as Grundy grabs Superman by the foot and throws him down. So the clone grabs another car and gets ready to throw it at Grundy, only to have Hal Jordan grab it from him. Hal decides that too many people are in danger, so he puts down a dome around everyone, welcoming them to the Lantern Dome. He then asks Superman, "Who is this imposter?" And Superman tells him, "Some bizarre approximation of me. Bizarro Superman, sweet." Clone says his own name. "Bizarro? Shut up!" he shouts, forcing everyone back. Bizarro decides that he's receiving no respect, and he takes off, shattering the Lantern Dome. Superman would have chased him, but Grundy decides that he isn't done with Superman, and he pulls him back. So Superman rips his head off. He drops Grundy off at Lex, telling Lex to figure out a way to make Grundy work for the regime, even if it takes brainwashing. He then takes off to figure out this Bizarro situation, leaving us at the close of Volume 1. Damian walks downstairs into the Batcave, where he informs Alfred that Batman's never going to use this cave again. It's pointless to clean it up. Alfred disagrees, and Damian asks him, "Honestly, do you think that Batman can stop Superman? How can you possibly pick Batman over Superman?" And Alfred tells him he shouldn't measure himself against Batman or Superman. Damian shouldn't as well. Then he wants to know, why is Damian here? To debate Batman versus Superman? The world's a safer place due to the regime, Alfred. You can't deny that. But at what cost? Alfred asks him, as Damian looks at the cases containing the Robin's costumes, except that Nightwing's costume is missing. Alfred explains that it went missing a few years ago, and he asks Damian if he knows anything about that. Damian tells him, no idea, and he walks out of the Batcave. But before he goes, he asks, why do you think Batman's going to win this? And Alfred tells him, because Bruce is smarter and fearless. Superman's always been governed by fear. He will always be afraid, and that's why he'll lose. Meanwhile, Catwoman and Harley are stealing some jewels because Catwoman tells Harley that she quit the insurgency. And as they try to escape with their new haul, they run into Damian. Harley turns to Catwoman to ask what she wants to do about this, and that's when he throws a baton to the back of Harley's head. Catwoman jumps in, calling him a coward, and he tells her, it's strategy, you should try it sometime, as she swipes at his side, cutting him up, and then jumps off the building. Damian follows after her as Harley is rubbing the back of her head, and then Damian corners Catwoman, telling her to stop running from the regime, and she tells him that she wasn't. She was letting Harley get away with the score. Then, Damian decides to ask her why she quit. She throws tear gas in his face, telling him that she's doing her own thing now, something that he should consider, and she leaves him standing there, still thinking about things like how he's standing against his father with Superman, and how he is to blame for the death of Nightwing, even though it was a mistake, and how he doesn't know where he belongs. He comes crashing down in front of Gotham's baddies: Scarecrow, Mad Hatter, Black Mask, Tweedledum, Tweedledee, and Man-Bat. It really isn't challenging for him to drop each and every one of them, even when they try to attack him all at the same time. But eventually, they get more of their henchmen to arrive, and the whole group finally gets the better of him as they beat him down. And that's when Nightwing, Dick Grayson, begins to float overhead. Ever since year 3, Dick has become the new Deadman, and using his powers of possession, he saves Damian's life. Damian blacks out and he wakes up with Cyborg tending to him and a package nearby with a letter. What are you waiting for? Happy birthday, signed Dick. In the box is the old Nightwing costume. As Dick watches over Damian, Superman comes into the room, and Dick remembers Bruce's biggest fear is that Damian would be seduced by the darkness. Who would have thought that it would be Superman? The next day, Superman gets a report about a new resistance movement, one invoking the name of Joker, and they're assembling over in Gotham City. They want to use the name of the Joker to stand up against the regime, but Batwoman breaks into their latest meeting, and Harley is in there already. They explain that the Joker is a psychopath, and if this group is willing to drop the name of the Joker, they can work together with the insurgency. The leader tells them that he needs to talk to his followers, and Batwoman and Harley leave only to have Superman break through the ceiling and use his heat vision to roast everyone alive. Meanwhile, the clone of Superman, Bizarro, is currently with Trickster, his one and only friend. Trickster is trying his best to explain to Bizarro that the other Superman is a bad Superman, and he should get rid of him. He offers to help Bizarro since, they're friends forever. And Bizarro sneezes and blows out a wall, almost killing Trickster. So Trickster explains to him, you need to cover your mouth with your hands when you're going to sneeze. It's only polite. Then he tells Bizarro that he's hungry, and he explains what a hamburger is. The two bestest friends in the world fly over to a Big Belly Burger, where Bizarro declares that the new better Superman likes burgers. But when some local thugs get irritated because Bizarro threw his trash onto a guy's head, Trickster ends up getting into a fight with them and winning. When one of the thugs pulls out a gun on his friend, Bizarro uses his heat vision to roast the guy. Trickster tries to explain that he really appreciates the help, but Bizarro can't be killing people around all of these witnesses. So Bizarro declares, no more witnesses, burning everyone there. He then grabs the Trickster and he launches into the sky to get away. Since Trickster is acting angry, Bizarro asks him, still mad? I told you I ain't mad. Seem mad. I'm not. Sure. Damn it, I told you I'm not mad. Bizarro asks him, you no friend anymore? And Trickster apologizes. He explains that this is his fault for not being clear, and they're gonna be pals forever. With that, they continue to fly until Bizarro has to sneeze. He takes both his hands and he covers his mouth, and then smirking, he says, did good, me cover mouth. Only to realize he dropped Trickster. He looks down and he sees Trickster's smeared body across the rocks, very obviously dead. Hal Jordan flies over the destroyed Big Belly Burger to report that it looks like Superman himself did this, and Superman tells him it has to be an imposter. While Cyborg begins looking for him, Bizarro flies back to the old man that helped him when he first arrived, begging the old man to fix his friend. The old man tells him that he can't, and Bizarro refuses to listen. Fix! The old man tries to call for help, but Bizarro stops him, and the Cyborg gets a report about the fake Superman. The real Superman flies over there, tearing down the wall, demanding to know where he is. Because Bizarro went to Lex Luthor himself, demanding, fix! Lex is confused, and Bizarro tells him, you made me! You and me, father! Lex is even further confused because yes, he made the clone, but the clone shouldn't know that. He then comes up with an excuse. I found you in the ice. You crash landed here from a far, far away planet. He then asks Bizarro to walk into a test tube while he, figures out how to fix Trickster. Lex needs to figure out a way to get rid of this clone because if Superman ever finds out that he was behind it, it's going to be the death of Lex. At that exact moment, he gets a report that the Flash is here to talk to him. Thinking fast, Lex sends Bizarro to his, home. Yes, that's where you'll find your origin. The place he leads him to is the Fortress of Solitude. Then as the Flash is sitting in his office, Lex activates the Seek and Destroy protocol. As Bizarro walks into the Fortress of Solitude, he is excited. Is he home? When Doomsday hits him from behind. Cyborg reports it to everyone. Lex found the clone and no one's going to believe this. He's in the Fortress of Solitude. Bizarro and Doomsday go back and forth with Bizarro confused until Doomsday launches him into the sky and then jumps after him, slamming him back down into the snow. Superman arrives telling Lex that he found them, and then he asks Lex if he has control of Doomsday. Once they caught Doomsday, Lex puts some mind control on him, and he warns Superman that if Superman is also there, it might confuse the programming in Doomsday. As Bizarro gets back up, he sees Superman and he tells him, Superman, we have brothers! Until Doomsday smashes him from behind again. Superman asks him, you expect me to stand here and spectate, Lex? And Lex tells him, if you want to see what this mind control is capable of, yes, fine, Lex, but let me be clear, I want this clone alive. Bizarro and Doomsday go back and forth, and Lex thinks to himself, the programming is holding. Doomsday can tell the difference between his targets, but somehow, he's still losing to this clone. Superman sees the same thing. Doomsday is losing, so he decides to fly in to ensure the imposter is properly disposed of. He cracks Bizarro over the jaw, throwing him back, and then he stands in front of a controlled Doomsday. That's when Lex sees his chance. He changes Doomsday's targets to all. He then slams Superman from behind at that moment. Cyborg reports that Doomsday hits Superman. What is happening, Lex? And Lex tells him, I told Superman to stay out of this. It'll confuse the programming. While Superman begins to battle against Doomsday, Bizarro gets back up. Superman hit me! And then he jumps back in, beating on Superman. So me hit Superman! Both Bizarro and Doomsday begin to beat down Superman, and Lex thinks to himself, I only have to watch at this point. While Cyborg is reporting that backup is on its way. He watches them beat down Superman over and over, and he sits there thinking, this is it. I just stand here. But then he finally decides that he is not a murderer, and he puts Doomsday back on Bizarro only, just as the Flash grabs Superman out of that mess. Doomsday gets a chokehold on Bizarro, and he grasps his skull tight. Bizarro struggles, telling himself, hurts so much! Pain hurts! And then Superman hears a crunch as Doomsday kills Bizarro. Superman runs over. No! But it's too late. He picks up Bizarro's body and he carries him back to LexCorp, where he throws him on Lex's desk and he tells him, I wanted him alive. Run every test you have and let's figure this out. He then leaves Lex alone. And now, Harley Quinn is riding on her motorcycle up to the home of Billy Batson because she kinda likes that Shazam guy. She looks at him as the kid. Can you turn into Shazam so that I can smush him with my hammer? No, Harley, go home. I was afraid you were gonna say that. So Harley pulls out a gun and points it at his friends. Transform or I'm going to shoot one of them. Billy finally agrees, but says that they need to move the fight to an empty mall. And he says the magical words, Shazam! At the mall, Harley asks him one simple question. Why are you on Superman's side? He's a horrible super despot. The worst ever! You're one to talk, Harley. A minute ago, you were gonna shoot a kid, and at the start of this, you were all about clowns and nuclear bombs. I wasn't actually gonna shoot the kid, and I was in a transitional phase. If you stayed with Superman, then put him up. I'm not gonna fight you, Harley, Shazam says as he turns his back to her, only to get hit by her hammer and thrown across the parking lot. Everyone else might be short on the strength granting green pills, but Harley has her own collection. Shazam gets back up with the speed of Mercury, slamming Harley into the ground, tearing up the asphalt with her body. Then she kicks him in the chin. What's your problem with me, Harley? Why are you with the regime? She shouts as they run at each other and begin swinging their fists. Why do you care? Because I like you, Shazzy, and you should know better than to side with Super Bum. We're the good guys, Shazam tells her, throwing her down. Are you? Your boss killed 200 innocent people in cold blood less than a week ago. That's who your fearless leader is, liar. That wasn't him. Then Harley gets up, leaving him to ponder that, and she drives off. Meanwhile, at Wayne Manor, Alfred sits in his chair. The polite thing to do would be to knock. Sadly, you took leave of your senses long ago. And he looks up to see Superman floating over him. You think I'm insane? Is that it? I choose not to say what I think. You had plenty to say about me to Damian. My life is ruled by fear, is it? So that's why you're here? To offer your seething disapproval for my opinions? Or do you intend to bully me into retracting them? I don't care what you think, but what I do care about is where is Bruce? Alfred puts down his book. The years are catching up with me. I can't stay up as late as I used to. Let yourself out. Then, Alfred walks away from Superman. Get back here! Good night, Mr. Kent. And Superman's eyes burn with rage. Elsewhere, Batman flies his Batjet to a remote location in the Himalayas where an unlikely ally is asking if he can help. Hawkman wants to join the fight. The next day, Alfred wakes up to find his home filled with balloons. Because he won't tell Bruce Wayne his birth date, so Bruce is forced to guess. And his guess is that this day is Alfred's birthday every year. It's a tradition. Their talk quickly turns into how frustrating it is. Bruce can't seem to find a way to win this fight, and Alfred tells him that he has to. The world needs Bruce. As he hangs up the call, his watch goes off, alerting him to the presence of someone in the Batcave. He runs downstairs to find Victor Zsasz in the Batcave. Victor Zsasz is one of Batman's oldest villains, and he's a serial killer that cuts his skin for every person that he kills. He's a master with surgical precision when it comes to knife fighting. Victor asks Alfred, where's Batman? And Alfred tells him, if I knew, I wouldn't say. And Victor smiles. I was hoping you'd say that. He pulls out his knife and begins to battle with Alfred. While Alfred puts up a good fight at the start, it doesn't take long for Victor Zsasz to get in his little cuts. One on Alfred's shoulder, then in his knee, and then on his stomach. Victor tells him, just call Batman on the Batcomputer. It'll end. But Alfred refuses, telling Victor, why would I do that? I'm about to stage a daring comeback. And as Alfred falls defeated, he asks, who sent you? And Victor guts him, telling him, the devil. A little time passes and Damian decides to visit his old friend. While he is with the regime, he still makes time to come and visit Alfred occasionally. He comes down the steps to the Batcave, singing a little song. Happy birthday to Alfred. Nothing else rhymes with Alfred. Don't even know if it's your birthday. Happy birthday to... And then he sees it. Blood pooling on the floor and his dearest friend dead. Damian brought the information of the death to the regime, where they went over the notes that Victor was there for information, and there's no doubt that someone put him up to it. The regime decided that they would figure out how this happened, and the Flash and Cyborg walked into another room to see Damian with bloody knuckles punching the floor, furious over the death of his friend. They tell him that they really don't have words for this, so anything he needs, just ask. And he tells them, I need Victor Zsasz. Elsewhere, in Gotham, Batgirl, Batwoman, and Catwoman all meet up, and Batgirl says that Bruce is off-grid, so he must be searching for Zsasz somewhere right now. None of them know what to do, so they decide that they're going to start setting up funeral arrangements, and they leave. And Victor Zsasz, he knows that he's doomed, and he climbs out of a sewer, steals a car, and with a worried look, he begins to try and drive away, until until his car is hit on the side by the Batmobile. As he crawls through the windshield trying to figure out what's going on, he sees Batman standing in the cockpit of his Batmobile, walking towards him. He knows what this means, and he runs to the nearby alley while Batman gives chase. Batman throws 2 batarangs, cutting up Victor Zaz's knees, dropping him, and then he jumps on him, beating him repeatedly, demanding the answer to one single question. Who sent you? Was it Superman? Who sent you? Zaz tries to speak through his broken mouth. That's all you want to know? Yes! Shouldn't have told me that. So Batman beats him again, and then Damian stands behind him. Kill him or I will. You want to kill Victor Zaz? The real question, Father, is why don't you? Wanting and doing are 2 different things, Damian. Get out of the way, Dad. And then Damian jumps in to fight against his father. But in the end, Batman can still beat Damian. That's when Superman arrives. Stop lying to yourself, Bruce. You want revenge as much as Damian. No one will judge you for that. Alfred would. You only want Zaz dead because you want to cover your tracks. Superman denies it, and he flicks Batman aside. Go ahead, Damian. Finish this. Damian cracks his knuckles, and he smiles. But Bruce pops one of the strength-granting pills. Get away from Victor Zaz! And then he hits Superman so hard that he throws him into a building, and he throws Damian down the alley. Superman gets up, and they leap in to start their fight, one that has been going on for 5 years. 5 years of ideals put to the question. They go back and forth, blood spilling all over the place. Superman using his sheer strength to try and beat Batman, but with the pills, Batman stands a chance, and using his superior fighting style, he drops Superman. Because when they both have super strength, and they are both equal, Batman can beat him. And then he grabs Superman by the neck and he asks Damian, is this what you want? Do you want me to kill him and end this 5 years of fighting? Is this it? Do you want me to kill Clark and become a killer like him? Am I supposed to believe that you'd break his neck? Are you willing to kill me to save him, Damian? Without a second thought, and Damian throws one of his blades at his own father. Batman drops Superman, catching it. I was bluffing, but you weren't. Nope. Flash runs over telling everyone to stop. Then Diana and Hal both arrive stating, this ends. Give it up, Batman. You don't stand a chance, Hal tells him. Victor Zaz starts getting up asking, can I kill the Batman? And Damian kicks him across the face, so Batman kicks Damian down the alley again. Flash catches Damian, preventing him from getting harmed. And that's when Diana hits Bruce into a dumpster. So Bruce grabs the dumpster, and as Hal flies in trying to hit him with a yellow ring construct, slams it on top of Hal. Diana jumps in and begins fighting with Bruce, while Flash asks Damian, are you gonna join the bloodbath? You have a problem with the regime, Flash? Damian asks him. Actually, I do. Bruce holds Diana back, demanding to know, did the regime put Zaz up to this? Did you have Alfred killed? We would never, Bruce, she tries to tell him, and then he hits her with a right hook. Open your eyes, Diana. Every heinous thing that Clark has done, and you let your love for him blind you. And that's when she uppercuts him. How dare you question my integrity? And Hal blasts Batman in the back. With Batman on the ground, they officially tell him that he will now stand trial for his crimes. They will arrest him. And that's when Flash grabs Bruce and he runs him out of the fight. Off in the woods, Bruce asks him, why did you save me, Barry? And he tells him, Alfred deserves a true funeral, and it wouldn't be one without you, Bruce. Clark won't forgive you for this. I know, and I'll deal with that, Bruce. Barry, you're the only one who can stop this. You have to go back in time to prevent this from ever happening. Too many are dead, and Clark's not Clark anymore, Barry. But we don't know what timeline I would change this to, Bruce. That's not how it works. It can't be any worse than this one, Barry. At least consider it. I'll think about it. And then Barry runs off, leaving Bruce there in the woods alone. Bruce went back to his bunker, and he put on a suit. Barbara walked in to tell him that Kate and Selena are meeting him at the site. Then she saw him looking down at something, a piece of paper. It's Alfred's birth certificate. And Barbara asks him, how long have you had that? Bruce explains, for a while. I didn't want to spoil the tradition. So she asks him, do you think he knew you had it? Absolutely. Alfred knew everything. Now the Flash is returned to the Hall of Justice to a very angry Superman. He demands to know why Flash let Bruce go, as he grabs the Flash by the throat and he lifts him off the ground. Diana and Cyborg run into the main hall telling Superman to let the Flash go, and the Flash shouts, let me go! As he vibrates at just the right frequency to throw Superman off of him. With lightning jumping off of him, he informs Superman and the rest of them that he let Bruce go to honor Alfred's legacy. And for the record, Superman didn't have Bruce Wayne. He was flat on his back. Rage consumes Superman as he launches himself at the Flash, ready to take his head off, and luckily the Flash dodges it. He then asks him if this is how he treats his friends, so Superman comes back and connects with the Flash's jaw, tossing him into a wall. He takes off telling everyone to not come looking for him. He goes to see Iris and she pushes him aside, confusing him, so he ends up at a bar with a man that he thinks is Leonard Snart. The guy says that he's confused and his name's Larry. They begin to talk about the regime until a noise can be heard and the Flash takes off. He makes it to the top of a building where he finds Killer Shark and Girder about to arrest Iris in the name of the regime. At the start of year 5, Superman enlisted the aid of villains to increase his numbers, for those of you who are wondering. He gets into a fight with Killer Shark and Girder as they refuse to leave it to the Flash, and in the confusion, Flash accidentally kills Killer Shark. Iris then steps forward, telling Girder to arrest her. Flash is stunned and he tries to tell Iris that he was here to save her, but Iris and everyone that they are arresting tell Flash that he is one of the regime. He isn't here to save anyone, so the Flash grabs Iris and runs off. He takes her to a rooftop where he asks her why she's doing this, and she asks him if he remembers promising her that he would stop Superman if Superman went down the wrong path. Flash tries to argue that it's not that simple, and Iris tells him that it is. It takes a willingness to accept the consequences. Then she reminds him about a situation 5 years prior, when Superman and Wonder Woman stopped Galaxor. They crushed the man's spine for protesting their presence in his country, and the Flash stood by watching. Well, that man committed suicide 3 years before this moment. She then explains that the Barry that she knew would give his life to save one person, and he just isn't the man that she thought he was. He brought Iris back, and then he arrested her with Girder and returned to Superman. Superman asked him if he was committed to the cause, and he thought back to Batman asking him if he would be willing to go back in time and change things, and then he thought about what Iris said, and he told Superman he was committed. But Batman started a new plan to hopefully end this once and for all, to get the entire planet against Superman. He broke into the Hall of Justice using Hawkman as cover, and he kidnapped Cyborg and pulled footage out that he was storing. The footage of Superman using his heat vision and killing 200 people who were supporting the Joker. As they hacked into the worldwide network to spread it across the globe, Raven returned to the regime to cause a worldwide blackout to keep the regime from being toppled. Once the regime saved Cyborg, Superman demanded that he delete his entire database to prevent the information from ever being leaked again. With his options of the Flash going back in time and of spreading the world of Superman's evilness shot down, Batman approached Lex Luthor, since Lex Luthor is secretly a double agent, and he informs him that he is out of options. He tells Lex that he has a weapon that can defeat Superman, but the problem is that this weapon is locked up with a safeguard that requires the members of the Justice League to unlock it. Lex looks at him, the members of the regime, and then he ponders the problem and he looks at the Bizarro clone. This is the answer, Bruce. Your twisted clone. Not exactly. We need the Justice League to turn on your weapon, but who says they have to be from this Earth? You want to abduct parallel universe members of the Justice League and use them to unlock the weapon? Pretty much. Well, how can we even do this? Easy. Star Labs has been keeping track of alternate worlds for years, and I've been siphoning off the Flash's Speed Force energy since all of this started. Not for this purpose, but we have it. What we need, Bruce, is a device that can turn that energy into something that we can use. A mother box. Yes, and Star Labs has the only one. So the most heavily fortified location the regime has. I have an idea. The idea that Batman has requires him to head out to Indonesia to meet with a man that we haven't heard from, Deathstroke. He convinces Deathstroke to have a last hurrah, a suicide mission that only he can complete. So, Deathstroke climbs up the side of a cliff and drops a teleportation device inside of the building, which teleports him past the front gate. Then Deathstroke drops the two guards in his path and walks into the storage room with lots and lots of boxes. But once he finds the mother box, the rest of the guards arrive and he drops every last one of them, calling the situation easy. Then, he finds himself up against Metamorpho. Meanwhile, over in the regime's prison where Victor Zsasz is being kept, Zsasz has been murdered and the cameras were shut off. But who did it? Damian Wayne stood over Zsasz, demanding to know which cut was from Alfred, and then he took his vengeance out on the man for killing his friend. Back with Deathstroke, he gets beat around a little bit, but as he puts it, Metamorpho talks too much, and he drops even him. He walks over to the mother box and he downloads the schematics, just as more guards arrive. He drops those guards, but it was enough time for Cyborg and Raven to arrive and capture him. Luckily, he sent a full schematic of the mother box to Bruce and Lex, and they can just rebuild it. Their plan is about to come together. Meanwhile, on another Earth, another world, one where things went how they were supposed to, a world where Batman and Superman are friends and they're both heroes. Alfred walks out to celebrate his 75th birthday. Everyone is here at the party, from Jim Gordon working at the grill to Barbara Gordon back in her wheelchair. Even Oliver Queen is alive. On this world, Lex Luthor is a villain and he planned a massive attack on Metropolis. Every villain working together, it'll be genius. And the entire Justice League heads off for their mission, all working together as a team. But while they begin to battle the teamed up villains, Batman realizes something and goes to Arkham to see if the Joker is in his cell. And of course, he isn't. Over in Gotham, Joker and Harley are driving an ice cream truck prepared to launch the Joker's latest evil plot, a nuclear bomb in the middle of Metropolis. Harley carries the big bomb with the Joker to the middle of the park, but while this is going on, Batman tracked everything and figured the whole mess out, and he teleported into the park next to them. All of the superheroes begin to soar into the park to stop the Joker, and as he's about to press the button to detonate this bomb, something odd happens. A blinding white light goes off off and everyone vanishes. Back in the universe of Injustice, things are about to come to their conclusion as Catwoman approaches Superman to inform him that if he promises to not harm Bruce, she will tell Superman about Bruce's secret base. After everything that's happened, and so many people have died, Catwoman just wants this to end. Meanwhile, in Batman's base, him and Lex are watching the heroes from the other universe in their fight, and Lex tells him that they need to isolate the heroes and teleport them after they handle the villains. Batgirl and Batwoman run in and tell Bruce Superman is on his way, and everyone hears a kathoom as he begins knocking, and the wall comes down as he shouts, "Batman!" Lex teleports out to keep his cover, and Batgirl and Batwoman run over to the interdimensional teleporter to get the new heroes here. And Batman, he steps out so that he can face off with Superman and distract him. Once Superman sees Batman, his eyes glow red and he lunges at Batman. Back with Batgirl and Batwoman, they look at the console that they were operating, only to see that it has been fried by Superman shooting blindly into the base. So they figure they're gonna have to operate it manually. Superman slams Batman into the wall, telling him, no more plans, no more tricks, nothing, and he throws him through a wall. Realizing that they're going to need more time, they radio Batman to tell him to stall. So as Superman stands over the beaten Batman with Hal Jordan and Diana there, he tells him, face it, Bruce, it's over. So Bruce stands up. I hear you, Clark. Maybe I can accept that it's over. But if you're wondering if I think it was all worth it, I don't know. I do. It was worth every ounce of pain, every drop of blood, because the world is safer with the regime than without it. You've enforced peace on this world, taken guns and bombs out of the hands of every citizen, but along with that, you stole their freedom. No! I've made them safer. This is what mankind needs. It's a police state. Clark, I'm so sorry for what the Joker did to you. You've lost so much, more than anyone should have to bear. But deep down, the Superman that I know must understand that killing him was wrong. An appropriate show of force to avoid war. You were willing to destroy the entire nation of Atlantis. You slaughtered Ganthet and most of the Green Lantern Corps. And this is your show of force? The blood of Oliver, Dinah, Renee Montoya, and Qatar. All on your hands, Clark. And Alfred. No sense in denying it now. Superman doesn't respond to that last remark, causing even Diana and Hal to look at each other in shock. Meanwhile, while Batman is talking to him, Batwoman knows what she has to do. The only way the teleporter is going to work is to bypass the damaged council and sacrifice herself in the energy field. So she gets ready. But back with Batman and Superman, Batman asks him, Clark, is this the world your parents envisioned when they sent you here? Do you think they wanted you to rule with an iron fist? Would Jor-El be proud? Or would he feel like Jonathan and Martha Kent? Superman slaps Batman so hard that he knocks off his cowl, ashamed to see their son, the dictator. And then he grips Batman's throat, a death squad at his side to carry out his dirty work. And that's when Superman realizes what is going on. Batman is distracting him, and he races through the base into the teleportation room, shouting, "What is this?" Just in time to see the system go off. He sees Batwoman doing something, so he fires his heat vision at her in full blast, disintegrating her. But it's too late. The plan worked. The device ended up teleporting the regime all over the planet, far away from the base, but it also scattered the Justice League from the alternate universe. And as Joker looks up, he saw that he was in a different kind of metropolis, and so did Batman. Harley Quinn is riding down the streets on a motorcycle thinking to herself, now it's over. Now that Batman is preparing to bring in another Justice League to fight Superman, the war is won. It's time to say goodbye. There's no more laughter, not even a giggle. The whole world has forgotten how to smile, and so has she. She thinks about the whole thing. It's been a weird bunch of years since the world got turned upside down. She tried her best to deal with the grief, even tried to make new friends. But it seems like everyone that she got close to either died or vanished, or turned out to be a big old dummy on the wrong side. She made a lot of friends, but she practically lost them all. If that ain't a sign, she doesn't know what is. Face it, Harley, it's over. You had a long run. It was sometimes fun and sometimes it sucked eggs, but it was interesting. You tried to scrape out every ounce of pudding from that cup of life. She parks, and she walks over to the now abandoned Arkham Asylum, because from now on, Harley Quinn is done. She walks into her old office, where she remembers how everything started. The day that she first met her, Puddin'. She walks to the sink and turns the water on, and begins to wash her hair dye out. She then drops her outfit to the ground and puts on a sensible shirt and pants, and her lab coat. Goodbye, Harley. Welcome back, Dr. Quinzel. She smiles as she grabs her bag and begins to walk out of the asylum. This is right, she thinks. No more fighting, no more stabbing, or insurging. From now on, it's just her and her head-shrinking career. And then she's struck on the back of her head. She wakes up to a Joker face staring her down, asking, "Who are you?" And then she looks around to see a lot of Jokers. "You're all puddins! Am I in heaven?" One holds a shotgun to her face, telling her, "No, but you got 2 seconds to tell us what you're doing here, or we'll gladly send you there." Harley sees them all wearing Joker outfits and gear and asks them, "Who the hell do you think you are?" "We're the Joker clan, and we need to know what you're doing here. Who sent you?" Nobody sent me. I used to work here. And I would like to know, are you all crazy? Who said that you could go around wearing my Puddin's face and using his name? Do you know what Super Jerk does to people who take his name? Are you trying to get yourselves killed? The biggest guy slaps her down, asking what she's doing here again. She looks up. That's the last time that one of you hits me. I'm Dr. Harleen Quinzel and I used to work here. I also used to be partners with Mr. J, so that makes me an authority on him. The Joker only had one partner, and you ain't her. Yes, I am. Or was. Then you're not her. Harley gets up grabbing the crowbar off of one of the thugs and smacks him with it. Don't yell at me. She drops her lab coat and begins fighting it out with one of the biggest guys in the group. Regardless of the grin painted on his mask, the guy isn't smiling as she beats the hell out of him and leaves him on the ground. The whole clan starts to look at each other, wondering if what she's saying is true. Can she be Harley Quinn? She screams out frustrated. Look, I don't care if you believe me or not. I'm Harley Quinn, and I just knocked the snot out of your leader, which makes me leader. So who wants to go next? But the big guy sits back up. Wait, we believe you. We heard Harley was working with Batman, and that's what inspired us. Harley stops. Me? I inspired you? We're here for Harley's war. Your war. Okay, well, before I decide to join your little group, I have to go check with someone. Hold that thought, I'll be right back. Harley then smiles as she runs out of the building and all the way back to the Insurgency's base. She explains the whole situation to Batgirl, Batwoman, and Batman tells her that he can't give her his blessing for something like that. To which Harley decides that that is officially a maybe and suits back up because she has the Joker gang to lead. Our story begins with Harley walking through the park thinking about all of this, everything that's happened. You see, this all began with an idea from the Joker. He wanted to ruin Big Blue and basically annoy him with his usual Joker antics. But he took it too far this time. He stole a submarine that Harley named Gunter, and then she went and stole some kryptonite for him. He mixed the kryptonite in with some fear toxin and then kidnapped and placed a bomb into Lois Lane's chest, one that was linked to a nuclear bomb. Superman tore into the submarine and was hit with the fear toxin, and that's when things got bad. He saw Doomsday, and he brought Doomsday up into space, punching him over and over. But what he was really fighting was Lois Lane, his wife. The nuke linked to her heartbeat within Metropolis exploded, and in one fell swoop, Superman lost everything: his wife, his city, his friends, and his unborn child. Something within him snapped because of this, and he decided to end all of this by ending the Joker. After killing him, he decided that there would be no more war, crime, violence, or death, and he was going to personally put an end to it. Batman stood against him, and a war between the heroes started. The regime versus the insurgency. And Harley? She got roped into the whole thing. She made some new friends and fought alongside them, Green Arrow and Black Canary, but Superman murdered them as well. So Harley knew that it was time to make a decision, and she sided with Batman. She popped the strength-granting green pills and fought alongside the insurgency, watching as things got even worse. Superman broke Batman's back, destroyed the Green Lanterns, got Trigon involved, and even fought against the gods. Eventually, Batman decided to use his super weapon against Superman, but it would need the Justice League to unlock it, and most of them were in the regime now. So he decided the only answer was to pull a different Justice League from an alternate universe over to this universe. So while Batman was working on that plan, he sent Harley Quinn off on a separate mission to take her followers of Joker and bring them to a factory producing the green pills that granted strength. The regime didn't stand a chance. No one in Harley's group cared about their own well-being. They took out the gate and they ran in shooting out the cameras, and then they used fire extinguishers to see the tripwires. Everything was easy until Man-Bat arrived. He swooped in grabbing one of the goons and he threw him into the other three, so Harley jumped into the air, landing on his back, covering up his eyes. Man-Bat flapped his wings and he launched himself into the sky, dragging Miss Quinn with him. And then he chucked her back down to the ground and into her own squad. So she pulled out one of the last green pills that she had on her, breaks it in half, and pops half of it. With the additional strength, she jumps back up at Man-Bat. Tell me, Batsy, why did you pick the regime? Batman makes more sense for your branding alone. They go back and forth until Harley grabs a lighter, igniting his pants, and then slaps his ears, landing with a smile. With him unconscious, she walks over to the vault where the pills are, and her goons have strung up the security guard. But he refuses to give her the code, so she throws some poisonous lipstick on and swings him away from her since he was strung up. As he swings back in, she puckers up and he breaks down. I don't know the combination, he shouts. But Harley explains that she didn't really want it. She just wanted to cause him to cry. She walks over, cracks the safe, and throws a bomb into it. Happy with herself because Batman trusted her and she didn't kill a bunch of people. She was there to blow up the facility and she accomplished the job as a distraction to keep Superman away from Batman while he did his thing. And as she pulls up to a bar called Deadshots, she tells tells her new friends that drinks are on her. Because Injustice Ground Zeroes is all about Harley and her friends trying to make the world a better place. They walk inside the bar and Harley bought a round for all of her new friends. And then she asked them to take off their masks so that they can get to know each other better. Because these are her henchmen, her babies. And they are now all named Gary, Larry, Perry, and Terry. And that's when the news comes on and informs them that a peaceful protest has turned violent because of the regime's police. She stands up and informs her henchmen, "To the Harley-mobile!" Meanwhile, the heroes from the Still Good universe are watching over the bar and they see Harley and her henchmen walk out. One of the henchmen turns to her and informs her that there's a Green Arrow impersonator on the rooftop, but Harley knows who that really is. She knows that he's from another universe, because that means that Batman's plan worked. While she knows that this isn't her old friend Ollie, she's happy to see him alive. On the rooftop, Hal turns to Green Arrow and tells him that it looks like they're in Gotham. Well, sort of Gotham, and the group begins to try and figure out where they need to go next, because they don't know that they were transported to another Earth yet, and if you want to follow that story, go check out the game's storyline on Eligible Monster. Harley and her henchmen all pile onto motorcycles that they borrowed, and they ride off to this protest turned bad. What they see when they arrive is Sinestro blowing up the protesters, and Harley considers this a team-building exercise as she takes the last of her green pill that she broke in half, tears the doors off of 2 cars, and she jumps in ready to fight. Except, as she gets ready to duke it out, the Wonder Woman from the Good universe hits Sinestro, and Green Arrow opens fire on him. So Harley turns to the rioters and begins to run towards them. "Look, across the battlefield, it's a bunny, it's a small French car, it's Harley Quinn, suckers!" As she smacks them rioters with the car doors. She then jumps in the path of the regime's soldiers, opening fire on the peaceful protesters, blocking the bullets with the doors as she decides that she needs a new catchline. Everything is going swimmingly until Gary takes a shotgun blast to the chest. She has already lost a lot of her new friends, but this time she has the strength to get her revenge. She runs in ready to fight, remembering a knee slapper for you. Why was the clown sad? Because she broke her funny bone. Then she took out the splintered bone and beat the guy responsible with it. Later, as she cleaned the blood out of the treads of her boots, she stopped and thought about that funny bone, and she remembered all the good times that they had, how she vowed to protect it and failed. And the whole time she thinks about this, she's tearing that soldier apart. No matter how many people die to avenge it, that funny bone is still gone. "Hey, you're not laughing! Have you heard this one before?" And with that, she shocks the soldier with her joy buzzer. She looks up to see the superheroes fighting it out like they always do and begins to think to herself, maybe joining the insurgency isn't just a phase anymore. She's seen enough good people die, and maybe, just maybe, Harley Quinn's a good guy now. Larry walks over to let her know something, but she ignores him and begins to walk towards the superhero fight until Larry shouts out, "Boss, Gary's not dead!" So she decides to get Larry to the car and load up Gary because they need to save him. Before she can get Gary to the hospital though, she tells all of the civilians there that they need to come with her if they want to live, because this superhero fight is about to get a lot more intense. And up in the sky, good guy Hal Jordan is fighting it out with Sinestro. He throws a bus, so Sinestro throws missiles at him. A battle cruiser is met with a ball and chain, and eventually, Yellow Lantern Hal Jordan from this timeline arrives. But that's a fight from the video game. Harley Quinn and her henchmen get Gary to the hospital, where the doctors patch up Gary and Harley holds his hand, crying her eyes out. "You're gonna live, Gary!" "Kurt." "What's that, Gary?" "Speak to me, Gary!" "My name is Kurt." "Seriously? Nothing rhymes with Kurt. Come on, you're obviously a Gary." The doctor comes in and another of her henchmen arrives to tell her that she won't believe what he's found. They run across the rooftops, making their way to an alley where they see Yellow Lantern Hal Jordan and Hawkgirl standing over a beaten Batman. The Batman from the Good universe. Harley decides that he'll hate her for it, but she's gonna go in and save Batman. And then she looks over the sign again, and something stops her heart. The Joker from that alternate universe. Last time, Harley had found the Joker game and decided to lead them, until she saw the regime capture a Batman from an alternate universe, and then she saw the Joker of that alternate universe. She didn't waste any time. The Joker of her universe was killed by Superman punching a hole in his chest. He was definitely dead, even in a world where people don't stay dead. So she brought out her shotgun and put it to the Joker's face, asking him, "Who are you?" "Because I just see a creep dressed up like the Joker." He puts his hands up, telling her, "It's me! It's the Joker! It even says so on my underwear!" She leaps at him, telling him, "No one pretends to be Mr. J." She punches and kicks and chokes him, only to get stabbed by him and kicked back. She grits her teeth, telling herself, "He can't be who I think he is. That hurt worse than the stab wound." And she takes to the air with her mallet, smashing it into his chest. As Harley gets in close, he headbutts her. And that's the moment that she realizes who it really is. The way he moves and acts. He has to be Mr. J.
And just like that, she's back on his side. It's her pudding. No matter what she's done or what's happened in the last 5 years, he's Mr. J. Harley takes him to the base of the Joker gang, the men and women who decided to follow Harley's example, and they dress like the Joker. And it's there that the Joker takes the center stage, seeing that he now has an entire audience looking up to him, and he tells them that they need to think bigger. While Harley gets wide-eyed and full of hope, her little close-knit group sees the problems right away. They realize that this can't be good because they don't get it. With how badly she said that he treated everyone, including her, why is Harley going back to him? Her gang then realizes what's going on. They need to stop the Joker. They can't let him take one of those strength-granting green pills that gives near invincibility. So they grab their guns and they take aim, only to have the wall behind him explode. And there in the rubble stands the regime. The battle begins with Joker grabbing a gun and opening fire on the regime's soldiers, and Hawkgirl flying right for him, grabbing him by the throat and lifting him off the ground. Harley's guys ask her if she's okay, because she's acting weird, and she tells them, of course she is! She has her Joker back and a gun! She opens fire on Hawkgirl, hoping to save the Joker, and Larry grabs her by the shoulders, telling her, to hell with the Joker! Let's get out of here now! You're the boss now, Harley, not him! She reminds them that they came to follow the Joker's example, and they tell her that that wasn't until they met her. She tries to tell them that they're sweet, but they got Mr. J back! And they grab her, hoping to drag her out and make her see some sense. She headbutts one of them and kicks the other in the face, and then she jumps over, knocking Damian Wayne down, and the Joker gang all jumps on him in a pig pile. But while they're dealing with Damian, Joker beats up Hawkgirl and approaches him. Except that's the moment that this universe's Batman and the other universe's Green Arrow and Wonder Woman arrive for a fight that comes straight out of the video game. Hawkgirl and Damian take off, realizing that they're now outnumbered. And with them gone, it leaves Harley to explain to her Batman why she brought the Joker here. Before they can get to that, Joker explains to this universe's Batman that his version got kidnapped by that evil Superman. Watching Joker get beat down by Batman, Harley starts to realize what was actually happening. She's falling right back into her bad habits, and her habits are the worst kind. So she walks off sadly with her new friends. She takes a seat at a bar, sad because she was doing so well. She saved the day multiple times, and then with one slip up, she's grounded by Batman. All of these rules are just infuriating. Being a good guy just pisses Harley off sometimes. Larry comes over to tell her that more and more of their guys are getting beat up, and if they can't get more of those green pills, it's going to get worse. So Harley takes a moment to apologize to him, telling him that she lost her mind a little while back there. And he tells her with a grin that is always plastered onto his mask that it's fine. The Joker's gone again, and she's back to normal. So he goes back to the issue. Does Harley know anyone with powers that they could use to replace their fallen comrades? Build up Harley's gang. And Harley begins to think about things and realizes that Larry's a genius. She knows a ton of cool villains, except everyone went into hiding or they joined the regime. Villains really weren't crazy about the idea of getting on a murdering Superman's bad side. So Harley came up with a new idea. She's back to normal. She wants to be a good guy. So it's off to the police station to find a problem that she can solve. But when she gets there, the police sadly inform her that all of the villains have pretty much stopped doing anything. And even Batman stopped checking in with them when Gordon died. Things are boring now with Superman threatening death. But they do have one thing. Croc went missing into the sewers and maybe Harley can find him. So as she walks off, the head officer on duty tells her, have fun storming the sewers! She takes the inner circle of the Joker gang into the sewers where they follow the claw marks to where she finds all of the missing villains and bad guys. They're all locked up in cells guarded by people in robes that have lizard head masks. So Harley and her gang leap in. Croc gang versus Joker gang. She calls out, seriously Waylon? Stealing my gang idea? At least the Joker gang looks cool. As they beat all the lizard people down and get ready to free everyone from their cells, the doors swing open and there stands Croc and Bane. Croc tries to be nice, telling Harley that she can still leave, and she replies by elbowing him in the face, breaking his teeth. He smashes her back and he picks her up for a nice bear hug before she kicks him off of her, and then he charges at her as she leaps over him, using his head as a springboard, and then she shoves him into a pipe. Meanwhile, her gang members are trying to fight Bane and failing horribly. Bane eventually picks up one by his head and begins crushing his mask until the rest of the gang leaps in on his back, calling out, like we planned! Meanwhile, Harley is jumping on Croc's chest, shouting, die, die, die! And after she knocks him out, she breaks more of his teeth. Then she sees Bane throwing her friends around like playthings. So she has a new idea, and she opens up the cell doors, freeing the thugs of Gotham, along with Katana and Mr. Freeze. She taps Bane in the back, telling him that she brought more friends, and everyone goes to beat him down. Even Bane can't take on that many enemies. Eventually, Bane and Croc are defeated, and Harley locks them up in their own cells. And now, she has her expanded little resistance group of her own. You see, after our last battle in which Harley increased the size of her team, she decided to once again call up the insurgency's headquarters to see where Batman is so that she can hopefully help.
At this point in the story in the game, Batman has assembled the alternate universe Justice League, and he was leading them to the old destroyed Wayne Manor to have them help him operate his secret weapon against Superman. But when Harley got a hold of Batgirl was busy playing Mortal Kombat, and she told Harley to just relax and not move. Batman has this whole thing under control. Harley heard that, but decided it was wrong. Batman must want her to take initiative. So she has an idea. She's going to retrieve his trusty Batmobile. She took her gang with her after renaming them from Larry Perry Terry to Larry Jerry Barry. They insisted that those weren't their real names, but she told Jerry that he can go back inside if he wants to talk back to her. When they arrived at Wayne Manor, she saw a giant shield and Shazam guarding it while playing on his phone. Harley had an idea, so she took her hammer, she slid down the hill, and she went to go meet Shazzy. If you had forgotten, Harley has taken quite a shine to Shazam, and way earlier in the Injustice tale, she tried to convince him to leave the regime with her. As she walked out in front of him, dropping a green pill out of her boots, she calls out to him while taking the pill. The very same green pills that were invented to give regular people super strength and durability. Shazam hovers down, warning her to leave. With Superman's temper, she won't survive. And Harley jumps at him, asking what his safe word is. She hits him with the full force of a crazy woman holding a hammer and throws him into the shield. As he falls back down, she smacks a board that he was landing on, launching him into the sky. But come on, this is Shazam, and he uses the force of the gods to land in front of her, telling her to stop this. Aw, don't be like that, Shazzy Poo. He throws lightning at her and gives her a quick shock. Do it again, Shazoo! He tries to charge at her, but using the acrobatics of an insane clown gang member, she backflips over him and returns the favor, swinging her hammer down. He catches it swiftly as she calls him Shazarino. He then throws the hammer into the air, asking if she wants to die. She starts punching him in the stomach, telling him, "You should be nice, Shazlerman." And Shazam grabs her by the throat, lifting her into the sky, telling her, "Shut up!" He looks her in the eyes as she tells him, "Shaz, I can't quit you." "Damn it, my name is Shazam!" he shouts as he's getting licked, except that's how Shazam's powers work, and he turns back into Billy Batson. Harley smiles as Billy panics, and she catches him out of midair, landing safely since she has the green pills to aid her in her landing. With a swift puff of a knockout gas, she puts him to sleep, and she walks over to the shield with Larry, Jerry, and Barry and says the magic words! Shockingly, the shield vanishes, but it actually had nothing to do with Harley, because at that exact moment, Green Arrow was breaking it for Batman so that they can get in. Talk about a convenient plot device. And with that, Harley and her gang, with Billy as prisoner, enter the manor. And just as Batman and the good Justice League begin to enter the manor themselves on the top floor, and they would have gotten to the cave before Harley and her crew, except they ran into a slight problem. A problem going by the name of Killer Frost and Solomon Grundy, and a battle begins on the top floor. While this is happening, Harley and her gang break into a portion of the cave, but even with a map, it's kind of hard to find a single super cave. Luckily, she has some time as Green Arrow fires his explosive arrows into Grundy, and he begins to jump on him, following up with more arrows. Wonder Woman runs into a slight problem as Killer Frost freezes up the room, halting the progress of the mighty Amazon. But while this is happening, Injustice, Batman, and Aquaman are trying to restore power to the cave's entrance. Beneath all of this, Harley and her crew enter the Batcave, where they see it destroyed from the last battle that it had. And they also see the Batmobile sans a couple of tires. It should have been an easy fix and a drive-off until a baton hits the ground, and Harley looks up to see Damian Wayne. Her crew tells her to watch out, Nightwing has arrived, but Harley quickly informs them that that is actually Damian Wayne in Nightwing's outfit after he accidentally killed the Nightwing and his father disowned him. So don't worry, they've already kicked his butt back with Bird Girl. As Damian runs in, kicking one of the gang members in the chest, throwing him down, Harley orders her gang to tackle him while she gets to work in the car. But Damian begins to twirl his baton like a man with years of experience, beating down the rather inexperienced members of Harley's gang. Seeing that she needs to take it upon herself, she leaps in, ducking underneath the baton, kicking him in the head, and following it up with an elbow and an uppercut to drop him to the ground. As Harley goes in for the kill shot, her gang tells her to stop, he's down. Harley bites her lip, remembering that she's a good guy now. Good guys don't kill. And she takes Billy with her as she drives off, leaving the gang behind. She races into the streets of Gotham until there's a crack, and Black Adam lands on the Batmobile, surprised that he didn't just find Batman. With a simple flick of his finger, he knocks Harley away as she pops another green pill and returns the favor. Except Black Adam isn't playing nice, and he grabs her foot, slamming her into the ground. She gives him a swift kick to the groin, only to discover that other parts of him are made out of steel, and he stomps her on the head. Meanwhile, back at Wayne Manor, our heroes have defeated the regime members that they were fighting with the help of the Green Lantern, and Wonder Woman informs him that her losing to Killer Frost does not leave this dimension. They walk into the Batcave where Batman notices a fight happened recently, and Damian is already making his exit. Back street side, Harley's gang members ride in on motorcycles, and they try to use them as weapons against Black Adam, except as they tackle him, he smugly launches into the sky. Billy Batson wakes up in the Batmobile with a gag preventing him from being Shazam, but he does see Black Adam, and he knows that he has to get out of there, because he watches as Black Adam throws bolts of lightning down on Harley and her gang. Black Adam lands and picks up the Batmobile, intending to slam Harley with it, but knowing that Billy is trapped inside, she quickly takes it away from him and puts it back down. She looks in the window telling Billy that she would never let him get smushed, and he bangs on the window trying to get out, only to see Black Adam punch Harley right in the back. With that, Billy finally manages to find the button to open the cockpit, and he runs out tearing at the gag until it comes off, and then with a quick Shazam, the battlefield is leveled. Put her down, Adam, and don't make me use my angry voice. He grabs Adam by his hair and he throws him into the sky, following it up with a lightning bolt. I never liked it when Superman brought you into the regime, and I know you don't like it either, so maybe we can stop pretending. Adam begins to charge back at Billy, telling him, I was never pretending. I was open about my contempt for you. Back and forth they go, bringing us the fight that was always meant to happen between these two. But back in the Batcave, Batman explains to the alternate universe Justice League why he brought them there. He invented a device that could 100% incapacitate Superman, but he made it so that it needed every Justice League member to open it up and approve it. Once that's revealed, they place their hands onto the device and it begins to open. Back on the streets, Harley's gang begins to pick her up and they begin to try and make a break for it because Adam and Shazam are tearing up the streets, when finally Shazam wins out. Harley runs over to thank him with hearts in her eyes. Shaz looks at the idiots in hoods, as he puts it, and he tells them to get away now because the regime forces are en route. He then picks up Harley and he takes off. We need to talk. Harley is super happy that Shazam has switched sides to join her, and she asks him if it's too early to propose to him. He takes her to a field where he informs her, I like you a lot, but I'm not switching sides. I saved you for a lot of reasons, but mostly for saving Billy from getting smashed. I don't see how you can go back to working for Superman. I don't work for him, we're teammates. That means you're guilty as well. You're no killer. I stay because he needs someone to keep him in check, Harley. You say I'm good, and that's the reason I'm not switching sides. She kissed him on the cheek, and he begins to hover away. Try not to die, Harley. I like knowing that you're out there. You too, Shazam. This world needs some heroes. Meanwhile, back at the Batcave, Wonder Woman picked up Adam and brought him with her. And as they arrived, they wanted to know what Batman was planning to do with that little device. When we last left off, Harley had just left the Batcave and talked things out with Shazam after Shazam had defeated Black Adam. Shazam told her that her being out there was something that he liked about everything, and he flew off. Black Adam arrived in the Batcave with Diana because they got reports that Bruce was there with these goody two-shoes doppelgangers. He brought them here so that he could use their DNA to unlock his device that would allow him to defeat Superman. The fight was intense, and even though Batman and the Good Justice League won, the device was damaged. They were going to need a new plan. Meanwhile, the Justice League of the Good Universe had been trying to patch into the Injustice universe, and Cyborg falls through the wormhole, ending up in front of Deathstroke and Lex Luthor. In the Injustice universe, these two are both good guys, except Cyborg doesn't know that. Elsewhere, Harley heard Bruce is fighting against the regime in the Batcave, and she returned to help, except she arrived too late. So instead, she stole a Batmobile and tied the giant penny to it, dragging it around Gotham as she returned to get her new friends, and try to figure out a new plan. Bruce didn't want her involved in his master plan. He was worried that she would mess it up. So her gang convinces her that they don't really need permission, they can go look for regime members and just beat them up. This leads to all of them hopping into the Batmobile and driving off to find trouble. Back with Cyborg, his fight against Deathstroke and Lex is stopped by Bruce in the Good Universe Justice League as they explain what's going on. And back with Clark himself, he rockets into the Batcave to see what Bruce took, which is when he finds shards of kryptonite. So he decides to put out a call to all of the world's networks. At 6 p.m. local time, Batman will be executed on Stryker's Island because Clark captured the Good Universe's Batman a while ago in this story, and he knows that his Bruce will come out of hiding and not let this imposter take his place. Everyone decides that they need to head to Stryker's Island and take the fight to Clark, but Harley, she decided that she was going to go kill the Joker. The regime kidnapped the Joker, but she figured during the world news broadcast about Batman being murdered, she could probably slip in. Luckily, as she entered, it was when Cyborg was battling against Vic for control of the boom tubes and teleporting technology, so Harley walked right past the guards and right into the regime soldiers there to help Vic. She began to beat them down, being much better trained than them, even going as far as to grabbing one by the ankle and using him as a weapon, spinning him around, hitting the other guards. Elsewhere in the attack, the Flash runs up on Deathstroke working against the regime, but he's dropped by an explosion, and then Deathstroke walks over to join Cyborg and altering the teleporter. Harley is teleported into the Joker's jail cell where she finds him and she pulls her gun on him ready to shoot him in the head. But that's when Bats calls her up, telling her that the battle for Stryker Island is underway and he needs her to occupy any law enforcement agencies that she can. Keep them busy. Joker sees his girl answering to Batman and wants to know if she's going to be getting his dry cleaning too. She tries to be strong and tell him to shut up. She's helping, but the Joker's silver tongue begins to work its magic on the girl. He tells her that she's Batman's errand girl. He locked her out, and he tells her that the moment that Batman wins his fight, he'll lock her up. Her gun slowly begins to lower, and he continues to work her over mentally. If I'm gonna be king, I'm gonna need a queen. Interested in the job? And then with a hopeful look, she asks him, "You swear, Puddin'?" So while the insurgency was busy fighting against the regime to rescue Batman, Harley let the Joker out of his cell. While this is going on, Deathstroke teleported to the heart of their mission, to acquire Lex's ultimate weapon, one that can destroy Superman once and for all. But as Deathstroke sent the blueprints to Lex in the distraction of the war on Stryker Island, he and Lex knew that he wouldn't be returning from there. And Harley followed the Joker back to the street side as her phone began to go off again. The war on Stryker's Island was in full effect. As Aquaman brought his troops to the shore, the regime prepared for an assault, and Harley was making the worst mistake that she possibly could, and she continued to make the situation with the Joker even more atrocious. She filled him in on the Joker gang, the people wearing his face, and she filled him in on Dr. Fate's base of operations. Meanwhile, the battle continued to rage on with Bruce versus his son Damian, and Aquaman and Green Lantern versus Clark. As Joker and Harley enter the Tower of Fate, Zatanna knocks out Joker right away, asking Harley what she was thinking bringing him here. Joker gets back up, grabbing Zatanna, but Dr. Fate arrives and puts an end to it by freezing the Joker in place. With the Joker locked up, Harley asks to speak to Dr. Fate alone, and he tells her that he knows what she is thinking, and he will not kill the Joker for her. She tries to ask another question, but again he answers before she can speak. You two are tethered across dimensions, time, and even fate. You will be bonded forever until you say the magic word. No. That's it? Goodbye, Miss Quinzel. I wish you luck, but I am not Dr. Luck. And with that, he ejects them from the Tower of Fate. Back on Stryker's Island, Bruce and Green Arrow manage to find Batman and begin to bring him out, but Green Arrow suddenly begins to fire arrows at them because Raven is now controlling him. Bruce walks forward, battling against Green Arrow, dodging the arrows and catching them until Raven shows herself in front of him. Luckily, they manage to get Batman free, so as he gets out, he drops Raven, and all three of them begin to make their way out of the base. Harley and Joker get thrown out of the Tower of Fate, and they land right back in the bar with the Joker gang, where Joker sees his moment to shine, and Harley sits at the bar unable to stand against him. He stands tall, rallying the troops, telling them that their plans are the best. Mayhem, destruction, looting, all of these things is what we should be doing. The regime stopped us because we have the best ideas. And while a good chunk of the Joker gang tells him that the ideas such as blowing up the moon and conquering the city are great, Harley's friends step forward and suggest one thing. How about the Joker leaves and takes his plans with him? Harley is the boss. Joker isn't too happy with that reply though. Democracy's over, Mouthy. This isn't the Harley gang. The Joker jumps down and begins to hit Harley's friends over and over, punches, kicks, and elbows. But while Harley can take all of the mental beating for herself, there's one thing that she can't stand for, and that's the Joker hurting her friends. As the Joker raises a knife to stab her friend, she reaches her hand out to grab him and tell him the magical word. Well, close to it. Please don't do that, Mr. J. She has to take baby steps. Over at the assault on Stryker's Island, as Batman, Bruce, and Green Arrow make it to the exit, Superman stands before them, ready to end this right then and there. Back with the Joker, he turns around surprised and asks, "What?" And she tells him, "I said not to hurt my friends." And with that, she backhands him, throwing him away. She then turns to the Joker gang, telling them to run for it. And behind her, the Joker isn't too pleased. But now that her friends have fled, she may have another problem, because the Joker stands before her, not amused with his followers that she has brought to him, backing him up. He asks his followers, "Which of you want to be my new sidekick?" And they all cheer out, wanting to replace Harley. With a smile, he tells them, "Beautiful! We'll form an orderly line according to shoe size." And then he winds up to smack Harley. "I'll be right with you." Meanwhile, over at Stryker's Island, where Batman, Bruce Wayne, and Green Arrow are trying to stage their escape, Clark stands before them with his eyes glowing red. "I perfected this world before so many lives were lost, Bruce, because I held back, when what I should have done is used all of my power." Back in the bar with Joker and Harley, the Joker throws Harley into a wall, lifting her by her throat, and he notices something. Her throat seems firm. "Did you take a green pill?"
And with that, she kicks him back. If you're just now joining us, the green pills allow for the average fighter to gain superhuman strength to fight against the likes of the metas, except this just makes Harley more powerful than the Joker. The Joker gang grabs some chains and bats and they begin to jump in against Harley, except that with her strength, she throws them around, knocking them all out, leaving only her and the Joker. The slight problem is that the Joker got his hands on a pill as well, and he throws Harley through the wall into the alleyway. They walk outside where he lifts a bus over his head and he stares at her. "I'm not mad, Harley, just disappointed!" And he drops the bus on her. Back at Stryker Island, Clark is staring down at Bruce. "Crime took my family as well, Clark. Don't you dare, Bruce! You weren't the gun! Goodbye." And Batman, Bruce, and Green Arrow all jump off the side of the island to their certain deaths. Back at the bar, Joker lifts up a sheet showing Harley that while he was throwing her around, he also managed to catch her friends. Just as Batman, Bruce, and Green Arrow are all about to fall on some shark and pony rocks from their jump, Cyborg manages to get the Watchtower's teleporter working and poof, they vanish. But back with Harley, she looks over at the Joker holding a knife to one of her friends. "I don't want to kill you, Harley. I want to break you." Harley finally breaks down. "You won't hurt them, right? If I just play nice?" "Yes, I actually believe you now, but just let me kill one to be sure." And with a crack of a pipe, it strikes Joker on the back of his head as one of Harley's friends that was injured from earlier has gotten up to stomp him. The Joker turns around and stabs Gary to Harley's horror. Then he takes her by the hand and he drags her outside. There was nothing that she could do. If she had fought against him, she would have lost all of her friends. She had to make sure that Larry, Perry, Terry, Jerry, and Barry were all fine. But while this is happening, Clark has launched himself up to the Watchtower to stop whoever was teleporting everyone. And as he gets close to it, Cyborg set it to explode. As they drive around the city, Joker brings up that in his dimension, he has a nuke all ready to go. Except here, he doesn't have that. So he needs something big. Big enough to display his destruction. And that's when he sees Lex flying overhead in his giant mech suit. And he shoots him down with a missile. Lex crash lands into a regime vehicle and he gets out telling them, "Unless you want Superman to succeed, step aside." Harley asks, "Are you really gonna stop Superman?" But Joker stops her. "Only speak when spoken to, Harley, unless you want me to stab another friend. Now go relieve Lex of his suit." So Harley begins opening fire on Lex with her guns, only to have them bounce all off of Lex's shield. She then grabs a sewer manhole cover and throws it at him, but he blocked that as well. Then she jumped in to fight him with fists, only to be bounced back by his shields again. The Joker twirls his knife as she lands next to him and he informs her, "You're fired." He then puts the knife to her shoulder and he tells her, "Don't worry though, there's a generous severance package for you back at the bar." And she finally got the nerve to say it. No. Lex fires a shock over at Joker, telling Harley, "You'll thank me later." But she stops him, telling Lex that the Joker is hers. She then proceeded to beat the tar out of the Joker until even Lex told her that she didn't have to kill him. And then she turned to Lex, telling him, "Get back to stopping Superman, because I'll handle these goons." So she went back to fighting against the Joker's goons, and Lex went back to his fateful meeting with Clark. He called him out, "Superman, your time is over." He armed the weapon that Deathstroke brought back to him, and he locked it in on Clark up in the skies. He took aim, and he prepared for Superman's arrival. Harley really didn't know what happened next. Was he unable to fire on a friend? Or maybe his weapon jammed? Either way, Superman landed on top of Lex's suit and tore it open and ended him. While that was going on, Harley returned to the bar where her friends were waiting for her, unaware of what just happened. When we last left off, Superman had murdered Lex Luthor, and that was it. He finally stopped ignoring everyone, and he heard what the world thought of him. He's the one who should die. That's it. They have to do something about him. They can't let him run their lives anymore. How many has he killed? And he screams, "No!" And he rockets off into the sky. But Harley Quinn didn't even know that this had happened when she left Lex to finish off Superman. Instead, she went to the bar where Joker killed Gary, one of her new friends, her sweet little angel. And since it was the Joker that took him away, Harley decided to show him a little love in the form of a hammer as she beat the Joker up all over again. While she was doing that, her gang got together a little surprise for her. They were tired of being called the Joker Gang after seeing what the Joker was really like. It was time to look the part and become one of Harley's followers, the Harley Horde. Meanwhile, Superman soared over the ocean, calling out to his team, the Regime. "Report to me now." As he walks into the room, he tells everyone that he's tired of the whiners and the complainers that side with those criminals. He's going to remind them of who's in charge and flatten Gotham and Metropolis. Then he'll find the Duplicates universe and destroy their world. Teach them a lesson! Out on the streets, the Harley Horde is charging in, teaching their own lesson to the Joker gang until eventually they're completely removed from the equation, which made Harley think. This Harley Horde could become her own army, and her friends could help her lead it. It's time to get rid of the last of the Joker's gang. Meanwhile, back at the Fortress of Solitude, Shazam brings up the big question. We're wiping out whole cities, invading dimensions? Superman isn't even fazed. You have a problem? Well, yeah, it's crazy for one. It's going too far for two. Wonder Woman steps in. Man's world is incapable of self-rule. We must preserve order. No! There has to be limits, especially on us! That's enough. No, it was enough a long time ago. Have you gone nuts? Lois would never. But Superman grabbed him by the throat. Shazam tried to call out his magic world, but Superman froze his mouth over. Then, using his heat vision, he burned into Shazam's eyes until there was nothing left. He murdered Shazam. He then turned to the group and asked them, "Anyone else? Good. We're gonna show this planet who's in charge." Meanwhile, back with the Harley Horde, they managed to defeat every member of the Joker gang, and now they wondered, what do they do next? Back in the fortress, Solomon Grundy picked up the body of Shazam once everyone had left. Then he went to Barry and Hal.
Grundy dig hole. Grundy Barry.
Hal turns his back. Casualty of war. Acceptable loss. But Barry isn't about to have this. Acceptable loss? Superman just killed a child. I'm done. He gives off a Speed Force clap and he runs out of the room. He ran the entire planet looking for the insurgency. He had to find Batman. And eventually he ran into the insurgency headquarters where he was shocked to find Green Arrow still alive. After a little explanation and a little fight, they all agree to hear the Flash out. He explains that Superman has finally lost it. He plans to destroy Gotham and Metropolis and then go over to the other Justice League's world. They all decide that they need to come up with a plan when the walls crumble. And there sits Hal Jordan and the crew of the regime. They place a tracker into Flash's mask. Meanwhile, Harley and her horde say goodbye to Gary. But as she's thinking quietly about the loss of another friend, Ivy arrives to talk things out with her, and she showed Ivy the bloody mess that is the Joker tied to a wall. Ivy tries to convince her to run away with her, but Harley says that she has to finish this, and once they're done, they're gonna take a long vacation. So they kiss each other goodbye, and Harley gets the gang ready to roll, popping out her bag of green pills to amp them up and get them ready to save the world. Around the world, the final battle begins with our insurgency fighting the regime for the final stand, to stop Superman from ending everything. Harley has joined the fight with an army of her own, finally free of the Joker himself, and to top it all off, Wonder Woman has gone to battle against Diana for control of the Amazons, because she is not going to stand by and let Superman control the Amazonian army. The Amazons will not enable man's aggressions. While she battled it out with her own doppelganger, Harley's crew broke into LexCorp where she grabbed any devices that they could get. They rode into the battles on hoverbikes. Meanwhile, Arthur Curry had his underwater troops and a pet wall of water under his command ready to attack the insurgency and take control of the cities, while the regime was battling the good Justice League all over the place, and Wonder Woman was defeating her own doppelganger, leaving Batman with Bruce to make the ultimate decision. Back with Harley, they rode in to catch the cars falling into the water as Clark was beginning to destroy the cities. As they rode around catching the people that fell out of the buildings that Doomsday destroyed, she began to realize some people are just born to be heroes, and some are born to be leaders. And it doesn't matter what dimension you're in, they need to step up. As Wonder Woman defeated Diana and took control of the Amazons, Batman told Bruce that they need their big gun. They need Superman to take out Clark. And with that, he arrives. Hello, Bruce. Let's get started. Now, you may not know this, but Harley's been telling this story to someone else this whole time. And as she stood up there and put a leg on the back of a chair, she explained that this was when she became a superhero. She was the one to round up all of the survivors in this epic final battle and bring them to safety. But back in that fight, it was time for it to come to a close, and if you played the video game, you know what's coming. As Superman arrives on the scene, I suggest you all go home now. He froze Black Adam in place and removed Sinestro and Hal Jordan's yellow rings, handing them to the Green Lantern. Superman then stood ready to face off against the army of Atlantis, with Wonder Woman leading the Amazons in to crush them. That was the moment that things began to take a turn as Doomsday tackled Superman into the ground, and Harley saw it happen, so she rocketed off to see if she can help him. As Doomsday began to pummel Superman, Harley popped a dozen green pills, and she bounded in as a happy superhero, slamming Doomsday off of Superman. He looked up. Harley Quinn? Did you just knock out Doomsday? And save your life? Yeah, I did, no biggie. This place is confusing. You know you're evil where I come from. Used to be evil here too, Joker and everything. Then I joined the insurgency and started an army. Superman begins to rub his neck confused. You became good? You? And she tells him, you might want to turn around. He smirks. Not yet. I don't want to ruin the surprise. Doomsday jumps in ready to fight again, and right then, Superman turned around, slamming Doomsday and grabbing him. He begins to hover off the ground. Thanks again, Harley. You've given me hope for this world. And then he launched into orbit with Doomsday. They both went back and forth, with Superman blasting Doomsday with his heat vision, and then he dragged him and threw him into the Phantom Zone. And then, The moment that we've all been waiting for arrives, as Superman hears a voice behind him that sounds familiar. I knew they'd bring you in eventually. You don't belong here. I'm this world's savior, not you. We're not gods. We don't decide who lives and dies. Yet after I've killed you, I'm gonna go find Lois and bring her here and save her when she sees how I perfected this world. But Superman stops him. She'll be disgusted. Superman eyes Clark, the good and true Superman meeting the turned evil rule the world Superman. And as Superman tries to talk him down, Clark throws him into the floor. Superman grabs him by the foot, lifting him back up, and then he punches him into the ceiling. Clark returns with a chunk of the fortress, but Superman uses his heat vision to destroy it. And then Clark counters with his own heat vision, trying to bury Superman into the Fortress of Solitude. He looked down, assuming that he'd won, only to have Superman rise again and punch him before grabbing his cape and twirling him into the arena. Meanwhile, Harley had one more thing to do, and she cut the Joker down before cracking her knuckles. I need closure. Back with Superman, the heat vision goes back and forth, and Superman begins to rap and punch Clark into a wall. He tries to tell him, fear is the only thing that these people understand. And Superman tells him, not anymore. He then spits up his own blood as he tells the insurgency of Bruce, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Green Lantern, and Superman that they have to kill him. But Bruce sucker punches him, ending this. And thus, Injustice truly ended not with an explosion or a world-ending event, but a sucker punch from Batman. The Justice League stayed and helped put things right, such as bringing Hal and Sinestro to the Guardians to answer for their crimes, and Wonder Woman helped bring Diana to answer for her crimes against the Amazons. With that, Superman and Batman said their farewells to Bruce as Clark was placed into a Red Sun prison to dull his powers. But what of Harley and Joker? Well, her closure was beating him so badly that he literally crawled back to Batman begging to go home. And who has Harley been telling this whole story to? Why, herself, of course. She went to the good Justice League's world to try and talk some sense into herself, to teach herself how to become a superhero. And what did she say? Well, she kind of ignored the whole thing and said that she was excited for her and Mr. J's new plan involving a nuke. Harley Quinn took it and broke the controller, telling her that that wasn't going to happen today. Harley knew that she could never convince herself. It was going to take something else to turn this Harley into a hero, but she can at least teach her how to make an army of her very own. Superman sits in his cell. It didn't have to be this way. This war, all of the pain, all the lives lost. I think it could have been different if you had just been a friend. Batman stands outside of the cell looking in. I'm not to blame for the blood on your hands, Clark. Superman stands up, hitting the cell. Oh, you sanctimonious ass. I'm supposed to be the alien and you're the one incapable of human response. He sits back down with blood on his knuckles as he's currently depowered. What we could have achieved together, Bruce, but you turned your back on me. Well, you won. The world is yours. I don't want the world, Clark. I want to repair what you tore apart. A world in Batman's vision? That's a truly terrifying thought, and no one is left to tell you the truth. Superman looks back in his cell as he continues. Alfred is gone. All of your Robins gone. Dick, Tim, Jason, Damian. You failed them all. Batman is hurt enough as he turns and walks out. Goodbye, Clark. That's it. Turn your back on me. In the end, you'll seek the ultimate control like you always do, because you're just a scared child trying to stop 2 bullets. He walks down to Harley Quinn sitting there. Ouch. That line about a scared child trying to stop 2 bullets? Cold. And then she offers him a cupcake. I actually had 2 cupcakes. You'll never guess what happened to the other one. You ate one. Truly, you are the world's greatest detective. They walk outside as Bruce admits to Harley that he has his shortcomings. He knows that he'll need help in rebuilding this world. Then as Harley gets on her motorcycle, he looks at her. Harley. It's okay, Bats. I know what you're gonna ask. You've lost so many people close to you. I've been thinking about it for a while, but I won't change my outfit or let me call you your sidekick. Let me make a call and I'll decide if you can call me Robin. She heads over to the Arrow Cave, well, the Quiver. She renamed the former home of Oliver Queen. And then she makes a phone call to the caretaker of her child, the one that she had long ago and sent away. It's her daughter's birthday, and she just wanted to say hi. And that's when the wall explodes next to her. In walks Amanda Waller. Quinzel, I'm Director Waller. Your crimes against... She begins rubbing her ears. What? I said, yeah, no, it's no good. That was a really big explosion unless your actual voice is a high-pitched whine. Waller turns to leave. Take her, Flag. Harley holds up her hands. Whoa, 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 whoa! And she steps backwards and then takes another step before hopping on her motorcycle. She races off, calling for Batman to help, but a shot is fired, hitting her and dropping her off of her bike. She crashes into the wall and Deadshot reports that he got her. She wakes up and she finds herself strapped to a medical table complaining that her head hurts, and Flag explains that they've attached an explosive to her neck. Waller then continues. Batman may have forgiven you for your crimes, but the government hasn't. Welcome to the Suicide Squad. Elsewhere, at another time and place, another dimension, a young boy tells a man in a funny helmet not to move. In front of him is Dr. Fate.
Connor Lance Queen, you were a baby when I brought you here. I need to speak with your parents. And then thunk! A sucker arrow hits his helmet. He lowers his arms and he looks at the ground. Right. He walks into the cabin in the woods and he simply asks Dinah and Oliver to ask their son to please stop shooting him in the head. And Oliver looks at the back of the helmet to see them all together. Good grouping. In his defense, the helmet makes for a shiny target. Dr. Fate removes his helmet. This helmet is not a shiny target. It holds untold power. And Oliver tells his son, enough. Dinah then asks, why is he even here? And he looks at his helmet. I know that I was wrong to bring you to this universe, Dinah, to work against fate. The helmet grows heavier. Oliver and Dinah both agree that this doesn't look good. Fate holds up his hand with the powers growing within it. Black Canary was supposed to die, and she sonic screams back at him. Dr. Fate is thrown through the back wall and out onto the grass, where he stops his momentum, telling her no. Arrows begin to fly down in his direction as he breaks them using his spells. So Oliver tells her, hey, pretty bird. The black one. Dr. Fate raises into the air telling them to stop, and Oliver fires and it goes through the magical shield into Fate's hand. He floats back down to the ground in pain as Oliver explains, haha, magic arrow. Bet that stings. He then walks over, tearing it out of Fate's hand, and Fate once again tells him, wait, you misunderstand. I'm not here to hurt you. You said that Dinah was supposed to die. Yes, she was. But then I fought against Fate itself to save her. I'm here with an offer. It's over, Dinah Lance. It's safe to return to your world. Superman is defeated. The Batman won, and now he wants to rebuild. He needs your help. Both of you. He needs heroes. Back over with Harley Quinn, she's laughing her butt off as she begins to free herself. Are you stupid? I'm friends with Bats now. The guy wants to call me as Robin. You just crossed the world's greatest detective, and you don't think that he's coming here right now? At that moment, the door to the room slides open with Batman standing there. But this Batman, he looks a little different. His eyes begin to glow red. I've been monitoring you for some time, and what you've created will be the perfect tool for what we hope to achieve. Waller puts her hands to her hips. What are you saying? I'm saying thank you, Amanda Waller. He then raises two guns and he smiles as he opens fire. With the government guards in the ground smoking from the bullets, Harley looks at him. Who are you? I'm Batman, and all of you work for me now. You're my Suicide Squad. Batman walks over to the iPad that controls the bombs. Though I'll admit, I won't be needing all of you. Some of you are useless. And as he says that, he looks at Calendar Man. Oh, come on, man! Croc sneaks up behind him and Batman presses something on his wrist. The red bat signal on his chest begins to glow and charge, and red lightning begins to flow around him as he quickly dodges the attack of Croc. He then drops an elbow into his nose. What part of I'm Batman made you think that attacking me was a good idea, you moron? Consider yourself lucky that he thinks of you as unique and he wants you preserved, Killer Croc. If he didn't, you'd be joining the others. Batman then goes to press the button that sets off the bombs as Calendar Man shouts, "Stop! It's March 19th! So, it's my birthday." And Batman presses the button. Multiple heads explode with blood and brain matter flying around. And in the end, Calendar Man still is standing there, covered in the mess that just happened around him. I'm alive! I'm useful! No, you're definitely not, Batman says, pressing the button. Stupid government technology. Batman tells his squad to get ready for extraction, and they walk outside, dropping all of the guards in their path. The helicopter lands, and Batman hands the iPad to the soldier, and he tells him to give him a second. I guess we're doing this now. I know you're there. You may as well come out. And in the light of the lightning stands Bruce. I didn't want us to meet like this. Not yet. I wanted it to be better. More momentous. Take off the cowl. It doesn't belong to you. Batman then charges up with the red lightning again. You're wrong. It absolutely belongs to me. I think I'll remove yours. You're wasting it anyway. Bruce jumps in to kick him, but he's blocked instantly. Then with seemingly crazy speeds, he punches Bruce in the stomach before blocking another attack and sweeping his legs out from underneath him. Bruce is on his knees as the Batman looks at him. Oh look, you're on your knees already. This is pathetic, Mr. Wayne. And he tears off Bruce's cowl and then he punches him across the face. Repeatedly, he hits Bruce insanely hard, telling him, "You're so disappointing." And then he drops the cowl at Bruce's feet. I'm Batman now. Your reign is over. Bruce woke up the next day in bed with Barbara Gordon looking over him in her Batgirl outfit. And Lucius Fox walks in with a message from the deceased Lex Luthor. He explains that Bruce can't do this alone. He's going to need allies. He'll need heroes, and he'll need people with money. Lex Luthor wants Bruce to make a world that no longer needs Batman, and he wishes that he could help. But he's no longer here. But Bruce sits up, putting on his suit and his cowl. I need to track down the one who did this. And Lucius tells him to stop. Before he throws his broken body back out there, there's someone else who wanted to talk to him. And that's when Dinah Lance walks into the room. It's good to see you. Dinah runs in for a hug. "Come here, you emotionally stunted freak." Bruce hugs her back and then Oliver Queen enters. Bruce asks how, but Dinah explains that it's an alternate dimension Ollie. Bruce explains, "This is great. I need people to help save the world. Cost is going to be high." And Oliver goes right on the defensive. "You arrogant bastard. You think only rich people can save the world? Well, let me tell you." And he stops him. "I want you both in the group. You said you needed money. I also need people with ideas and their hearts in the right places. You're a billionaire, Ollie." "Huh? No, I was a billionaire. I lost it all and I live in a cabin in the woods now. It's my only asset." "None of that happened in this dimension. So you can take over your predecessor's life, you and your wife." Ollie once again is confused. "Well, Dinah and I aren't actually married." She takes a knee. "Let's fix that. Will you marry me again for the first time?" Do we have to do this in front of Batman?" He turns to Batman. "Could you do your disappearing thing?" Ollie then turns back to Dinah, and then he looks back again, and Batman's gone. How does he even do that? And then he gets down on one knee with her. "Dinah Lance, my pretty bird, will you marry me again for the first time?" That's when their son walks in disgusted by this and the alarm begins to blare. Barbara shouts out, "It's the prison alarm!" Reports begin to fly in that they've lost all the power in the prison, and the first question that goes out is, what about Superman's cell? Meanwhile, at that very cell, Clark looks at his hand and he makes a fist. He then hits the cell door so hard that it cracks the glass and makes a hole. And then he looks at his freedom just on the other side. Without the red sun lamps turned on to dampen his powers, he would be getting them back relatively quickly. And he leaps out of the cell that he is in, landing on the walkway that is set up to allow visitors. Meanwhile, outside of the prison, Warden Turpin asks who is attacking them. The guards report, "It's Batman, but it's not Bruce Wayne. This is the new evil Batman with red eyes and a crooked smile." He orders Deadshot to take the shot and the prison sniper is removed. He then proceeds to walk in with his own Suicide Squad. Let's make trouble. Luckily, Bruce and Batgirl, along with Black Canary and the Green Arrow from another universe, teleport in. Bruce tells everyone to stop the Suicide Squad while he heads over to Superman's cell. An arrow lodges into Croc's arm and Batgirl jumps on him as Canary screams him down to the ground. Green Arrow walks over telling him, "Stay down and stop trying to eat people." That's when his bow is shot and it's broken in two, and Deadshot points his pistols at both Green Arrow and Black Canary. "This is unexpected. I heard you were dead." Luckily, Harley runs in with a bat, cracking Deadshot over his head, dropping him. And then she looks at Ollie and is stunned. Green Arrow and Black Canary were her friends. They convinced her to do good with her life, and she followed their example before being forced onto the Suicide Squad. Her makeup runs down her face as tears begin to flow, and she hugs the both of them. Green Arrow is from another universe, and he wonders, what the heck is going on? Meanwhile, in Superman's cell, Bruce walks over to him. "Get back in your cell, Clark. Move." "No, we fought too much and lost too much last time. Do you honestly believe that I wouldn't have plans for this in place? Last chance. Listen to that little voice in your head telling you to stop." Superman stares him down. "My conscience is clear, Bruce." And then he hears it, a little voice in his head. "Stop." He makes a fist. "What is this?" And that's when we see Bruce's plan. The atom is in Superman's brain with a tiny kryptonite shard. Adam holds the shard up. "I'm your personal warden. I can do anything from give you a seizure to a stroke." It was Batman's idea, Superman. Superman's eyes glow. "Even for you, this is necessary, Clark." Superman lunges at Bruce, so the atom stabs into his brain, causing him to fall. And Bruce calls up the warden. Superman is handled. Out in the prison yard, the squad is battling against the bullets being shot their way from the guards, and Harley is still hugging Green Arrow and Black Canary. Dinah explains that this is a different Ollie from the one that Harley knew. So Harley informs him, "You were my lover." And of course, everyone says, "What?" So Harley tells him, "I'm joking, of course." And then she explains that she does live in Green Arrow's cave, though. He asks her if it's the Arrow Cave, and she tells him, "No, you called it the Quiver." He looks at Canary. "Is she, messing with me again?" Canary thinks about how bad the Arrow Cave name was and tells him, No, this one's real." Our evil Batman then walks up telling Harley, "This doesn't look good, Harley. Squad, it's time for extraction." And Canary asks, "Why do you want to free Superman?" And Harley tells her, "We don't want him. We came for Damian." Inside, Talia al Ghul and a woman stand at Damian's cell, and they open it up with Damian asking, "What's going on?" The woman opens fire, killing the guards and the warden, and Damian runs out of the building with them, telling his mother to calm her servant down. She then flips Damian over, slamming him into the ground. "I am no servant." Talia tells him, "This is no way to talk to your sister. Damian, this is Anathanasia al Ghul, daughter of the bat. Deep in the base of the evil Batman and the squad, Batman walks over telling Harley, "I could kill you for this, but I won't, because it's not up to me." So Harley asks him, "Oh really? Who's behind this then?" She is brought into a room with the boss where she sees the man behind it all. Ra's al Ghul surrounded by Vixen, Talia, Damian, Anathanasia, Poison Ivy, and Sheeta. And I see the other guy there as well, but I don't know who that is. He walks down telling Harley that humanity has crossed the tipping point. It has lit a fuse that cannot be snuffed out. It's too late for humanity. Thousands of species in this world are already dying. With it being as much of a cancer as it is, I intend to cut humanity away from the worlds. Harley makes a face at him. "Did you practice that speech in a mirror?" She turns to Ivy asking, "Why are you here?" And Ivy tells her to save the green, telling Harley that she may join as well. It's not like she has a choice with the bomb in her head. And Harley tells her she always has a choice. Ra's jumps in there. "You do, but your daughter would miss you." Harley turns back to him. "Be very, very careful." "Lucy, yes? She likes putting tutus on toy cars. She doesn't know that I'm her mother." He holds up one of those cars. She does know. Then Harley sees her daughter right in front of her, and she tells her to cover her ears as she gives Ra's a mouthful. He tells Harley that if she doesn't want to help, he will kill her. And Harley stops him again. "No, you won't. You clearly have superheroes here who have bought what you're selling, so you wouldn't kill a child in front of them, or they wouldn't follow you anymore." She then asks him to come close so that Lucy doesn't hear what she has to say. And she headbutts Ra's, knocking out his teeth. Anathanasia grabs Harley by the shirt, and everyone begins to fight against her, and Ra's tells them all to stop. He apologizes for how he handled this. He wants to save the planet, and he knows that Harley is full of regrets for what she did in Metropolis. Harley looks down, telling him, "Superman was supposed to save the day." And Ra's tells her, he didn't save Metropolis. He didn't save his wife. He didn't save his child. And he can't save you from what you did. I am the demon reborn, and you can be reborn as well. You can be a phoenix. Help us punish those who stole a future from your daughter. Meanwhile, Bruce is sitting in the Batcave looking at his monitors, and Green Arrow and Black Canary's son arrives asking about his son, Damian. Bruce asks if Dinah sent him down, and he tells her no. She told him to leave Mr. Wayne alone. He then asks if he's looking for his son. He explains that he's looking for the people who took his son, and he looks down at a $5 bill in a glass case. He thinks back to another time, when there was an Alfred and a young boy named Damian. A time when there was a Robin to be trained, and it was time to see if he could become the Robin that he was supposed to be. They were going to give him a night alone to prove himself. So Bruce flew his son to one of the farthest points out in Gotham, far away from everything, and he sets him down, telling him that he can be back in 3.5 hours if he finds the right route. Bruce leaves, and Damian sets his watch to 2 hours, because he'll beat the expected time. He's Damian Wayne. He leaps over the rooftops, and he found a mugging, which he stopped and promptly put an end to. The woman that he saved handed him $5, and he handed it back, telling her, "We don't take tips." He then jumped back up onto the rooftop until he found a man standing on a ledge. He put his hand out, telling him not to do it, and the guy said that he just wanted to think. So Damian jumped off to continue on. But as the man began to cry, Damian was next to him again, asking if he just wanted to talk. He turned to the guy asking if this was his place, and he said it was. So Damian went in, and he made them both tea. They laughed, and the guy got cheered up. And then Damian got a stab victim to the hospital, helped an old woman get on the bus, and once again had to tell her that they don't take tips. After over 10 hours in Gotham, he finally got back to the cave, telling his father that he failed. Alfred asks Bruce, "Did you tell him that it was a time trial?" "No." "Did you imply it?" "Perhaps." Damian is stunned. "Huh?" Alfred explained that it once took Bruce 3 days to get back. Bruce then looks at his son. "I'll take the $5. We don't take tips, Damian." And Damian went to bed smiling. This brings us back to the current day as Bruce is looking at that $5 bill in a glass case in front of him. And he turns to Connor. "Do you want to help?" And Connor tells him yeah. So Bruce heads over with an injector. "I'm gonna make it so that your parents will never lose you, but you have to keep it a secret." The lasers fire over Blue Beetle's backside as he ducks and dodges his way through the mess. And then he opens fire on the robots, blasting them with the full force of the Beetle alien symbiote thingy that is attached to his back. The room fills with smoke as a voice tells him that he filled it up, and he can't see now. Blue Beetle tells him that that's true, and suddenly the voice shouts, "Behind you!" A robot then bursts through the smoke, stabbing Blue Beetle in the stomach, and then everything turns off. And the smoke clears. Ted Kord, the former Blue Beetle, walks out telling the current Blue Beetle that if that had been a real energy blade, he'd be dead now. Blue Beetle pulls back his armor, revealing Jaime Reyes, and he asks Ted if he had ever made mistakes. Ted informs him that it doesn't matter if he did. This is about Jaime right now. The voice of Skeets chimes in. That's a yes. Ted tells Jaime that he has to concentrate, get control of the Scarab, and Jaime tells him that he's trying. Ted tells him, "You were supposed to take them out without destroying them." And Jaime smiles. I'll pay you back. So Ted turns to his floating robot from the future, Skeets. How much was that one worth, Skeets? And Skeets informs him that it's worth $255,000. With that news, Jaime's eyes go wide. He reaches deep down into his pocket, pulling out some coins. I have $2 and Ted stops him. I'll take it. And Jaime says, you can't really be serious, right? Ted simply says, I didn't become a billionaire by turning down free money. Jaime and Ted work it out and Jaime begins to go home. And Ted tells Skeets to follow him and make sure that he's okay. He seems a bit rattled. Skeets tells Ted that yes, this is how it happened. Confused, Ted asks Skeets what he means. And Skeets tells him, never mind, it's an honor serving you. Goodbye, Ted Cord. Confused as he plans to see Skeets the very next day, Ted walks into the next room to see Batman standing there in the dark waiting for him. Ted Cord. Ted smiles. I've known you for years, Bruce. You don't have to use my full name, and you don't have to hide in the shadows. Also, why are you even sneaking in here? You could have just walked in the front door. It's easier. It's creepy, Bruce. Bruce Wayne can't just walk into Cord Industries. Okay, I can see your point, Ted says, pouring himself a drink. But we could meet somewhere else, somewhere with coffee and a little less drama. Batman tells Ted, we need to bring Jaime into the field. And Ted snaps. He's too young, too inexperienced. Damn it, you of all people know what will happen if you throw a kid into a world they aren't ready for. Batman doesn't respond and Ted looks down at his drink. I'm sorry, that was a cheap shot. No, you're right. But I'm not here for that. I'm here to ask you for your help. Wait, Bruce Wayne is here to ask me for money? No wonder you sneaked in. I want you to come to a meeting tomorrow. I'll be there, Bruce. And Batman told him, thank you, as he leaped out the window. At that moment, the wall began to warp and twist as Booster Gold himself walked in. Hey, Teddy. Booster Gold is a time traveler and Ted Cord's best friend. He literally just broke time trying to save his friend's life in another universe, another timeline. And I'll link that story down below. Ted turns back to him and smiles. I'm having a drink. You want one? Booster puts his hands to his hips. I've already had a few, but sure. Ted looks at Booster and he sees pain in his eyes. Teddy, I just wanted to say, I'll be there. At the end. If you heard those words from a time traveler, your eyes would get as large as golf balls as well. Ted said the next words, hoping beyond hope. At the end of... He prayed in his mind that Booster would jump in with the end of a movie, the end of a battle, the end of a speech, and Booster looked at the ground, and Ted knew what it meant. End of your life. He put his face into his hands as he rubbed the space between his eyes. Now I understand why Skeets was... Booster put his hand on his friend's back. They're coming. I'm sorry. I would put on your old suit and make them regret it though. And that's just what Ted did, even if it didn't fit anymore with all of those drinks pushing through the seams. Booster tells him, it really didn't fit well before anyway. And Ted just comments, well, you didn't say anything before about it. Booster smirked. I had a lot of things to ridicule. The outfit was really low priority. Ted gets his game face on. The jokes need to end. You can't help me, can you? No, I can't change the past. I tried 3 times before and I got put away. I'm a few years older than when we last met. This is bigger than both of us. Ted leans in to hug his oldest friend, and Booster tells him, as any friend who was about to watch his friend die would, I'm sorry. And Ted embraces his friend one last time, telling him it's okay. And Booster Gold, in his usual comical manner, tells Ted, it's not that. I've had years to mock you for that costume, and I feel like I've let you down. With that, the world around Ted warps and twists again, and our time traveler leaves the room. I'll be there, at the end. The top of the building explodes as the attack begins. Damian, Deadshot, and Katana all leap in through the window asking where is Ted Cord. Through the smoke and the fire, Ted stands ready, suited up and prepared, ready to meet his end at the hand of his attackers. I'm right here. And Damian looks at him. Ted, Damian, your father was here earlier. I don't think he'd approve of the kids that you're hanging out with today. Deadshot then realizes the overweight superhero in front of him is the man that they came to kidnap. Wait! Ted Cord is Blue Beetle? And in response, Ted activates the robots that he was using to train Jaime, and he leaps in. He punches Deadshot across the face before he can even get a shot off, and as he goes in for another hit, Katana cuts his hand off. He falls to his knees in pain, and Deadshot tells him, this is so much bigger than you. While Batman is off, getting the meeting ready for the president with his plans to fix the world, Ted is dragged into another meeting about world fixing. This one involves not so nice people, and he realizes this as the hood is pulled off of his head, and he sees Ra's al Ghul standing in front of him. Ra's looks at him in the costume. Ted Cord is Blue Beetle. I had no idea, and I'm rarely surprised. Ted asks him, what do you want with me? And Ra's smiles. This isn't about you, Mr. Cord. We kidnapped people from around the entire world. While this is happening, Batman explains to his new council, his new attempt to save the world. He brought in people with money, good morals. They were here to help rebuild with their abilities and their money. Lucius Fox, Jackson Hyde to represent the oceans, Jefferson Pierce, aka Black Lightning, Oliver Queen and Dinah Lance, both back from the dead and both Green Arrow and Black Canary, and a new Steel, as the previous one died in the death of Metropolis, Natasha Irons, along with Ted Kord, who's apparently running late. But as they discuss the future, a news report is broadcast. It's Ted Kord on the screen, reading a note. "I didn't know. I'm sorry," he says as everyone watches and Cheetah growls, "Read the note." "I didn't realize my batteries were being made by..." But that's when Roz enters the frame. "Ignorance is the excuse of cowards. I want everything to stop. Mining, deforestation, drilling the oceans, burning coal for power. Everything stops now." Ted looks at him. "You can't be serious. You can't hold us ransom for the impossible." And Roz looks right at the camera. "You misunderstand. I'm not holding you ransom. You are the example. And today, everything crumbles." Then, Roz has his men blow up every large corporation in the world all at once. And following that, he welcomes Orca and Croc to devour all of the men that they've kidnapped. The entire world watched as they fed on everyone there. And as Ted Kord lay cut open and bleeding, the space around him warped and bent again. Booster Gold stood there. "Hey, Teddy." He removed his mask as Ted told him, "I feel cold. Can you train Jaime? Look after him. He's going to need you." And Booster grabbed his oldest friend's hand. "I'm not really the mentoring type. Please, you're going to need each other. You're gonna have to help." Booster tried to fight back the tears. "Man, you can't just... Who am I gonna laugh at now?" And Ted smiled. Through the pain, the blood, and his own death, he smiled. "Just look in the mirror." Booster Gold gave out a "ha!" And then he felt Ted's hand go limp as the last of his life began to fade away. Sadness drew upon Booster's face, and he leaned in, kissing his friend goodbye on the forehead. As the space around Teddy Kord began to bend and warp, Booster said his final words. "Goodbye, Teddy." "Are you ready?" And Kara Zor-El tells him no. Her father tells her that no one is ever ready, so don't worry. And Jor-El leaps on his back. "Your father was terrified. I had to push him." And as they goof off, she takes a leap, jumping off of the cliffside. She begins to plummet to the ground with the wind passing by her face at increasing rates. And then her father and Jor-El catch her on a giant bug, telling her that learning to fly isn't easy. A short time later, her father brings her home with a broken arm in which they set her down so that they can sedate her. They tell her that once she wakes up, she'll feel better and be with family. She'll be safe. And in a short 6 years after these events, the fall of Krypton began as Brainiac attacked the planet. As they fall back, Jor-El looks at Zor-El. "Go home. This is lost. Get Kara away." He smiles at Zor-El. "Do you need a push?" Zor-El smiles back and then he hugs his brother. And suddenly Zor-El's eyes go wide and Jor-El sees a tentacle coming out of Zor-El's chest. Jor-El blasts him and calls out to his brother, but Zor-El tells Jor-El, "Kar, I can't see it through. I'm sorry." Jor-El looks at his dying brother. "Don't worry. She'll be safe on Earth. I'll see to it." And as he holds his brother's dying body close, "I'll be right behind you." Jor-El ran to the house, handing Kara's mother a rifle, telling her what happened, and they ensured that Kara was loaded up into a space pod and launched into space. She fought against it, but eventually she was loaded up and fired off. She watched as Kal-El shot past her, and then her ship was damaged by all of the debris from Krypton. With that, she was placed into a cryogenic sleep, and 35 years later, she awoke on the planet Earth asking where Kal was. As her eyes adjusted to the sunlight, Black Adam was standing over her. Black Adam had her placed into a room where the sun would always touch her to allow her to charge, but he kept her hidden from the world, battling against other nations that saw her crash land, wanting to take whatever crashed to be theirs. He gave demonstrations as to why you do not question what fell from the sky, and those were observed by Vixen and Animal Man as they returned to Ra's al Ghul. Black Adam returned to his palace where the maidens told him that the girl had finally spoken. Without looking at him, and tears pouring down her face, she told him, "Krypton was destroyed. My home is gone. I watched my world end. It feels like it was hours ago, but I fear that I've been asleep for a long time." "Yes, you have." "How long?" "I don't know." "Please tell me about my cousin. You said you knew him." So Black Adam explains that Kal-El was the greatest leader that he had ever known. Kara tells him that she needs to know. Where is he? He was to be under her protection. Tell her everything. So Black Adam begins from the start. Kal-El was tricked by a great evil and he lost his wife and unborn child. But Superman, as he's called on this planet, took his grief and resolved to make a better world. He wanted to spare people from the pain that he had been through. He asked another hero to help him, Batman. A man who had stood beside him for years, his best friend. But Batman turned his back on his greatest friend. Kal-El wanted only the best for his people. He was a kind ruler and much loved. But Batman tore a hole in the universe and brought in twisted versions of her cousin and his followers to fight against them. They took his friends, they took his love, and they imprisoned him. And they hurt her cousin. She stood up worried. We have to free him! We cannot, yet. He is held too tightly, but if we prepare, we might be able to. We'll need to free a warrior. She is held on an island and she can train you. Until we are ready to reveal you to the world, you mustn't reveal yourself to anyone. Stay here. Stay hidden. Meanwhile, in a graveyard filled with far too many graves, many heroes and friends of Ted Kord stand there to say their goodbyes and pay their respects. As Bruce Wayne is the only one left there, a young boy yells out, "Batman!" Bruce turns, grating his teeth at him. "Can I help you?" Jaime Reyes comes up shouting, "Can you help me? Do you know who I am?" Bruce grabs his coat, telling him, "You are Jaime Reyes. You've been infused with the Blue Beetle Scarab. I know your entire family and where you all live. I know all of this, but the people who are very likely watching this funeral have no idea who you are. So unless you want to put your family into jeopardy, keep your voice down." Jaime closes his eyes. "I'm sorry." "It's okay, son. Say what you need to and make it quick. When you go after them, I want to go, please." Bruce turns his back to leave, and as he walks away, he tells him, "We'll let you know when to act. Go home." Elsewhere in this graveyard, Dinah walked off and Ollie called out for her until he realized where she went. She looked longingly at the grave of Oliver Queen. You see, years ago, this universe's Oliver Queen gave his life so that the Resistance stood a chance, and he was murdered by Superman and made the ultimate sacrifice. The Oliver Queen that she is with now is from another universe, and she has built a life without him. But this is the first time that she is seeing the grave of the original since it all happened. Ollie tells her, "I'm jealous. Is that weird?" "A little bit. He is you," she tells him. "But that Oliver, he got to spend time with you that I didn't." And then he thinks about it. "We should get married tomorrow." Dinah is shocked and look at him. "Ollie, there's a time and place for some impulsive romantic gestures. A funeral's friend is neither. You asked me, remember?" "Yeah, and now doesn't feel like a right time." So Oliver takes her hand. "Life is short, pretty bird. And I can say this because I'm standing in my own grave. Let's do this. One moment of happiness. The war can wait. The war can wait." So in the Gotham Cathedral, Dinah has Barbara Gordon helping her get her dress straight. Because we have a wedding to celebrate. A moment of happiness to follow a moment of sadness. Dinah is told that she has a visitor, and in walks an old man. She looks at him. "Ted!" She jumps onto him, hugging him, and she asked where he was, and he told her, "I stopped fighting. The Wildcat is gone. But I heard you were getting married, and well, I was just wondering. That's a pretty long aisle to walk alone." He smiled at her. "I thought you might want some company." Meanwhile, out in front of the building, Jefferson, Ollie, Bruce, and the kids are all standing around. Ollie looks at his son. "What do you do?" The young boy explains, "I bear the ring!" "Yes, and once the music starts to play, what do you do?" "I take the ring." "Yes. And I throw it into the fiery pits of Mount Doom." Ollie looks at Bruce. "Did you put him up to that?" "Maybe," Bruce tells him with a smile as Jefferson laughs. But of course, in this world, this happy day cannot be. And Bruce gets a ping on his watch. He tells Ollie that he has to go, taking off his tie and running down the steps. Ollie calls out, "Bruce, is this the fate of the world or can this wait?" As Bruce gets into a car, he tells him, "It's not that, it's personal. Just stay and get married." As Ollie told him to stop, Bruce drove away in the just married car. He barrels through the gates to Wayne Manor and he runs past an alarm to look at Alfred's grave and he finds him gone, dug up. Behind the grave stands Damian Wayne holding the corpse, and Anathanasia with that new Batman holding his guns. While we still don't know who this new Batman is, Anathanasia is the sister of Damian and the daughter of the Bat, though he doesn't know that yet. "What are you doing, Damian? You failed him. I'm making it right." And while Dinah is walking down the aisle getting ready to say her vows, Anathanasia points her gun at Bruce, and she says over comms, "Are you in place?" And Deadshot, looking at the cathedral, tells her, "Yeah, I am." Bruce sees Anathanasia and the Batman asking, "Who are you?" And she tells them, "We're just like Alfred, people you let down. So we're gonna hurt you now, and we're going to hurt your friends." Bruce throws down smoke pellets, trying to call a Batgirl to warn them. She tries to ignore him because there's a wedding going on, but she very quickly sees why he was calling when Deadshot and his crew crash through the window. And just after the kiss, Oliver takes 4 shots to the chest from the attack. Bruce is running through the forest with his daughter, firing at him as they go. And while he has his phone to his head trying to warn Batgirl, a bullet goes through the phone in his hand. He reaches into his pocket, pressing a button on a device, and in the Batcave, the Batjet activates and soars through the sky. It hovers behind him, and Bruce turns back. Damien, don't do this. Alfred wouldn't want. Don't pretend for a second you know what Alfred would want, Bruce. He raised you and you still treated him like a servant. Teleport us out of here now. And all of them warp away, leaving Bruce alone. Back at the wedding, the heroes are fighting the villains, and Oliver stands up, revealing his Kevlar tux. He turns to Jefferson, aka Black Lightning, telling him to get the kids out of there. As Jefferson's kids and Oliver's son run into the back alleyway, Deadshot is waiting, and he tranks all 4 of them. Captain Boomerang and Harley stand over the kids, and Boomerang asks if anyone hears that. And above them, the Bat Jet begins to hover. So they grab the kids and they teleport away, not wanting to fight Bruce Wayne. Oliver and Dinah run out of the back of the building to find their son, only to find an unconscious Jefferson. And Dinah looks around panicking. Where are the kids? Where are they? Ollie, he's gone! And Oliver walks over holding Dinah. We'll bring them back. We'll get them. Meanwhile, back at the Lazarus Pit, Damien walks towards it holding the corpse of Alfred. I'm sorry Bruce didn't save you, but it's not too late. I can save you. And he submerges with Alfred. I can bring you back.
Now Damien sits by the side of Alfred, who is apparently alive, but quite obviously slowly recovering from being a corpse. His sister, the daughter of the Bat, Anathanasia, pokes her head in, seeing Damien doting over his true father. She warns him that sometimes the Lazarus Pit doesn't bring people back properly. Sometimes it takes time. Damien lifts a spoonful of food to Alfred's mouth to feed him, as she tells Damien that she never thought that she would see this side of him. Damien questions what she's talking about, and she explains that she assumed that he was a one-dimensional spoiled brat. But this? Who taught him this humility? Damien turns to her. He did. Talia walks in telling her son to bring Alfred. Roz is about to contact the Dark Knight. In the main conference room, Roz is staring at a screen, and on the other side, Bruce Wayne and his team. Roz tells him, "An event is approaching. You will know it when it begins. You and your friends are not to try and prevent it. I have your children," referencing the last episode in which Roz took the children of Ollie, Dinah, and Black Lightning. "I don't want to hurt them. I don't want to hurt anyone. But we will act soon to balance the world. Let me do to the world what it needs, and I will return your children unharmed. This I swear. But if you decide that the lives of a few children mean nothing when compared to the world, I also have your father." Bruce's eyes go wide as Damien wheels out the barely alive Alfred. And while Alfred can't lift his head any more than an inch, he does raise his eye to see Bruce on the screen. Then Roz kills the feed, and Damien growls at his grandfather. "Are you done? He won't stop. He'll come for Alfred and the kids." If the detective is sensible, he isn't. It doesn't matter. Even the great Batman can't find us here. And with that, he walks out of the room. And over in the new base of operations, Bruce looks at his screen. They're in South Africa. I lost Connor's signal there. If you think back, Bruce placed a tracker on Connor, the son of Ollie and Dinah, at the start of the story. I assume they're underground now. Ollie snaps. "You put a tracker on our son? I was being careful. And you didn't tell us? That wouldn't have been being careful." Ollie thinks about it and he looks at Bruce. "Wait, did you know?" "What?" "That they were going to take them." "I didn't know, but I felt it was wise to take precautions." "Oh, you little sh**." And Ollie cracks Bruce across the face. Bruce looks at the ground, blood coming out of his lip. "I let you have that one." "You let me? Know this! I'm not your Green Arrow. You don't know me. You don't know my abilities. Test me. Go on. I'll let you have the first one." And Bruce and Ollie look at each other, glaring, ready to throw down, until Dinah breaks it up. So they can all take a step back and Batgirl decides to take charge, because she has the plan. There's one man, one person who can get into this facility completely undetected. Someone who staged a prison break back in year 5, all to rescue his son, Plastic Man. Ollie stands there speechless. "Seriously?" Knock, knock, knock. The door to apartment 41 opens up, and there stands Bruce Wayne in his bat suit with a man in a trucker hat and a beard surprised to see him. "You're not a pizza, Luke McDonough." He doesn't live here anymore." "He does live here, and while your shape changing is impressive, you need to do a better job of disguising your voice." The man in the trucker hat begins to get scared and panic as he slams the door. He begins to morph back, shouting, "No, no, 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 no!" Bruce kicks in the door. "I just want to talk." And he looks around and he sees no one. "You're the armchair against the wall." Luke morphs back, panicking again. "No, no, 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 no!" And he runs around the corner. Bruce walks slowly in. "You're the trash can." And the trash can gets up running. "Ah!" "You're the rug." And the rug yells out, "You're the top 3 pizza boxes in the stack." And his head grows out of it. "How are you doing that?" And then he realizes what he's doing. Trying to play hide and seek with Batman. What did I think would happen? Right, whatever you're here for, let's get it over with. I just want to talk to your father. Where is he? And Luke looks down at his watch. Dad? Plastic Man grows to normal size, smiling. You didn't know I was there, did you? See, son, your old man can trick the Batman. He then turns back to Bruce. Whatever it is, I don't want in. I need your help. The Justice League needs your help. Forget it, Luke chimes in. I'll help. And Plastic Man turns back. Wait, no. So Bruce tells him. They killed Ted Cord. I know. And they took the kids. They? Fine. For Dinah and Jefferson, I'll help. And so you don't get my son killed. They all load up into the bat plane and Luke looks at Bruce. What are you thinking about? How to kill countries. And Plastic Man looks at him. What a fun-filled place your head is. I'm trying to think of ways that Roz is going to destroy the entire world. How would he do it? So you're just sitting there thinking of the most efficient way to commit genocide? Yes. And Plastic Man and Luke turn to the back of the plane, turning away from Bruce Wayne. Is there anywhere else I can sit in this plane? But before they can get very far, a hand lands onto the windshield. The fingers puncture through the bulletproof glass that is the Batplane. And Jaime Reyes tells them, pull over. They all land at a nearby cliffside and Jaime walks forward. I want in if you're going to attack. You said that you were going to tell me. Bruce and Plastic Man stand there and Plastic Man asks, hey, you're the kid that worked with Ted Cord, right? And Jaime tells him, I did. And Plastic Man tells him, he was such a great guy. We used to catch up on cards every week. And then he turns back to Bruce. Sorry, you weren't invited. You tend to unfun things. You're way too competitive. So what do you want, kid? Jaime explains that he wants to avenge Ted's death, and Plastic Man thinks about it. He places his hand to his chin as he tilts his head back. Sounds like the kid's on a crusade to avenge the murder of a loved one. And then he whips his plastic head around like a cartoon, looking right at Bruce Wayne. Anything you can relate to, Bruce? Bruce stares forward, and then he looks at Plastic Man in the eyes. He doesn't say anything. So Plastic Man, Luke, Blue Beetle, and Bruce Wayne all head off into the sunset to make their way to South Africa. They have a family to save. Up far in space over the Amazonian rainforest of Brazil, Batgirl, Dinah, and Ollie are sitting there, getting ready. Batgirl walks over, suiting up. She has Plastic Man wrap around her body, and Luke also wraps around her body. They create a spacesuit, practically, and they tell Batgirl, when you open up your eyes, you will be on the ground. The doors in the back of the spacecraft open up, and as far as the eye can see are stars and the horizon of the Earth. Then they back out of the ship. They begin to plummet to the surface of the planet, with everyone in the ship warning them that they're going too fast. Plastic Man needs to slow down. He's about to break the sound barrier, and he's increasing at his rate of speed every second. And Plastic Man tells them he's just being a little cautious. He needs to make sure that he gets fast enough to get past any kind of thing that they may have detecting them. As they get just above the tree land, Plastic Man turns to Luke and he tells him, hold her steady, I can't have her jerking around when I set this up. And Luke asks him, I thought you were making a parachute. Plastic Man smiles. Parachutes aren't fun. So he turns himself into a hang glider and they slowly but surely glide into the ground. As they get close, Luke stretches out his legs to the ground, allowing them to have a safe and sturdy landing, and the insertion team has arrived. They know right away that they found the correct location when they see a series of ninjas in front of them. Ninjas don't typically hang out in jungles. Luke morphs into a ninja and he approaches them, and as he gets closer, he openly says, I didn't think about how this conversation would begin. So then he turns into a giant spread and he covers them, trapping up all of the ninjas, and as they scream out, he once again tells them, I don't understand why you're doing that. Ninjas are supposed to be quiet. As one ninja tries to run off, Plastic Man stretches out, catching him, telling him, nah, that's not gonna happen. Luke tells his father that it's nice, and Plastic Man is confused. Knocking ninjas unconscious and sneaking into an underground lair is nice, but Luke explains that that's not it. This is as close as they can get to throwing a ball back and forth. Plastic Man agrees as he tells his son, let's go father-son bond the absolute hell out of this hive of evil. Batgirl makes it to a safe place, and Batman and everyone else teleports in. They all move in and silently drop as many ninjas as they can find. But the situation escalates quickly because the evil, twisted Batman and Ra's al Ghul knew that this team was coming in. They knew they were en route, and they put Diablo in the entryway. The Batman calls up to Diablo, telling him if he's ready, and Diablo tells him just say the word. So Batman gives him the word, and the entire entryway explodes, melting every exit and entrance into the base. The twisted Batman tells everyone, we don't know how Batman found us, but now there's no way in or out. We're gonna settle this. Then Bruce Wayne gets ready to end it as he looks for the children and Alfred. Blue Beetle hovers over the fire and destruction, calling out to Batgirl for an answer. He doesn't get a response, so he flies down to look at the entrance and he calls again. The entrance is, well, gone. Do you want me to watch over it still? Batgirl? Batgirl? Inside of the facility, Black Lightning asks the team, can we call Blue Beetle? Batgirl informs him that they can't. Whatever just happened stopped the tracker on Connor, Green Arrow and Black Canary's child, which means that there's a jamming signal coming to the place now they can't call out. Black Lightning turns down the hallway. Nothing's changed. And Batgirl agrees. We find the exit later. Right now we find the kids. But Ollie, the Green Arrow, looks over the giant facility and he realizes, this isn't gonna be easy, guys. Wildcat agrees. Finding the kids is gonna be like finding a needle in a haystack. In this analogy, the hay is a bunch of people that want to kill us, Ollie adds. As Batgirl calls up their man on the inside, Plastic Man. We're in the kitchen right now, Batgirl. I'm currently a mixing bowl. Once we find the kids, I'll let you know where to find us. Roz might be crazy, but he's an organized crazy. He signposted the whole place. Bruce begins to walk off. Go find the children. I'm gonna go find Alfred and Damien. And Wildcat asks, Damien, what are you gonna do, drag him out of here? If I have to. Right, then I'm going with you. That sounds fun. And Wildcat and Batman walk off. Meanwhile, in the room where the children are being kept by surrounding plants, all of them are wondering what that explosion was. And Lucy, Harley Quinn's daughter, asks if they think it's a rescue mission. Both of Black Lightning's kids show that they have powers of their own and they're ready to help the grown-ups fight their way out of the facility. Elsewhere in the facility, Ra's al Ghul walks into a room telling everyone that they need to go find Batman and get rid of him. I'll guard the children myself. And as he says that, Ra's walks into the room where the children are, brandishing a sword. Back with Bruce and Wildcat. Wildcat is having fun punching the bad guys, but he comments, Bruce, you need more training. It looks like your phone's been dipping. That's when a giant tree trunk bursts through the ground, separating the two of them. Wrapped up in the bark and the wood of the tree, Poison Ivy looks at Bruce. You really shouldn't have come here. Over with Ra's, the kids begin to shoot lightning at him and his ninjas, and Ra's begins to shout, ow, ow, ouch, ouchie! Lucy looks at the other kids. Did Ra's just say ouchie? That's when Ra's morphs back into Plastic Man's kid, Luke. He was a shapeshifter the whole time. As they stop hitting him, the sword then morphs into Plastic Man himself. He looks at Lucy with a perplexed appearance. Who are you? You're not on my list of kids I'm supposed to save. Connor chimes in that it's Harley Quinn's daughter. So Plastic Man asks if she's a prisoner as well. She tells him that she is, and he tells her, that's good. She asks him why, so he explains, if you weren't a prisoner, I'd be kidnapping a child, and that's some ethically iffy stuff. Harley Quinn then walks in asking what the hell is going on. You see, she's been forced to help Ra's al Ghul due to the suicide bomb that's been placed into her neck. But once she finds out that Plastic Man is here to rescue the kids, including her daughter, regardless of that bomb, she wants to help. So they all begin to head to the exit, except that's when they run into Orca and Killer Croc. Plastic Man and Luke begin to wrap themselves up and battle against them. And that's when Plastic Man tells Harley to take the kids and run to the teleporter room. She asks how she is supposed to handle everyone else alone, and he tells her, you aren't alone. And he's got a smile on his face. They blitz down the hallway until they run into the evil Batman, the one with the red eyes and assault rifles. Lucy asks who he is, and Harley informs her. He thinks he's Batman. I am Batman, he tells her coldly. I'm also tired of you. Cover your eyes, Lucy. And that's when he raises up the iPad to set up the bomb in Harley Quinn's neck. But Harley isn't about to take this lying down as she leaps in to grab onto this evil Batman. She looks him right in the eyes. Do it! Blow me up and I'll take you with me. All of my little bone shards in my head are gonna go into your face. He backhands her to the ground and Harley looks at her daughter. Lucy, get back. I'm sorry. And with tears in her eyes, Lucy looks at her mother. Don't go. Evil Batman presses the button to end the life of Harley Quinn, and as she's about to explode, Harley looks at her daughter with makeup running down her face. Sorry, we didn't get more time. I loved you so much, baby. She closes her eyes tight and nothing happens. Evil Batman is in shock, and that's when Harley hears a voice in her head. It was the Blue Wire. I had to guess because we were running out of time. Out of her head leaps the Atom, who grows in size. Your bomb is deactivated, Quinn. Wildcat runs up from behind telling everyone, leave, I'll handle this wannabe. Everyone runs off and Wildcat looks at him. What is this? You can't get a look of your own? I'm Batman. Nah, if you were Batman, you wouldn't still be talking. So evil Batman kicks him in the gut, and then he punches him across the face. Wildcat spits up the blood and takes a shot, crushing evil Batman's head into the wall. So Batman returns the favor by shooting Wildcat in the gut. Off with Harley and Connor. Connor stops, telling Harley that they have to go back. They can't leave Wildcat to die. Harley stops and looks at him. I'm going to explain this in the most condescending manner that I can. We have to go. That was a sacrifice, and if it's going to mean anything, then we have to escape. On the sacrifice chart, which is not something that I totally made up, we're currently at a 10. And if you turn around, that's going to turn it into a 2. Connor looks at her. I'm going back. Oh, you're so much like your parents. She turns to Adam. Man in my head, you take the kids and get out of here. I'm going back with Connor, apparently. Back with Wildcat, he puts his hand over the bullet wound. You coward! You brought a gun to a fist fight! And Batman shoots him again. The shock is displayed on his face as he asks, Are you still trying to stop me? And at his ankle is Wildcat holding on. You never knew when to give up, did you, Ted? And Batman puts the gun to his forehead. Connor runs in with the force of the canary. He shouts out the canary cry. It throws the evil Batman into the wall, and Harley is stunned. Oh snap! Green Canary! That scream wasn't exactly quiet though, and even the Blue Beetle on the outside hears it. He rockets in at top speed, telling himself, I gotta get in there, somehow! Back with Batgirl, Black Lightning, Ollie, and Dinah, they're continuing to fight the ninjas when they hear the scream echoing through the halls. Dinah tells everyone that they've gotta hurry. And back with Connor, Harley puts her hands on his shoulder. Well, that was impressive, but not discreet. We need to go. All the bad guys are coming right here. And behind her, the rest of the bad guys arrive. Captain Cold asks Harley what's going on, so she informs him that Wildcat and Batman fought, and as Batman shot Wildcat, he punched and knocked out Batman. I know it seems improbable, but we need to punish Wildcat with medical attention. Luckily, before Captain Cold can fully question what the hell is going on, a boxing glove arrow flies in, knocking him out. And that's when everyone sees Black Lightning, Dinah, and Ollie. He electrocutes everyone except Katana. And Harley looks at Katana. Hey, you aren't in this fight. You don't know Ra's anything. Just walk away. And Katana does. Connor runs over to his parents and Black Lightning asks where his kids are. So Harley explains that Adam took them to the teleporter room. They all run to Wildcat's side and Harley explains that nothing vital was hit, but he is losing a lot of blood. They need to get him out of here. Batgirl tells everyone to bring him to the teleporter. They're gonna go help Bruce. Harley smiles. I'll come with you. I'm kinda like Bruce's new Robin. Meanwhile, Bruce is all wrapped up in vines thanks to Poison Ivy, and she leans in to give him a kiss ending his life. But he activates a gadget that disperses weed killer everywhere, and then he throws on a gas mask. As Poison Ivy is reeling in pain, Bruce stands over her. I'm not playing today, Ivy. Tell me where Alfred is now. Over with Damian, the daughter of the Bat and Animal Man, sits Alfred, still not talking from the Lazarus Pit, and realizing that no one is responding to their comms, Damian informs everyone Bruce is on his way. He's doing that thing that he does. Back with Harley, she runs over to the weakened Ivy, who informs her that Bruce did this. And Harley gives her water, telling her that once this is over, come find her. Not in a getting revenge kind of way, but do it in a friend kind of way. She then kisses her goodbye and they run off to meet up with Bruce. Out of the bushes, Bruce arrives and he puts his hand on Alfred's shoulder. Alfred, are you okay? Damian steps up from behind him though. Don't touch him. Damian, what have you done? It's what you should have done. This is wrong. You let him die. I brought him back. You think I'm in the wrong? You know what I think? I think losing people makes this easier for you. Without the pain, you might not be able to justify all the violence that you bring. For Batman to fight his crusade, you need the people you care about to die. So Bruce breaks his own son's nose. Yeah, that's it, Dad. I'm taking Alfred. Come with me. Where? Home? Yes. After you serve your time. So you're offering to lock me up again? You're so bad at this, and you're not taking Alfred. Damian leaps in with a roundhouse and Bruce blocks it. Damian headbutts him. And one man in the center of this argument opens up his eyes, finally coming to his senses. As they continue to fight, Bruce reaches out, catching Damian's arm, breaking it. Stand down. You're gonna have to make me. So Bruce raises his fist to punch his son out when another arm reaches out, stopping him. Bruce looks back to see an angry Alfred looking at him. Alfred, calm down. You can stop fighting. He stands up and a very confused and hurt Bruce just stands there. Alfred leans in with a smile on his face, hugging Bruce. It's all right, son. Batman is now being hugged by a recently revived Alfred, and he tells him, I'm sorry, Alfred. Plastic Man's son Luke looks back at Harley and Batgirl and asks them, who's that guy? Alfred. He was dead. He's Batman's butler. And Luke is even more confused. I'm missing something important, aren't I? Damian looks at Alfred. Are you okay? I am all right, Master Damian. I just need to sit down for a moment. He goes to sit down and Damian runs to his side as Batman pushes him back. Don't touch him! And Alfred snaps. Stop, both of you. I don't know what is happening here. I don't know how much I've missed, but stop this. Forgive each other. Now. Damian looks at him. Alfred, he let you die. And Alfred stops him again. No, he didn't. He never would, and you know this. Ra's al Ghul walks in and Alfred sees his chance. I've been listening to you. I've heard the plans. You want to do the right thing, but your planning is wrong on every level. You and Bruce, you both want to save the world. You're the two most intelligent people on the planet. Two of the most driven, and two of the most stubborn and uncompromising. You both believe in absolutes, but the world isn't black and white. It's not too late. Take a moment. One moment can avoid so much. Sit, talk, come up with a solution, one that saves humanity and saves the planet. Luke, once again, without knowing anything that's going on, brings that fact up. You know, Batman's zombie butler is making sense. And then, Tomb! The entire building is shaken, and the extinct birds begin to fly in fear. Batman looks up, realizing it's Blue Beetle. He's trying to get in. Up above, Blue Beetle has lost contact with the entire team, and he begins to bombard the ground with his suit. Over and over, he hits it, telling himself, I'm coming, guys. I'm coming. I got this. Not realizing what it is that he's attacking. The building begins to shake and crumble. Vixen and Diablo run into the main hall, asking what's going on. Batgirl turns around, shocked that Vixen is even there, and Vixen pleads, don't you see what Roz is doing here? Stop whatever it is that you guys are doing. As Batgirl turns to the man in charge, if you let me get a signal out, I can stop him. But it's too late as Blue Beetle hits the dome, protecting the space with a full blast, shattering it. He comes in asking, Batman, Batgirl, I'm sorry, but the entrance was attacked. Is everyone okay? Harley is the one to break the news, as she sadly tells him, oh kid. Meanwhile, Vixen is holding one of the animals as the shard of glass has landed in its neck, killing it. One of the last remaining of this species of animal, where the extinct animals were allowed to go and prosper once again. She sets it down softly and looks at Blue Beetle. You just wiped out a species! And she summons the powers of the now extinct animal, leaping at Blue Beetle. Plastic Man stretches out, wrapping up Vixen, telling Blue Beetle to stop, and Diablo blasts him in the back. Batman's daughter looks at him. I've always wanted to do this, as she punches him across the face. Keep in mind, right now he doesn't know who she is. As everyone begins to break out into fighting, Damian goes to Alfred's side, picking him up, telling him, we gotta get you out of here. With explosions, power blasts, and bullets flying all over, Talia and Raj shout out, you don't do this in here! But no one can hear them as they continue to battle with each other. One shot then hits Diablo in the chest and it's over. He can't contain the heat any longer. Luke and Plastic Man wrap around everyone in the room, and Blue Beetle says that he's sorry as Diablo completely explodes, taking out all of the extinct animals and plants, completely destroying Roz's sanctuary. Plastic Man and Luke pull back, obviously injured from the blast, and Vixen walks out horrified. They were all the last of their species. With tears in his eyes, Roz looks at Batman. Is this what you wanted, detective? Batman's daughter groans as she was hit with the blast, and Talia runs to her daughter's side. Roz looks at Batman. To come here and hurt your son and daughter in this way. Batman's eyes go wide as he realizes who the girl is. Roz walks over, placing his hand on Talia's shoulder. I know you never had a childhood, and mine was a long time ago. But do you know what I remember about my youth? The passion that I had. The certainty. But detective, you should know. You are in the wrong place. Meanwhile, at a ceremony at the Capitol, the new Steel and Aqualad, they're there to ensure that none of Roz's plans go forward, that he can't disrupt the Peace Summit. Jackson Hyde, aka Aqualad, calls up to Steel, telling her that he thinks he saw something get into the sky. She flies high and looks over the thousands of people in the area, asking Jackson what it is that she's looking for. And he tells her, I'm not sure. Just get a better vantage point. He walks into the water, and Roz continues his speech in his sanctuary. You see, detective, it is why we recruit the youth for our cause. Because of their fire, their conviction. They do whatever it takes. Back at the Capitol, Jackson begins to raise all the water into a massive tidal wave. The wave gets larger, and it grows taller than the Washington Monument, and the people of the treaty begin to see it as the shadow of it begins to fall upon them. Steel calls out, Jackson, what are you doing? And as Roz continues, they do whatever it takes if they believe that it's right, detective. The tidal wave comes crashing down onto the Capitol, hitting everyone there and washing them away. They drown, they're thrown into things, and they die. Lots of them die. And Steel flies towards him. Jackson! You have what you wanted, detective. You have the children. You can take Alfred. Your mission was a complete success. And everyone loses. That's when we see the sanctuary that Roz has built, and the Capitol in shambles, thousands dead. Roz turns his back to the Dark Knight. It's over. And Bruce asks him, what did you do, Roz? What have I done? What have I done? I removed the destructive force from your country's system. But what you have done here cannot be undone. What you have taken from this world in one reckless, selfish moment can never be replaced. I tried to control you, to spare you, but stand in my way now, and you will die with those that you protect. Any mercy that I had, any thought that I had of preserving you for my daughter, for my grandchildren, was wiped out with this sanctuary. Our mission will be stepped up. The humans will be wiping themselves out, and we're going to stop them from taking the planet with them. With that, the doors slammed shut. Roz and Talia took their team and they went to Site B, located in the middle of the Gorilla Empire. And as he walks into the basement into a hidden lab, there he finds Professor Ivo sitting with a mazo as it's being built. Are you ready? Black Adam asks Supergirl as she's looking over the edge. Nearby, he's hovering with a small smile on his face. It's all right. No one can truly be ready for this. And she looks down at the ground determined. It's all right. I am ready for this. She spreads her arms and she leaps off at the top of the building, prepared to soar, prepared to fly like her cousin Cal. She smiles as she thinks that she has it, and then she realizes she doesn't as she goes flying into the ground, screaming, I don't have it, I don't have it, I don't have it! She bounces off at the side of the building, and then kroom! She hits the ground. Black Adam floats down to ask her if she's all right, and she tells him that she is. And with a look of disappointment, he tells her that he thought she was ready for this. She's more surprised that she landed making a crater. That's when one of Black Adam's servants walked in to inform him an emissary had arrived. One named Damian Wayne. Black Adam isn't concerned as he turns to Kara, telling her to stay hidden. No one must know of her existence yet. She must be prepared for the larger mission. Free Wonder Woman and then Superman. Do not worry yourself with these little things, Kara. He takes his throne and Damian walks in with his arm in a sling after his father broke it in the last story. He stands as Damian takes a knee, asking what brings him here. He explains that he is here on behalf of Ra's al Ghul, the demon. Black Adam is confused as Damian explains that they know that Black Adam would do anything to protect his nation, and there is a war being fought. Black Adam isn't very pleased. Are you threatening me? There will be no war brought to my borders. He looks him in the eyes and he tells him, the coming disaster doesn't recognize borders, Adam. The planet itself is changing with every life in danger. The planet is warming and life will be scorched from it unless we act. Black Adam isn't even fazed by this. If there is a war, why are you not fighting? Because I am but one man, and I am injured. Black Adam asks him how, and when Damian doesn't answer, he figures, it was your father, the Batman. But as he says this, Kara peeks her head out, gasping, what? You see, Black Adam has been explaining the horrors of Batman to Kara, and how he is against her cousin's methods. Adam tells Damian to stand as he is not a subject of Black Adam's. He'll arrange a place for Damian to stay the night, and they will speak more at dinner. But he very sternly warns him, I will not leave this city or my people. Kara comes out. He saw me, didn't he? Yes. Does he have abilities like us? He has no power, Kara, but he has skills and he is formidable. Then you must listen to him. If the planet is in danger, I know all too well how it can end. And Adam doesn't even look at her. No. I mean no disrespect. You have been nothing but kind to me, but you do not know of what you speak. He looks at her. I know what I speak. I am old, and you are very new to this world. I watched my world die. Do not accept it not happening to yours. Not if you have any power to stop it. And then she changes the subject quickly to avoid angering Black Adam. Is his father really Batman? Yes, but there is no love between them. His father imprisoned him as well. Now return to your room and stay there until he is gone. Please, it is for your own good. He must not learn of who or what you are. But as you would expect, while she is in her tower, Damian appears having overheard the whole thing. She is surprised at him sneaking up, and he smiles, apologizing for scaring her. He explains that his father is Batman, and Batman has hurt him in more ways than one. And then he asks, who are you? And with a cracoom, Black Adam arrives angry that this would happen under his own nose. Damian turns smiling at him. Now that was loud. You're supposed to be in your room, Damian. I went for a walk. I welcomed you into my nation, Damian, but my hospitality only stretches so far. Who is she, Adam? He grabs Damian by his armor. She is no one, and if you insist on asking, you will be no one as well. But as he throws Damian out the window while holding him, Kara leaps out to stop this, and as she does, her eyes glow red. Damian knows what this is. My God, Adam, she's Kryptonian. What have you done? Later that night, with the moon high in the sky, Damian stands in Kara's window asking if she's okay. She looks surprised. I thought Black Adam could find you. Ah, he did. It was cute. Had a lock on it and everything. Have you seen anything beyond Kahndaq? Of course, she says no, so Damian tells her to put on an extra mask he has and catch him. He then falls backwards out the window. As it begins to plummet to the ground, he begins to worry, stating, anytime now. She grabs him and then lands with her back on the ground, cushioning Damian's fall as he bounces away. He lays flat on his back, simply saying, ow, what's wrong with you? I thought you could fly. She informs him that she only learned of that today. He was there. Okay, he says, rolling over. I get it now. But look, you're out of the tower. He stands up telling her that it's time for her to see what this world has to offer. And they're going to fly there. Slowly, very slowly. So she picks him up and they begin to fly, slowly at first, and they begin to float towards the ocean. As they soar over it, they see a whale.
and then they soar over an arena for soccer, and she comments how this world is beautiful. So Damien redirects her to a nearby city, one in the middle of a civil war. She sees the death and the destruction, and she asks why he is showing her this. And he explains because she could make a difference. She can help. While they're there, a chemical weapon is thrown into the crowd, and Damien covers his mouth in a hurry, explaining what it is. Using her super breath, Kara blows it away, and Damien tells her to leave. Right now, no one has to know that she is here. It's safe now, there's no gas. And as she leaves, he looks at the soldiers. Nah, there's only soldiers with guns now. A child runs up to try and stop them, and Damien pushes her behind him. Stay here. And the guards open fire on all the civilians, Damien included. As Damien assumes that he is going to be shot protecting this group of civilians, Kara lands catching all of the bullets. And then she turns to them. What is wrong with you? Why would you do this? To your own planet? To your own people? And she blows with her super breath so hard, she throws them all down. Damien throws one of his weapons at another, and then he jumps on him, punching him repeatedly, until Kara catches his fist telling him to stop. She grabs the guard, informing him that this city is under their protection now, and anyone who causes problems will answer to her and Damien. The next morning, as the sun rises, Damien asks if she liked being a hero, and then he sadly looks at her. We're going to kill a lot of people. Millions. My grandfather believes is the only way to save the day. She asks him, what do you believe? With your cousin, Superman. There are times that I felt we went too far, but I knew what we were doing was for the best of the world. And now I'm worried. I'm following orders like that soldier was, not really thinking about what I'm doing. And awkwardly, she smiles at him. Do you always do as you're told? Kara, I'm not a good person. Nonsense. Your grandfather wants to kill millions. Your father is Batman, evil incarnate. And your mother? She's an assassin. Of course she is. Damien, it sounds like your family is pure evil, but I've known you for less than a day, and I know that you're willing to sacrifice yourself for a complete stranger. Don't go back to them. Black Adam arrives almost as if it was a cue, telling him, she's right. Stay here. Train Kara. Join us. We need your help to free Wonder Woman and then Superman. Join us, Damien. The gurney-holding Wildcat is pushed forward as he's brought into the hospital after his gunshot wound from the evil Batman. Black Canary tells him to hold on with a panicked look on her face, and Black Lightning is bringing his kids home when he gets a phone call. Over in the Batcave, Batman, Batgirl, and various members of the team are watching the news as they question, who is Jackson Hyde? Was he working only for the terrorist group of Ra's al Ghul, or was he also working for Atlantis? Is this an Atlantean attack? Blue Beetle asks, Is there anything I can do? And Bruce tells him, go home. I didn't mean to. It doesn't matter, Jaime. Go home and don't use your powers again. Blue Beetle hangs his head low. I'm sorry. And he walks out as Plastic Man asks Bruce, what was the point of that? What did you accomplish? As Blue Beetle walks outside, Plastic Man comes up behind him. Kid, it's not your fault. It was an accident. I mean, sure, as accidents go, And Jaime stops him. One of the worst in history. Well, yeah, you contributed to a mass extinction event. Let's not sugarcoat it. But what I saw there wasn't your fault. Jaime pulls out his wings. Okay, well, I'm gonna go home. One last thing, kid. Batman is, well, he can be a jerk, and there's no real point trying to win his approval. Believe me, we've all tried. Over in the home of Jefferson Pierce, Black Lightning gets a knock on the door. He charges up his lightning as he goes to answer it, but shockingly, it's not someone to kill him or his family. It's Agent Baines, and he's here to speak with Senator Pierce, Jefferson's day job. The agent informs him that they need him to come with them, and outside he sees multiple Secret Service agents and a helicopter. Back at Jaime's house, he calls out for his parents, but no one replies, and then a single voice tells him, they're not here. Jaime quickly turns around, charging up his cannons, and Booster Gold leaps out of the way. Whoa, whoa, whoa! I just meant your parents went out, kid! He takes a seat in the couch. You know, in hindsight, I can see why saying your parents aren't here in the darkness sounded all supervillainy. Jaime asks him, Booster Gold, why are you on my couch? I was tired. As Jaime takes a seat next to him, Booster tells him, what's wrong with you, kid? I did something terrible. And Booster looks at his bandaged hand. Yeah, I know the feeling. I know it's been a while for you since he died, but I held his hand 5 hours ago. Jaime looks at Booster's hand. What happened to you? This? Oh, yeah. Never drink and time travel, kid. That's how you end up punching a Triceratops. So, Teddy asked me to train you, Booster tells him with a smile. But, Batman says I can't use my powers. Ha! Well, now I'm gonna train you extra hard just to spite him. First bit of advice, ignore Batman. That much self-righteous bravado just has to be compensating for something. Booster opens up the fridge, looking inside. So first, I'm gonna need 8 hours of sleep, a shower, and some bacon. And I don't care what order that comes in. Back over in the Oval Office, Jefferson Pierce is being sworn in because everyone in the line to become the president is now dead and the senator is the next man in line. Back at the fridge, Jaime asks Booster why he didn't just time travel and save Ted. And Booster looks at him with pain in his eyes and a sad frown. There are people who protect the time stream, very serious people who have never smiled in their lives, and they kept stopping me. See,
There are some things that you can't change, that don't matter, but there are other things that have to absolutely happen. And Ted, he was one of those things. Jaime asks Booster why. And then Skeets, the floating robot from the future, chimes in. Because you no doubt needed to come together. The time stream demanded it. Meaning, the fate of the world depends on you two. And with that news, Booster only has 2 words. Oh, crud. But this isn't where the story must go, because finally, Bruce Wayne must answer for his crimes. During the original Injustice storyline, his identity as Batman was revealed to the world, and now it is time for Bruce to answer for his actions. The United States would like to know what Bruce Wayne and his vigilante team were doing fighting Ra's al Ghul while one of Bruce's team members murdered the entire presidential party. After this event happened, though, Bruce went home where he found Alfred still recovering from being resurrected. He held his hand after bringing him a crumpet, commenting that he probably burnt it. He then went out as Batman. 12 hours before this, and this is the memories that he was remembering during his adventure as Batman this night, is when the US government wanted answers. He remembered exactly what they said to him, and how much it angered him. They wanted to know what went wrong. What happened with Jackson Hyde? What was he talking to the president and president-elect about before the events? Bruce told them, "I spoke with him about changing the world." And they asked him, what was the response? Bruce informed them, there wasn't one. We were interrupted by Ra's al Ghul's attacks. Did the president-elect seem to entertain your ideas of changing the world? Your views don't seem to align very well. I hoped we could find some common ground. I mentioned this, Mr. Wayne, because Jefferson Pierce was in that room as well, was he not? And he is now the highest-ranking member of Congress. He was also not in attendance at the inauguration. He is also the president now. Yes. So I would assume that he would be more amendable to your world-changing agenda. Bruce sees where this is going. The idea that he had everyone killed to allow Jefferson to take the presidency, and he doesn't like it, so he glares at the woman interrogating him. Mr. Wayne, that glare may work on the criminally insane inmates of Arkham that you can never seem to keep locked away, but it is far from appreciated in this chamber. While he's remembering these events, the US government implying that he had anything to do with Ross's attack, Bruce is stopping an armored car heist, and he continues to remember those questions. Why did you act on Ross alone without notifying the US government? I wanted to act against him quickly and quietly. And did you apprehend him or stop his terrorist operation? No. Mr. Wayne, did you threaten the president-elect in your private meeting? No. But you brought Jackson Hyde into that meeting. Yes. You have a history of threatening presidents, don't you, Mr. Wayne? 6 years ago, you entered the Oval Office to inform the current president that his body would be found floating around Saturn. You kidnapped Superman's parents. And the present day, while thinking about all of this, Bruce walks over to the 2 thugs that have fallen out of the armored car, and he picks up one of them by their shirt. Tell me, Mr. Wayne, as a man of incredible wealth and then as a vigilante, has the law ever applied to you? I have an enormous respect for justice. That is hardly an answer to my question, Mr. Wayne. Do you feel that you have failed this country? And Bruce was speechless. And he remembered that as he begins to beat the thug over and over. Let me tell you what I see, Mr. Wayne. I see another man who has put on a costume and decided to act for us rather than with us. Another man who believes that he has more right to decide our future than we do. Another man who has made things catastrophically worse. And another man of means who has completely failed to protect us. Superman had noble intentions too, but he was also trying to protect us. The only difference between you and Superman that I can see, Mr. Wayne, was that Superman was a far more competent dictator. And thinking that the United States sees Batman as no better than Superman, Bruce beats the thug so badly that he's bloodied in a mess on the ground until the whip comes out of nowhere catching his wrist. Catwoman stands behind him telling him to stop. The criminal scum has paid enough. I saw the hearing. Are you trying to take it all out on this one person's face? You're supposed to be locked away, Selina. It was boring, so I left. I honestly assumed someone would let me go at some point. I did what I did to keep you alive, Bruce. Can't you see that? Without a word, he tells her, come on. She follows him to the Batcave, where he speaks a code, and a second Batcave under the first Batcave is revealed. And Selina even says, of course, you would have a second Batcave beneath your first Batcave. He then reveals his new plan and his new goal. The computer program, Brother Eye. Meanwhile, there is a second story happening at the same time. Kara Zor-El, otherwise known as Supergirl, crash-landed on Kahndaq with Black Adam finding her. Damian and Black Adam have been training her, and now they are sending her off on their mission to rescue Wonder Woman from her imprisonment on Themyscira. On the island, Diana isn't exactly being a friendly prisoner, causing problems which result in her meals being taken away. She's chained to the walls with no weapons, and an army of Amazons keeping her prisoner. She truly has no hope of escape. As they leave her alone in there, Ares arrives to laugh at her misfortune, but he's also there to warn her. A weapon to end all weapons, and every war is being built. Once it's unleashed, there will be nothing to fight for any longer. She demands to know how she's supposed to beat this, when she can't even beat her imprisonment. They're using the chains that were built to hold Ares prisoner. He tells her that he needs her to remember who she was, and train the one who can stop this. Out on the sea near the island sits Kara, going over the potential targets on the island, learning of the Amazons. Damien sits nearby, informing her that none of these people can beat her raw powers, but they are skilled and together they could overwhelm her. They even have magical weapons, which are her weakness. They exchange a few more words, and then Black Adam lifts the boat, throwing it into the ocean to destroy it, creating their fake story, the one in which Kara is a shipwrecked world explorer. The Amazons find her, and right away they decide that she is someone that they should help. But one slight problem arises as the new Wonder Woman welcomes her to the island. Damien turns to Black Adam asking, "What are you gonna do if she hears the truth?" And he looks at Damien. She does know the truth. Damien turns to him. "Don't be dumb. You literally have the wisdom of an Egyptian deity. What happened with Wonder Woman is not as straightforward as you have made it seem." And over on the island, the Amazons are trying to figure out what to do with their new guest. They decided to bring the lasso of truth to her to get some answers, and they hit her with it and they ask her why she's on the island. So without the ability to lie, she tells them the truth. She's here to get Wonder Woman off of it. The first Amazon turns to her friend, telling her to inform Hippolyta what is going on, and then she asks who Kara is. The second Amazon instead knocks out the first one, holding the lasso, and turns to Kara. "Not all of us feel Diana is in the wrong. We want to help you get off this island." She walks Kara downstairs where she meets with the rest of the resistance and the warriors who would rather see Diana free in the world to prevent man's world from ending everything. And as Diana's mother comes to speak to her, the group of Amazons is prepared to free her. They fight and they battle, but in the end, the queen got away and ran off to the Guardian Horn, where now Kara and the Amazon resistance once battle against every Amazon on the island. It's time for the War of the Amazons. It all began on Themyscira years ago, with Diana running through the forest and the Amazons chasing her down. They leapt on her back and they try to choke her out, and then they run up telling her to protect her front. Realizing that she was just ambushed, Diana presses her bracers together and boom! All of the Amazons are blown into the trees. Another of the warriors runs up telling Diana to stop what she is doing, just stop. She has injured her sisters and her dear friend Calliope. Another runs up demanding to know what Diana was thinking. She tried to defend herself, tell them that they ambushed her. But they insist. Amazons are to remain level-headed, and by using her godly powers, she made a callous and unfair call. She used those godly powers on beings that cannot handle them. Diana continued to try and defend herself, telling them that she was ambushed and told to fight as if this was war. If this was war, she would be an asset, not chastised for her actions. They tell her that while her powers and abilities would be an asset, her morals would not. She could have killed her friend. With tears welling up in her eyes, Diana tells her that Amazons have a duty to protect the world and fight for what's good. Then they point at her barely conscious friend. Tell that to Calliope. So Diana hangs her head in shame as she walks away. Thinking about what happened, she walked to the beaches of the island, and it's there that the story feels familiar to the ones who have heard this before. She finds a man on the shoreline, and he begs for help, dripping in water. The rest of the Amazons arrive, telling her to back away from the man, and this leads to us discovering the man that we will know as Steve Trevor, and he's led to a chamber with the rest of the women. The lasso of truth is thrown on him to force him to only answer the questions that they ask truthfully. Who are you and why have you come here is asked first. He explains that he is Steve Trevor and that his plane crash landed as he was delivering information on the war. He's been adrift for days until he found this island. Diana perks up. War? What war? Steve explains that there is a war of millions across the world fighting for what they believe is right and wrong, killing anyone in their way to prove their point. So they ask, what side do you fight on, Steve Trevor? And he explains, the right side. He's an American soldier for the Allies. They notice his smaller build and they mention that he does not seem to be a soldier, and he explains that he is actually a pilot flying planes. Diana decides that she will go with them to help fight this war, and this leads to the argument that once again you are probably familiar with. The Amazons telling her that she shouldn't go, this is not her battle. But Diana is insisting that the Amazons stop wars, and they fight for what's right, and they should be the heroes that they were in the ancient times. So Diana sets off on her battle to stop World War II, and she becomes a symbol of peace, hope, and freedom to the Allied forces, saving them and helping them win the war. Bombs are marked with the Wonder Woman logo as they are dropped on the enemies, and Steve and her begin to develop their own relationship. As the months go on, Steve gets word that there is a German spy locked up in the bunker, and they begin to run towards it as a bomb is dropped in front of them in the middle of London. Diana yells out that they have to help the survivors, but Steve insists that they need to get to the bunker. Diana doesn't listen, running through the smoke only to come back holding death in her hands. With tears in her eyes, she calls out that the child is dead. He is dead from this war. What kind of a monster would drop a bomb in the middle of a city filled with women and children? Steve looks at her. I told you this is different. They're willing to sacrifice anything to win this. And she tells him, this war needs to end now. So they get to the bunker where the German spy is sitting, and after Steve pretties his face up with his fist, he demands to know what information he was bringing back with the Germans. No matter how much blood is spilled, the soldier insists on only calling out Hitler's name, and Steve continues to pummel him until the blood is flown into the air and Diana has to stop him. They walk to the other side of the room and Steve is furious, punching the wall. He can't get any information out of them. He's doing nothing but wasting time. He presses his head against the wall of the bunker as he quietly wishes that there was a way to force out the information. And Diana places her head on his back as she holds him, and she tells him, the lasso of Hestia. We can get it from the Amazon island. So they return to the island where Diana wishes to speak with her mother to plead her case to get them to help both her and Steve. She argues that the Amazon should be helping the men in this war, stopping the Nazis and bringing peace to the world. This is the mission of the Amazons. This is the mission that they were tasked with. Hippolyta doesn't think that the lasso should be trusted in the hands of men, as she feels that there is no goodness in their hearts. And oh, my dear listener, if only she'd know the truth. The real reason that Steve Trevor came to this island. You see, you thought you knew this story. You thought you could tell me where this was going to go. But I'm here to tell you, in the world of injustice, nothing is as it seems. Steve is not some allied soldier who mistakenly crash-landed on the island. You see, while Diana was trying to convince them, Steve decided that they needed the lasso no matter what, and he snuck into the armory where he found it and he reached down for it. Behind him, an Amazon called out, "Man of war!" and he turned and opened fire, shooting the person in the stomach. That's when we see that it is a friend of Diana's and she falls to the ground dying, telling him, "I followed. Diana said you needed help, and I believed in her." Steve just says, "No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry." And as she lay dying, she tells Steve, "I just wanted to help." He grabs the lasso and he makes a break for it, and as he runs out of the cave, all of the Amazons are waiting for him, having heard the gunshot. They call out thief and Diana tries to stop them, but that's when another Amazon comes out stating that he killed Calliope, Diana's friend. He puts the lasso down and he goes to his knees with his hands behind his head to show that he is defenseless, and Diana turns to him, pushing him to the ground. Is this true? Hippolyta asks Diana, "Were you distracting us so that he could steal it?" And Steve chimes in, "I couldn't take the chance that you would say no." Diana grabs the lasso and wraps it around Steve a second time. "You planned this from the beginning. You didn't tell me the truth." Hippolyta tells her that it's pointless. He was able to avoid the truth before. And Steve tells her, "No, you didn't ask me the right questions." He struggles to get away from the truth, but it's pointless. A sweat begins to bead on his forehead. Diana asks him, "Where else did you skirt the truth? Are you an American soldier or is there more?" And Steve tells her, "No, I'm a German soldier." Diana asks him, "Is your love for me true or was it a lie as well?" And Steve tells her, "It is true, but my love for my homeland is stronger than any love for any woman." She tightens the lasso around his neck. "You used me. You became the perfect cover, an allied celebrity. No one questioned it. I knew you would try to get the lasso for me if I seemed desperate." Diana stops him. "That is enough. I love you, Steve Trevor, but you killed one of our own and you fight for a side that has committed unspeakable acts of violence against innocent people unable to defend themselves. These things I cannot forgive. It is the sacred duty of the Amazons to defend the world, and I will defend it from you." With that, she breaks his neck, ending his life. And from this change in her origin, we see the cold-hearted, callous Diana, the one that shows no mercy, the one that agrees to Superman's militaristic ways. The Amazons who believe in Diana are battling against the Amazons who are trying to keep her prisoner for her actions in the battle against Batman. As the blood of the Amazons hit the ground, Kara is handed a sword and told to fight while they become surrounded by the Amazons that are here to stop their mission. Nubia is wearing the Wonder Woman armor and looks at Antipy, telling her to stop what she is doing. Antipy asks her, "Have you ever known me to surrender?" Nubia then swings her sword, and with that, Kara steps forward, catching it mid-swing. She then proceeds to punch Nubia so hard in the stomach that she flies into the nearby wall. Seeing her power, the Amazons form around her, and the order is given to send everyone in to free Diana. Kara runs in, and Diana is in shock that this is even happening, but warns everyone that the chains are made by Zeus himself. There is no breaking these. Kara looks at them, wrapping them around her body before snapping them like twigs. And as Diana looks at Kara, realizing who this woman is, Nubia charges in, slamming her into a wall. She begins to pummel Kara over and over, breaking the very wall holding her up, until Diana catches her fist. "Sister, that armor does not belong to you." Nubia looks her up and down. "Diana, you've been in those chains for a while. You are weak." And Diana tells her, "Perhaps, but we are strong together." And that's when Nubia sees the people who came to save Diana standing behind her. The fight begins as Diana begins to beat down on this new Wonder Woman without very many challenges, and anytime that there is a misstep, her allies jump in to help her. Everyone runs outside, and Antibi calls for a retreat as Diana dons the Wonder Woman armor again. She punches through the wall now that she is free of the chains that bound her, and the Resistance runs for the beach, realizing that they are on an island with no escape. Kara points at the ship on the coastline, and everyone piles on, calling out to drop the sails and prepare to leave, realizing that they have very little time to do any of those things. So Kara flies in front of the ship, grabbing the ship itself and pulling it along, allowing Wonder Woman and the Resistance of Amazons to flee the island and be done with this. Now I'm going to explain real fast. All of the core plots in Injustice get put on hold at this point, while a smaller subplot is brought back up for a filler issue. But I had to tell it to you guys because it's a rather sweet story. As the boot hits the ground, Barry Allen thinks to himself, one more step. Ever since the events of Injustice, he's been allowed to be free with an ankle bracelet for his help in turning the tides of battle. But the ankle bracelet prevents him from running, and it checks if he ever goes that fast. As he walks with a backpack on, he thinks to himself, I am Barry Allen, the fastest man alive, and this is agony. He's currently standing on 90 miles of straight road in Australia. It used to be a nirvana for a speedster, but now for Barry, it's agony. It should be bliss for him, run and think. Now it's just think as he begins to trek down the road. You see, this road leads to Melbourne, Australia, and it is there that Barry Allen began to question Superman and Wonder Woman. There is a group of protesters and a superhero named Galaxor standing up against the two heroes. Together, they put the kid down. Barry stood there listening in hyper speed as the boy's spine cracked. And when the boy was younger, he idolized Barry. The Flash was his favorite superhero, and the Flash just watched him die. As he's thinking about this, an 18-wheeler begins to jackknife right in front of him, and without even a thought, without even a hesitation, Barry uses his speed, knowing that Batman is tracking him, rescuing the truck driver. In mere seconds, he rescues the man as his ankle bracelet begins to beep. Batman calls him asking what he's doing, and Barry tells him that he isn't going to let this man die. Bruce goes quiet before telling Barry, stay out of trouble. Emergency crews are en route. Barry went to the house of the young boy, the one that he thought had died, and that is what he was told. But the boy didn't die, instead he was crippled, and they hid this fact to prevent the boy from being captured by the regime. The boy's mother brings Barry into the room, telling him that the other day, those heroes broke more than his spine. The boy, angry and hurt, looks at Barry. Who are you? What are you doing here? Barry looks at him. I was the Flash, and I wanted to talk to Galaxor. Mitchell looks at him. It was a stupid idea. No, it wasn't, Mitchell. You were a hero that day, and I wanted to tell you that I'm sorry. Sorry that I wasn't as brave as you. I ran, and I'm sorry that it took me so long to come back. I want to help you recover. Don't you have other things to do? And Barry smiled. I'm not in any kind of a hurry. This is where Barry stayed for a while, redeeming himself, helping the boy that he put down recover. Meanwhile, back over with Harley Quinn, she walks up to her sister's place with Lucy, her daughter. She just saved her from the situation with Ra's al Ghul, and it was time to bring her home. Her sister asks why she didn't contact her, and she explains that he lost her phone when the motorbike blew up, and that a bomb was put in her head, and then she worked for a shady group of villains, and then she got captured, and she got brought to a giant dome in the rainforest where she was forced to work as an eco-terrorist and save Lucy. And her daughter Lucy beams with pride. She fought ninjas! And then Harley says her goodbyes and begins to head off, but not before telling her daughter that she'll be back. Since she knows about her, she'll be sure to visit often and have a relationship with her daughter. She hugs her, telling her, this isn't an ending, kiddo. I'm not giving up again. She returns home where she finds Poison Ivy waiting on her, and Ivy tells her that she'll let the plants die. Harley apologizes, telling her that it's been a while since she's been home, and Ivy confirms, telling her that it has been a while for her as well. All of the plants have died for her. Harley demands to know why Ivy is helping Ra's to begin with, what happened, and Ivy tells her to stand aside and don't fight this. Ra's is fighting for the planet, and Ivy needs to help him. Harley points her finger at her. Tell me what Ra's is planning! And Ivy looks at her. Can we do this not tonight? Just for one night, not do this. They both lay in bed, and Harley tells her, sure, but I'm giving you hell in the morning. So, the next morning, Ivy slipped out before Harley woke, and when she did, she saw the apartment full of living flowers again. But Ivy didn't want to fight because Ra's al Ghul's plan is pushing forward with its next chapter. Above a town in Williams, Arizona, a shadow hovers in front of the sun. So a gentleman cooking on his barbecue looks up and realizes what it is far too quickly. Honey, he tells his wife, look up in the sky, it's a... But before he can stop, in the middle of that famous catchphrase, he yells out, oh God, it's coming! Run! And he shouts, pushing his wife aside. Suddenly, the robot Amazo lands on his body, crushing him into red goo. He launches into the sky, and he begins to use his heat vision to burn the entire town to the ground. There shall be no survivors. A young boy in a town of a population of 1,254 was wondering what the bright hot red light outside of his window really was. His cat leaped out the window to investigate, and the father shouted at his son, "Leave the damn cat!" Because within a few seconds, the population went from 1,254 to 704 to 187. The wall crumbled as a Mazo broke through and looked at the 3 remaining people alive in the town, and the cat tried to save the day by hissing, but it didn't help. Not as a Mazo looked at the family and burned them to their bones. Somehow, the cat remained sniffing the remains of its loving owners. Elsewhere in the Wayne Manor, a computer turned on, and Brother Eye, a system that was put in place by Bruce Wayne to watch for metahuman events. As he sits up in bed, he sees the report, and Selina Kyle rolls over in bed. She's a bit curious about the fact that Bruce has a large AI system watching over them, but Brother Eye explains that he was programmed to watch for large mass deaths, and the town of Williams is entirely deceased. Selina tells Bruce that she'll keep an eye on Alfred while he heads off to investigate, and he calls in Batgirl and Plastic Man, telling Plastic Man to leave his son at home. He doesn't want to see this. Batgirl is in shock. It's nothing but destruction and death around them, and while they look for survivors, they only find one thing: a puppy. Bruce quickly realizes that this is in fact Roz, because all around them, everything except the animals and the environment is dead. That is what Roz was protecting, which leads Bruce to ask the question, why this town? What's here? Across the globe, Roz is walking with Solivar, the intelligent ape, and Evil Batman, as Evil Batman asks, why this town as well? Solivar explains, the innocents will die. We had to test a Mazo. Plastic Man takes the dog with them as they begin to leave the town, and he sees a cat from earlier, the one who tried to protect its family. He asks it to come along, but it hisses at him, and Bruce tells them to load up. So they leave the cat there, and as they take off into the sky, our little cat stands watching, hissing. That is until a faint red glow approaches him again. But no, this time it is not a Mazo. This time it is not heat vision here to kill him. This time, it's a ring. And this time, the cat is not afraid.
Dexter of Earth, you have much rage in you. Welcome to the Red Lantern Corps.
Everyone arrives at the quiver, and Batman is holding the puppy. Harley begins to freak out. Batman has a puppy! He holds out the puppy, presenting it to her. I thought you might like this. Me? Wow, you read that wrong. The last thing I need is another codependent relationship. You have a bat dog now. Green Arrow and Black Canary walk over demanding answers as to why Bruce put a microchip in their son, Connor. He used that microchip to track down the location of Ra's al Ghul, as Ra's al Ghul had kidnapped their son. But before the fight can get much further, Bruce explains that 3,000 people just died in a town. Whatever it was a trial run for Raz's plans. He then explains that things are much worse. Even though Raz is starting problems, they have the regime to be concerned about once again. Wonder Woman has escaped Themyscira. We need people and we need power. Green Arrow stops Bruce. Yo, it's not like superpowered people could just pop out of thin air. But Catwoman stops him. That's exactly what they do. When I was working for Superman's regime, I overheard something. The Titans are alive, and they're in Superman's Fortress of Solitude. He locked them in the Phantom Zone. So Bruce makes the call. We're gonna go break them out. But Harley stops him. First, mister, you are bringing your new puppy to his forever home. Bruce looks at O'Brien, and Plastic Man stops him as well. I am not taking that puppy home. You know how much food my son already eats? He then glances at Selina. I don't suppose you... Do you think I'm a dog person? I guess not. Good call, detective. Bruce went home, where he checks in on Alfred, who was recently resurrected by the Lazarus Pit, and he's beginning to get his memories back. And he asks him, Master Grayson is gone, isn't he? Bruce tells him yes, and he leaves him the puppy, summoned to comfort him before telling Brother Eye to give him hourly reports on the both of them. The whole team is going to the North Pole. They stand in front of a giant door with a giant keyhole, looking for a way in. Of course, the simplest answer is to send Plastic Man and his son into the keyhole. Being indestructible and made out of plastic, they can bend, making picking locks kinda simple. But as the team standing there gets ready to enter, a blast of heat vision comes out of the door. The red eyes begin to walk, and the light begins to hit it, and they realize that this isn't Superman, but a bunch of robotic supermen there to kill them. The Eradicators. Bruce calls for the team to move as the heat vision blasts, firing at everyone that they deem intruders. The new Steel slams their hammer across the jaw of one, launching it into an iceberg nearby, while Green Arrow fires an explosive into one of their heads. Pretty Bird, crash and cry, and Black Canary opens up on the Eradicator. Plastic Man runs out calling to his son, Luke, our more squishable friends need protecting. Wrap them up and get them out of here. While Plastic Man himself leaps up onto an Eradicator, putting himself into its brain to try and turn it off. Luke spreads out protecting Harley Quinn and Catwoman, and then he wraps up the entire team to try and get them out of there. But it's not working as the Eradicators
Avengers grab and begin to pull Luke apart. He screams out that they're gonna tear him in half. Luckily, Plastic Man bursts out of that one, causing the problems, and everything stops when they hear someone yell out those very words. Stop! It's Pa and Ma Kent walking out. That confuses the heck out of Bruce. But John and Martha invite everyone inside, all except Harley Quinn. She is not welcome in this house, as the whole thing started with her and the Joker. They explain that after the government came for them, there was nowhere for them to go. Everyone saw them as Superman's parents, the people who kept a baby from a spacecraft, and that baby turned into a murderous dictator. Bruce looks up at them. I'm sorry. What Clark turned into wasn't the man that you raised. Don't try to appease our guilt, son. Where were you after Lois, when he needed a friend? Bruce looks down ashamed. I'm sorry, Mr. Kent. I tried to do what I felt was best, but I failed him. We all did. Martha looks at him. But that's why you kept Clark alive. You haven't given up hope on him. And Bruce tells her, I honestly don't know. But that leads to the question, why are you here? Bruce explains that the Titans are in the Phantom Zone. And Pa and Ma Kent both said that if they knew Connor was there the whole time, they would have tried to save him. They all go to the Phantom Zone portal where Plastic Man is going to go in because he can remain tethered to this world and go inside, get the Titans, and pull them out. Luke looks at his father. Are you sure about this, Dad? You don't know what's in there. And Plastic Man smirks. Haha, it'll be fine. I'm not easily spooked. But as he goes inside to rescue the Titans, finally, and bring them back, he looks around. And the only thing that he can say is, oh, this is f***ed. Batgirl calls out asking if Plas can hear her, and he tells her that it's like he's underwater. Guys, this place is weird, and this is coming from a guy who once spent 2 days pretending to be half of a caterpillar. He keeps walking around confused, lost, and slightly afraid, and he reports back that he feels like something is following him. He looks up to see the chunks of rock floating there, and he sees the prisoners on the rocks. Eventually, he finds them, though. The Titans. In front of him are Tim Drake, Starfire, Cassie, and Superboy. Tim knows him right away, and he asks, Plastic Man? Hello, Titans! Starfire asks him how he got there, and he tells her it's a long story involving twists, turns, betrayal, love, and dead sentient squirrels, plus talking chimps and zombie butlers. But forget all about that. This is gonna sound weird, but follow my arm! As Superboy turns his head, telling him that he can't. Of course you can! It's a single line, leading back out. But Superboy stops him again. I can't leave. I don't understand. Are you emotionally attached to your barren floating rock, or the vast void of nothingness around you? Starfire explains that he fought Superman and he hit him so hard that he injured Superboy's heart. It's the fact that time is frozen in this place that keeps Superboy alive, and if he leaves, he's going to die. Tim looks at him. It's all right, Connor. We'll find a way to get you back. And Connor tells him not to risk returning. But Tim keeps smiling. Titans always help each other, Connor. The whole team comes in for a group hug. Titans together. Connor and Cassie kiss, and Plas tells them all, you can look longingly into each other's eyes when we fix this, but we really gotta go. So, Plas did it. He brought out the Titans. And you're probably sitting there wondering where they came from. They aren't in the game, and you didn't even know they were missing unless you watched the annual video a while ago. But this can't be right and proper, can it? This can't be how the story ends. Batman can't just get the people that he wants and go off to save the day. Plas calls out that he feels like he's caught on something. But everyone is so happy to see Tim, Cassie, and Starfire that they don't even hear him. He tries again, but Batman can't hear him as he's looking Tim in the eyes. Tim, Batman. And with that, they hug, and Tim tells him, I knew you'd come for us. I'm sorry it took so long. We didn't know you were there. Tim looks at Batgirl. Babs, how long was I in there? 6 years. The world has changed. It's not the place that you left. So Tim smiles. He doesn't care. Because there's one truth in this world. One thing that Batman has been missing since the start of this crazy, insane adventure. It's Batman and Robin, and Tim knows it. Can the world still use Batman and Robin? And Batman reaches out, grabbing his hand. I think that's exactly what's needed. Because this is the answer. This'll fix everything. The light to Batman's darkness, the Robin to his dark night is back. But Tim's eyes, they go wide. Batman steps back to see a blast of heat vision coming through Tim's chest. And as the light fades from Tim Drake's eyes, the life leaves him. He can only say, Bruce. And that's when we see how this goes wrong. We see what was holding Plas back, and General Zod rises out of the Phantom Zone. Batman runs to Tim's side as Starfire and Cassie throw Zod into a wall, and he returns with another heat vision blast. He then throws Cassie and Starfire away like used paper. Blast wraps around Zod, trying to hold him back, and still cracks him across his stupid face with a hammer. But it can't even stop him as he tears away at Blast at his son, and then he tries to bury Jonathan Kent as Harley saves him. The robot eradicators all arrive, but they are all simply destroyed by the strength of General Zod. It is Green Arrow who fires a literal green arrow into Zod's shoulder, piercing his skin and informing
warning him, "This kryptonite arrow came from home, and I have plenty more." Realizing he isn't fully powered up, Zod takes off, leaving the fortress just as Ollie informs everyone else. It's a good thing you took that bluff, because I only got the one. With Zod gone, Batman looks at everyone holding the body of Tim, and Harley tells him, "I'm sorry, you seemed better with him around." And Batman looks at her.
I was.
And he walks out.
I'll bring back Zod alone.
Brother Eye, prepare the box X in the cave. He teleports back to the Batcave and puts in the code, Endgame. Meanwhile, Zod is powering up his heat vision when he hears something in Kryptonian behind him. He turns around to see the giant bat suit, ready to fight.
General, for your crimes, I sentenced you to an eternity in the Phantom Zone.
Zod hits him hard, throwing the whole suit into the snow, and as he gets close, Bruce releases his secret weapon. The one thing that he made, but swore that he would never use against Superman. Kryptonite-laced fear gas.
I swore that I would never use this against Superman, Zod, but you killed one of my boys. You should be afraid of me.
Bruce picks up Zod by his hair, and Zod sees the horror of Batman as he informs him.
Because I'm going to you up.
He hits the ground as another fear vision takes form, that of Superman. General Zod, you failed Krypton. You let it die. Zod looks up at him. No, you were wrong. You were always wrong. You are not special. And the fear vision of Superman breaks Zod down. What's actually happening is Batman is beating into him.
I have no idea what you're seeing, Zod, and I don't care. You've been judged and you're going back to the Phantom Zone forever.
Meanwhile, Ross sees what's going on and they decide that maybe they should intervene, so he sends out a little weapon. Back with Zod, though, the slight problem arises as the gas wears off and he smirks at Batman. Your trick is worn off. I see you now. But before he can do anything, there's a boom! And something very large lands in front of him. In front of Zod is Amazo. You want here to aid me. Very well, I can deal with another metal monster. Except Amazo grabs Zod's punch out of the air, spins him around, puts him into a chokehold, and then rips his head off! Amazo then leaves, taking Zod's head with him. Bruce leaves in a hurry after telling Batgirl what just happened, and he walks into the hospital where Wildcat is on life support after the beating that he took saving the children. He walks right over telling Wildcat, I need you now. I've lost everyone from Dick to Damian to Tim. I can't lose another. I need to do something. We all need to, Wildcat. I'm sorry about this, but I know the truth about you, and that's why. He yanks out the life support, causing Wildcat to crash. You need to die! Everyone runs into the room to see Bruce standing over Wildcat as he tells him, Goodbye, Ted. The doctor rushes into the room with the alarms blaring. They all fight against Batman, telling him that Wildcat needs the life support. But Batman tells them, no, trust me. He leaps over the guards, trying to hold him back as the doctor tries to plug back in Wildcat. The doctor just panics, and then Wildcat sits up. Batman apologizes to him, telling him that one of his 9 lives are gone. I'm sorry about that, but I need to know where Charles is hiding. Batman and Wildcat get him and they bring him to the Fortress of Solitude, where they see the body of General Zod on ice, missing its head. Using Harley as the nurse and Green Arrow's kryptonite arrow, they prepare for the surgery that's going to be happening. They bring Connor Kent out of the Phantom Zone and he smiles, getting to see Ma and Pa Kent again. Then he hits the ground in pain from his heart problem. As he's put onto the gurney by Harley, he asks Batman how Tim's doing. Where is he? Batman tells him, Tim's been sent on a mission. He asked to go. He wanted to get right to it and figure things out. Connor just smiled, telling him that that's Tim for you. And as Batman walked away, Cassie looked at him asking, Really? Batman told her, the kid is already suffering from a broken heart. He doesn't need to know that his best friend has been lost before we're able to fix the first problem. They get to work right away and they cut him open, replacing his heart with General Zod's heart. And as he blinks, opening his eyes in the cold open air of the Arctic, we have the return of Connor Kent, of Superboy. But while this was happening, Black Adam made a play. He freed Wonder Woman with the help of Kara Zor-El, and it is now time for Wonder Woman's band of rebels to train the daughter of Krypton. Black Adam hits the ground as they call out to Kara to stomp on his testicles. She pauses for a moment, thinking that this is a bad idea, and he trips her and pins her to the ground, showing her that she should never hesitate in combat. Diana walks over, telling her that she shouldn't hesitate even with Black Adam. He is the only person that she can train against without hurting. Kara brings up fighting Diana, but Diana smirks. I would crush you like a bug. Diana explains that she would not be holding back. That was her cousin's problem. He grew up so strong that he never learned to fight. She needs to be prepared to fight for peace. If she wants the peace in the world to remain, she must train. While this is happening, Jaime Reyes and Booster Gold are off training themselves. Floating in the air, Booster tells Jaime to focus. Jaime tells him Ted had battle bots for training. And Booster does his usual smile and he tells him, Ted had billions of dollars. We have tires.
Jaime does what any questioning child would do. Am I going to be fighting tires, Booster? No, there won't be any fighting if you just let them win. They're tires. They are representational. Of what? And Booster throws a tire at Jaime's head, bouncing it off of him. What was that? That was Darkseid. Darkseid's what? His fist? His Omega beams? His tire. While this little interesting training session is happening, Skeets flies up to alert them that someone has arrived at Booster's trailer. So they all go back to where the lawyer of the now deceased Ted Kord is standing to play a video. Out of the video pops a hologram of Ted Kord telling Booster that he now owns everything that Ted Kord owned. He owns Kord Industries. Booster's face is in shock, and then there's a sudden click as the hologram informs him that the photo of his surprise has now been sent to every superhero that he knows. Booster face palms, telling the hologram, "You bastard." Jaime then listens as the hologram informs Booster that there's this kid. He's been training him, and he's been looking after him. Booster, can you keep an eye on Jaime for me? Train him to be the superhero that we should have been? I realize this is big, Booster, and I always rib you for being useless, but I never really thought you were. I trust you to step up. Love you, man. Back with Black Adam, Kara, Diana, and Damian, they get word that a city in Arizona has been completely decimated with no survivors from Ra's al Ghul's attack. Seeing this, Damian decides that it's time to return to his grandfather's army. He needs to know what happened. Why were so many people killed? He leaves, but not before telling Kara some final words of advice, as she has turned to him as a friend. She wanted him to stay, but he told her he couldn't. Because one day, you'll spread your wings. You'll leave your tower. When you're ready, nothing will stand in your way. Rapunzel will cut her hair, and you'll show the world what you can be. See ya, Supergirl. She took those words to heart, returning to her room to prepare her new image. She gave herself a haircut and opened up her hoodie to reveal the crest of the family, the House of El. Damian makes his way back to Gorilla City, where he runs into Animal Man and Vixen, and he tells them that he needs to know what happened to the town of Williams. But the Suicide Squad is currently at a meal where Orca walks over to see Croc and inform him that she is in fact pregnant. Deadshot spits his beer out over the news, and Orca simply walks away without any more information. Croc stands up telling the table that he should go, and Deadshot tries to stop him. I have so many questions! How? Why? Fresh water or salt water? Croc simply knocks him out and continues walking away. Back outside, Damian shows Animal Man and Vixen the mass destruction of the town, all of the lost lives, and all three of them are heroes in their own right, and this isn't what they signed up for. To kill everyone? There's no way to justify this. The three of them walk into the throne room where they find Solovar, Roz, and Grodd. He presents the evidence and he asks what happened, but Grodd asks if he lacks the stomach for what is needed, human. This leads Grodd to demanding to know why Solovar would even allow these humans to sit beside him on his throne. This is not the gorilla way. We should conquer and kill all humans. Animal Man tries to defuse the situation, telling Grodd, "Calm down, man," and Grodd backhands him, shouting, "I am no man." Solovar has had enough, demanding the guards remove Grodd, and Grodd asks him, "Do you really think the gorillas all agree with you in your lack of leadership?" Over with Roz, the daughter of Batman, Athanasia leans in to tell him that this isn't good, and he whispers back, "Call our allies." Solovar gets up at this betrayal, and Grodd throws a spear, pinning him to his throne. So Solovar gets up again, using his mind control to stop every guard from breathing. He then steps up to Grodd. "You want to challenge me? Show me your revolution." The two sides of Gorilla City begin an all-out war amongst themselves, and regardless of agreeing with Roz or not, at this point, Damian, Athanasia, Roz, and Animal Man work together to get out of the city. They're quickly stopped by some of Grodd's guards, telling them that there will be no more protection for them. There is only death. Vines then begin to creep behind them, and they begin to grab the gorillas' faces and crush them. Poison Ivy steps out, telling everyone, "This way." And as another gorilla leaps behind her to return the favor, the daughter of the Bat puts a bullet in its brain. As Roz tells her, they can't leave. "We've worked too hard. We need my Amazo weapon, and for all of this to succeed, we'll need Solovar to be king of Gorilla City." They ask what they do, and Roz tells everyone that he has planned for this since they arrived. They just need Amazo. Outside of the cell that Ivo and Amazo are in, stand the Suicide Squad and our evil gun-wielding Batman. The battle for the weapon begins as the guards all run at the squad, and as one of them almost kills Orca, Croc bites his head off. Orca looks at him with love in her eyes. "Did you just eat a sentient gorilla for me?" "I would eat 1,000 sentient gorillas for you." And the giant half Orca and the giant half Croc kiss. Deadshot turns and sees it and simply says, "That is so messed up." Roz makes his way inside and he turns on Amazo with one simple task. The heat vision burns the gorillas, and as Grodd tries to mind control the robot, he realizes that he's a Metal Man. "You have no mind, Metal Man." And Amazo flies in, ripping the helmet off of Grodd's head, and then he slaps on a device to depower his mind control. "I have a mind,"
Grodd hits the ground complaining that it's too quiet, and Solivar comes to kill him. But Roz stops him, telling him, "You will only turn Grodd into a martyr." Grodd demands to know if Solazar knew that this device existed, and Solivar says nothing. He then calls him the human's monkey. "Dance, monkey!" Grodd and his helpers are sent into the forest in exile, and then Amazo is sent on his first true mission, with everyone on Roz's side once again. He calls back to Wonder Woman Diana and Black Adam to inform them that the ultimate weapon is loose. This is kinda bad. Kara tells Diana that she wants to help, and Diana tells her that her and Black Adam will handle it, asking Damian where they go as she leaves the headquarters on the Amazon island. Up at Delhi, a child calls to his father that there's something in the air, and up above them is a robot known as Amazo, arriving at the location. His eyes begin to glow as Damian explains that Delhi is the perfect location for his father's rebalancing of Earth's population. It is 19 million people to be culled, and that's when Amazo blasts the street with his heat vision. He begins to focus on one spot, and from miles around you can see as the explosion grows in size and mass. Damian continues to explain to Wonder Woman the situation though. Amazo is a robot with the destructive power of the entire Justice League. No one knows how it was created, but it has been. This city being destroyed is just the beginning, and if they don't stop Amazo here, he will not be stopped, and billions will die. Back in the Batcave, Batman gets word of the situation as Brother Eye informs him of an attack that has begun. His eyes go wide with the realization as to what is happening, and he puts on his cowl, telling Brother Eye to open up the emergency channels. He informs everyone, from Green Arrow to Dinah, from Steel to Harley. The call even reaches the Fortress of Solitude, where Wonder Girl checks in on Connor Kent, who's recovering from his heart surgery. She tells him of the situation and that they are needed, and he debates what he needs to do. But the fact is, even if he is not fully healed yet, he cannot let billions die. That's when John and Martha Kent come over to inform him that she has a gift for him, something that he has needed for a while, the original Superboy suit. He puts it on as Martha tells him that the world is going to need hope again. They're going to need to feel that there is a future, and maybe, just maybe, Superboy can bring them that. So the battle begins with everyone versus Amazo. As Amazo continues to burn the city to the ground, the heroes are all teleported in. Green Arrow looks down at the skeletons that are burned so thoroughly that nothing remains but ash and bone. And up above them, Steel, Wonder Girl, and Superboy come flying in. And Batman, from his suit of armor, tells them to take on the target while everyone else evacs the city. Arrow turns to Batman, "I can help with the robot." And Batman tells him, "No, stay on evac." It's Harley who has to talk sense into them, telling them to stop arguing. "We have to save people." Amazo opens up by backhanding Superboy across the face as Starfire opens up with a blast of her energy. Cassie follows up with a punch across Amazo's face as Steel slams her hammer onto the back of his head. They all jump on him, holding back his arms and his head, while Batman continues to scan for weaknesses, and the computer reports there is nothing. Amazo is perfect. With that, Amazo throws the heroes off of him, and then he throws Batman's suit into the ground. He rises again, prepared to burn everyone, and Green Arrow calls out, "I got this!" He pulls back the bowstring and he fires a nuclear arrow at Amazo's head. Harley asks him, "What was that?" And he tells her, "Nuclear arrow." And she asks, "That was on your back?" But it's Dinah who snaps, "That was in our house with our child?" Ollie tries to defend himself, telling her, "It was on a high shelf." But the safety of the children with a nuclear arrow doesn't matter as Amazo gets back up, blasting the space that Arrow and Dinah are on. Superboy comes rocketing and slamming into Amazo, sending him flying. And that's when we see Speedster Lightning as the Flash got Green Arrow and Dinah just out of the way in time so that they weren't going to be murdered. That's right, the Flash is now ignoring the rules of no powers, and he got here like lightning. He then proceeds to get the people out of the crumbling buildings. But back with Amazo, he tears the helmet off of Batman as he rips the arms off of the suit. But before he can murder the Dark Knight, a shield bounces off of his head, and there stands Wonder Woman in her battle armor. Superboy floats nearby as Batman gets up and Wonder Woman tells them, "We have work to do," as the new Trinity stands before Amazo. But while this is happening, back at Ra's al Ghul's castle, there are people who do not agree with Raz's culling tactics. He reports to everyone that they have succeeded in killing over 100,000 people already. And even with Batman's forces, there is no stopping this. Vixen hears that word, progress. But Damian stops her and tells her to come with him. During all of these adventures, there has been one individual that has taken up the name of the Bat. He decided that he was better for the job and that the Batman title should not be with Bruce Wayne any longer. Though he decided that Bruce's methods were child's play, he had his own plans for it. Plans that involved guns and killing anyone. This evil Batman just overheard Damian walking out, and with a red glow in his eyes, he looks to the door. In the hallway, Damian, Animal Man, and Vixen walk through as Vixen tells Damian that she will not stand by while genocide takes place. She stops to question herself. She was a hero who thought that Roz was doing the right thing. She thought this was the answer. But Damian agrees. He thought this was the right answer as well. He turns to the group. We won't win blindly if we attack Solovar and Roz, though. Animal Man agrees, telling the group that they need to be smarter, and that's when evil Batman pulls his guns out, pointing them at the group. There's nothing smart about this. Back on the battlefield, Black Adam brings the lightning down, shouting, Shazam! And Amazo isn't even fazed as he takes a shot at Black Adam's mouth. Ray Palmer, Adam, comes running up to Batman's side asking, where do you want me? And so he reports in, Amazo has the powers of the entire Justice League, with no apparent weakness. Adam takes the hint, running in. So you want me to take a closer look? I got you. He shrinks down, jumping into Amazo's nasal cavity. As Amazo lifts Superboy into the sky, Adam reports back that whatever this brain is, it's beautiful. Batman asks what he's talking about, and Adam reports that there's no way on Earth anyone could have made this. He takes a closer look and sees a symbol, one with 3 dots, all connected. I think whoever made this repurposed alien technology, Batman. And that's when he realizes he isn't in the brain alone. There are nanites in here with him. He begins to run, trying to get away, and realizes he has one escape, to go smaller than he has ever gone before. But as he tries to, a nanite grabs him by the leg, cutting off his leg. Realizing that he can do nothing but listen to his friend die, Batman calls out, Ray! And back at Roz's castle, Vixen gets ready to fight the evil Batman as Animal Man morphs as well, preparing. But Damian stops everyone. Don't be an idiot. You can't possibly support this. My grandfather is right about the world, but what he is doing is wrong and you know it. Innocent people are dying. Is that what you want? No, I only want the guilty to suffer. Of course, because you're not a butthead. And you're not Batman. You're not afraid to do what needs to be done, and you are so much more than Batman is. Take off the damn mask. Help us. Jason, help us! Back on the battlefield, Plastic Man is trying to wrap up Amazo while his son watches, and the rest of the team goes to check on Bruce Wayne. Harley informs the team that he is Batman, so he probably has bat breath or something that can carry an emergency electromagnetic pulse or something. They just have to get him out of here. Dinah tells Harley that Bruce wouldn't want to leave, and she quickly counters with, sure, once he's awake again, I'm sure we'll never hear the end of it. Look, you have a kid. Just take him and get out of here. Back in Gorilla City with Professor Ivo, the creator of the Amazo robot, there's a loud cracking noise on the floor, and out crawls a weird human bug-like hybrid. Animal Man tries to hush Professor Ivo, but behind him we see who is leading the charge as Vixen, Jason, and Damian all crawl out, with Jason commenting that a half-human, half-caterpillar hybrid crawling out of the floor probably wasn't going to get a calm response. They tell Professor Ivo that he is coming with them, and he snaps, telling them that he can't leave. Roz is crazy. He sent pieces of my children to me. If you have me leave, you're putting them in danger. And Jason coldly tells him, they aren't in danger because they're dead, Ivo. They fought us while being transported and they were killed. I'm sorry. Professor Ivo begins to break down and Jason shouts at him, take control of your damn monster, now! Ivo looks around realizing the request and he tells them, I can't. If I could, Roz would already be dead. Amazo will only follow Roz's orders till he returns and only listen to Roz himself. There must be something, Professor. There were bugs early on. I could slow him down, but with all of the heroes fallen, who's going to stand up against him? And Damian realizes that it's time. No, Professor. Not all of the heroes have fallen. He puts in a call to Kara Zor-El, Supergirl. He tells her the situation. The heroes have fallen, and he knows that they are worried about exposing her to the world, but they need her or everyone may die. She takes off her hoodie, revealing the symbol of hope, walking out of her room where the Amazons are waiting. They ask where she intends to go, and she tells them to help. But instead of stopping her, the response is simply, it's about time. Back over in Delhi, Amazo is tearing through Plastic Man, and Wonder Woman is trying to just crack the outer layer of this robot. He turns, grabbing her by the wrist, pushing her down to the ground. You haven't won yet, monster. There's always hope. Hope? And that's when he sees the secret weapon of Earth floating there. Hey! We pan back to see Booster Gold and Blue Beetle. Yeah, that's right, I'm talking to you. Wonder Woman looks over knowing that this is bad. Oh no. Come and face the blue and the gold, big baddie. And in response, Amazo blasts Booster Gold, launching him through 4 buildings. As Blue Beetle morphs his arms into blades, he dodges the attack before lunging in, trying to pierce the hide of that robot. But as he gets closer, Amazo is suddenly lifted off of the ground at breakneck speeds. Supergirl is swooping and grabbing him as she reports back to Damian, who is talking in her ear. Damian, I have Amazo. Push as fast as you can. Get him away from the civilians, Kara. But Kara doesn't respond because she is moving so quickly that she just exited orbit and slams Amazo into the moon. Damien reports to Kara that she has to keep him on the moon, and as he grabs her by the throat, he puts her in a headlock, prepared to snap the Kryptonian's neck. Ivo continues trying to type away, trying to exploit a weakness or two, something to give Kara a fighting chance. And that's when Anastasia walks into the basement asking what everyone is doing here. She brings her guns out and tells everyone to back away, or she's gonna shoot anyone who moves. And Ivo presses a button that turns on the weaknesses, and that's when the daughter of Batman shoots him in the head. At that moment on the moon, Blue Beetle blasts Amazo, freeing Kara, and then he asks if she's okay. But while she's looking at him confused, and he debates if she can even hear him in the black void of space, Amazo turns with one heck of a punch. Kara catches his fist and then stares at him in the eyes as she burns away at his flesh. It's at that moment that Damien is telling her that while he's still strong, Ivo gave him a weakness to heat, followed up by an ice blast as Damien says ice as well. And then Damien tells her pressure, so she winds up and grabs the frozen head of Amazo, ripping it off. And with that, Amazo is finally defeated. Blue Beetle looks up with a smile on his face. Oh man, the world is a freaking Supergirl. Back on Earth, the real Batman stood on the battlefield with his team while Wonder Woman stood there. He looks around the destroyed town, calling out, telling them all to stand up. And Wonder Woman places her head to the hilt of her sword, commanding the same for her team. Those two teams were enemies moments ago, but now they are being the superheroes that they need to be, checking on everyone that was injured against the Amazo robot. Wildcat runs over to get Superboy up, and he asks where Cassie is. And that's the first Diana has heard that Wonder Girl has survived. She turns panicking, realizing that Cassie is in fact alive, and she runs over to the rubble looking for her. She grabs the piece of rubble on Cassie, lifting it up, and she reassures her that she'll be okay. But Cassie looks her dead in the eyes. I don't need your help, Diana. Diana ignores that, asking her what she's doing here. And Cassie tells her, Superman imprisoned us in the Phantom Zone. Diana's shocked, eyes wide as she realizes what this means. I didn't know. I promise I didn't know. Over with Booster Gold, he gets up with his bruised ego as Harley asks him if he's alright. He rubs his head, telling her, don't worry, my head cushioned the fall. Your costume's amazing! It's like you're compensating for so much and trying to make yourself feel better. You even gave yourself a big star in the middle. Good for you! Batman walks over. Booster, are you in contact with Blue Beetle? Where is he? And over on the moon, Supergirl and Blue Beetle are standing over the crushed body of Amazo. Looking at the device that houses his brain, Supergirl gets memories of Brainiac himself attacking Krypton. But then she realizes that she's now run out of air as she used it all up to freeze Amazo. Blue Beetle makes a tent around her asking who she is, and she tells him she can't say. She crushes the brain of Amazo and then asks Blue Beetle not to tell anyone about her. Please. He agrees, and they have a secret from Batman. Meanwhile in Gorilla City, Anastasia, Batman's daughter that he is unaware of, is still battling against Damian and Jason. Ultimately, Animal Man and Vixen manage to subdue the girl, and she calls out to the Suicide Squad, announcing that Damian has betrayed the family. They begin to make a break for it, with her shooting at them, and Animal Man is attacked by a man-bat as a tree sprouts out of the ground, slamming both Animal Man and Damian. The grip grows tighter around him, and knowing that this is going to be the end, he yells out for Vixen to get Damian out of here. But that's when it doesn't matter, because a bullet passes between his eyes, killing him off. Damian is then grabbed by another tree, and Jason calls out to Vixen that they have to return, but she tells him Damian is lost. There's nothing that they can do. Back in Gorilla City, Roz demands to know what happened and why Anastasia killed Ivo. She explains that Ivo was sabotaging them, but Roz tells her it's not her call to make. There's nothing that he can do to save her now. That's when she feels the big gorilla hand on her shoulder, and handcuffs are slapped on as she calls for her grandfather and is hauled away. Solivar informs Roz that his family will be publicly executed, but as she is being brought to the cell with Damian, an unexpected blade is shoved through both of the gorillas, and there stands Talia. Talia tells them that she has failed them both, failed in protecting them, and failed them when she let Anastasia be taken by Roz when she died. She walks over to the elevators and tells them to leave, go wherever they want to. And Anastasia asks where should they go. Talia doesn't offer any advice on that part. Back on the battlefield though, Batman tells Green Arrow to start moving the civilians out in case the android comes back. And Arrow tells him that it's already done. It doesn't take long for the world's greatest detective to realize that the Flash was here and used his powers, and he's not happy about that. Up above, Blue Beetle returns telling everyone, hey, it's over. The android's been handled. And of course, everyone wants to know how, so Beetle tells them, he seemingly malfunctioned on the moon. Just boom. Well, not boom, there's no sound in space, but you get that. Wonder Woman turns to Black Adam, telling him that they're leaving, and Batman grits his teeth. Tell me what happened here today. Diana grabs her hilt, and it's Connor who comes over to tell them to stop. Too much has already happened here. And that brings us to Wayne Manor, where Selina is playing with Ace, Alfred's new dog. Alfred comes in and puts a leash on the dog, and Selina begins to hear some beeping of the smoke alarm in the kitchen. Alfred is stunned and confused. He looks around, unsure as to what's happening, and Selina tells him that it's okay. He shouldn't try cooking it. He was just revived from the Lazarus pit. She'll take care of it. She walks over to the kitchen, and it's there that she finds the culprit, a burning kettle of tea. She calls out to Alfred, but the response isn't from him. Instead, it's a no and then a gunshot in Selina's stomach. Hearing this, Alfred walks over with the barking dog, and he walks into the kitchen, and it's there that he sees Anastasia with 2 pistols pointed at his head. While this is going on back at Wayne Enterprises, there's a meeting happening. Bruce tells his team that Roz is right, they need to save the world from itself. But before they can go any deeper into it, he gets a call from Brother Eye, the security system that he has placed around the world and in his own home. Brother Eye informs him that half of the building's cameras are now offline. He turns to the group, telling him that he has to go. There's an issue with his security system back at his house. Booster chimes in. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Bruce snaps at him. My system is a little more complicated than that, Michael. But then he turns away from him. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Brother Eye responds that he tried that, and then informs him that Selina and Alfred are in the dark wing. He turns to leave, and Black Canary tells him that whatever is happening, he doesn't have to deal with it alone. He reassures her, though. It's fine. There's a teleporter in the other room. I'll be back quickly. Just wait here. He teleports into the Batcave, where he throws on the Batsuit and walks over to the last known location to find a pool of blood. Taken aback, he cries out, "No, not again." He runs towards the master bedroom, calling out, "Alfred!" And when he swings the door open, he sees him sitting there. Alfred turns to him, "Master Bruce?" And Anastasia is sitting on a chair across from them with a gun at Alfred's head and one to the dog's head. Batman asks her what she wants, and she smirks. "Oh, it's simple." Alfred stands up. "I will not let you hurt him. Alfred, I have no quarrel with you. You and I, we both seen the other side. You can still feel it, can't you? At the edges. The little pieces missing that have been replaced by the bits that you brought back." Alfred doesn't answer, stepping between Bruce and his daughter, and the dog barks. Bruce tries to tell Alfred to move. Anastasia snaps at the dog, telling it to be quiet. Bruce reaches over to pull Alfred out of the way, but Anastasia doesn't see that now. She just hears the dog bark, bark, bark. She cries out, "Shut up!" And that's when a gunshot can be heard throughout the Wayne Manor. She looks up wincing. "No, no, no, look what you made me do!" She holds up the dead body of the puppy, and Alfred feels her pain. "Oh, child, I didn't want to, it just wouldn't shut up." She then turns the gun to Bruce's face. "Why does everything that you touch have to die?" Alfred asks her for the dog's body, and Bruce knocks the gun away. In one swift move, he disassembles it and then catches her attempt at punching him. She fires the other gun, firing it next to his head, and Alfred calls out, so she hits him in the back of his head with the butt of her gun. She stands over the unconscious Bruce and Alfred and the dead puppy. When Bruce comes to, he's missing his cowl, and he looks up at his daughter. "I'm sorry. I didn't know about you." "I don't believe you. I don't believe you're sorry, and I don't believe you didn't know. The world's greatest detective didn't know that he had a daughter? I don't buy it. I just think you don't care." "Where's Selina?" "Either dead or bleeding to death." But that's not entirely true, as Selina has managed to crawl out of the kitchen and is making her way to find a first aid kit. When she gets to the Batcave, Brother Eye informs her that it is being kept inside of the giant dinosaur. And she says, of course, that's where you would keep your first aid kit. Brother Eye then informs her of the intruder and shows her the situation in the master bedroom, so she puts out a call. But back in the bedroom, "I was born and you weren't there. I died and you weren't there. The man who was, he raised me and you stopped him, and now he has turned his back on me. You took his dream and our future along with it, condemning this planet to a slow, painful death." She steps back, placing the gun to Bruce's head once again. "I don't want redemption. I don't want a father. I just want to do one more thing right." And that's when the windows are blown out and a smoke arrow is fired in. Anastasia is quickly subdued, and then Batman's team arrives, having been called in by Selina. Once they free Bruce, Dinah looks at him. "We thought your entire world might be saving." And Bruce stops and looks at her. "Thank you." But back in the year 2 of the fight, something happened. Something that changed everything. 200 Green Lanterns, chosen as the finest, most fearless warriors in the universe. They were killed all by Superman and his army. And who had a hand in that? Well, Hal Jordan did. Right now, he stands in chains at Oa to answer for his crimes against the Green Lantern Corps. The Guardians ask how he pleads, and Hal tells them, guilty. Guardians look at each other and then down to him again. What's worse is what you did. You did under the influence of the Yellow Lantern ring. There is no excuse for that. No. However, we acknowledge the universe would not even exist without the good that you have done. You will not be hidden away to rot where your potential will be wasted. Instead, we will send you to the prison colony of Herring, where you will work to prepare the planet for the recolonization of its populace. Hal looks at them while Guy Gardner stands next to him. It's more than I deserve. We then go to the planet with the sun beating down and Hal digging a shovel into the ground. Guy Gardner stands next to him. This is your part to play in the universe? What a crappy part. Hal looks up at him. I'm sorry. But Guy shrugs it off. So you keep saying, this is an entire universe of possible punishments and they have you digging. I reckon it's because the Guardians don't have a creative bone in their body. Think about it. They get into a battle and they have a weapon which they can make anything with. And what would they probably make? A perfectly geometric cube. Oh no, Darkseid's pushing it aside. Hurry, make another cube. Hal chuckles at his friend's jokes. But due to his laughter, a green fist flies over, knocking him over, and Soranik arrives asking Hal, what's so funny? Hal looks at her. It's kind of a misuse of the ring. And she snaps, you're going to lecture me, Hal? You? I've learned all the lessons I need from you. And Guy chimes in. Ouch. Soranik continues though. You know, when I first became a Lantern, I spent a week on Mogo, spending it with the animals, swimming in his oceans, climbing his mountains. And now everything there is dead because of you. You stood by and did nothing, Hal Jordan. You allowed the last surviving member of a dead planet to become the murderer of another world. As Hal begins to reflect, he sees another cell arriving on the planet. And once it opens, a couple of prisoners come out, but one sneering man is in that batch. Sinestro. Guy leans into Hal's ear. He tricked you, Hal. You know that, right? Sinestro played you every step. Hal thinks about it and he jumps at Sinestro, which got them both into solitary confinement, where Guy is in the cell with them. Well, solitary confinement's a bit cramped, but it's so worth it, man. I've never seen that smug drain from his face so quickly. Hal doesn't look up. Hal hears Guy's voice, but he doesn't look up. I'm sorry. Guy gets all serious. So you keep saying. And then Hal sees the truth. It's been looking at him the whole time. He sees Guy Gardner, one of his best friends, missing his ring arm in his civilians. Sorry it doesn't bring me back, Hal. You tore my arm off and let me fall to the planet. Then, Guy was gone, and Hal didn't see him that night. But elsewhere, on this planet, someone else is making a move. As Tomar Ray flew off to investigate something, a cat's paw took a swipe at his throat, and we see Red Lantern Dexstar. A green ring begins to fly throughout space looking for a replacement, scanning. But back in the cell, Guy says, I'm bored. Hal tells him he knows, and Soranik walks in. She informs Hal that he's getting out of confinement the next day if he promises not to beat up other prisoners, and then asks who is he talking to. Hal tells her no one, just the past. She then walks over to Sinestro's cell to ask him one question. What happened to her mother? He looks at her. She was assassinated. Soranik tells him she doesn't believe that. She looked into everything that happened that day. There's no sign of forced entry. And Sinestro looks at her, telling her, I loved your mother, and I was angry when she sent you away, but I did not kill her. Soranik looks at him. I didn't say you did. She took her own life, didn't she? Sinestro stops her. Careful, girl. At that moment, she gets a call in the ring telling her that a Green Lantern is down. She turns her back for a moment, and Sinestro takes that chance to leap out of the cell, grabbing her lantern ring. She isn't one to be trifled with, though, as she throws him to the ground and blasts him through the wall, right into Hal Jordan's cell. Hal looks at her. Soranik, don't do this. You're too good to go down this path. And she looks at him. Get out of my way. I'm not gonna kill him. I'm not you. She pins Sinestro against the wall when she calls in the situation and finds that Tomar Ray is dead, and it took him out before he could raise an alarm. But before they could do anything else, reports of multiple targets approaching come over the ring. And a blast of rage, a red beam hits the prison, destroying it. Up above them all, Soranik holds a shield in place and Dexstar calls out, See? Found prey! And the Red Lanterns look at Sinestro. Hal and his vision of Guy look up with Guy panicking. Hal, that is clearly a talking evil kitty. Yeah. Like, not some kind of alien feline creature, just a malevolent talking house cat in a little suit. Yeah, that is one of the weirdest things I've ever seen, and I'm saying that as the spectral manifestation of your own guilt, Hal. Atrocitus, the leader of the Red Lantern Corps, looks down at the three of them, telling them, I only want Sinestro. Tear the Green Lanterns to pieces, slowly. The Red Lantern Corps begins to bombard Sonic's shield. Sinestro jumps in the way of his daughter before she can be killed, though this does cause Atrocitus to pause. Meanwhile, some of the other Green Lanterns arrive nearby, overlooking from a cliffside where they request permission to kill. Atrocitus looks at Sinestro.
Who is she to you?
As Sinestro spills the beans, this is my daughter. As the Red Lanterns try to figure that out, the Green Lantern on the cliff opens fire with a sniper shot at one of the Red Lanterns going through his head. An all-out fight breaks out with red constructs versus green constructs. But that isn't the important bit right now. The Red Lantern who died, his ring begins to roll across the dirt away from Hal and Sinestro. Sinestro noticed it, and so did Dead Guy. Hey Hal, that is not a good thing! Sinestro jumps on the ring trying to put it on his finger, but Hal leaps on his back, holding him up. That's when Sonic fires a blast right between them, separating them, except the ring ended up on a hand. The glow of a Red Lantern forms around Hal, and we hear the words,
Hal Jordan of Earth, you have great rage in your heart. You belong to the Red Lantern Corps.
Hal yells out, "Run! I can't control this!" Back in the fight, Dexter begins to breathe the napalm blood of the Corps onto the Green Lantern, and that's when Hal soars into the fight with red constructs for everyone. The Green Lanterns try to help, but there's so much rage in his heart he tells him, "Back off!" and he continues to become consumed by it. That's when the Red Lanterns give up fighting, trying to hold him back, as Atrocitus asks him,
How are you so full of rage?
and Guy tells him, "Go on, Hal, tell him the truth." Atrocitus asks him,
What do you hate?
only for Hal to tell him,
Myself!
he yells out in rage, "Release me!" and he creates a sword hitting one of the Red Lanterns while they all want to kill Hal. That's when Atrocitus moves forward.
Wait, this is not the first time you've wielded a ring, is it? You are Hal Jordan. Your betrayal of the Guardians, the dead Green Lanterns in your wake. News of your treachery and violence have spread across the galaxy.
Guy looks at him. "Oh yeah, congrats Jordan. You're a big name in the intergalactic psychopath circles."
Do we have to tear you to pieces or will you join us, Jordan?
Guy whispers in his ear, "Just tell them what they want to hear. Don't be you." Bleach chimes in telling him, "Fine, he's one of us. Let's catch those Green Lanterns and punish Sinestro." But Atrocitus looks at her.
No, they're already there. It's time to think bigger. It's time to think of the fall of Oa.
He takes all of the Red Lanterns, Hal included, to what seems to be a planet to recruit one more member for an assault on Oa. Everyone watches as the planet begins to change red and it becomes fueled by rage. Hal looks at the newest Red Lantern, Starro the Conqueror. Guy looks worried. "Hal, that is Starro the Conqueror as a Red Lantern." "Right, well, that's pretty much the single worst thing imaginable." Bringing us to today, to the home of Jaime Reyes, where his parents knock at his door and he quickly loses his costume. His father, with coffee in hand, looks at him. "You have friends at the door, and one of them's kind of orange." Jaime walks to the front door to find the Titans there, Starfire, Superboy, and Cassie, all in civilian clothes, though Starfire is still kind of orange. She still kind of stands out. He slams the door behind himself and he steps outside. First of all, it's incredibly awesome the freaking Titans are on my doorstep. Second of all, the freaking Titans cannot show up on my doorstep. Starfire counters, telling Jaime that they are in their civilians. And Jaime points out the obvious, that doesn't hide the fact that you're an alien. He yells back to his parents that he's going out with friends, and they ask Jaime to please introduce them. Connor waves, telling them hello, his name is Connor, but Starfire once again doesn't quite get it, and she steps up to shake their hands. "I'm Corey, Princess of Tamarin." Jaime rolls his eyes as they walk away, and they make their way to Cord Industries, current home of Booster Gold. Booster welcomes everyone and informs them that he has cold pizza in his fridge, to which Cassie asks, "Aren't you a billionaire now?" And he turns back, "Yeah, you heard me right. I own the fridge." Everyone has a seat where Jaime then asks what's up, and Connor informs him that they want to expand the Titans. Jaime sits there pondering. "I don't really know the community. I mean, I don't know who I could suggest. Steel seems kind of cool." Booster overhears this and walks over laughing. And Cassie looks at him with hope in her eyes. "We'd like you to try it for the Titans." Jaime is speechless. A short while later, they all fly off, leaving him there to think about it. Booster and Skeets both laugh at Jaime for not understanding why they would seek him out. But before anyone can do anything, Skeets calls out, "Raise the defenses!" And the top floor of Cord Industries explodes. With the chug 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 of the space motorcycle, Lobo himself rides up. He grabs Jaime in the Blue Beetle's suit by the throat, he lifts him off the ground, then throws him over his shoulder. Booster gets up, dusts himself off, and he opens fire on Lobo, which honestly doesn't amuse the main man as he backhands Booster into the back of the room. He lights up a cigar, and he straps Blue Beetle to the front of his bike. Skeets tags the bike with a tracker, and Lobo rides off just as the rest of the building comes down on Booster. The Titans didn't get far enough and they turn around and head back to see whoever survived. They pull Booster out of the rubble and he tells them, Lobo took the kid. Once out in space though, Jaime wakes up and Lobo tells him, it's fine. The man who wanted you alive. Jaime realizes that he's strapped to a space bike and he begins to power up. So Lobo sucker punches him again. Back on Earth, Booster then asks Skeets how the tracker is holding up. He informs him that it's working, but its range is not infinite. They need to hurry. So Booster puts his hands together. Okay, first, we need a ship. Cassie asks him, don't you own $1 billion company? And Booster smiles. Oh yeah! Skeets, do I have a space program? But Connor has a better idea as the whole group moves off to the Hall of Justice where the Javelin is parked. With a little help from Skeets, the ship powers up and the alarms begin to blare as they take off into space. But with an alarm, there has to be somebody monitoring it, and Bruce Wayne is woken up nearby. He asks Brother Eye to show him the onboard camera and he sees the face of Booster plastered to the seat as they exit orbit. Booster? Batman, are you here? Turn the ship around right now, Booster. Batman, we're chasing an alien who's causing problems. And then they hang up on Batman. And behind him is Selina, giggling to herself. You think this is funny? Absolutely. Stealing Batman's ride is funny. Now tell me, are you mad that they took it or are you mad that they didn't invite you? None of it matters anyway. I'm badly injured and I need you waiting on me handed foot, preferably in nothing but your cape and cowl. Back in space, Lobo arrives holding the unconscious Jaime, presenting him to the client. Jaime wakes up and the first thing he says is, that is a big chair. That's when we see the person that hired Lobo is Metron. And he wanted the bearer of the Scarab because without his help, there will be no Earth. He explains that the great conqueror Starro has been bound by rage and his spores will spread his hate across the universe, tearing the cosmos apart. It falls to the bearer of the Scarab to stop him. Metron turns to Lobo. Lobo, I need you to keep Blue Beetle safe. Main man don't work without his pay. There will be pay if you succeed, plus a universe in which to spend it in. Jaime looks at Metron. I might be the wrong guy here. You are the bearer of the Scarab. You are the only guy. They're the only guy that can stand up against Starro, the conqueror consumed by rage. His spores filled with hate. Every creature his stars touch will be infected. Starro's anger will become theirs, and they will tear themselves apart. But meanwhile, Hal Jordan is still consumed by his red ring, and he flies up with the Red Lantern Corps to attack Oa. His little Jiminy Cricket, Guy Gardner, the manifestation of his guilt as he killed Guy all the way back at the start of this, is talking to him. Hal, you're on your way to attack Oa, and Starro won't stop there. He's gonna move on to Earth. Carol, Hal, you have to save your ex. I know you're pissed off, man. Use that and break free. Hal thinks about it, and then he funnels his anger into that one goal, warning the Guardians of Oa. He screams out, fueled by his hatred at what he's become, and he begins to rocket ahead of the Red Lanterns. Blaze calls out to Atrocitus that Hal is breaking free, but Atrocitus isn't concerned as he calls out to Starro. The spores break free and they begin to attach to Hal's face, but this isn't the end. This is Hal freaking Jordan, and he punches himself in the face over and over to get the spore off. Then he eventually uses the red ring to blast himself, burning the spore off, and the manifestation of Guy chuckles. I know I'm not real, but I really liked watching you hate yourself. Back over with Sinestro and Soranik, his daughter. She asks why would Atrocitus want Sinestro. He explains that he clashed with him as a Green Lantern and then as a Yellow Lantern. He has experienced casualties. And now that he knows that Soranik is his daughter, he will target you to hurt me. She smirks. Then he doesn't know you. Sinestro, with the serious face of a father who gives a damn, tells her, I would tear this universe apart to keep you safe. On the outside of Oa, Hal comes rocketing in blazing red, and Sade, one of the Guardians of the Universe, tells him to halt. Behind her, a large portion of the Corps is standing there, and she traps him in a willpower bubble. He screams out, you have to listen to me! And then he creates a Red Lantern sword to slice open the bubble, and he sucker punches Sade. The manifestation of Guy tells Hal that he needs a new plan. Punching them with rage is not going to convince the man. So Hal realizes he has one option, one way to get a clear head, one way to warn the galaxy, and he cuts his own finger off, severing his connection to the red. Guy looks at him. It's always amputation with you. And then he calls out, the Red Lanterns have taken! But it's too late, as the Red Lanterns have arrived and Sade realizes what's going on. They have taken Starro the Conqueror. The war between the Red and the Green Lanterns begins. Back on the ship, we have a few more people to get to, and as they get closer to Metron, Lobo crashes into their ship. Connor tells them to open up the bay doors. He'll resolve this, and he floats out into space, except this time, Lobo is prepared, and he opens fire on Connor with a kryptonite bullet. This time, though, Cassie's there to block the shot with her bracers. Metron steps up. These people are not our enemies, Lobo. Inside of the ship, Booster asks, who's the Metron guy? Metron is a new god. He holds unparalleled knowledge and understanding of the ending of the universe. He is one of the most intelligent beings in the galaxy. Starfire stops Skeets. Really? Can you hear me out there? Logically, no, but the new gods do not listen to logic. So Starfire calls out, "Great Metron, I understand that you are one of the greatest minds in the universe." "Yes." "Can you turn off the alarm?" He waves his hand and it finally shuts off. "Oh, thank God." Jaime looks at the Titans. "You guys came for me." And Connor floats over. "What's going on?" "I'm apparently supposed to save the universe." So Metron explains the situation with Starro, the one with the red lanterns, and that the Scarab is the last being that will be able to defeat it. Cassie asks him if he'll be fighting in this war, but Metron informs them that he cannot interfere, but he can teleport them all directly there. Back on Oa, the Lanterns are in a full-on battle with one of them calling out to Sade to call the other Guardians on the surface, get reinforcements, only to see Sade is controlled by a spore. Hal sees Sornik and he yells out, "Give me a ring!" But she refuses. And while this is raging on, the ship and Metron all teleport right outside of the battlefield. Without hesitation, Lobo, Connor, Cassie, and Starfire all rocket onto the battle. But Booster looks for Jaime and he finds him in the cargo bay hiding. "I can't do this, Booster." "Yeah, you can." Batman thinks, "Oh good, that guy. You know what? Batman claims to not have a superpower, but he has the power to fill his fellow heroes with crippling insecurities. Seriously, every Robin gets a pair of tights and an inferiority complex. Kid, look at me. We're going to win, because Ted Kord didn't die for no reason." Jaime looks up. "If Ted Kord had lived, we wouldn't be here to save everything." And then Booster looks at Skeets and tells him, "Play back the important bits from the message that he left me." The hologram of Ted Kord appears before Jaime, and the last message he left to Booster Gold plays out. "There's this kid, Jaime. He's special. You can see it. He's actually going to be the kind of hero that we always pretended we'd be one day." Hearing that, Jaime puts on his suit and he walks to the door. "You ready, kid?" "No." "You going out there anyway?" "Yep." "Also? Booster?" "Yeah." What Ted said about pretending to be a hero? That was absolute crap. He was a hero. "Oh, I know, kid. He was mine." And they head off to save the universe. Now above the planet of Oa, Sade, one of the Guardians, stands with a Starro starfish on her face, looking down on the Green Lanterns. Badge tries to reason with her, but Sade isn't in control as a blast of Green Lantern's might burns away at the little squirrel Green Lantern. Atrocitus looks at the rings, looking for new hosts, telling himself, "Yes." And Bleeze floats over with a worried look on her face as he is basking in the glory that is his victory. Finally, she reports that there are unknown beings approaching, and off in the distance we have the Titans, Superboy, Cassie, and Starfire, followed by Blue Beetle and Booster Gold, and among them, the most shocking appearance of all, Lobo, twirling his chain, riding his space motorcycle. Their first act is to blast Dexter, the Red Lantern Kitty, with heat vision, as Lobo doesn't waste time going right for the main baddie, Atrocitus himself. He rides up, reaching out to grab him as the Red Construct's sword goes right through him. He looks off as his bike is riding on its own, and then it dawns on him. A piece of him is still on that bike. He looks right into Atrocitus' face. "Some of my favorite things are below the waist. You fraggin' fragger!" And then he begins to punch Atrocitus repeatedly across the jaw. Blue Beetle swoops in, grabbing the upper body of Lobo as Lobo is arguing with him. "Bring me back to my legs and I'll beat him to death with them!" Over with Starfire, she's trying to fight off against the Red Lanterns, but realizes the Green Lanterns are being converted by Starro. Everyone realizes they are losing fast as the numbers are being converted. And they all realize that they need to retreat to Oa to figure out a plan. Landing on the planet, they explain that they are here to help. Even Lobo, or what's left of Lobo. Lobo tells him, "I'm fine. I heal. It's all grown back already." To which Booster then realizes what's growing back and he's a little grossed out. He looks at the Guardians and he asks, "Do you guys have pants on this planet?" This isn't a time for jokes though, as Starro is powering up and he's focusing his fire at one point. The Green Lantern power battery. Everyone takes off to shield it, to protect it, but Blue Beetle looks up and remembers what he was told. That only he can save the day. Only he can prevent the end of the universe. So he asks Booster, how can he stop that? The fact is, no one can, as it blows through the shields, damaging the battery. Everyone begins to panic as the power battery has now been breached, and they all begin to try to focus their powers to contain it, to seal it, to do anything as it's leaking the power of willpower. Everyone gets ready for another shot from Starro, but Starro oddly begins to leave. Everyone's confused, but they realize he's considering the world conquered. As Hal Jordan steps up, he tells them, "Give me a ring. We aren't conquered yet." Of course, the Guardians tell him no because of his actions during year 2 of Injustice, when he sided with Superman, fought the Green Lanterns, became a Yellow Lantern, and killed hundreds of Green Lanterns. He snaps at them. Guardians, I'm not looking for another chance or redemption. I know I'm beyond that, but if I'm going to die, let me try to be useful. Let me get between death and those who deserve to live. So against their better judgment, Salak gives Hal a ring again. He suits up, telling everyone, all right, let's get out there. But another Green Lantern tells him, you fight with us. Don't think for a second we're looking for a leader. Up in the science cell, Sinestro calls out, though, asking for a ring as well. Everyone says no, but Hal tells them that they could be killed while Salvation is sitting in a cell. Let's give him a ring. That's when Sinestro is powered back up as a Green Lantern. Everyone flies back up into space and the battle begins again with 2 of the greatest Green Lanterns to ever exist aiding in the fight. The first goal is to free as many lanterns as possible. And Connor Kent, aka Superboy, calls out to Cassie telling her, if I get controlled, but she stops him, I'll kick your ass as fast as I can. Such is my love for you. Back with Booster and Blue Beetle, Jaime is sitting there trying to figure out what Starro is doing. Jaime tells Booster that if Starro is fueled by hate, he hates Earth most of all, and therefore, he's going there. So Booster crosses his arms. And you thought you'd stop it alone? I guess. Don't be stupid, kid. You're not stopping a universal threat by yourself. I'm coming with you. Jaime smiles. Thank you. Down in Oa, Lobo has found a towel, and he asks what's going on in space. Salak asks why he's here not in the fight, and Lobo tells him that without his bike, he can't fly. He then lights up a cigar as Salak tells him people are dying. Lobo looks at him, holding yet another ring, and he tells him, you know, I've always wanted to try one of those. Salak looks away, handing him the ring. Lobo of Zarnia, you have the ability to overcome. Yeah, less ceremony, more powers, ring. Welcome to the Green Lantern Corps. With that, we have Lobo, the Green Lantern. Hell yeah! Out in front of Oa, Atrocitus looks at a dying Green Lantern as he crushes his throat, simply stating, yes, my plans are working. I'm getting my revenge. The Guardians of the Galaxy are over there trying to protect the destruction of the Green Lantern power battery, as Dexstar is spewing napalm on them. Out of nowhere, Lobo kicks the cat. Atrocitus looks at him. You kicked my cat. I'm powered by rage, and you kicked my cat. Lobo grins at him. You get powered by getting angry. Ha! Well, prepare to have more power than you know what to do with, you ugly red bistach. He begins to power up a long object behind his back, because the main man is an expert in pissing people off. The object begins to take form, and folks, let's just say it's something that I and DC Comics can't show or name. But Atrocitus looks at Lobo's very first construct. That. You dare attack Atrocitus or something so obscene! And then the construct goes right through the red shield with the full force of the main man. Damn straight I dare. Beware my power. Green Lanterns! The guilty manifestation of Guy Gardner that is still following Hal Jordan because he killed Guy and he sees him as a guilty representation begins to laugh. Hal asks him, they gave Lobo a ring? Yep. He just hit Atrocitus with a giant. Yep. Sure, it was obscene and depraved, but it was effective. If he keeps fighting, he's gonna need another Green Lantern to fly alongside him to create big censored signs. Hal and Sinestro get back to fighting, pulling the starfish off of the Green Lantern faces to free them. Hal is about to get blasted by Sade when Sinestro saves him, just confusing him, and the battle rages on. Back over with Booster and Jaime, though, they're blasting full speed to stop Starro. Booster asks him, Jaime, this chase is admirable and all, but what's the plan when we catch up? Honestly, I was kind of hoping we'd work that out when we get there, Booster. Booster looks at Skeets, his robot from the future. Any information on how we win? But Skeets can't pull up the information. He begins to glitch out, trying to figure things out. He pauses mid-sentence, and Blue Beetle asks Booster, what does it mean when a robot pauses mid-sentence? And Booster tells him, that's not supposed to happen. That's something machines don't do. It means that we have no set future right now. Anything can happen. That's in a memory. Flashes in Booster's eyes as he was speaking. One where he's panicking. One where he's holding Jaime's hand. One where someone doesn't make it. Jaime goes, Booster, you just stopped mid-sentence. You know, like machines aren't supposed to do. Booster looks at everyone and tells them all, it's all fine. Let's go shape the future. While most of the heroes off-world recoup from their latest battles, down on Earth there's another struggle about to unfold. In the prison facility on Stryker's Island, Athanasia Al Ghul sits in her cell as a guard tells her that she has a visitor today. Alfred walks up holding a tray of food, stating, hello, Miss Al Ghul. But before Alfred could even finish his sentence, his hand gives out and he drops the food all over the ground. He looks at his hand, and she tells him that he didn't come back from the Lazarus pit, right, did he? Alfred tells her no, he hasn't been himself. He isn't capable to now. She asks, why is he here? And Alfred smiles, stating that he was here to offer her a nice meal. But he always wanted to just talk and get to know her better. Things like where she grew up and how old is she. She asks, why would he want to talk to her? And Alfred says that he's sorry. Did she have something more pressing on her schedule for the day? The two stare at each other, and she tells him that if they take into account the time that she was dead, she's 16. But why would he care? Alfred smiles, stating that it's because she is Bruce's child, which means they are family. And she yells that Bruce is not her father. He is the antithesis of everything that she stands for and everything that she was raised to believe. Alfred says that he can see how she would believe that, but for what it's worth, he's sorry for the way that she was raised. Her father is a very complicated man. He's far from perfect. But he is not the demon that she believes him to be. Perhaps it is time that Bruce demonstrated just that. Later at Wayne Manor, Bruce and Selena sit down to eat noodles when Alfred walks into the room stating that he's sorry to disturb them, especially when he looks so at ease. Bruce looks up and Alfred goes on stating that he visited the prison today, and Bruce says that he knows. Alfred turns and looks over at the screen stating, ah yes, of course, your Brother Eye. Just as Alfred says that, up in space, the Brother Eye satellite, a Brainiac drone is connecting to it, listening in on their conversation. Alfred goes on stating that there's a fine line between creating the most advanced surveillance system and becoming the world's most sophisticated peeping Tom. However, that conversation is for another day. Today he would like to ask a favor, and that is for him to talk to Ra's al Ghul. Bruce looks at Alfred and tells him that Ra's killed thousands, and Alfred says that if all they do is fight, then he will kill again, millions more. And Bruce says that he must face justice, and Alfred shouts, just stop it, I don't feel. He then collapses, and once Bruce picks him back up, he says that he needs to sit down. His daughter is 16 and has turned into a killer. This is not the legacy the Wayne name deserves. Show her there is a better way. If not for her, then do it for him. Thomas was a doctor. He looked to heal before he looked to punish. Bruce tells him that he needs to reach out to the world leaders and needs an emissary. Someone who can make contact and bridge the gap. A short while later, elsewhere, Harley Quinn lands her jet in the middle of the jungle, stepping off holding a potted olive tree, yelling hello. Seconds later, vines reach out, picking her up by the legs, holding her in the air. Poison Ivy with her gorilla guards asks, what is that? And Harley looks at the plant stating, it's a complicated thought process. I wanted to offer you an olive branch, but then I realized that it would be like handing you a severed limb. Not exactly the right kind of peace offering. So this potted olive tree is an attempted reconciliation. And then a gorilla covers her head with a bag. A short while later, the bag is removed, and as Harley is looking at Ra's al Ghul, she says, okay, not what I was expecting. Wait, Orca? Are you pregnant? You're glowing! Orca blushes, stating that she didn't mean to glow, and Ra's looks at her and then back at Harley, asking, why are you here? She tells him that she's here with a potted plant and a message. Batman would like to speak. He has several world leaders on his side. No tricks, just conversation. Solivar asks, why would they trust Batman? And Harley shrugs, stating, come on! I've been on the wrong side of superheroes many times. One thing they do is not lie. It's a bit boring, really. Ra's asks, what does he want from this? And Harley tells him something rare for him. He wants to listen. He wants to demonstrate to his daughter that there's a better way forward. He wants to save the world together. Meanwhile, over in Africa, the Brainiac drone shoots down, and as it begins to scan, it says that this world has evolved in the same way as many others. So basic. The drone holds out his arm, firing a laser at a passing gorilla, stating that they expected more. So much primate life. Just then, Grodd's face appears out of the bushes, and the gorilla asks,
who are you calling a primate? This is Grodd's jungle. Metal men are not welcome. Outcasts of Gorilla City, attack!
Over in Atlantis, the world's leaders begin to arrive, and as Arthur welcomes everyone, Jefferson tells Mara that he would like to thank Atlantis for hosting this. This is the only neutral ground that has worked for all of the nations and other parties. Mara asks, why would they have been invited otherwise? Would they have planned this without including the representatives of 70% of the planet? A voice calls out, of course they would have. And everyone looks over at Ivy, who goes on stating that the leaders of this world have never cared for the planet. They would like to see it burned for their own greed. On the other side, Green Arrow says, right, positive start. So let's just take a seat. As everyone gathers around the table, Jefferson says that the United States would like to make a request before they begin. They have learned that Jackson Hyde has returned to the sea. He must stand trial for the attack on our government. We ask that you turn him over Atlantis. Mara, without any hesitation, tells him no. The surface world poisons our water. Millions of kilometers of ocean are becoming uninhabitable as your destruction continues. And Aquaman says that Jackson's actions were extreme and wrong, but Ra's radicalized Aqualad, and Atlantis will deal with him. Your request is denied. Jefferson asks, So there'll be no punishment then for any crime? And Batman says, Jackson must be extradited to stand trial, as well as Roz for the genocide that he committed. Roz then begins to chime in. What, you have asked me here to be arrested? What a waste of time. As Roz begins to leave, Aquaman reaches out asking him to please put down his ego and stand down. They do not want war with Atlantis. The sea will swallow them. Solovar leans into Aquaman asking, Who are you to speak for the sea, Pretender? The last king to sit at the Atlantean throne was no bastard human. Jefferson then begins to charge up his powers, and Harley asks him, Water and electricity? Really? Everyone begins arming themselves ready to fight, with Harley asking, Red? And Ivy tells her yes. With a snap of her finger, the sea leaves reach out, grabbing everyone, placing them in their seats. And Harley says, Okay, everyone needs to calm the hell down. How are you all so bad at diplomacy? Give it 1 month. You all have giant brains. Even the gorillas is huge to accommodate. Just give yourselves 1 month of ceasefire. You won't be able to save the world in an hour-long meeting when everyone is all pissed off. Think of it like a global marriage counseling. Everyone here does have genuine grievances. So how about you put everything on the table? Have you asked Aqualad what he thinks? If he's willing to face judgment for his crimes, maybe we all can. Batman, Roz, Aqualad, all of them should face judgment. Roz looks at Harley stating, You should as well. And Harley tells him, I ain't denying that. But first, how about we talk for a month and stop squabbling? Soon the leaves begin to pull back, and Harley kneels down in front of Solovar stating, See? It's just like marriage counseling. I just made the Earth the children. Solovar says that he has no idea what she's talking about, and Harley asks, Don't you have marriage counseling? Solovar tells her that he's a gorilla, and Harley shrugs stating, Decent argument. Back in the jungle, Grodd and his gorilla fight the Brainiac drones. But just before Grodd can finish the attack, the drone grabs him by the neck and flies off into the sky. The drone tells him, Not so primitive. You can be useful, but something is holding you back. A wire shoots out of the drone's hand and into Grodd's forehead, and then Brainiac's voice asks, Can you hear me with that special little mind of yours? Grodd tells him yes, he can hear, and Brainiac tells him, Good. My name is Brainiac, and we will be helping each other from now on. Later that night inside the Gorilla City sewage system, the Suicide Squad makes their way into the tunnels looking for something. Man-Bat says, Wow, these sewers smell worse than the human sewers. And Boomerang tells him that if he honestly believes that he's not spending enough time in human sewers. Katana asks Deadshot how far in, and Deadshot asks her, How should I know? And the Katana asks, Have you not been here before? And Deadshot tells her, Why would I have ever visited the sewers? Man-Bat stops everyone, stating, There, up ahead. And Boomerang then asks, How do you know? Don't you have terrible eyesight? Man-Bat tells him that he has echolocation. It's a frequency inaudible to human ears. And Boomerang then asks, So you're like constantly silently screaming? And Man-Bat tells him yes. And Katana tells him that she can relate. Deadshot then shouts, Hey you! Then a second later, Croc pulls himself out of the waters roaring. Deadshot quickly stops him. Whoa, whoa, whoa! We're just here to talk. And Croc says, Then why did you yell? And Deadshot says, Well, I figured you didn't have any ears. And Croc then asks him, Why are you here? And Deadshot tells him, We've all been thinking about you and Orca. Croc then shouts, Do not think of me and Orca! And Man-Bat yells, Wow! Wow! In a nice way! Deadshot tells him, Look, I felt bad about giving you a hard time about Orca. Truth is, none of us really have a lot of happiness in our future. But you, somehow you found a way to a new life. Katana says, We spoke to Solovar. From an alpha gorilla, he's actually a bit of a softie. And being a king, he can marry you. Croc pauses.
Why would I want to marry Solovar?
And Deadshot tells him, No, he can marry you and Orca. Boomerang says, Just so there's no confusion, Solovar can marry you and Orca together. Solovar would not be joining in your relationship at all. Croc pauses and then says, Oh. But while that happens, in another part of the jungle, Grodd leads his outcast towards Gorilla City in the dead of the night, and then stops everyone. One of the guards asks, What is it? And Grodd says that there are 2 sentries on the hill up ahead. He can feel their minds. The guard says that if they raise the alarm, Solovar will know that they're coming. He'll prepare his defenses but Grodd stops him, taking the guard's spear, telling him that he won't raise an alarm. A few moments later, up in the hill, the 2 sentries spot Grodd, and as the smaller of the 2 points, the older one tells him to go and warn the others. The smaller one tries to run, but he can't move. A second later, the spear is thrown into the older gorilla's chest, and Grodd walks up to the smaller one, telling him
Tolafar was old, set in his ways, would never recognize my rule. But you, Ordover, you are young. And remember, I can read your mind. Do you accept the new alpha? Do you submit to Grodd?
Odover struggles to move and tells him, Of course, my king. Meanwhile, over by the lakes, Orca asks Croc why they're here. Are they gonna go hunting? And Croc tells her,
No, there's something I wish to ask you.
Orca says that he will be the father of her child. He ate a sentient gorilla for her. He can ask her anything. The two begin to walk, and Croc looks up at the window, and he sees the entire Suicide Squad staring at him, all giving him a thumbs up. Kind of ruins the mood. So he takes Orca by the hand, telling her not here, and the two walk into the lake. As they submerge, a few moments later, Croc kneels on one knee, and the two burst out of the water, holding each other and smiling. Deadshot watches, stating, "Wow, this is the single most beautiful nature documentary I've ever seen." And Boomerang laughs, telling him, "I can practically hear the old British guy narrating the whole thing in a calm, dulcet tone." Man-Bat begins to cry, stating that he has stopped, silently screaming. Katana tells him that they all have. The next day, while Orca gets ready for her ceremony, Ivy watches and says that she did not see this coming. Orca tells her, yeah, having bombs placed in their head, being forced to do the bidding of a genocidal maniac, and having been transformed into an actual killer whale, she'd say that marriage really didn't seem like it was next in the cards. A short while later, flowers are thrown as Orca says I do, and Croc and Orca leave. And Deadshot whispers, "Hey, you owe me." Croc tells him that he knows, and Deadshot tells him, "No, not for the marriage thing, for the ceremony. Solivar wanted to do it the traditional gorilla way. I saved you from having to learn the correct ooks." Croc laughs, telling him,
You're not such a bad guy.
and Deadshot tells him, "Actually, I'm the worst. One half-decent act doesn't change that. Now off you go, lovebirds." As the two begin to leave the compound, Orca and Croc see Roz standing there, and he looks at them. And he holds up the tablet, but the brain bomb switches. Croc growls, asking what is this, and Roz tells him that it's not what it looks like. "I didn't mean to concern you with this." Orca shouts, "You didn't mean to concern us with the device that will blow up our heads?" And Roz tells them no. "I don't know what the future holds, but the sliver of hope that I have is that we can find a better way of working alongside the detective to help better the world. But humanity's greed has always ruined hope in the past. My grandchildren are gone. My daughter has fled. I swore I'd make a better world for them, and I have failed. It would be hypocritical and soulless of me to ignore the new life that you are bringing into this world. That is why, when the war comes, I will give you the choice if you want to fight. You have a child, a new species. Your existence will not be threatened by me." Roz taps the pictures of Orca and Croc, and a second later the words "deactivated" appear on the screen. And Orca asks him, "Just like that? You enslaved me, enslaved the man that I love? I've lived in constant fear of the threat that you pose to me and the child within me? You think that I'm gonna be grateful for your benevolence? We're apex predators. You think that our happy ending is walking away from the prey that turned us into this?" As Orca and Croc step forward, Roz holds out his arm, stating, "No, stay back, no!" Croc roars, and a second later, Roz's arm holding the tablet falls to the ground. Roz begins to scream, but Orca places her finger on his lips, telling him, "Shh." And as Croc wipes the blood from his mouth, he says,
You've been resurrected so many times. Your flesh tastes rotten, but I will put up with a bit of decay to eat your miserable.
And a voice calls out,
There is no need for that.
Grodd and his outcast surface from the water, and as Grodd picks up the tablet, he says,
I will finish up here.
Orca turns, getting ready to fight, but Grodd tells her,
Leave now.
and Croc says,
What will happen to him?
and Grodd tells him,
It doesn't matter. You're not a part of this anymore. There's nothing left here for your family. Try and fight me and you will be dead within seconds.
A few moments pass of awkward silence, and Grodd says,
You haven't left.
and Croc asks him,
What about the rest of the squad?
Grodd tells him,
They will die.
and Croc tells Orca,
I'm sorry, but I ain't gonna let that happen.
Croc begins to open up his mouth, and Orca shouts for him to wait. And then Orca says, The Suicide Squad could be useful to you, Grodd. You have a means of controlling them now. Don't waste that resource. Grodd says,
How pragmatic. You're right, of course. Your friends will be mine, and they will live. There is no better outcome.
Croc growls, stating,
Suppose not.
Orca holds up Roz by the face, telling him, This is it. He's bleeding. His sick dream is dying all around him, and our child will grow up in a world without him. Orca gives Roz to Grodd and then takes Croc by the hand, stating, This is their happy ending. In the middle of the day, there's a rumble that shakes the White House, knocking out its staff, leaving them scattered across the hall. As Ollie checks on one of the bodies, Dinah asks if she... And Ollie tells her no, they're still alive, all of them. Then it occurs to Dinah, and she yells, We have to get to the president! Ollie runs up to the Oval Office, and as he swings open the doors, he's hit in the chest with something. Dinah tries to see what it is, but she too is hit and falls to the ground. A voice from behind the desk says, If you hurt them, there's gonna be trouble. And another voice tells the person that the chair they sit in does not belong to them. As the chair spins around, a little girl starts giving her evil laughter, and the little boy Archer says, Mwahaha? The other girl says that she's pretty sure the shape-shifting usurper would not say Mwahaha. And the girl sitting in the chair says, Well, This shape-shifting usurper does say mwahaha, and since you can't stroke a cat, this pillow will have to do. His name is Mittens. Mittens the pillow. And just then, Jefferson opens up the door, telling the kids, all right, I'm gonna need the country back now. And Anissa, what's that rumble? Anissa tells her father that it was only a little one, but Jefferson says that he specifically said no powers inside. If she's gonna knock down the White House, that will come out of her allowance. Jefferson looks back and asks Ollie and Dinah if they're okay, and the two lean back up, asking, are we done being shapeshifters yet? Harley then leans over the couch, asking if she's still Speaker of the House. And Jefferson asks, would you like to stay as one? And Harley says, ew, no. A few moments later, one of Jefferson's aides walks up and whispers that he's needed in the Situation Room. And as he walks in, he asks Chairman Lane what he's looking at. Lane points to the screen, stating that that is the image they took moments ago. Jefferson asks, are they worried about the people walking through the jungle? And Lane tells him, no, these tracks are not human, they are apes. The image then changes to one of a gorilla sentry that has been killed. And Lane says that what they are looking at is possibly the beginning of a coup in Gorilla City. Over in Gorilla City, Solovar and his son sleep, and as his son sleeps, he begins to hear a voice in his head calling out to him. The son follows the voice, and as he goes outside, Grodd says,
yes, come to me, and then we shall wake your father.
Back in the Situation Room, Lane goes over the satellite images, stating that they presume, based on the Atlantis meeting, Roz might be working with Solovar out of Gorilla City. They understand that there is a ceasefire and a diplomatic solution being sought, but this is their chance. They can remove two threats that not only affect America, but the entire world. Jefferson closes his eyes and thinks for a moment, but tells Lane, no, we will not, just monitor the situation. A few moments later, as Jefferson returns to the office, Dinah asks what was that about, and Jefferson tells her it's a false alarm. Harley says they called him into the Situation Room for a false alarm, and Harley says that she may be the imaginary member of this government, but that sounds pretty unlikely. Jefferson tells them all not to worry about it, we're the kids. And Dinah watches the kids go through the window, stating that they're out on the lawn saving the world. And as it turned out, Mittens the pillow was the true evil all along. Ollie looks out, smiling, stating, look at them. Those kids could grow up and save the world someday. And Jefferson sternly tells him, no, I don't want that. They shouldn't have to be heroes. They're children. Our job is to protect them, to give them opportunities. They shouldn't have to bear our burdens or deal with our mistakes. We do the hard, dirty work, so the children don't have to. We act like adults so the kids don't have to save it. Meanwhile, over at Wayne Manor, Alfred makes a phone call, and on the receiving end, the man asks Al. Alfred tells the man, you know, you're the only people who call me that. And the man says that it's been too long. And Alfred says he knows and he's sorry. He died. The man tells him, right, that'll do it. Alfred tells him, I'm not calling for a chat, I'm afraid. I'm going away and I need you to look after something. The man asks what, and Alfred tells him, Bruce, I need you to look after him, please. On the other end, Jonathan Kent tells him, of course. We'll look over your boy. Alfred smiles, telling him, thank you. You've all been such wonderful friends. Goodbye. But over in Gorilla City, the gorilla calls out to sound the alarm. Grodd has. But before he can finish, he's hit with a spear and he falls off his post. While Grodd's gorillas charge the city, Grodd tells Roz not to bleed out on him. He wants him to see this, that the gorillas are not a means to his end. They are not his pets. They are his betters. As Grodd lands, vines reach out, grabbing Roz from him, and Deadshot yells, hey! You have to the count of 3 to turn your monkey butt around. 1, 2, and as Deadshot lifts his arm and aims, Grodd telepathically tells him not to shoot. Boomerang waits for a second and then asks, did you forget what number comes next? And Deadshot tells him, no, I can't shoot. Man-Bat jumps out of the shadows, but before he can attack, Grodd taps the image of him with the Brain Bomb tablet, and Boomerang says, oh no. A second later, Man-Bat's head explodes and his body falls back to the ground. Grodd shouts to the Suicide Squad that they belong to him now, and Ivy says that they need to leave, but Roz tells her they can't. They only have one chance, come quickly. Solovar then jumps down before Grodd, stating that he should not have returned. There will be no mercy this time, him and his followers. And Grodd sneers back, stating that mercy was his mistake.
Further proof that he is not fit to lead Gorilla City. I am sorry your son had to see you so weak.
Grodd releases a telepathic signal, and as Solovar's son walks up, he says that his mind is back, and Grodd tells him it is, and his mind is in his son's. Solovar then asks, what now? And Grodd says he will die. Solovar then asks, what about his son? And Grodd tells him that he will live.
As long as he accepts his fate. Read my mind.
Solovar links to Grodd, and he says that he can hear Grodd stating that he promises his son will live. And with that, Solovar feels something. Someone else's mind, and he asks,
who? Who have you been talking to? What have you done, Grodd?
Grodd tells Deadshot to fire, and a second later there's a bang, and Solovar's shot in the head. Meanwhile, over at Wayne Manor, Brother Eye tells Bruce that there is an incoming transmission from Ra's al Ghul. Bruce says put him on the screen, and suddenly Roz appears yelling, "Detective! He's here! Grodd is!" But before he can finish, Grodd telepathically tells him to come back. As Roz struggles, he says Grodd is in his head. Bruce calls out for Roz, but as Roz walks away, he tells Bruce,
"Save the world for my grandchildren."
as Grodd sits on his throne, he tells Roz,
"This is it. Your time is over. Kneel before Grodd."
Roz lowers himself and Grodd holds out his arm, telling him,
"Place your head into my hand."
Roz tries to fight back, but his body starts to move on its own, placing his head into the palm of Grodd. Without saying a word, Grodd squeezes, and there's a loud scrunch as blood sprays all over him. Back at Wayne Manor, Bruce runs through the halls, calling out to Alfred. And when he finally finds him, he sees Alfred with his luggage standing at the door. Alfred tells him, "Don't worry, I wasn't going to leave without saying goodbye." Bruce asks, "Where are you going?" And Alfred tells him, "I can't say. You can probably find me, but I'm asking you, please don't." Bruce asks him, "Why?" And Alfred says because he can't help him. He isn't right. Not since the Lazarus Pit. There are parts still missing. Every day it's a struggle. These words are so much effort. He died, and he never really came back. Bruce tells him, "You can't. It's possible Roz may have been killed. Peace talks have started. I need you here." And Alfred tells him, "I know, but I'm not all here. I can't be in the house and see how much I'm needed every day. I cannot be a burden for you." Alfred grabs his bags and he begins to walk out, and Bruce follows, telling him, "This is ridiculous. You're not a burden." Alfred turns back, telling him, "I refuse to be looked after. My job was to look after you because someone had to. It was my duty and my honor. Despite your obvious flaws, you are one of the greatest men who has ever lived. What you and your friends did for the planet." Alfred hugs Bruce, telling him, "By looking after you, I got to look after the world as well. You are my savior and my son." As Alfred lets go, Bruce tells him, "Wait." And Alfred tells him, "I loved you." And he gets into the taxi. Alfred says, "This is goodbye, Bruce." And all Bruce can hear is the engine of the taxi as it takes off and it leaves. Injustice 2 has been an incredible ride, and with everything that has happened, Bruce takes a moment to work on the Brother Eye system. As he sits down under the computer going through the connection, Selina asks if he's going to stay under there all day. He tells her, "Well, Brother Eye is a glitch." And Selina asks if it's an actual glitch or are you just looking to do something after, well, Alfred left. Bruce rolls out from under the computer, telling her that it's a real glitch. "I just can't figure out what's causing it." And she laughs, telling him, "Oh, that's good, because you wouldn't want your all-seeing, all-knowing AI to not be working properly. Regardless, you should get some outside help on this. You can't fix everything. Just say the word and I can track." Bruce stops her and tells her, "No. Alfred made me promise to not go looking for him, and I will respect his decision." Selina sighs, telling him, "Okay, but hopefully something disastrous will happen that needs your immediate attention so you can stop fussing with that computer." Just then, Brother Eye announces that there's an issue at the prison. Someone is trying to get to Superman's cell. Bruce asks, "What are we dealing with? How many?" And Brother Eye tells him that there are 4 advanced androids that appear to have advanced strength, the ability to levitate, and offensive laser capabilities. Also, there's a woman with a pie. A few moments later, outside of Superman's prison, Martha Kent stands there, holding a pie. She says, "Hello, Bruce." And Bruce tells her, "I'm sorry, but no one sees Clark." Martha then asks, "Despite everything that's happened, do you really think that there's any chance Clark would harm his mother?" Bruce tells her, "No, but you still can't." She walks past him, telling him, "I don't really care how many supervillains you've stood in the way of. You will not stand in my way. You don't get to control everything, young man." As Martha continues to walk, Selina heads inside with Martha, asking if there's any way that she can teach her how to talk to him like that. And while the two of them leave, Jonathan Kent leans out of the window of his truck as the 4 Eradicators set it down, stating, "Don't feel bad. There's no stopping her. Sometimes the immovable object meets the unstoppable force, and the immovable object has some sense and takes a little step to the side." Bruce asks, "You're not going to go inside with her?" And Jonathan tells him, "No." Bruce says, "I understand." But Jonathan reaches over to the passenger side, opening the door, telling him, "I doubt it. Get in." Bruce tells him, "I'm sorry, but there's other things that require my..." Jonathan looks back at Bruce and he tells him, "Get in the damn car. We're going to get a drink." But for this to make more sense to you, we need to go back 8 years to the Wayne Refugee Fundraiser in Gotham. Bruce was meeting with different individuals in Gotham when he spots Selina among the crowd. He tells her that he didn't see her name on the guest list, and Selina says that he mustn't be very observant. She whispers to him, "Not here, on the roof." But before they could leave, Bruce is shot in the shoulder. She catches him and she sets him down, and Bruce tells her,
"The shot came from up southwest window, go!"
She tears her dress off, throwing her heels, and runs to the stairs. She jumps out the window to follow the shooter. And just as Deadshot gets ready to pull out his rifle, Selina jumps on him, sending him to the ground. Deadshot starts to get up, asking,
"What the hell? I'm not sure what you're up to, but I try to only kill the people that I'm paid to kill."
He then takes out a high-voltage stun gun, shocking the water, electrocuting Selina as she stands barefoot in the puddle. A short while later in Metropolis, Lois runs into Clark's office and begins closing the blinds so that no one can see. Clark tells her a newly married couple closing the blinds on an entire newsroom isn't exactly going to go unnoticed when these people are professionally suspicious. Lois turns back and says that she's got word. Bruce Wayne's been shot. He's currently in surgery in Gotham Central. Clark starts to ask what about, and Lois kisses him as she takes off his glasses, telling him, "Go." Seconds later, in Bruce's hospital room, Clark climbs through the window and asks Nightwing how's he doing. Bruce speaks for him, telling him,
"It doesn't really suit Superman to come in through the window in the dead of the night."
Nightwing says that he's just frustrated. He's gonna blame it on the morphine. Bruce then leans back, stating,
"It's not the morphine. I trained to function normally through painkillers."
And Clark laughs, stating, "Of course you have." He takes Bruce's hand and he says, "You gave us a real scare." But for a moment, Bruce hesitates and he smiles back, stating,
"I'm okay. Really."
As Selina and Alfred come in, Clark asks Nightwing how safe is he, and Nightwing says that Oracle has gotten everyone set up in the surrounding buildings and streets. Clark asks what seems to be the motive, and Alfred tells him that Master Wayne has been receiving death threats over his refugee charity. And Selina adds, which he kept secret. She goes on stating that the shooter was Deadshot. Assuming Bruce was wearing a vest underneath, he aimed for the shoulder and the armpit. Deadshot is expensive, so whoever wanted Bruce dead was willing to pay top dollar. They're not going to stop until they do. Bruce asks,
"You don't think that I can take care of myself?"
And Clark says, Batman could take care of himself, but Bruce Wayne is as mortal as anyone else. He thinks on it and he says, "We need to bring Bruce somewhere that's more remote, safe." Selina asks, "Like the Batcave?" And Clark smiles, "No, more like a fortress." A short while later, over in Smallville, Clark introduces Bruce, Selina, and Alfred to Jonathan and Martha, and the two of them welcome them into their home. Jonathan reaches out to grab the suitcases from Alfred, stating that he can take care of that. And Alfred tells him that he can manage. Martha then says that they have a spare room set up for Alfred, but she's not sure about the other sleeping arrangement. Clark's room is ready, but it might be a little snug if there's two of them. Not that that ever appeared to be an issue for Clark's friend Lana, as she used to sleep in after dark. Clark shouts, "Ma!" and Selina tries to hold back her laugh. A few days later, over in Metropolis, Clark lands on the roof of the Daily Planet asking Lois what she's learned. Lois tells him that it's a white supremacist cell of Intergang with a sizable war chest. They were very happy about Bruce's charity events. Clark asks why would they do this, and Lois says because they're Nazis. They don't want people who look different from them coming into our country. Clark sighs, stating, "I will never understand them." And Lois smiles, stating she knows. That's one of the many reasons that she keeps him around. She almost has enough to bring down Intergang, but their hit squad will still be operating independently if we take out the organizers. We have to flush them out. Back in Smallville, Bruce steps out onto the porch of Jonathan. Jonathan says, "There's no stars like this in Gotham. Can't sleep?" Bruce tells him, "I tend to sleep strange hours." And Jonathan says, "I'm a bit of a night owl myself. My father worked nights. Maybe it's genetic. How about yours?" Bruce tells him that he doesn't have a father. He died. Jonathan then asks, "Who was that man trying to stop us from taking our bags then?" "You've got it, Dad. You're just bad at letting it go." Bruce says that he appreciates them allowing him to stay. And Jonathan tells him, it's not the first time that Clark's brought hurt things here. All kinds of critters. Dogs, birds, frogs, bats. Bruce looks at Jonathan, telling him, "He told you." And Jonathan says, "Clark? Absolutely not. The boy would take a secret to the grave. He's as loyal as they come. He just doesn't have very many friends that we don't know about. Not friends that he would bring to the house, that is. We just put two and two together. Clark would have mentioned if he was friends with Bruce Wayne, but he talks about Batman all the time. Honestly, Clark may be able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, but he believes that Batman can walk on water. I shouldn't be saying this, but I'd take a guess that Batman is Clark's hero." 2 weeks later, back in Gotham, Bruce sits in the limo, and Alfred says that he really has to question this method. Is he just going to drive him around, brooding, waiting until they attack? Bruce tells him, "I'm pretty sure it won't take them that long to strike, if it makes you feel better." And Alfred says, "No, that's hardly comforting, sir." A few seconds later, Diablo jumps out in front of the limo and blows it up. Bruce coughs as he gets up and Deadshot points his gun down, telling him, "I'm not gonna screw it up from here." Just then there's a loud bang and Batman appears behind them, telling Deadshot that he's right where he wanted him. There's a quiet tink as the bullet falls and Deadshot looks back at Bruce asking, "What the?" Bruce pulls open his shirt, revealing an S, and the two heroes get to work. A little while later, on top of the Daily Planet, Clark says that Amanda Waller personally took the group into custody. And Lois says that that's it then. Inner Gang's operation will be done once she publishes everything that she's got. It's pretty expensive too. Business leaders, a few politicians. Bruce asks, "Who are they?" Lois tells him, "As long as you've got a subscription to the Daily Planet, you can read about it in the morning." Bruce shakes Clark's hand and he says, "Thank you, both of you. I won't forget this." Now, we go back to the current day, and the doors to Clark's cell opens up, and he asks, "Ma?" She sets the pie down as she hugs her son, telling him, "It's okay. You can hug me back. You can't hurt me." As Martha wipes her eyes, Clark sits down asking, "How is it out there?" And Martha says that it's getting along okay without him, but she's sure that if he would come to his senses, it'll need his help one day. Clark then asks, "Pa?" And Martha says that she knows his father. He's arguing with a billionaire about who's about to buy the drinks. And over in a small bar, Bruce says, "Trillionaire, actually." Jonathan takes off his jacket, telling him, "Good for you. It's still my round. Alfred asked me and Martha to take care of you." As Jonathan hands Bruce his beer, he leans back and he says, "I always go here for a very frank and honest conversation. I'm betting Batman doesn't get a lot of hard truth directed his way. It's a lot of combination of running into the shadows when he doesn't like something and intimidating everyone else. Martha and me raised the most powerful man in the world. We used to have to set boundaries for a teenager that could turn a mountain into dust. Batman doesn't scare me. So how's it going? And be honest." Bruce tells him, "It's been difficult, trying to save the world from itself without..." And Jonathan finishes, "Without overstepping, without resorting to what Clark did. Did he come to you?" And Bruce asks, "After Lois? Yes." Jonathan then asks, "Did he ask for help?" And Bruce says, "In a way." Jonathan says, "Right. But you didn't help him." Bruce tells him, "He murdered someone in cold blood, and what he's done since." Jonathan stops him, telling him, "I'm not talking about what he's done after. I'm talking about what happened that day." Bruce tells him again, "He took a life." And Jonathan tells him, "Yes, men should be punished for the wrong that they do. I'm as stubborn and prideful as anyone, but I'm not condoning what Clark did. But this isn't about what's right and wrong. It's about holding an impossible man to an impossible standard. Clark is as human as anyone else. He doesn't need forgiveness. He just needs his friend to understand. Clark is far gone, but you may need to set aside your grievances one day." Bruce asks, "Could he?" And Jonathan tells him, "I'm as disappointed and angry at Clark as anyone else, but the town that he came from was too small for grudges. When it's all said and done, I'm not so sure the planet's that much bigger. When your parents are killed, in that moment, if you had a chance, would you have killed the murderer?" Bruce tells him, "I was a child." And Jonathan says, "They're all children." Later, back in the prison, Bruce stands in front of Clark's cell and Clark asks, "Do you do this silent treatment with everyone that you put away? No wonder most go mad." Bruce doesn't respond and Clark asks, "Is the world better with me in here? Has it gotten better?" Bruce tells him, "We're free." And then Clark says, "Has that freedom come with less death, less war, less conflict?" And Bruce doesn't answer and Clark says, "I'll take that as a no." After a few moments, Bruce takes off his mask and he tells him, "I don't think I ever said, I'm sorry, about Lois." Clark stares for a moment and then he grits his teeth, telling him, "Don't." But Bruce goes on, "I'm sorry that I wasn't there. I should have been better. I can't say for certain that the world is better with you in there, but I do know that it would have been a better place if Lois was a part of it." And with that, Bruce puts on the mask and he leaves.
And that was the 7-hour story known as Injustice. And in memory of Benny, those of you that stuck around this massive video, get a cookie. But thank you truly for listening to this long, amazing story. And if you did like it, please be sure to like the video, subscribe to the channel, leave a comment down below, and we'll see you at the next Supercut. We miss you, Benny.